Like any main character hiding his true self, besides going to school as an ordinary student, this young man also works as a part-time assassin at night. Yesterday, Kai stayed up all night working on a viral KPI, and today he has to go to school early, leaving him exhausted. Kai enters the classroom as usual, and classmate Midu cheerfully greets him. He is student number 35 in the class, the star of the football club, and also the class president. Kai casually greets him, then pulls out a chair to sit at the desk, directly resting his face on the table and refusing to talk further. Midu also felt a bit awkward. Just then, another female student also cut in. She is Naga, student number 22, a trendy and prominent girl among the girls in the class. She has a haughty, arrogant personality and said that Midu doesn't need to greet someone as rude as Kai. Midu chuckled and defended Kai, saying he was probably just too tired to react. At that moment, the door suddenly opened again, and Arasi Satsu stepped in. He is the epitome of rudeness, the top student, a notorious gang leader in the area. Arasi enters the classroom, and the juniors must bow and salute. He looks around, and seeing Kai sleeping at the back of the class, he comes over to cause trouble. Arasi arrives, but Kai still doesn't react. He's just snoring loudly. Arasi gets annoyed and starts cursing. "Hey, idiot, are you not listening to me?" Arasi reached out to pull Kai up, but was caught by his wrist. Kai, feeling defeated, sighed heavily and looked intently, asking Arasi what the hell he wanted. Arasi gets even more furious and yells at Kai to let go of his hand. He was under some invisible pressure that made him unable to move. Kai finally snapped out of it and let go of Arasi's hand. Arasi muttered under his breath, calling Kai a damn weirdo when someone suddenly appeared and told him to shut the hell up. This person is Kanzakin, student number 8, beautiful, talented in literature, skilled in martial arts, one of the top beauties in the school with a cold and distant look. Arasi is about to change the target of her confrontation and asks Rina what nonsense she's up to. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to intervene. This person is the strict discipline vice class president, very concerned about order. Student number 29, Hashimoto Mairi, told Arasi to stop causing trouble. A kind young man with a striking hair color advises Mirai not to meddle anymore, or else Arasi might punch him. This is Narumi Yoshida, student number 23. Or 3, shallow and superficial just like his appearance. The one over there has been dozing off again for a while. Arasi, annoyed by everyone's attention, begrudgingly sat down, casually resting her feet on the desk. Everyone has gathered and is waiting to start class. This is Kao Trong Shinzo, first year, second class. Today was just another day in class with many things happening, and Kai suddenly felt something while sleeping. He saw a glowing circle appear beneath Midu Suji's feet, gradually expanding to cover the entire classroom. The students in the class also realize they're starting to panic. Midu quickly orders everyone to run out of the classroom. But with Kai's sharp eyes, they wouldn't even have time to run if they were still dreaming. The blue circle sucked all the members of the class into it. When they wake up, everyone is in an unfamiliar place. Kai looks around to assess the situation. This is a stone building with many large columns for concealment and only one unbelievable exit. But it seems they were swallowed by a white light. The whole class has been thrown somewhere. The other students are gradually waking up too, all of them confused and not knowing who I am. "Where is this place?" Class President M reassures. "Everyone stay calm and be patient and things will settle down. First, let's see if everyone is okay." Kai also secretly admired him. Well called. Midu can help the class stay calm. Arasi also doesn't want to waste time. He told his 2 underlings to follow him and see what was going on here. Kai interrupted Arasi. "There are footsteps coming from behind the door. You can tell there are 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman." The students in the class started to focus on the door at the back. The door opened, just as expected, revealing an old man and a woman. The teacher cheerfully welcomed the students, and after seeing her, everyone in the class couldn't help but marvel and whisper in admiration. This old lady is stunning. Is she cosplaying? Like a medieval knight and princess. The one standing behind the pillar all this time watching the situation is a man with the build of a swordsman. He's not just cosplaying, he's genuinely strong. The white-haired lady also has some muscles, but she looks quite normal. The white-haired lady introduced herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Nation of Digaret. The old man next to her is Gus, a knight and her bodyguard. Arasi glares and asks her directly, "You want to cause trouble?" He's never heard of the country that lady just mentioned. Leonora still smiles calmly, understanding what everyone here thinks about this. Class President Midu was the first to speak up, asking what was going on here. Leonora explained the situation. She is the one who summoned the class members to the parallel world. They are humanity's hope to fight the Demon King as the world's hero candidates. The class members still don't quite understand what that woman is spouting nonsense about. Gus, standing beside her, glares warning Ariasi to watch his mouth. Don't talk like that. Leonora is the saintess of this country. Arasi doesn't care about that. He won't back down. If you challenge him, you'll get crushed. He told Gus to shut up and not to make him angry. Gus is old, but still full of energy. He is ready to draw his sword and fight. Leonora stops Gus. Don't do that. That's bad. He refuses to listen. He has to teach Arasi what a festival is really about. Arasi, despite his respect for the elders, rushes into the fight, while Kai remains silently observing. You also have to admit that Arasi is really brave. He didn't hesitate to face a sword-wielding opponent head-on. Arasi is confident because he has fought against armed opponents before. Just dodge the first attack and get close. Then fighting hand-to-hand is still an advantage. The script was beautiful, but in reality it was a whole different story. Arasi hadn't even touched a single hair of Gus when he was cut across the forehead by his sword, blood flowing down. Arasi froze in place, sweating. He didn't see anything at all. The sword suddenly moved. Gus cut a strand of Arasi's hair, also as a warning to the other students in the class. Next time, don't mess with the dog. The dog will lick your face. Leonora told Gus to put away his sword. That's enough of the threats. She apologizes on behalf of Gus for his recent actions. They had no intention of harming anyone. Leonora begins to explain everything about this world, the reason why the students are here. She quietly opens her eyes, looks at the students with contempt, and tells them to stay silent for now. Leonora apologizes to the class members for Gus's aggression, and begins explaining that due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world may face extinction, as they have said, with their country, the Holy Kingdom of Dagaris, continuously resisting but lacking the strength to fully stop the invasion. The only remaining hope for humanity is the students, the hero candidates. By now, they have realized that Leonora wants them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some students in this class seem unwilling. Maybe they could do it in a different life, but in this one, they've never fought before. Not to mention, a few female students are crying non-stop, wanting to return to the old world. Gus threw cold water on them, saying there's no way to go back to the old world unless they defeat the Demon Lord. The students in the class stood frozen in fear, while Kay, who had been silently watching behind the pillar all along, assessed the situation. Ignore the accuracy of that information. Maybe Gus said it to motivate them. Still, people like the students who have always lived peacefully won't suddenly start killing others. So they need experience, and above all, talent. Arasi, even after being cut, still doesn't give up. He turns to Leonora and Gus, refusing to let them call him a bunch of useless cowards. They just called everyone here randomly, and now they expect them to stay silent and obey. Arasi accepts it all, like a four-legged beast. Gus glanced at Arasi, assessing that his fighting spirit was still intact. He could become a useful warrior, but he might also cause trouble. He drew his sword, intending to send Arasi to heaven right here, but Leonora instead used her healing skill gently to treat the wound on Arasi's face. She appears extremely remorseful for Gus's actions as the wound on Arasi's face gradually heals. The other students were all surprised. Leonora explained that the power she just used is a system. They used the system, the power granted by their god. Dagaris in the moment created a new phenomenon in the world. Simply put, magic. A thought flashed through Kai's mind. Leonora is familiar with their culture. Perhaps this isn't the first time she has summoned someone from another world. Leonora approaches Midu, places her hand on his forehead, and instantly his hand glows, a sword appearing in his hand. Leonora explains, the hero candidate can harness the power of this system and awaken the innate abilities of the guardian deity. Leonora clenched her fists, trembling and looking extremely pitiful, suddenly calling everyone here, and now the students cannot go back. She knew this was a selfish request. Leonora bowed her head. Students, please lend her your strength. Midu, who was just granted power, still hesitated. It doesn't matter how much power Leonora has given them, they still can't fight right away. Leonora understands that. She said that the students would definitely need some training, and during that time their country would take care of them. Midu agreed. He turned around and called out to the whole class. He knew the students were scared, but to survive here, they first needed information and protection. He is sure that the guardian spirits will be helpful when they face difficulties. He thinks they should listen to Leonora and Gus now. Many students in the class agreed after hearing Midu speak. Leonora bowed her head in thanks. She chuckled to herself and handed out the guardians to each person in the class. Class monitor Hashimoto Murray received a remote control divine shield. Arasi received an explosive divine shield. Many other students in the class also received their guardians. Leonora looked around and asked if anyone still didn't have one. At this moment, Kai slowly steps forward, raises his hand to indicate he doesn't have one, and Leonora touches him to transfer the spirit guardian. Kai felt a strange sensation, his vision gradually changing. Leonora stood before him, with her personal stats displayed above her head, and Kai's eyes glowed red. Leonora realizes that this is also a quite rare evaluation guardian. This power allows the user to see the target's information. After hearing the explanation, Kai began testing it on himself. Sure enough, his own stats appeared clearly. Kai begins to understand how this guardian works. It's like a status screen in a game, but much easier to understand. Suddenly, Kai unexpectedly turned and jumped aside to dodge. The one who attacked him was Arasi. He relies on his explosive guardian to challenge Kai without hesitation. Arasi and the other students look down on Kai for getting cheap gear, thinking he can do nothing but glare with red eyes. Kai doesn't care. He just wonders why these students are acting so excited and confident. They don't have enough information to know what is useful and what isn't. After all, divine guardians are just borrowed power. They never know when they might get angry. Kai isn't very worried. He has many different ways to kill. After Leonora grants the guardians to the students, she tells everyone to rest, as training will start tomorrow. Later, in the evening, the hero candidates are taken to their private rooms. Kai waited until late at night, then climbed out the window. He should gather some information before going to sleep. He sneaks behind 2 patrolling soldiers listening in. This is the 3rd time he's encountered soldiers. From what you've heard, they are probably strengthening their defenses. Kai activates the Divine Guardian of Observation. You examine the skills of the soldiers, but it seems their only ability is swordsmanship. You thought they might be able to use magic or something and detect you, but not everyone here can use magic. He waited for the 2 soldiers to pass, then quickly escaped, having mapped out most of this castle's layout. Right now, this is a fortified city surrounded by a mountain range. Kai approaches the castle. He is quite curious about what's inside, but it's heavily guarded and built very sturdily, so sneaking in is difficult. Kai decided that today was enough, and would come back another day to scout further. As he was about to head back, he saw some classmates wandering around the grass field. These 3 girls came here to practice their divine guardianship. Kai watches them from the side as they train. You have always been curious about the divine guardian of the Lord. You decide to stand and watch for a while to see what happens. Suddenly, Kai senses something. There is a noise coming from the grass field on the other side. The 3 girls also noticed a protruding monster and panicked in fear, while Kay remained silently hidden in the bushes. You've never seen a creature like this before. It looks like a divine lizard. You activate the assessment and determine that this divine lizard belongs to the Lie species, extremely aggressive, with stats far superior to the 3 girls. The lizard took a deep breath and roared. The 3 girls ran for their lives. The lizard chases closely behind, then leaps onto a rock to better assess whether this aggressive creature is willing to attack and how it moves, running fast on 4 legs but only in straight lines. But it seems like it has no intelligence. Its skin looks tough, so I'm not sure if the knife will be effective. Kai takes a knife from his sleeve and tries to throw it at its skin. The demon lizard growls and halts. Kai quickly hid behind the tree, showing that throwing a knife was effective, even if only a shallow cut. The 3 girls on the other side kept running desperately. Suddenly, the girl named Rena tripped over a rock and fell flat on her face. When she managed to get up, the monster was standing behind her. The lizard raised its leg to strike at Rena when suddenly a knife was thrown from somewhere straight into its head. The lizard froze on the spot. The 2 other girls hurriedly ran over to help Rena, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly left. Kai stood behind the tree, taking a breath. Finally, they were gone. He had no reason to save them, but ignoring them would go against his conscience. Kai approached the lizard and drew the knife from its body. So there are monsters like that wandering all over this world. It seems things here won't be easy. Suddenly, Kay sensed something. He jumped down from the lizard and looked around, as if someone was nearby. You should head back too. Kai immediately teleported away. The person Kai sensed is standing behind a piece of rock, wearing a cloak that covers him from head to toe. He approaches the lizard and crushes its head. Blood splattered onto the black cloak. He was disappointed to see that the hero candidates were all useless and weak, but that guy didn't seem to be a pushover either. The black-clad man licked the blood splattered on his face, feeling an intense thrill. The next day, the lizard's corpse was discovered here, leaving everyone in deep thought, with some female students tearful and scared. Mage Stead examined the corpse of the monster and concluded that there were traces of spellcasting. Maybe it's because the demons above the intermediate level are scouting to assess the strength of the hero faction. Kai still stays in the corner, listening carefully. Don't you know that magic and sorcery are different? Midu asked strangely to confirm if this monster was controlled by some kind of demon or something. Stady praised him for being truly clever. A powerful demon can use charms to manipulate and control weaker monsters. Stady took the opportunity to praise a young man who explained that monsters refer to creatures transformed by mana until they become unusually fierce and powerful. And mana is the power of paranoia created by gods and demons. In other words, it is the power used by devil kings and demons, so naturally demons can easily defeat humans. Even Gios felt dizzy listening to it. He told Stady to stop and then dragged him away quickly. AI is considering using Stady to gather more information, but the bigger issue is that this is being controlled by something else. So, the identity of the being you sensed at that moment was a demon. It must be very powerful, because Kai barely recognized it in an instant. If it's nearby them right now, it might not have detected them yet. That thought just flashed through his mind, and Kai already felt an invisible pressure. Someone is looking this way. Arasi steps forward again to confront Gus. They can't return to their world without killing the Demon Lord, and he doesn't plan to stay in this damned world for long. Kanzaki Jin, the female student, agrees with what Arasi said. For the first time, she heard him speak like a human. Midu thought the same. If they want to return to their old world, the only option might be to fight monsters. Some female students in the class start crying and sobbing out of fear. Kay looked at them, and they probably finally realized this is not just a game. Fighting means fighting to the death. In any world, it's best for them to quickly learn how to use their powers to protect themselves. Leonora comforts the students, telling them not to be too afraid, they just haven't learned how to wield their strength yet. All we have to do now is train. The students here are those chosen from another world as hero candidates. The pace of development is also different from the residents here, and then a week passed since the students began training. Kai just sat comfortably in the library studying books. He flips through the pages again and again. Now he can understand each letter. It's strange that they could talk to Leonora and Gus from the very beginning. Even though they didn't know the language here, Kai looked out the window at the other students practicing. You were told that your assessment skills are not suitable for combat and that you wouldn't be trained, but you are allowed into the library. Kai stood up, having already exhausted all the history and culture of this world, and it seems there is no information about demons here either. He goes outside and stands in a corner to watch the students train. Just as Leonora said, the students are developing at an astonishing rate. The 5 strongest among them are Narumi, Arasi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas, but there is still another with an extraordinary growth rate, Midu. Before long, his sword skills surpassed the trainers. Kai used his observation skill to check Midu's stats. Just a week ago, his stats fluctuated between D and F. It's astonishing how fast he improved. Even though he's a genius, maybe the divine protection of the Lord is directly influencing things beyond just strength. The group of students, after finishing their training, followed each other and left, passing by where Kai was standing. The students pointed and mocked him, but Kai didn't bother to respond. These people are still as clueless as before. The others are also looking down on him. They are becoming more and more reckless after gaining their powers. A student in the class raised his hand to grab Kai's head, but suddenly, by some force, he fell flat on the ground. Kai acted as if he didn't know what was happening and asked why he suddenly fell. That guy just fell flat on his face and still doesn't understand what's happening. Arasi feels embarrassed to keep calling him out to stop fooling around. Look, here they come. Leonora and Gus are heading there together. Leonora seems very pleased with the students' progress. They are developing much faster than she expected, so she decided to move up her plans. Leonora wants the students to practice fighting monsters. After hearing this, everyone broke out in a sweat. The students follow Leonora and Gus into the forest. The first training session will take place here. This place is too uneven for the students to move as one group, so Gus told them to split into groups of 2 or 3. The students gradually started forming groups. Nagas, Midu, and another blonde girl formed a team together. Arasi teams up with his brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto form a team together. The other students gradually formed teams, leaving only Kanzaki and Kai remaining. They had no choice but to reluctantly team up together. No one wants to team up with Kanzaki. Maybe because they're afraid, or maybe no one likes her. She is confident and indifferent. Moreover, she is proud and seems unlikely to let anyone get in her way. After the students finished forming their teams, Leonora excitedly announced that since this was a special occasion, the team that defeated the most monsters would receive a surprise gift. The first training session begins. Kai and Kanzaki walk into the forest together. Kanzaki arrogantly tells Kai not to get in his way. She doesn't need you to do anything. Just don't get in her way. Her guardian is stronger than the others. Kai is not one to seek trouble either. He relies on Kanzaki for everything. Kanaki flicked his hair and muttered, criticizing Kai for having no sense of pride at all. Kai decided to observe Kanzaki's fighting ability first, as he already sensed 4 presences around here. They are surrounding them. A small demon jumps out to block their path. It wields its axe and charges forward. Kazaki, use your guardian spirit to command the monster to lie down. The monster drops to the ground. Kanjaki's divine guard is domination, a power that can force the target to obey commands. Kai looks around in all directions and says there still seem to be a few monsters nearby. Kaki then orders the little demon from earlier to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back, then issues 2 commands to Kanjaki. Sweat is pouring down her face. Using this guardian for too long will tire her out. C. If you use it too much, will it drain your mana? You said to kill that little demon quickly. Others are coming. Kaki trembled after hearing it. She has never killed anyone before. This demon still looks a bit like a human. She coldly glances. So what if they look human? That monster tried to attack them. These guys are their enemies. There's no reason to forgive them. Kaki stammered that she knew, while Kai clenched the stone tightly in his hand. Even with her strength, Kaki is still a naive student from Japan who once lived in peace. The only thing that matters is whether she can make the right choice when faced with danger. The other goblins have arrived, growling and wielding maces as they approach the 2 of them. Kaki uses her divine power to order the newly arrived goblins to lie down. C asks what she plans to do now Kazaki is exhausted. She told you not to stand there anymore. Hurry and help her. Kai doesn't seem very willing to help. Wasn't she the one earlier telling you not to do anything? Kazaki was speechless and had to take action herself. She ordered the monsters to twist their necks. The little demons controlled themselves to kill themselves right on the spot. Kai realized that Kanjaki could also give such commands, and the more difficult the command, the lower the chance of success. Kazaki started to feel nauseous. Fighting like this, seeing dead bodies with her own eyes, was a bit overwhelming. She was wrong to think this would be easy. Kai showed no signs of psychological hesitation. These enemies attacked them, so they are foes. It doesn't matter if they're monsters or humans. You have to kill your enemies if you want to survive. Kazaki wondered why Kai could stay so calm. You don't even have the strength. Kai approached the little demons to see if there was any new information and asked Kanjaki, "What do we do now?" They can keep going or go back if she's scared. Kanjaki shivered from the cold. She flicked her hair and turned away, of course continuing forward. Even though Kazaki was trying to act brave, Kai could still tell. But still, her personality isn't too bad. The 2 of them can fight together. In Narumi's group, they were chased by a monster that tore their pants. Thinking the monsters here were weak, so they went to tease a dog. But unexpectedly, they couldn't catch the dog and got chased it instead. Narumi and Hashimoto realized that running away wasn't the answer, so they stopped and used their guardian spirits to attack together. Their combined wind and kick attacks, like 2 pieces of stainless steel, struck the bear, but it didn't seem to be enough. Kazaki silently resolves to return to her old world, no matter what. She still hasn't repaid him for raising her until now. She really wants to show him how much she has grown and make him happy. Lost in her thoughts, Kai then asks Kanjaki if she's not afraid of getting lost if they continue. Kanjaki said going straight would mean getting lost, but Kai didn't think so. If Kanjaki thinks that way, she's underestimating this forest. Every time Kanjaki says something that gets cut off, it just annoys her. Just shut the hell up. What kind of person are you to be so arrogant? They continued walking when suddenly they heard a loud scream. Kazaki realizes that is Hashimoto's voice. Kai asks what they should do next. Kazaki didn't hesitate to go help. Kai didn't expect her to be so kind. With Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto was badly injured by the bear and fell to the ground. She told Narumi to run ahead and not worry about her. Narumi is not the kind of person to give up like that. He can't leave Hashimoto behind. As they argued, the bear swung its paw to attack again. Kazaki arrived just in time, commanding the bear to stand still. The bear struggled to break free. Kaki knew he couldn't hold them off for long, so he told Narumi and Hashimoto to run away quickly, and he followed behind. Just as you thought, Kanjaki's power has varying effects depending on the target. He asked if Narumi and the others were still alive. Seeing that Narumi still seemed okay, Kai told him to quickly carry Hashimoto and leave this place. After the others left, Kai used his divine judgment to examine that bear. This bear belongs to the armored bear species, with very high stats, especially in defense, and its fur looks tough. Kai's attack probably can't destroy it. Kazaki was sweating, and she couldn't hold on any longer. Kai told her to hold her ground enough and run now. Kazaki also intended to do so, but her legs could no longer move. She has used up too much energy. Now her legs are trembling as if drugged. The bear is freed and is moving closer. Kai had no other choice and closed his eyes, pulling out a smoke bomb from his pocket and throwing it at the bear. He took the opportunity to carry Kanjaki away to escape. The two hide behind a tree and Kai tells her to stay quiet so he won't hear them. Kanjaki only now starts to notice the surroundings. She asked him what the smoke was earlier, and he said it was a smoke bomb he made while others were training their guardians. Kai is just joking around. Actually, he had a few devices on him before being summoned. Since he doesn't have many, he doesn't want to use them carelessly. These are the basic tools of an assassin? Kazaki suddenly felt very guilty. She was helping others but was putting them in danger. Kai told her she didn't need to apologize. He needed a thank you. Kazaki shyly said, "Thank you." Kai again spoiled the mood, saying if she was always so gentle, everyone would love her. Kazaki, embarrassed as if she had stepped on her tail, snapped angrily, and Kai told her to stay quiet so the bear wouldn't find out. Kazaki only then noticed the situation and asked what they should do now, whether they should run or not. Kai said no need. Just then, Midu's group arrived, and she activated her Demon Slayer sword, ready to face the bear alone. Midu and Gao rush into the fight. He swings his sword, injuring one of the bear's arms. However, its skin is too tough. Midu's slash doesn't have much effect. Nagas tells Midu to get out of the way and shoots fire at the bear. The bear, burning in the fire, roared loudly. Nagas was triumphant. The game is easy, but she just shouted for less than 3 seconds. The bear quickly drove away the flames and is unharmed and safe. It seems even more energetic than before. Nagas shouted in panic. Midu told her to stay calm. Her previous attack must have had an effect. Now the bear is moving more slowly than before. You should call the other two to stay calm and take it down. The two girls follow the instructions, and all three team up to fight the bear. Nearby, in a corner, there is a suspicious man wearing a black cloak. He is the former demon assassin Delphus, watching everything unfold. At this point, the armored bear probably can't take down all the students yet. Its rapid progress is topped by its incredibly impressive calmness. Delphus highly values Midu, who is still so young but already skilled. Although this is just an investigation mission, it's time for him to change plans and eliminate Midu's group right here. The three of Midu's group coordinated to severely wound the bear. Delphus drew his sword, about to do something despicable, then suddenly felt something cold behind his back. Turning around, he saw Kay pointing a knife at his neck for some time already. Kay looked at Delphus with a deadly glare. If you know what's good for you, shut up. No one taught you that the biggest mistake an enemy can make is killing someone else, right? Delphus drops his weapon to the ground and raises both hands in surrender. He was sweating profusely, not knowing when Kai sneaked up behind him. Delphus quietly calculated how to get out of there. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Kai cut both of Delphus's legs, causing him to fall face down on the ground, while Kay pressed his sword across his neck and told him not to scream. Neither of them wanted the Midu group to find out. Kai started to question them. You told Delphus that if he answered honestly, you would let him go. But Delphus stubbornly refused to cooperate. Kai continues to negotiate. As a figure from the shadows, someone from another world. His presence is intimidating, and he wonders if the person in front of him yesterday was indeed that Delphus, though he's not sure. C stared at Delphus with a threatening glare, knowing they had been watching the students for a long time, even though they hid well, so he used Midu's group and waited for them to show themselves. Delphus was stunned, not expecting everything from the beginning to be Kai's plan. Kai knows you haven't been in this world long and have limited information, so he demands that Delphus reveal everything he knows about demons. Delphus sneers and stubbornly refuses to speak. Kai hesitated for a moment before cutting off both of his hands with a knife. Delphus cried out in pain, feeling bitter and resentful, unwilling to accept being manipulated by a kid like this. He clenched his teeth, and immediately blood started to flow from all the organs on his face. Delphus had committed suicide with poison. Kai sighed, carrying a poison in a situation like this. They really planned ahead. The Demon Lord's army is even more complicated than you think. Suddenly, there was a noise from the other side, and Kanzaki arrived, trembling as she looked at Delphus's corpse lying on the ground. Kai asks when she started observing. Kanzaki nervously replies that she has been watching since Delphus was lying on the ground. Kai explains that Delphus is the assassin of the Demon Lord's army, and that the bear monster has been this person's pawn from the beginning. And the attack on Nagas and the others by the monsters was also caused by him. It's clear that the Demon Lord's team is trying to kill the hero candidates, Kazaki realizes. She asks Kai how he was able to detect the assassin. No one else has figured it out. I guess there's no reason to hide it anymore. He decided to reveal his true identity to Kanjaki. His whole family are assassins, so he can sense who is a killer like him. Kanjaki was startled after hearing that, unable to believe it. Kai explained simply, saying it's up to her to believe or not, but the corpse under the ground is real. Kai warned Kanjaki not to tell anyone what she just saw, because the class was already on edge from Hashimoto's condition and couldn't handle any more chaos. Kazaki nodded in agreement. She didn't think Kai was that unusually kind. Looking at him, she didn't think he was the type to care about classmates. Kai turned away, unlike the other students in the class, who had never fought. Kanjaki's dominance might be useful in the future. The two of them returned to join the class where Hashimoto was being treated by student number 34, Onur Siori, using a healing spirit. The spirit's power took effect, and soon Hashimoto's wounds gradually disappeared. Narumi was also very worried about you and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Hashimoto would recover in half an hour. Narumi turned to praise Midu, saying he's amazing. That bear is so strong but still got defeated. Midu modestly declines to take credit and says he was helped by others as well. Standing in the corner is an invisible cosplay, but this time was different. Kanzaki keeps staring at him without any reason. At this moment, Leonora and Gus also arrive. They have been watching the students fight monsters all along. Narumi questions why they haven't helped. If you always save them, training won't be effective at all. Pushing fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of practical training. Gus looked at the students in the class and declared from now on, that's how they must fight. No more pointless complaints. Midu questioned him, asking why such a powerful monster appeared here. Didn't he say it was only weak monsters around? Leonora interrupts to explain. Maybe it's the demon assassin or armored bear that normally doesn't live in this area. Perhaps he's on a reconnaissance mission to test the fighting strength of the hero candidate. In that case, there's a chance he's hiding somewhere right now. They need to strengthen their defenses, Leonora says. From now on, they will increase the training difficulty so much that the students won't even have a chance to fight and will be exhausted first. The students in the class start to fear and lose their fighting spirit. Midu once again speaks on behalf of the people. He refuses to accept such an injustice. All the students have been shaken after the first battle. There's no way they would raise the difficulty again. Leonora smirks as she stares at Midu, declaring that he will surely die if he doesn't follow her orders. Midu was speechless and couldn't say anything else. Arasi boldly stepped forward to question. First, Leonora was the one who brought them here, and now she's giving orders again. What kind of attitude is that? As soon as he spoke, Arasi was confronted by Gus, who stepped in front of him, glaring fiercely. All the students here are Leonora's pawns. Never think you can oppose her. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. As for Arasi, he was boiling with anger. If Midu hadn't stopped him, he would have gone straight for Gus's head. Arasi questioned Midu. How can you stay so calm? Midu advised. Think carefully. If they don't obey now, this country will become their enemy. They have no chance to win. Gus praised Midu. Truly impressive. He remained calm and quickly assessed the situation, then turned away and said that all the students were important pawns and wouldn't do anything wrong if they behaved properly. Arasi was even more furious after hearing the warning. This country has become our enemy? Then bring it on. I'll take on the whole country. Arasi activated his guardian spirit and punched at Gus. He couldn't dodge in time and took the hit. Arasi thought he had succeeded and was proud, but it turned out Gus didn't even hurt a single hair on his leg. He punches Arasi directly in the face, knocking him away and causing him to fall to the ground. Gus looks down at him coldly with contempt. With this level of strength, there's no age limit. Leonora and Gus leave, leaving a message that tomorrow's training will be more difficult. The younger ones help Arasi up, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Arasi is very bitter, he muttered, asking about Gus's parents many times, unable to accept it. A day after the military drill, the students gathered again. Today's instructor is monster researcher Stady. She inquires about the injured from yesterday to see if they are okay. Hashimoto raised her hand to confirm she was okay. Thanks to Ono's healing magic, she was still alive, and Stady nodded in satisfaction. It's amazing to have someone with a healing guardian. Stady begins to explain today's training. She leads the students into her research facility. Today, the students will fight monsters here. The door opens and the students follow one after another into a room filled with various monsters. They are all kept in cages, from the lowly goblin demons at the bottom of society to the massive oxer. Every kind is here. They are all monsters raised for Steady's research project. Her research institute is the perfect place for training sessions. Stady is also very pleased with her institute. She feels happy to be able to gather combat data from the monsters. And so, the combat training session began. Kai continued to observe from afar as before. Everyone in the class remained surprisingly calm despite being forced into sudden combat. I guess yesterday's experience had a big impact on the students, though they probably still felt a bit scared. On the other side, Nagas was just knocked down by the giant monster. Midu jumped up and shouted Stady to stop the monster. This one is too strong for Nagas. Stady remains calm as if nothing happened. Leonora says she needs to be strict with the students. Moreover, she doesn't think that monster is too strong. Hero candidates with divine guardians shouldn't lose to a monster of that level. Over there, Nagas also just stood up, starting to feel annoyed, and with fiery determination, she summoned flames to burn the eagle. The most important thing in a battle is willpower. After all, these should be easy for the students. The only reason students feel that way is because they hesitate. Stady continues to explain to Midu that if students can level up their guardians, they can create many different variations of guardians. Kai has been eavesdropping for a while. He approaches Midu and tells him, according to Kai's guess, Midu has a new guardian spirit. The stats displayed in front of Kai show that he now has an additional guardian spirit, a level 1 kamikaze monster, attacking guardian. Midu asks Stady for permission to try it out immediately. He steps onto the arena, attempts to activate the sword to destroy monsters along with attacking the kamikaze monster. The owl, seeing the glowing sword in Midu's hand, opened its mouth in horror as fear took over. Midu decisively thrust the sword straight at the monster. The owl, terrified, raises its hand to shield itself. Its arm turns pale, and Midu strikes again, decapitating the monster. The other students in the class started to get excited, cheering and applauding. Kai remained silent, like an outsider. He assesses that with Midu's current state, he won't have trouble overcoming the armored bear's defenses. He wonders if his guess is correct, and if he should create a new guardian for himself. Kai looked around. He could tell someone had a new guardian, even that stubborn Arasi. But he didn't want to tell that guy about it. They concluded that they could expand the power of the gods. I guess I can't just rely on my old techniques from this world. I also need to become better. At night, Arasi and his friends are strategizing. Arasi's plan is to first kill Gus, then tie up Leonora and make her tell them how to return to the old world. Arasi's two underlings are excited, thinking they can leave this crazy world behind and won't have to worry about being called back if they eliminate Leonora. Arasi tempts Narumi to cooperate. Narumi was also a bit hesitant. He wasn't sure if they could win. Narumi clenched his teeth, knowing that while it was the way to return to the old world, killing was still wrong. He thought of Hashimoto almost dying at the hands of the armored bear. Narumi decided to cooperate with Arasi. The next day, the students continued their training. Kai approached Midu and asked why he was training so hard. Midu replied that he was still too weak and had to try his best to become stronger. Kai thought that Midu had already defeated half of the knights in this country, but Midu felt it was still not enough. He still couldn't beat Gus. Still not strong enough to protect everyone, no matter what happens. Kai asked Midu what he thought about Leonora and Gus. He replied that he knew they wanted to use the students as pawns in their battle. Besides, he doesn't think those two are lying when they say they won't do anything if the students obey. Kai asks if Midu is really willing to risk his life and fight until the Demon Lord is defeated. Midu decides to do that, but he will be the only one to fight. He will become the hero of this country and defeat the Demon Lord. That's why he's trying to negotiate and ensure everyone stays safe. Kai thinks Midu's plan is good, but he's not sure if Leonora agrees. Midu, full of confidence, swings his sword and makes her agree. After the students finish training, Leonora and Gus arrive. Stady happily runs over like a dog wagging its tail. Nagas asks Leonora and Gus where they went when they weren't here. Leonora calmly replied, they will have to be away for a few days. That's why she asked Stady to watch over the students during this time. Leonora and Gus finished their announcement, then left. Stady smirked with a cunning smile. Gus asked Leonora if this decision was the right one. Leonora pretends not to understand. Gus gets straight to the point. He knows Arasi is plotting something. Leonora calmly sips her tea. She knows there is a rebellion against them and is curious about what the students are planning to do. She doesn't even bother to pay them any mind. Still, Gus is a little worried. He knows the students are playing to their strengths, but they are still just candidate heroes. It might be unlikely, but if they try to rise up and rebel, something big could happen. Leonora is not worried at all. She is extremely confident that the students cannot defeat her. She plans to use this opportunity to establish a hierarchy system so they can crush this rebellion and break the students' fangs once and for all. Although there are a few suspicious things, for now, let's just leave it be. At night, Kay sneaks out to play again. He hunts monsters one after another, taking about 13 seconds to kill each lizard monster. Kai activates his evaluation ability and reviews his own data. He thought he had leveled up after killing that demon assassin Delphish, but he still doesn't know how to use this divine judgment ability effectively. Kai spun around to dodge the punch coming at him. He jumped to the side and threw 3 knives at the monster, but none of his knives pierced its skin. He jumps up again to dodge the attack. Kai thinks this is the perfect moment to try out his new skill. You activate the Guardian to identify the weak point. You pinpoint the weakness at the back of the head. Kai instantly jumps and throws a knife at that spot. The knife pierces through, blood splatters, and the crow's head falls to the ground. Now Kai's guardian has leveled up. It allows him to see the weakest part of the giant monster's body. In other words, recognizing weaknesses is not necessarily a bad skill. But for him, it's still not enough. You need more to survive in this world. You have to become even stronger. Tai continued practicing his ability to identify weaknesses. He threw a few knives at once and took down a group of goblins. The weak points of this group are in their brains and hearts, so this skill isn't very effective against normal monsters. You need a bigger test subject. I think you should look for a different monster. Suddenly, he heard footsteps beside his ear. Someone is coming! When he turned around, he recognized her as Kanzaki and asked what she was doing here so late at night. Kaki told her to come find him because he wasn't at the dormitory, so she guessed he might be here and came to look for him. Kai sighed and reminded Kanzaki, "This forest is very dangerous at night. You should go home. You're used to the darkness, but Kanzaki is different. Fighting monsters in the dark isn't like during the day." Kazaki told Kai to be quiet and asked what he was doing here. Kai replied, "You are testing a new guardian." Stady said they might have a new guardian if their guardian levels up. Kazaki asked quietly what Kai's new ability was, but he turned away without bothering to answer. Kazaki, furious. She came here because she was worried about you. What's with that attitude? Kai suddenly asked back to Kazaki. Are you really worried about him? Kaki, a shy and blushing younger sister, stammers nervously. Kai stopped listening and told Kanzaki to go back quickly, saying he would try the new tunnel. Kanzaki was about to say she would go with him when suddenly smoke billowed from the other side. The monsters are invading where the students are. Midu and Nagas have no choice but to fight, and neither of them knows what is really happening. Kai and Kanzaki run desperately back to the dormitory, which is engulfed in flames. Kai asks a student what happened, but the student also doesn't know. You woke up to the fire and monsters everywhere. Kai quickly concluded that this was caused by humans. The leader is somewhere around here. They must find and catch him. Suddenly, a voice echoes, praising Kai's deduction skills. That person is Stady, sitting casually on the edge of the wall. Kai is wondering how these monsters managed to get into this place, but now it all seems to make sense. These are all the monsters from Stady's laboratory. Stady doesn't deny that these creatures are her cute little test subjects. Moreover, she gave them some medicines to make them stronger because they were too weak before. What is Stady's true intention? What benefit is there in killing the hero candidates? Stady replied calmly. This is an order from above. She was instructed to eliminate the hero candidates. Even if she loses her current position by doing this, she doesn't hate the students, but she will kill them all. Kazaki broke out in a cold sweat. Could the order from above really be from Leonora? Stady stood up and denied any involvement with that fake fox. This is an order from the Demon Lord. She is actually a spy for the Demon Lord, and if she completes this task well, she will also earn the position of researcher for the Demon Lord. The dark-faced one, has she sunk so deep into the darkness that all she cares about is studying monsters? Stady pushes up her glasses. She is frantically fighting. Human society cannot fully understand the true nature of the mysterious creatures they call monsters. The dormitory is still burning fiercely. Stady stands proudly on the city wall, commanding all the monsters to attack together. Kanzaki uses a spell to stop all the monsters, and her opponent is AD. However, Kanzaki's spell has no effect on her. The monsters immediately broke free from the control, much to Kanzaki's surprise. Stady burst into laughter and said that as a scientist, he naturally knew how to deal with this kind of monster outbreak. Then the smaller monsters also charged forward, one after another. Kia ordered Kanzaki to retreat, while he held a knife and pierced through each of them one by one. Wherever they are cut down, the monsters fall. But these are just a few examples. Their numbers are still very high. Any monster that jumps out gets punched down. Even the huge one was knocked over with a single kick. The remaining monsters began to hesitate in the face of Kai's power. Stady quickly spoke up, seeing that. What are you guys doing? That guy doesn't even have a guardian spirit anymore. Kai begins to activate the assessment. Stady A is 28 years old. Until now, everyone thought Stady was a girl, but the truth is, he's a handsome young man. Attack, defense, agility, endurance. Mana is evenly distributed, forcing a semi-demon state, with level 1 domination magic ability. Now Kai understands why Kanzaki's control spell has no effect, because the monsters obey those with stronger magic. Powerful demons can use domination magic to control monsters. Stady High orders someone and says he will end it before that happens. Immediately after, a giant fireball flew down from above. Kai looked up and saw a dragon spewing fire from its throat. This is the Fire Dragon, Stady's trump card. Although he didn't want to use his strongest move, given the situation, he had no choice but to do so. The Fire Dragon swung its tail forcefully at the chimney, causing rocks to fall on the group. Kazaki couldn't dodge and just stood there helplessly. Fortunately, Kai managed to save her just in time. The dragon is about to attack again. Kai asks Narumi to help Kanjaki escape from here as the fire dragon flaps its wings and charges toward him. Thanks to his skill, he saw that its weak point was the reverse scale on its neck. Immediately, he swung his knife hard at it, but its skin was too tough for his current strength to cut through. The situation is starting to reach a dead end. Suddenly, Arasi appears majestically on the roof and says, "Look, the perfect size to be my prey." He said this while rushing down and kicking its knee, but it didn't even flinch. The fire dragon even grew angrier and spat out a huge burst of fire. Arasi rolls on the ground to put out the fire. Kai sighs helplessly, then becomes inattentive. "Still, you have to admit it's very powerful." Kai stepped forward, and now they had to work together to defeat it. Arasi arrogantly says she doesn't need help, but Kai insists he can see its weakness, though he's not strong enough to attack. Arasi responds, wanting to cooperate. "So you want to ask me for help?" "I don't team up with cowards. There's no time to argue. The fire dragon is starting its tail attack." The two jump up at the same time to avoid being knocked down by its giant tail. Then the dragon continues to breathe fire. This fire is heading straight for Arasi. Arasi is gradually losing strength. With her current abilities, she cannot defeat it alone. In the end, he had to accept Kai's offer to cooperate. Kai pointed out that its weakness was in its neck, where there was an upside-down scale. He will draw its attention, while Arasi will aim the explosion at that vase. For this young man, it's very simple. "Stady, why are you just standing there shouting?" "Kill them!" Fire dragon. Following its master's command, that fire dragon shows even greater power, and its roar alone can blow everything away. Kai starts to attract its attention and distracts it to make it chase after him. He dodges this way and that, both to keep it off guard and to protect himself. It is at this moment that Arasi runs swiftly to that reverse scale and punches with all her fury. The fire dragon, hit at its weak point, will inevitably be unable to resist. It screams in pain, so the fire dragon has been completely destroyed, much to Steady's shock. Arasi smirks after defeating a major monster, and quietly looks up at Stady, saying, "You've lost your ace. Are you going to keep going?" Stady, despite being very panicked, still boasted that he has many other types of monsters, but all of his monsters are lying scattered on the ground. The other student groups who cared for these monsters have put them into eternal sleep. Stady, terrified, tried to run away but was stopped by Narumi, who, due to carelessness, slipped and fell down. Of course they wouldn't let him die. Kay pressed the tip of the knife against his face. "It's now midnight, and we've spent too much time fighting, but there are a few things I want to ask you." Stady was terrified and begged for his life, promising to reveal everything he knew. But some force did not allow him to survive, and immediately took Steady's life in a brutal way. That might have been some kind of curse just now. Kai read about a few things like that when he looked at the documents in the library. It can be understood that they cast a curse on him, and anyone who tries to reveal the information will be killed by the curse. Kai remains silent. "You think that the Demon Lord's army will still remain a threat to everyone?" A day after the Stady incident, Leonora shows her sadness upon hearing this information. "I didn't expect something like this to happen while she was away." Narumi said, "You are the one responsible for delivering Stady. Aren't you going to apologize?" Gradually, a smile appeared on her face. "Yes, that's right. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Allow me to correct myself. I didn't think someone so close to monsters and so weak could cause so much damage. I mean that." Everyone was very surprised by these words. "What she means is that both of you knew Stady was a demon spy but still let him run wild." Leonora chuckled as if nothing had happened. "I told you that from now on your training would get tougher and tougher. What happened is just a small part of it." A student was so furious about everyone nearly losing their lives that he set everything on fire while everyone was asleep. However, Gaius immediately cut in and said, "Don't be childish. It's your fault for not being alert during the night." No one else could say anything more, only feeling that he was right. They didn't realize the monsters until it was too late, but it's still unreasonable to expect more from these average students. Now, let's move on to the main topic. Next, the students here will visit the royal capital. The focus is on revealing the hero candidates. A public parade will be held in the royal capital. The students will perform on stage as the lead actors. Night has fallen, and Gaius ordered the soldiers to rest for a while until sunrise. Everyone sat around the fire talking. Arasi thought that the number of soldiers with them would be about 30, and from the interface they didn't seem special. The subordinate believed their boss could take them down with a single punch, but he had a different idea. A good opportunity had come. There are usually many soldiers around, but now only 30 remain. Their numbers are greater than the current soldiers. And those soldiers seem to be underestimating Raz's group. They would never imagine that these students could rebel. Arasi declares that today is the perfect opportunity to act, and then calls Narumi's group over. Kai, listening in on the conversation, nods in agreement. "Yes. There are currently very few soldiers with them, and they are not professionals, but that's because Leonora and Gus are confident they can control all the students here. He needs more time to figure out why they are so confident. Kai approaches Midu and suggests they talk. I heard you're trying to kill Leonora and Gus. After being asked who said these things, Midu simply confirmed that she overheard it by chance while passing by. Nagas thought it was truly crazy. Even if those two are as stubborn as mules, we shouldn't kill them. R countered, you're the crazy ones. We have to let her treat her like a good dog until when? Midu understands how these friends feel, but if they do that, everything will go too far. There are better ways to handle it. Arcee thinks these words are just talk. Midu's plan is to become Leonora's pawn and defeat the Demon Lord. In return, he will ensure her safety for everyone. Arcee doubts. Do you really think I will listen to you? Midu affirms confidently. I believe that when I am stronger, I will have the power to negotiate. But that grumpy young man still thinks it's impossible, and he also doesn't need someone weak like that to protect him. Negotiations failed. Arcee refuses to listen to the weak and just wants to return to her world. Midu declared that if you really want to do it, we will stop you. So both sides charged at each other. Aracee's speed is truly incredible. Midu was pushed back, and Arcee, confident in his strength, couldn't believe his opponent could block that attack. At this moment, two soldiers passing by on patrol, Midu hurriedly explained that they were just discussing a few things. The soldiers didn't suspect anything and only asked them to go to bed early so they could wake up early tomorrow. So Aracee's plan has fallen apart. He grits his teeth in frustration and says, it's too troublesome. I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is pointless. The next day, at the Holy Temple in the royal capital, the students are gathered here. This place is lively and bustling, but still not as crowded as Tokyo. The surrounding crowd was curious about the large carriage and the group of young people escorting it behind. Gus shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" but quickly bring Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates forward. The surrounding people curiously step aside to the sides. According to their understanding, the hero candidates are those chosen by God. The people warmly welcome the hero's presence. They cheered as if they had met a celebrity. Midu also waved back, while Aracee's group looked annoyed and displeased. It seems that these people have a lot of faith in the hero candidates, even believing they will save them. This makes Kanzuki feel a bit uncomfortable. This curly blonde man is the Holy Knight. He is the spokesperson. Welcome hero candidates to the royal capital. Take a rest and regain your strength after your Shuran. Everyone can now rest on a soft bed after a long time lying on the ground. The female students also enjoyed a hot spring bath, feeling relaxed and refreshed as if they had been reborn. The other students are eating as if they haven't eaten in days. The maids are bringing food so quickly they can't keep up. Meanwhile, Midu is still practicing actively, while Kai observes the surroundings to learn more about this place. However, there are too many guards here, and wandering around the castle carelessly like that would be very dangerous. Suddenly he saw the knight who had just led everyone on the tour talking to two soldiers. One soldier asked Iki, "Where did the hero candidates go?" "Sir Janus, they are probably resting in the room." The man continued to wonder, are those kids really created by the god? If these students are much stronger than ordinary teenagers, then yes, that's true. The soldier said he was worried about the Demon Lord's entourage, and keeping the hero candidates in the royal capital would definitely push them to act. The remaining soldiers also agree. There have been many recent disturbances, so I think we should be more cautious. Rennis cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, the hero candidates will protect the royal capital, right? It's time for training, let's go." Now Kai's mind is filled with even more questions. He thinks he should pay a visit to the town. That night, at a local pub in the town, Kai arrived fully covered and asked the bartender to make him the best beer and snack. Nearby, a chubby red-haired man and a blonde man were sitting and talking about the hero candidates. The red-haired guy thinks those hero candidates are no different from spoiled brats, but the blonde guy firmly believes in the church's choices. Kai realizes that here, the church seems to hold great power, and the people fear it more than the king or the nobles. The beer has been served, and by the way, you also wanted to ask the bartender for a few things. He agreed. I just arrived in this country, so I don't know much. I've heard a lot about the Demon Lord's followers. Who are they? The old bartender scratched his head and replied, You know this country is in a war against the Demon Legion, right? Currently, the Demon Lord leader is the most terrifying monster. It is said that humans can also be overwhelmed and seduced by the Demon Lord's power. They are the Demon Lord's followers. They roam across the country, and just a few days ago, they blew up a noble's mansion. According to Kai, they are a terrorist organization. As he walks around the town thinking, the hero candidate must defeat the Demon Lord, so students in the royal capital will definitely provoke the Demon Lord's minions. That's why everyone looked so worried. Suddenly, Kanjaki the hairdresser ran over and finally found him. Where have you been? Kai said he was gathering information because they are in a completely unfamiliar place. Kaki knew that, but she was very worried about him because going alone would be very dangerous. Even Kanjaki was eager to accept her help. However, he outright refused. "I can take care of myself, just stay quiet and be with your friends." Kazaki shouldn't be so upset about being bluntly rejected. "You should be happy that I'm willing to help you, right?" Kai sighed. "Well, letting her help a little is fine too." "You said I need information about the royal capital. Can you talk to the people in the town?" Kazaki, with a face as bright as a flower, immediately agreed without hesitation, then happily and eagerly went off to do the task. Nearby, a mysterious man in a full cover was watching their every move. He quietly smiled a sinister smile. After wandering around the town and returning, Kai still didn't get any useful information, but at least he became aware of a new enemy's existence. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise nearby, despite the late-night darkness coming from inside this room. Kai walks in and sees that his friends are gathered here in a large group. He approaches to ask what is going on. A female student said that Kanzaki had disappeared. Anya was the first to notice because the two of them were in the central room. Everyone is actively searching for her, but no one knows where she has gone. Kai sighs, not realizing that he has also just disappeared. That's true, because Kai wasn't in the central room with anyone. Kai didn't admit that Kanzuki had gone into town. He lied and said he didn't know anything, and he was still sound asleep in his room earlier. Midu turned to everyone and said, "Listen up, I'm pretty sure he's not in the castle. The sun is about to rise, let's go outside and find him." Nagas thought everyone should leave Kanjaki alone, but now we have to follow Midu's advice. It's quite dark now, and everyone in the town is still asleep. Kai begins searching for Kanjaki. She's probably nearby. Suddenly, he saw something glinting on the ground. It was Kanaki's student ID card. As he was examining it, several cloaked figures wielding swords suddenly ambushed from all sides. Kai moves lightly like a feather, then grabs one of their wrists and lets them stab each other, fighting crazily to take them down one by one. Your skills are really poor, whether you're a spy or a warrior. Besides, you look like an ordinary person. So what is your purpose for coming here? The other guy was very scared but refused to say a word. This made Kai even angrier, and he declared that he would make him reveal everything he knows. Meanwhile, Kanjaki is being held captive in a mysterious place, her hands bound on both sides. The soldiers there kept mocking her. She firmly insisted that even if they asked 100,000 times, her answer would remain the same. "I have nothing to say to these scum. They're just trying to learn a little more about the hero candidates." Because of this resistance, those two tore off her outer clothes. Kaki's face was as red as a gak fruit, but she still couldn't do anything. Although humiliated, Kanzaki still did not reveal any information about his teammates. Kai has also been here and observing for a long time. He used his skill to activate the assessment. They are just ordinary people, but it's hard to believe Kanzaki was kidnapped by these guys. Then he quickly threw 2 knives into their temples without missing, and then revealed himself to unlock Kanuki's shackles. She seems very embarrassed for not being able to help and causing more trouble. Kai doesn't care and just reminds her not to make any noise. What else can be said? We have to escape from here now. But before they could leave, someone stepped out from the shadows and suddenly charged at them, swinging their sword down hard. Luckily, Kai's quick reflexes allowed him to retreat, and the attacker was the Holy Knight Jennis. He wants to eliminate all the hero candidates according to the orders of the knight. His true identity is also the general of the Demon Lord's army. At this point, Kai is also certain that the entire capital has been surrounded by demon armies. This kingdom is heading towards destruction. Jennis declared he would finish it faster by eliminating all the hero candidates. And then both of them prepared for battle. The knife-wielding person, or the one holding the other weapon. Kai begins to assess the abilities of his opponent, Rennis Wuter, a 28-year-old male with B-level attack, defense, agility, endurance, and energy. Normal condition, level 3 swordsmanship, level 3 fire magic. All his skills are well-rounded, so he shouldn't be underestimated. Venice charges first. Kai steps back to dodge. He raised his hand with a red magic circle and ordered the fireball to burn the target. Many fireballs shot out from within that magic circle. This is Kai's fire magic. There's no other choice but to fly into the air to avoid it. Jennis takes advantage of the moment when he's floating in the air and can't avoid, aiming to deliver a deadly slash. Kai throws his knife towards him, but it's completely useless. His sword suddenly burst into flames and turned into a fire sword. It seemed like the battle was about to end with Kai's defeat, but just as he managed to say a word, he was hit right in the forehead with a candy coin. As a result, that guy left to sell salt sooner than expected. Kai took out his guns, not planning to use them in this situation because of limited ammo, but he was right. He shouldn't have jumped into the middle. Kai needs to learn how to fight face-to-face with enemies if he wants to survive in this world. Right now, Kazuki peeks out from behind the wall, wondering if that was a gun. This is standard equipment for an assassin. Kazuki felt really scared to learn that someone in her class had been carrying a gun all along, but still, she has to thank him for coming here to save her. Kai shyly denied that it was just a coincidence. Kazuki was unable to use his dominating power. She doesn't know why, but she can't use her magic when chained with that bracelet. After it was removed, everything returned to normal. Those cuffs are really special. Kei uses the enemy's cloak to cover Kazuki, so she feels less embarrassed. Then they will leave this place together. Kaki hurried back to report that those who just tried to attack everyone in the class. However, he already knew this beforehand. Someone captured and brought here revealed everything. He is the only cowardly survivor of that failed attack, trembling and begging for mercy, with his fate depending solely on what he says. He hurriedly knelt and said he was just following orders. The pirates said that the hero candidates are the enemies of the Demon Lord and that they must deal with them as soon as possible. Kai questioned about Kanzuki, but he quickly confirmed that she is still alive. They decided to keep her as a hostage to attack other hero candidates. That's why he has information about Kanzuki's whereabouts, but it's surprising that he wasn't killed by the deadly curse like Stady. That's why Kai doesn't think this is the work of a demon. Kaki is very sad that even now there are still fanatics like this. She used to think that the people in this world were her allies. Kai sighed and warned the naive girl not to be fooled by people like that. It's because you weren't careful that they chained you up like that. Kazuki insists that it's not just her. Anyone would trust them because they answered all her questions when she tried to learn more. Kai believes there is another reason. Their enemies are not only demons, but humans as well. Kazuki muttered angrily and turned away. I regret it so much now. Is that okay? It's because I was too careless. At this moment, Midu also hurried over. Thank God you're safe. I'm glad you're safe. Did Kai find you? Kai didn't mention anything about that. He just wanted the two of you to talk right now. Seeing Kai's serious attitude, Midu also realized that something had happened. Kai began to tell everything about the demon cult. They are a fanatical group worshipping the demon lord and seeking to oppose humanity, and the hero candidates here are their targets. Midu pondered silently. Why are humans like this? The problem is that we can't tell who our enemies are, unlike with monsters, so we need to ask everyone to stay alert. Midu suggests reporting this to Leonora, hoping she will strengthen the defenses. Kazaki finds it unlikely. If they ask her to do so, she will probably just tell everyone to handle it themselves. First, we need to gather everyone and decide on the next course of action. For now, everyone is scattered around, searching for Kanaki. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind the building. Many members of that cult were surrounding from that side. They are armed and want to tear the three apart. Now there's no doubt anymore. What they are exactly aiming for is to kill the hero candidates. All three are ready to fight. The other groups of students are also surrounded. According to the assessment, they are all humans. There are a total of 6 of them. Although their stats are lower than Zenith's, fighting them is still a challenge because they are warriors. After the leader shouted attack, everyone charged forward together. Kaki used her controlling magic to make them all stop in their tracks. Then Kai will throw knives into their foreheads. Midu worries because they are humans, not demons. You shouldn't take their lives like that. But for Kai, he won't distinguish between demons and humans because they are still enemies. Even if they are human. While they were still arguing, one of them attacked from behind. Midu immediately turned around and used his sword to block. He still couldn't bring himself to kill, even trying to persuade with words. But that guy doesn't care about his kind. He says they do everything for their mother master. Kazaki was about to step in to help, but was stopped by Kai, who wanted Midu to do it himself to save himself. Immediately, Midu ruthlessly shattered his sword in 2. This was probably the last act of mercy. If you surrender, I will spare your life. Put down your sword. But that guy kept howling wildly. Do you dare to mock me? That damn hero candidate then wildly charged forward and lightly slashed Midu's arm, then laughed with great satisfaction as if he had achieved some huge victory. At this point, he could no longer show mercy. He swung his sword straight across his body. That guy trembles on the ground beneath a pool of blood, still refusing to surrender. Kai says to finish him off, but Midu wants to leave him here to fend for himself. However, with Kai, we need to be sure the threat has been eliminated. Midu couldn't understand how his friend could stay so calm and say such things. Because the person in front of you is just a human too. Midu, that is your choice. While we're arguing here, the whole class is being attacked. Aren't you going to help everyone? You are the strongest in our class. Midu couldn't say anything else, so Kai kept talking. What is more important, the life of your enemy or the lives of your friends? At this point, Midu has also chosen what matters most to her. He ruthlessly finished off that guy and said he would go save everyone. Over here, Arasi's group had also dealt with the ambush. Arasi is choking and lifting the last guy high, then delivering a punch that sends him flying to meet his grandparents. He acts very ruthlessly, just as his personality suggests. Meanwhile, the other students are still struggling to fight, with fireballs burning everything, but their numbers are still too many. Nagas wants everyone to be strong and take down each enemy one by one, but the other students can't bring themselves to fight because those here are also humans. Taking advantage of this, the cult members keep attacking, and Nagas witnesses this helplessly. "Should I let you guys pass the test now?" Leonora's appearance made those guys panic. "You bastard! You're supposed to be the Saintess, and you know the hero candidates are under my command, so of course I will come to help when they are in danger, right?" That guy still retorted loudly. "You don't even have a night escort, and you're going to rescue them? Do you think we're a joke?" To Leonora, these guys are just a bunch of pawns lured by the power of the Demon Lord. Even from the very beginning, she didn't see the people here as enemies. This insult provoked them all to attack simultaneously, but immediately they were all immobilized by a golden light. "This magic is also similar to Kanaki's," Leonora said. "Don't compare your strength to that. Her strength, range, and commanding power surpass everything else." Nagas wants to know why she saved everyone. "I already told you to pass the exam, didn't I? Anyway, I'd be more satisfied if you handled this yourselves, considering protecting your subordinates is your duty." A dying man, trembling, crawls over and grabs Leonora's dress. "Don't abandon us. What are you going to do to us?" "Oh, I apologize. Are you still alive? Then everyone, kill them all." This command caused everyone to freeze in place. Then the students' bodies automatically moved, each wielding a sword that then stabbed down into the dying on the floor. Despite the fear of the female students, the swords kept going without stopping. Kai and Kanzaki watched the situation from the rooftop. You realize this is the level 3 domination magic. It's much stronger than Kanzaki's control power. Leonora can control multiple people at once. Her power and range are on a completely different level. Everyone needs to find a way to counter this power. That night, 12 hours after the attack by the Demon Lord's followers, the students gathered together. The current female students are in a very bad state. They are truly in shock. Narumi angrily said she would not let her go. Controlling others and forcing them to kill is truly cruel. Nagas was also controlled, but she is just feeling uncomfortable. She knows that for others this will be very difficult. She has taken all the blame on herself. Midu also blames himself for not being able to stop it. Everyone encourages Midu because he has saved many people. Kazaki also blames himself, thinking that if he had arrived earlier, things might have been different. Kai coldly responds that even if he had come sooner, nothing would have changed. None of them are strong enough to fight Leonora. Earlier, the three of them split into 2 groups after defeating the attackers with Midu. Doing so could save as many students as possible. In the end, the 3 of them saved a few groups of students, but couldn't arrive in time to save Nagas and the others. The Demon Lord's faction. Maybe this isn't the last time Kai will face them, but seeing his general Jennis destroyed, they probably won't act for a while. Moreover, there is something even more important that we need to focus on right now. Kai turned to Kanjaki and asked, "Do you want to come with me for a moment?" You led her into a room and closed the door behind you, making Kanjaki blush with embarrassment. "However," Kai coldly said, "I want help from someone with power similar to hers to find a way to counter Leonora's dominating magic." Kazaki brushed aside those embarrassed thoughts. "So, do you have a plan yet?" "Kanjaki, first, dominate me." One day out after the hero candidates defeated the Demon Church, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate their summoning, showing that after demonstrating their strength in the battle against the Demon Lord's Church, they were warmly welcomed by the citizens of the royal capital. Standing amidst the lively and joyful atmosphere, Kai felt a bit suspicious. Is this really the scenario Leonora has prepared for everyone? If that's really the case, she's more dangerous than you think. Everyone is gathering outside the city gates. Leonora said, "Looks like everyone is here." "Good. I want all of you to return to Alpha Temple. That Alpha Temple is the one where the students are summoned to. It could be under Leonora's jurisdiction. Leonora will not be going with everyone. She has to handle some matters related to yesterday's incident, and Gus will be in charge of taking care of the hero candidates." Nagas said, "I guess we can go back, but the dormitory we used to stay in has been burned down. You know that." Suddenly, Nagas noticed Naomi's trembling face and approached to ask how she was, but she said she was fine. But that look and expression said everything. Leonora suddenly spoke up. "Is something wrong?" Her voice made Naomi so scared that she slipped and fell. Fortunately, Nagas hurried over and helped her. Once finished, she said she would take her leave. Nami, in a dazed state, kept urging her friend to stop. Leonora left with a mysterious smile on her face. It's good to hear that. See you all next time. The other students seemed dissatisfied with her behavior, but right now, no one could do anything. Night has fallen, and everyone continues to gather around the fires. Arasi's group has not given up and still intends to carry out their plan. Kai realizes this because Leonora is not here right now, and there are only 30 soldiers, making them much weaker compared to the hero candidates. Therefore, this is the best opportunity to kill Gus. In this situation, there is no reason to stop them. Now we just need to sit and watch the show. Narumi is in charge of taking Gus to a remote place as part of the plan, claiming a monster that looks like a dragon has appeared. But when they arrived, they seemed confused. Strange. I definitely saw it somewhere around here. This area runs along the road leading to the royal capital. It would be very dangerous if a real dragon was living here. Gus plans to return and report this urgent matter and gather the hunting team. Suddenly, Narumi pointed ahead, drawing all his attention there. Seizing the opportunity, Arasi launched a surprise attack from behind with a devastating explosion. This distance is too close. Luckily, Narumi managed to escape in time, or he would have been hit too. Gus is wounded, blood streaming down one side of his face. Arasi stands up, brushing off his shirt. Even my strongest firepower isn't enough to kill him. He's as tough as a leech. But killing those stubborn bastards is my specialty. Arasi continued to step forward towards a severely injured old man. You knew we were the ones luring you here, didn't you? So of course we set a trap just for you. You need energy to defend yourself, but that attack still left you badly injured, right? Gus didn't expect these kids to use such cheap tactics to ambush him. No matter how he's judged, Arasi's only goal is to kill him. So he doesn't care about tactics or evaluations, and seeing himself surrounded by other students, Guyu stands up, grips his sword tightly, and takes a fighting stance. Arasi immediately ordered the other students to advance. Don't hold back against him. Make sure he ends up dead here. Gaius knows there's no way to stop these reckless students, so he decides to fire a signal flare into the sky. Kai and the others nearby also saw, realizing that things were getting more and more difficult. Arasi had unintentionally messed everything up. The nearby soldiers realized this was a distress signal and began looking around, noticing that Gaius had been absent for a while. They started to suspect that he might be under attack by someone. Everyone quickly whispered among themselves to check the source of that light. But Kai appeared and took down the soldier with a spear strike, knowing they had no real grudge against each other, and he didn't hold any resentment towards him. But fate pushes the supporting characters, who are also soldiers, to their deaths. Other soldiers see this and rush to attack, but in the end they meet a tragic end. One by one, they all fell, and the remaining people started to turn pale. Why would a hero candidate do such a thing? He presses close and presses the knife to his neck. Do you think you have time to ask questions? As he finished speaking, a slash of the knife cut through, and Siro sprayed out like rain. Gus was still surrounded by the group of students on this side. These two young men rush forward together, but he manages to block them. Narumi uses the wind spear, and another student immediately passes the power to his teammate to increase their strength. Gus suddenly fell back, but he still managed to dodge the spear. Another student rushed in, but compared to him, their speed was too slow. Gus tries to punch back with his sword, but to no avail. The steel body guardian has made his body as hard as concrete. These 3 steel guardians shattered his sword, followed by Arasi's fiery punch. Gus was thrown back, losing an arm and bleeding heavily, yet he still didn't die. This old man really is tough. Narumi realized that the light just now looked like a distress signal. He's trying to buy more time for the soldiers to arrive, but suddenly, Gus speaks up, no longer necessary. Leonora suddenly appears from behind. He's backed into a corner now, isn't he? Everyone here is quite surprised to see Kanzaki using her power to make the soldiers tie themselves up, claiming she was only following orders. Everyone is even more surprised now that she usually ignores what others say, but is now following someone's orders. Kai appears. Sorry, Midu, he was just following my orders. Kazaki has captured 7 of them. Although a few escaped, Kai has already taken care of those as well. Midu realized her friend was still killing people. Kai calmly replied, Yes, I killed them. I didn't let any of the soldiers survive, except for the ones here. Midu wants to know why he has to do this, because I'm sure Arasi and his group are busy fighting Gaius. So I think I'll deal with all these Tepar guys. That's why no one sees Arasi and his group. Nagas only now realizes that this is the rebellion plan they discussed earlier. Midu is very surprised. He thought Kai was his ally, but now he's working with Arasi. However, Kai only does what he likes. And more importantly, what we need to do now is find Arasi's group rather than arguing here. Midu immediately ordered everyone to quickly go and stop Arasi and his group from causing chaos. Gus admits that this is truly a shameful sight, and that he cannot fight against his age. So Leonora has returned. Everyone starts to worry about what to do next. For someone like Arasi, there are no other options left. After everything that happened, he won't accept just running away with his tail between his legs. Everyone realized that the woman in front of them was the one controlling everything. Leonora calmly spoke up. Of course, certain conditions must be met. If you accumulate enough energy to fight back, it will be fine. However, you guys who always rely on the Divine Guardian and are not used to controlling your own energy are, in a sense, just weaklings. That is why I can control everyone. Arasi thought this woman was truly cowardly. He bets she wouldn't be able to win if everyone fought with all their might. Leonora just smiled, truly a cheap provocation. Fine, I will handle you alone. I will break your fangs. Gus, hearing this, begins to worry that Leonora will use her power to enslave them. That's a bit too much. Leonora doesn't care. She knows she is the saintess, and the Lord will love her more than anyone here. With that, both sides begin Innova. Leonora uses divine wood. Immediately, the ground erupts with stones that strike Arasi in the stomach. Then comes the sky. Sharp winds like blades and tornadoes blow him away. Arasi loses consciousness as the heavenly fire burns and the heavenly water drowns the opponent, causing them to suffocate and also pass out. Even though she's on the back foot, Arasi still boasts. Does she think she's already won? That damn woman. At this moment, Midu's group has arrived and stopped the fight. Arasi knew this kid wanted to stop her from risking her life. But to do that, he would have to use force. Arasi really hated Midu's peaceful approach. Even the others in Arasi's group couldn't trust the people below. However, Nagas completely agreed with Narumi. But wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together instead of acting alone? Although there are still objections to violence, they also make Midu reconsider. Leonora breaks the tense atmosphere. Are you still arguing in this situation? At this moment, everyone must take responsibility for starting the rebellion. Do you think I will forgive when someone steps up to take responsibility for the rebellion right now? That means Leonora will not show mercy. She used the divine wind to blow everyone away. Narumi tried to resist, but it was useless. Leonora's tornado was obviously stronger. It started by pushing Narumi down before sweeping everyone away. Everyone was hit by a great shock and pain. Midu was very worried watching, but Arasi reassured her that no one would get hurt, so stay calm. Arasi shouted loudly, "If you want to protect everyone, you have to change yourself first. People will die if you keep going like this." At this point, there is clearly no other choice. Midu has no option but to draw her sword and fight. Nagas and her flames also agree. Even her neck can't stay calm anymore. One by one, the other classmates also agree with this only choice, even if they don't like it much. So Leonora will have to fight the hero candidates. She is very confident she will make the kids here see the difference between the two sides. This side is Kai's group with Kazaki. Kanjaki doesn't know what they will do next. Kai remains terrifyingly calm. Once Leonora uses her magic to enslave them, he will act. So, at that moment, the only thing to do was trust them. Facing the full assault of the hero candidates, Gyus, despite his severe injuries, still stepped forward to protect the Saintess. Although he knows he lacks strength, he is still Leonora's knight for now. Seeing that, Leonora helped him heal his wounds. Immediately, his arm grew back and his wounds healed. Gus was as strong as he was at the beginning, even stronger. The Narumi group has struggled so hard going through everything just to eliminate him. All that effort seems wasted now. Nas encourages everyone that with their current strength, they can defeat them. Leonora remains very calm. She is still eagerly awaiting this battle. You guys are free to do as you wish at any time. For me, this battle is also a test for you. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you won't become heroes. As he finished speaking, Midu rushed forward, with his classmates standing behind to protect him. Midu's sword surprised the old man because this kid could easily pierce through his sword. Leonora transforms the shape of the stone, making it as sharp as a knife, and pierces through the target. The sharp stones fly straight toward Midu. Nagaz uses melting fire to destroy those stones. Leonora dismisses everything they can do as just this much. Even though she tries to dodge the slash, the sharp stones still grazed past and left small wounds on Midu's body. Mireille, seeing her hurt her leader, was extremely furious. Immediately activated long-range teleportation ability. Narumi also activated wind control to slash the wind. These two powers combined, but had not even touched Leonora before being completely nullified. She said she was protected and loved by God, so those divine guardian skills didn't affect her at all. Kupab behind the rock starts activating evaluation skills. Leonora de Garris, female, attack A, defense D, agility D, endurance E, energy S, level 5. Summoning skill, all attribute skills, level 4. Secondary skills, level 3. Although her defense stat is relatively low, she didn't need to use it from the start. A physical attack could pierce Leonora's defenses, but Gaius would be the one to block the way. Arasi is fighting Gus. It seems he's exhausted from choosing kicks instead of using destructive explosions. But Arasi believes he doesn't need to use it against a useless old man. He then declares he will send Gus to hell, and Midu will be responsible for killing that woman. Midu agreed, but if he can't use the divine shield, this sword won't be able to pierce her. A friend threw him another sword, which Midu caught and assumed a fighting stance. In the end, he was finally ready to fight a proper battle. Midu knew that many people had placed their trust in him, so he had to defeat Leonora at all costs. Leonora stands there calmly releasing a lot of murderous intent. Midu keeps swinging, and swinging. If the Divine Guardian has no effect, the others can't help him in this fight either, because they are too close and can't assist Ara. Although very annoyed and restless, the other students had no choice but to stand still and watch. They would become a burden if they joined the battle now. Gaius gives a sword, Arasi responds with a punch. His speed even surprises Gaius, causing him to stumble back. Arasi starts bragging. Boo-hoo, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly so slow? Your wounds are healed, but it seems you still haven't recovered your strength. Gus is no pushover either. The old man has started to fight seriously, and you have reached a level where you can no longer use Divine Guardians. Midu is also struggling. Leonora launches giant fireballs one after another. Midu can avoid it, but the situation doesn't look good. If this continues, she will be crushed from this distance. There must be a way for Midu to defeat Leonora. Leonora praises Midu's ability because not many people in this country can avoid her attacks. So Midu admits that no matter how hard he tries to avoid her attacks, at that distance it's only a one-sided battle. He must find a way to attack Leonora from that far or find a way to get closer, because everyone's guardian spirit is useless and they can't help either. Plus, long-range attacks are Leonora's strength. Midu has no choice but to approach her with force, and even faster than before, surprising Leonora with her speed to prevent her from closing in and forcing her to the ground. Then the flames burn Midu as he loses focus. Up to this moment, the boy is still trying to concentrate all his strength within his body, and now he wants to use it to attack at the same time. Leonora has to admit that this is truly a terrifying kind of talent. However, so far, a saintess still outperforms a hero candidate. Midu was beaten unconscious. Meanwhile, Arasi is still facing off against the old man Giyu. With this power, he can no longer use the explosion move. Defeating him will become more difficult, even impossible. The old man took advantage of his opponent's hesitation and lunged at him, slashing. Arasi took a hit right in the stomach, a bitter end for a stubborn young man. Gus places the sword on Arasi's shoulder. You're still just an amateur. This is what happens when you can't use your Divine Guardian. Arasi seems to have awakened. He doesn't need the power of the explosion just to show him how strong he is. Arasi, summoning all his strength, stood up in shock as Gus watched, then delivered a massive punch that sent him flying back, crashing into the wall and lying motionless. Arasi has won. Over here, Midu has also woken up. The image of friends appearing in his mind makes him remind himself that he must protect everyone. You are suffering injuries. I don't want to see you like that. Midu's revival made Leonora grimace, surprised that the kid could still endure. However, she remained confident, believing that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get close to her. But no. Midu actually managed to get close to Leonora and then slashed her arm. Blood dripped down, and Leonora forgot to be on guard. In her panic, Midu reappeared from behind once again. Leonora hurriedly turned around and summoned a stone. Midu also successfully struck another blow. Leonora sensed that something was very different. It's not because she was unprepared, but because Midu closed the distance almost instantly. So that was the skill to shrink the earth. When you receive the power you desire, it means God loves you. But for Midu, he only wishes for a power that can help him protect everyone. But no matter how strong they are, they still can't reach Leonora. The sword still stops just before touching her neck. Leonora's domination spell prevents Midu from moving. She never intended to use it from the start, but it was Midu who left her no other choice. Kai still stands from afar, and now that the trump card has appeared, the crucial moment has arrived. He turns to Kanjaki and says, "Let's begin." Leonora never thought she would have to use enslaving magic, but it was Midu who forced her to do it. Midu was stiff and unable to move. Immediately after, the other friends were also subdued. Leonora was very pleased because everyone performed quite well. She said she would let everyone pass the exam. Leonora had never thought she would lose. Even if he's a knight, he can still be replaced. As long as she controls the hero candidates, there will be no problem. Narumi knew from the start it was a losing battle, but without a countermeasure, they couldn't do anything. Leonora says she is allowed to summon hero candidates because at some point she can easily control everyone. Otherwise, the boys and girls here would become a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives flew towards her, and Leonora quickly used the heavenly wood to create a shield for herself. She knew Kai had been hiding all this time and that he was the one who had killed her innocent slaves. I'm surprised I didn't expect you to notice someone as ordinary as me. From the very beginning, Leonora found Kai very strange. Although he only had useless divine guardian energy, he remained always calm. That's not the mark of an amateur. Honestly, Leonora was a bit disappointed in Kai. She couldn't believe that you appeared in such an unwinnable battle. Kai looked at her with a sharp, dagger-like gaze. Whether this battle is won or lost depends on him. Leonora finds it amusing because this kid is very confident. Then show us what you've got. Immediately, Kai is also suppressed by the Divine Servant enchantment. Leonora is very confident in her magic. As long as she uses this type of spell, she can win all battles. But before she could finish her sentence, a bullet pierced through Leonora's shoulder. It was Kai, but for some reason, he was able to break free from that control, even though she clearly used enslaving magic. Kai keeps firing another shot. Leonora, terrified, doesn't know what kind of weapon it is that makes her unable to defend herself. Kai says this is the weapon that has taken the most lives in his world. He only has a few bullets left, so he really doesn't want to use them all. Leonora calmed herself and told herself to stay calm. She didn't know why her magic wasn't working, so this time she would use divine fire to burn the enemy. It was expected that she would burn Kai while he was off guard, but only his cloak ended up catching fire. Kai suddenly appeared behind her and pointed his gun directly at Leonora's head. Just by watching Midu's battle, you can tell she's not suited for close combat. Her trump card, the enslaving magic, doesn't work on Kai. Leonora now has 1,000 questions in her mind. Why is it like this? Clearly, this magic can't be stopped. In fact, it was a risky move for Kai to bet on whether it would work or not. But in the end, Kai won this bet. Going back to that night, Kai mentioned that he had been spending time studying magic lately. He still hasn't found any information about the enslaving spell. But in return, Kai discovered something important. The skill used first will take priority over the skill used later. That means if Kanjaki uses a domination spell on Kai, it will nullify the enslaving magic. That possibility could happen. Moreover, the Divine Guardian's power is still much stronger than magic. Kazaki is worried because her technique is much weaker than Leonora's enslave magic. But when it comes to skill, everything is determined by proficiency. Use Kazaki's level 1 domination magic to counter Leonora's level 3 slavery magic. Kazaki continues to worry. But even so, if she uses her skill first, she could still lose control of her own subject. However, that possibility is very low. Stady's control magic was superior to Xaki's. At that moment, Kai thought the demons would obey Xaki's commands, but he was wrong. In simple terms, Stady's magic was cast before using his skill. To counter Leonora's enslaving magic, a similar principle might work. It's a gamble since Kai himself doesn't know how far he can move while under her control. At this point, Leonora also realized the help from Kanzaki and that Kai was under her control. Leonora clenched her teeth in frustration, partly because of the pain and partly because these kids' tricks were truly cowardly. It seems everything has come to an end. Saintess Leonora cannot use her powers because they are blocked by this bracelet. Kai borrowed it from the followers of the Demon Lord. It seems they can also block the Saintess's abilities. Leonora wants to know what Kai will do to her. He says he will release her if she sends everyone back to their own world. However, that is impossible. Leonora can only summon them. To return to the old world requires a different skill. So why do you say we can go back after defeating the Demon Lord? Summoning people from another world requires a huge amount of energy. Leonora begged God to help her successfully summon everyone. In other words, everyone was summoned here according to God's will. And after completing their mission, they will likely return to where they belong. Tai confirms once again, we can go back. Are you sure that's possible? Leonora confidently replied, yes. I have summoned many hero candidates before you, but none could get close to the Demon Lord. Kai has never heard her mention them, or what happened to the previous hero candidates. Most of them were killed by the Demon Lord's army. A few survived and disappeared somewhere, but no one knows where they are hiding. Hearing these words, who wouldn't lose motivation? That's why Leonora hasn't said anything until now. So do you want to stay here forever? Sooner or later, the Demon Lord's army will attack and you will have to fight against them. It means everyone will have no other choice. To win this battle, we need the support of the kingdom. Leonora said she would let this go if she was allowed to leave, but Kai insisted no way. He was about to send her to the afterlife right then, but Midu hurriedly stopped him. Kai doesn't understand why his friend is holding back. He thought he had thought it through. but it seems he's still clinging to that naive idealism of his. Midu said she agreed to follow because she believed she knew how to help everyone return. Now, that is no longer possible, but he still wants to keep his hero candidate title. However, they are the ones who started the rebellion. This cannot be denied, Leonora quickly spoke up. Midu is right. I admit I was a bit too harsh. Let's pretend nothing happened. That sounds reasonable, but this woman is very dangerous and won't be easy to catch a second time. Leonora just needs to deal with Kanzaki first and she'll be unstoppable. So it's likely that after being released, she will do that. Midu still fears that if she kills this woman, everyone will be accused of killing the Saintess. Just get her to promise to treat everyone well and release her. Miri agrees with Midu's opinion. Not everyone is a warrior. Moreover, if she becomes a criminal, she won't be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Nagas also agrees. Isn't it better to find a way to make her keep her promise? However, Narumi agreed with Kai that we can't trust this woman. We've come this far, so it's best to eliminate her as soon as possible. Midu also thought that way, but everyone would have no way out if they killed her here. Kai understood that Midu was worried. The safety of the whole class was what mattered to him. Kai was confident he could survive, but knew he couldn't act recklessly. After all the opinions from everyone, some opposed while others agreed. After all that, Kai still decided to give Leonora a copper candy in the middle of her chest, shocking everyone, then used a smoke bomb to escape. Everyone started to protest more fiercely as Kai handled Leonora before the other students decided. That cannot be forgiven. They think Kai only cares about himself, while only Narumi and Kanzaki stand frozen. She can't believe he took this woman's life. Everything happened exactly as he said. Kai explained that everyone's main goal was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to the real world. If he finds out she can't do that, Kai won't let Leonora survive. However, Kai understands that even though everyone knows they can't return to their world, Midu will still protect her. At that moment, Kai would shoot without hesitation and run away. Kai is willing to take all the blame for killing the Saintess alone. That is why he let a few soldiers escape so they could spread the word that Kai is the culprit behind everything. If they see him as a criminal, everyone returning will not be an issue. Kazaki is very worried. She fears that things might not turn out as perfectly as that. But Kai was very confident, and that was when her power became useful. If anything happens, use the control spell to negotiate with the kingdom, and he can take care of himself. So everything went according to plan, and Kai also escaped. At this moment in the giant fortress, a mysterious man with a horn on his head is sitting on the throne. He hears news about the hero candidates, wanderers from another world blessed by the god. The minions have tried many times to eliminate the candidates, but all failed. The horned leader said, "Don't worry, our actions on the enemy's territory are still limited. I'll let them be. Sooner or later, they'll show up." But things are getting more and more interesting. This guy is the Supreme General of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Wind King Winbok. So, 2 days have passed since that incident. Kei is still wandering in the forest. According to the map, he is very close to a city. He decided to climb to a higher vantage point to observe and finally found the city. Walking there would take half a day. Night has fallen, and Kai has reached the city wall. A criminal who killed the Saintess can't enter the city through the main gate because he doesn't know how he'll be treated. Kai decides to break in using a rope. After successfully sneaking into the city, his first priority is to make some money. Kai has already earned a little from the soldiers he killed. However, this is not enough. What catches his eye is a small tavern. This will be a better place to make money. Kai walks in and orders a beer along with some food. The drunken guest sitting nearby strikes up a conversation. "I've never seen your face before. Are you a traveler?" "Yes, I was forced to leave my homeland. I'm looking for a job. Are you fleeing from the invasion of the Demon Lord's army?" "I'm very sorry. Although it's a misunderstanding, this misunderstanding might actually be for the best." Kai asked if he knew of any jobs around here that didn't require revealing his identity, and the boss brought up a beer and said that in that case, he should become an explorer. Explorers can take on any available jobs from the guild, usually involving defeating monsters, but if they lack the skills, they will be dealt with immediately. However, the boss feels that this young man is not inexperienced. Tai said he could handle monsters if needed, then asked how to become an explorer. The way to become one is very simple. You just need to go to the guild in the city center and register. They are in great need of new explorers, so they won't ask for your identity. That's why this boss knows so much. He used to be an explorer himself, but he retired after injuring his knee. Kai stayed at an inn that night, so he might be here for a little longer. Although she had seen this guest's face, the innkeeper didn't react at all. After all, there are no recording devices in this world, so there's no need to be overly cautious about it. Kai went to the Adventurers Guild, where many people were gathered in a lively atmosphere. He approached the reception desk and said he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist told Kai he needed to pay a silver coin to register. Kai immediately spat out the money. After being asked for his name, age, and origin, Kai made up a different name. He chose the name Siren, 17 years old. The Demon Lord's army invaded his homeland, so he drifted to this place. Kai couldn't believe that the alias he used in the real world was being used here. The receptionist began registering Siren with that information and stamped the document. With this, he completed the registration process. The receptionist continued explaining the guild's system. Based on their achievements, explorers are ranked from A to F. Of course, the higher the rank, the more valuable the rewards. Additionally, high-level explorers can also take on more difficult missions. Since Siren is still new, he will register as a low-ranked explorer. You can level up by completing quests. All quests are posted on the information board there. She advised him to choose a rank S quest as his first mission. Kai approached the information board. The urgent mission is to gather various herbs and eliminate the goblins. Since he has never seen such monsters before, Kai decided to choose this one. At that moment, a one-eyed black guy and his group approached to cause trouble. I've never seen his face before. Kid, are you planning to tame those demon fairies? I advise you to stop. For a kid like you, that's impossible. Kai secretly wondered who these fools were. Are you all bored or what that you come here to cause trouble? I don't want to make a big deal out of it, so I simply reply, thank you for the warning. Could you please leave me alone? That bunch of troublemakers is bitter because a kid looked down on them. It seems bullying a newcomer has become their favorite pastime. The blonde guy was about to teach Kai a lesson, but he was quick enough to stop his dirty hand. The blonde guy panicked and called for heat help, but everyone knew the result. Those guys were all lying unconscious on the ground. And Kai simply walked away with the mission paper, revealing that this is the ability of a mid-level explorer. Compared to hero candidates, they are surprisingly weak. The urgent task now is to complete this mission quickly. Based on the information from this mission, the demon monsters are hiding around the forest. Kai suddenly notices that the footprints left on the ground are still very fresh. Kai started following these footprints. It seems they belong to an animal. He suddenly realizes that something is here and it's not alone. They hide very well. Could it be a demon or a ghost? At this moment, a bipedal wolf wielding a sword suddenly appears from behind, its ears quickly and lightly dodging. The sword in its hand might have been stolen from a human. Another wolf ambushed with a wooden club. Kai scooped up a handful of sand and threw it directly into its eyes. He kicked away the sword in the wolf's hand, then used the sword to stab into its chest. Finally, Fai Jiao cleans up the two monsters. After that, Shuoi Kai activates his ability to assess them as 22-year-old demon spirits with gender attacked D, agility C, strength C, magic F, and level 1 escape skills. This type of monster is harmless. Kai thinks he can go hunting more and earn a little extra money. As a result, he brought a large amount of demon elf ears as proof that he had defeated them. The receptionist was shocked. With such a large number, she couldn't believe that a newcomer could act alone like that. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but searching for them took him too much time. Even if he has enough skills to fight them, his exploration abilities are still limited. It seems being an explorer is quite complicated. Everyone around starts to talk. Is he really that easy to hunt elves? Could he be a level C explorer from somewhere else? I heard he's still a rookie. Because there are so many, the receptionist needs a little time to prepare the reward. So Kai already has a heavy bag of money. He can't believe he could earn this much just by killing weak monsters. From now on, it is important to ensure your living expenses. Kai will stay in this city for a while and earn money as an explorer. If he builds good relationships within the guild, gathering information will be easier. Lost in thought, Kai was suddenly blocked by a tall, dark, and smelly young man who scrutinized him and seemed to be much stronger than the others in the guild. The arrogant bat-up guy introduces himself as Lai, a level B explorer, and smugly says, "Let me tell you, I am the one responsible for managing the branch of the guild in this city." Turns out today, Kai has caused trouble for his underlings. It's clear they started first, but those little guys pretended to be beaten by a new, unknown demon and claimed victory. Without hesitation, Lai declared he would teach Kai a lesson. He charged forward, punching up and down, left and right, but none of his punches landed. He gradually lost control, jumping and kicking, but in the end, Kai tripped him, and he fell flat on the ground. His speed is quite fast but not very precise, with movements too big and revealing many openings. After being scolded by the young kid, Lai became even more frantic, but was subdued within minutes. It seems he's not used to fighting humans. After all, an explorer's main task is to conquer magical beasts. Lai doesn't understand why Kai, with such incredible strength, would bother to mess with his own subordinates. Kai said it's all just a misunderstanding. Sit down here, have a piece of cake, drink some tea. and listen to me explain." In the end, the two of them sat down drinking beer and tearing apart chicken while listening to each other explain. After learning everything, Lai Kok scolded his subordinates for betraying him. He admitted his fault for not suspecting these three tigers and then made them apologize to Kai. The three tigers hurriedly bowed their heads in apology. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, Kai will not pursue the matter further. Besides that, he has a few things he wants to ask. Lai may look rough, but he's quite reasonable. "Forgive my losses. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them." Kai continues, "You know, I am a traveler. The reason I signed up to be an explorer is to earn some money to travel more easily, but I have another reason." Lai couldn't believe that a young man with such formidable power could be having trouble. Even though he didn't know what it was, he still wanted to help. He said he was looking for a way to travel to another world. Immediately, everyone was stunned, shocked, and amazed, wondering how that could possibly be true. But the hero candidates also come from other worlds. Yes, Kai is talking about how the hero candidates travel back to the real world. Lai thought that if so, they would have to use magic, but that they don't know much about magic. Kai knows it's not easy to obtain this information. He is hoping everyone has some clue. Lai's ears perked up. Only one person had knowledge about it, the sage Albana. There was an elf who helped this country with valuable advice. It seems Kai has also heard that name somewhere. A wise man who was also an elf. That's what he read in the book. There are rumors that the elves live deep in the forest, with only a few surviving, and their stories considered legends. They rarely leave their woods and venture into the outside world. Among those who left and stepped into the outside world, there was a person called the Sage. He has lived for over 100 years, and he is very wise with extensive knowledge. I heard he's a famous wizard with deep knowledge of spells. The elves are said to maintain close relationships with spirits to receive magical assistance. Even if there is no way for people to return to the old world with a spell, it would be possible. However, no one knows if the sage is still alive or not. They have never heard any rumors about him, and it seems no one has ever seen him. Lai chuckled confidently, not even knowing these things himself, then turned away to apologize for not being able to give Kay any useful information. However, that information is very useful to you. That's all he needs. Kai finishes his beer and goes back to the inn to rest. Before leaving, Lai wants to ask what he will do after learning how to travel to another world. Kai just smiled and said, "I'll leave that to your imagination." Today, Kai went back to receive his reward for the new mission. A week has passed, during which he also saved up some money. Lai and his gang have become closer to him and enthusiastically invite him to drink, but Kai has declined. He has gathered some important information about the sage. His name is Albana Karet. About a decade ago, he was an advisor to this country, but now he is retired and living near the western border where the country is fighting against the Demon Lord's army. Kai has no reason to stay in this city anymore, so he decides to go meet the so-called sage. Back to Alpha, the Holy Temple City. It has been a month since Captain Herrick, the 8th Knight of the Holy Knights, took over caring for the hero candidates on behalf of the late Santes, and so far no one has complained because Herrick has done an excellent job. He was very pleased to hear that because after all, you guys here are priceless assets to this country. He's just showing respect to everyone. Everyone is very satisfied with the new person in charge. He is very different from Leonora but also quite suspicious. Now they will discuss the main issue. Yesterday's meeting decided that hero candidates will be mobilized to the front lines. The war on the western border is still ongoing, and everyone will be deployed from this frontline fortress. Herrick promised to protect those friends who are not strong enough to fight. That made Midu and everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, they also have some work to do during this time. After all, you have to work to eat. This is quite urgent, so everyone might depart tomorrow morning. Midu and Mireille will return and pass this information on to everyone. Mira was very happy that they had accepted the candidates' requests. At first, Midu was very worried, fearing that her demands might be too much. They think they are not confident enough to control all the candidates without Leonora, which is why they are being humble. Since Leonora is no longer here, they will definitely be on alert. Mireille suddenly remembers Kai, not knowing where he is now. After Leonora was killed and Kai left, the bishop was utterly shocked when he heard the news. Naga says the main culprit is Kai. He is one of the hero candidates. But now he has fled, as a traitor, so he ran very quickly. The soldiers whispered among themselves that if this was true, they needed to send someone to check as soon as possible. But someone else argued that they needed to confirm whether the saintess was truly dead or not. The archbishop felt that this story was very advantageous for those present here. This made Arasi angry. He said he didn't want to deny everyone's story, but it was also possible that everyone here had cooperated to deal with Leonora. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly spoke up. "No, Your Excellency, I was there and witnessed everything. The hero candidates here tried very hard to protect the Saintess, but they were suppressed by Jinduk Kai, and as a result, the Saintess lost her life. Another soldier also interjected, "He's right. I've seen everything too. I was there as well." So with the testimony of Leonora's 3 knights, the bishop had no doubt anymore, but he wondered if that person named Kai was really that strong. Midu asserts that he's very strong and has been hiding his abilities all this time. Then he invited a few people into the room to explain the issue in more detail, while standing behind and using some form of domination magic that everyone managed to overcome this terrible ordeal. Right now, Midu is still very worried about Kai, but she knows he sacrificed himself for her. Although Midu decided to protect everyone, he returned to the room and informed them that they had decided to deploy us to the front lines. Everyone who is able to fight should prepare and leave this place early tomorrow morning. People are quite worried after hearing that the actual battle has taken place. But now it's a bit late to be afraid. Everyone has been assigned to serve under the command of the 8th Night Legion and Captain Herrick. Kazaki, do you have any news about Kai? Midu shook her head. They are offering a reward for anyone who catches him and have mobilized many forces to hunt him, but there is no news yet. Kaki, disappointed, turned away. Nagas doesn't care whether Kai truly betrayed everyone or not, but if she finds Kai, she will burn him to pieces. Kazaki feels both sad and lonely, blaming herself for thinking Kai should have taken her with him. The next day, everyone set out for the front lines. The girls are very tired from their first long journey, but it seems they will have to walk until nightfall. The past 2 days, all they've done is walk, and everyone is starting to feel bored and hope that something interesting will happen. Suddenly, Arasi signaled everyone to stop. He sensed the presence of a monster behind the bushes, but the commander quickly turned back to question everyone when he saw they all suddenly halted. Midu said she has recently sensed the presence of monsters, but the leader still insists that there is nothing. Even so, everyone still has to obey his orders. Without instructions, they are not allowed to do anything. This made Arasi so angry that she choked him with her hands. Everyone was worried and asked her to stop, but Arasi was like, "Why should I obey this trash's orders?" At this moment, a sharp aura suddenly streaked past, forcing him to let go. It was a swarm of fierce rabbits. Everyone quickly take your positions. The scarlet rabbits charge forward together. The swords in the hands of the cavalrymen were also knocked away. Arasi immediately used a blast to blow away the monster, then stomped on it to finish it off. He seems to be able to handle all the sharp rabbits alone. Everyone has to admit that Arasi's strength is truly powerful, and it feels like this power even surpasses what it was before. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. This ability was still nothing compared to that bastard. And everyone knows who that bastard is. The one who planted this land is Kai. From the beginning, he had a bad feeling about Kai. Kai has never shown any fear. To be precise, Kai never reacted to Arashi. And in the end, Shinzu Kai is truly very strong. With the explosion ability Arasi gained, he thought he had become stronger, but the result was disappointing. Kai suddenly poured cold water on Arasi, waking him up. Midu suddenly realized that lately Arasi hasn't been in a good mood, but he denied it, saying he just didn't like being ordered around by those trash. After a long walk, the hero candidates finally reached the front line. This is around the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digare, the artillery line. Many soldiers are standing here on guard. This short-haired girl is Captain Elia, leader of the Holy Knight Squad, 4th Night Legion, welcoming the hero candidates. Although she was promoted recently, her appointment came after the death of the supervising officer a week ago. Suddenly, a knight rushed in panic to report that the Demon Lord's army was coming, heading this way. So there would be no time to rest. The entire border would rely on the hero candidates. Everyone is ready to fight to the death with the Demon Lord's minions. The knights start ringing the bell to signal the approaching demon army. From afar, a monstrous forge of various colors is storming toward the city gates. They are too many to imagine. Hark ordered all the cavalry to fire their arrows simultaneously, trying to reduce their numbers before they get closer. The other mages also gathered together and began fighting. Heavenly Fire, please heed our call and defeat the evil forces. At the same time, fire and arrows are being launched down. Although they were hit by many arrows, they didn't retreat and even fought more fiercely. Things like this are not enough to kill them. Amelia says everyone should not underestimate the endurance and resilience of these monsters compared to us humans who are much weaker. Now, everyone needs to follow Harek's orders, and she will go down there and fight alongside the 4th Night Squad. One thing is certain, some of the missing people here went down there to fight the monsters, and that includes Arasi and his friends. The monsters can't believe their eyes. This guy is really an idiot. Who does he think he is to run down here alone like that? Arasi doesn't care if they're half demons or whatever. He just needs to eliminate these ugly creatures. Another group of monsters broke through the wall and entered the city, knocking down many knights. A knight almost got struck by a monster's blade, but luckily Midu arrived just in time to save him. He began to expand his divine sword, which immediately grew longer and larger, capable of cutting down many monsters in one strike. Even Midu himself can feel his power growing stronger. He turns to everyone and says, "As you can see, we can win this battle. Fight and don't be afraid." Everyone resolutely commits to the battle. Midu knew she couldn't hesitate. If she did, the other students would feel uneasy because she was the leader. Kai had taught Midu the price of recklessness. Mireille also shouted, "Everyone stop just standing there, we have to fight!" Her telepathic guardian controls the rocks, and then Nagasa's blazing fire burns everything down. Kanzaki's domination magic halts all monsters planning to attack. The knights observing from above are also surprised by the power of the hero candidates. They are completely overwhelming the Demon Lord's army. Herrick orders all soldiers to protect the hero candidates and to push back the demons at all costs. All the soldiers obeyed the order and charged forward. After a fierce struggle, the monsters were scattered across the ground. Their army has defeated the Demon Lord. This is a victory worth celebrating. The sun is gradually setting behind the mountains. Midu quietly watches the movement of the sun. Herrick approached and said, "So, this is your first battle, right? How does it feel?" It's hard to fully grasp everything. A battle of this scale requires a certain level of skill. During the battle, my vision was very limited, so I couldn't make any decisions. Herrick patted Midu on the shoulder to encourage him because he did very well. Today, everyone's victory is thanks to the efforts of the candidates, but we must remain constantly vigilant. Their enemies today were only low to mid-level demons. Although their numbers were limited, the higher-level demons possessed much greater power. Midu said she would remember this. That night, the demons were resting at the camp. The commander reports that his army failed to complete the mission today. This furious old monster is Stone Gaia, the highest-ranking officer in the Demon Lord's 4 great celestial generals on Earth. The next morning, in the western part of the Holy Nation Diger Great Forest checkpoint, they were almost out of the forest and nearing the end of their long journey to find the sage, when suddenly something red sped toward him at a very high speed. A closer look reveals that it is indeed their long tongues, the extended tongues of the 3 large monkeys. K immediately activates his assessment ability. They are 33-year-old male monkey monsters with long tongues, attacking B, defending C, with agility B. Strength C, Magic F, currently hungry and very agitated, using level 3 tongue attack skills. Tai put down his backpack and prepared to fight the 3 ugly monkeys. It seems their abilities are quite ordinary, just their tough appearance. One of them suddenly lunged at Kai with its 30,000 zhang long tongue, catching him off guard, and he jumped up to dodge the attack. Then another one shot out its tongue again, but this time Kai sliced it off. I could even feel the pain just watching. Next, they just flew off with their heads. The other 2 looked like they were glued in place. He remained stiff and silent, having finished the monkey meat stew in a minute and a half. Although not very fast, the stronger monsters appear one after another, which could be because he is getting closer to the Demon Lord Army's territory, or maybe because this place is quite far from the city. So there are fewer knights and explorers venturing deeper, increasing the likelihood of encountering unknown monsters. Still, Kai can estimate their ages using his assessment ability. Right now, he needs to be more alert. Soon after, Kai reached the Uragano mountain range, a natural barrier slowing down the invasion of the Demon Lord's army. The highest point of that mountain range is called Lang Son Tuthan, and there are rumors that the sage Albana is living at its summit. If Kai remembers correctly, there should be a small village at the foot of Lang Son Tuthan. But what he can't imagine is that the village is being completely burned down. As expected, it was due to the Demon Lord's army attack. Since this place is quite far from the front line, Kai needs to be more cautious in the future, and cannot afford to act carelessly. After burning down the village, these purple demons seem to be subordinates. They are asking Big Brother here what to do next. They want to slaughter everyone here. This blonde guy is their superior, Hector, who told them to stop and take all the surviving villagers as slaves. Besides that, it seems he also wants some information about Albana. The subordinate reports that it has been obtained. The sage is living on the summit of the Lang Son Tuthan mountain, so it matches their intel. Their top priority now is Albana, also known as the sage. After resting here for a night, they will climb the mountain, but that mountain is known as the home of the Deathwolves. The wolf monsters are an untamable species, which means the demons cannot achieve their goal without eliminating all the Deathwolves. Because when facing a highly intelligent monster, the power of domination is almost useless. One of them heard that the 4 great heavenly kings had tamed a dragon before, but that is impossible for them now. Even Hor isn't good at magic. Anyway, talking about something I don't have is useless. Their only option now is to eliminate these uncontrollable monsters. Kay, standing on the roof, has overheard everything. It seems they are very obedient. You guessed that the blonde-haired guy is a high-level demon, and this demon Hector's stats are also very high. Hector Wise, 25 years old, a high-level demon, male, attack B, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic B, normal condition, level 1 domination skill, level 5 swordsmanship. He is truly one of the few high-level demons in the Demon Lord's army, making direct confrontation very difficult. At this moment, the commander sensed someone was watching, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to search the area for any sneaky intruders. His senses are truly sharp. Unfortunately for them, Kai is very skilled at sneaking. While hiding, he saw many villagers being tied up by the demons. Kai was silent for a moment but then decided to leave. He had no reason to help the villagers here. Like the demons, Kai's main goal is to meet the sage. He must climb the mountain before the Demon Lord's army. Finally, Kai reached the highest point of the UGAN mountain range, an area known as the Deathwolves Mountain. They once said there was an exploration trail here, so he decided to follow the beast's trail. Kai couldn't see clearly around him, and the ground was unstable. So even though he was in a hurry, he had to be very careful. Kai sensed another presence nearby, although it was faint. It was probably the legendary demon wolf on Langsun Tuthan Mountain, and he could even feel its numbers increasing rapidly. Although they are hiding now, I can still feel a heavy pressure. At this moment, the alpha wolf howled, and immediately the others in the pack charged forward to attack. Kai quickly reacted and jumped onto a tree. They are the infamous monsters of Langsun Tuthan Mountain. Many people have gone missing when they came to this mountain. It seems this is the cause. Kai begins to activate his assessment ability. They belong to the 20-year-old wolf demon race, with attack C, defense C, agility B, strength B, magic D, normal condition, and level 3 coordination skills. A massive wolf rammed and broke a tree in half, causing Kai to sway on top. As he fell freely, he used a leaf and strengthened it with mana, shooting it at the wolf to cut its neck in two. Successfully killed a death wolf. The others are also frightened. Although terrifying, with Kai's power, they are just slightly stronger pawns. There are still quite a few of them, reinforced with mana just like before. If Kai could do this consciously, the effect would be truly significant. At that time, Leonora said that everyone always relies on the Guardian Spirit, so their mana control ability is very weak. You guys always rely on the Divine Guardian and are not used to controlling your own mana. In a way, you're nothing but weaklings. That is why I can easily control you all. So, at that moment, none of the candidates could resist Leonora's enslaving magic. The determination to become stronger in order to overcome this weakness. If he improves his mana control, he will be able to use mana to freely enhance his body and also increase his resistance to magic attacks. Even though he's not as strong as the Divine Guardian, he needs to be stronger in this world. He must learn that skill no matter what. Kai targets the alpha wolf. It growls to assert its dominance, but is gently struck down by Kai. As soon as the alpha is defeated, they will all run away because the alpha is the strongest. Once the strongest one is defeated, the others obviously won't dare to fight. A very useful lesson. Kai rushes through this pack of wolves. He senses that there is something very strange about their movements. Clearly, he is predicting their movement trajectories. An illusionary wolf appears from a death wolf. It turns out that was the movement of the wolf, projected 1 second ahead. That allowed Kai to act without taking any damage, even in a surprise attack. Nothing is a problem. You can predict what will happen about a second into the future. The others in the pack start to lower their ears in fear, but Kay won't show mercy to them. Let's train together for a bit, and after just a few sword strokes, the entire pack of hellish wolves will be wiped out by your hand. Kay reviews his stats and information. Name, Sinj Dukai, 20 years old, male, attack A, defense B, agility A, strength B, magic C, normal condition, divine guard skill, level 3 evaluation ability, the Guardian's weakness detection level 1, long-range vision level 1, assassination technique level 5, spear technique level 5, throwing technique level 5, stealth level 5. It turns out this is a skill that allows him to see the future. When he gained the weakness detection skill, his evaluation ability was also improved, making it essentially an upgraded version of his normal assessment skill. This skill allows Kai to see everything with his vision. After a long climb and a fierce fight with a pack of wolves while carrying a heavy backpack, he was truly exhausted. Since he was about to reach the mountain summit, he decided to rest here for a while. But heaven doesn't want Kai to rest. It wants him to keep moving continuously. There are some noises around here, possibly the Demon Lord's army approaching, and anyway, this isn't the right time to rest. Kai continues on his journey. Down below, at the foot of Mount Lang Sontuthan, monsters are bullying and tormenting a girl. It is known that this girl is a disciple of the sage, but the situation is not looking good. This little elf fought fiercely against the monsters to prevent them from reaching her master's residence. Here ordered the monsters to attack en masse and kill the small girl. The elf girl seemed to have lost her ability to fight and could only stand there waiting for death. But Kay appeared just in time with an impressive hero saving the beauty scene. The girl looked at Kay with a bewildered expression, as she was face to face with a human. The monsters questioned him about the obstacle, but Kay, dismissive, ignored them and said nothing. He observed that there are 10 soldiers here, led by a high-level demon. The girl asked why he saved her. Kai didn't answer, but asked if she was a disciple of the sage Elbana. The girl confirmed that she was indeed a disciple of the sage. So that's the reason Kai said he needed to meet the sage. Kai used his judgment ability to determine that she was a half-demon. Moreover, her information sheet also listed spellcasting as one of her skills. Here doesn't care who this kid is. If he dares to get in their way, he's definitely on the enemy's side. But even with one more enemy, the outcome wouldn't change. The monsters still charged forward confidently to eliminate both of them. To save this girl and make the sage owe him a favor, Kai must defeat the demons in front of him. He's currently surrounded on all sides. One of them, holding a sword, jumps high, intending to strike down. Using his long-range vision skills, he predicted his future move and smoothly dodged to the right to avoid the attack. Then the leader suddenly attacked from behind. Kai spun around and caught his hand, much to the shock of the remaining monsters. I have to admit, his weapon is really big, but isn't it a bit too much to face a human? With just a few dagger strikes, some lose their right arm, others their leg, and some their head. As long as his long-range vision still works in close combat, he can't be defeated. The problem is that there are only a few minutes left to use the skill. The leader ordered his subordinates not to rush in recklessly and to use magic to take it down. They immediately obeyed, then summoned a magic circle and fired countless magic missiles. This is the legendary spell. At this moment, the little elf suddenly spoke, blowing away the enemy. Wind Spirit, immediately a giant wind shield surrounded her, making the bullets unable to penetrate. According to Kai's understanding, that was a spell, so it was a power borrowed from the spirit. This is a power exclusive to elves. The elf girl happily said, thanks to you, the spirits can rest for a while. Here realized the situation was unstable, and with this group, they wouldn't get anywhere. He decided to be the one to step into the fight. Finally, the final boss has appeared. He turned to the little elf girl and said, stop the soldiers from coming back. Don't let them bother you while you're fighting. And Kai will go kill the leader. That girl snorted. I can do that, but at least don't call me that, okay? My name is May. Kai dropped his backpack and charged like a missile at the opponent. He will rely entirely on May, the disciple of the Wise One, but it's no coincidence that the other is called a high-level monster. He was able to easily block your attack. Kai stepped on his sword and pushed back, and the fight between them was fierce, with neither willing to give in, leaving the outcome undecided. He didn't expect that this young man could predict his moves like that, but Hor also left a pretty deep wound on Kai's left side. So this is the power of a high-level demon. Without his farsight, he probably would have been finished already. Here rarely fights against such a formidable opponent. If Kai weren't human, he might have already won. The wound on his stomach is bleeding heavily. He activates his assessment ability. The person in front of you is Hector Wise, 25 years old, a high-level demon with attack B, defense B, agility B, strength B, magic B, normal condition, mastery magic. Skill level 1 and swordsmanship level 5. Besides his physical abilities and keen senses as a high-level demon, he also possesses level 5 swordsmanship. Even with the long-range vision ability, Kai is still at a disadvantage in this battle. Knowing he's in a tough spot, he decides to try a different approach. The other guy, seeing the opponent standing there like a god, decided to be the one to attack first. He charged forward like a bloodthirsty beast, but thanks to his long-range vision skill, Kai avoided the first attack. He kept swinging, and he kept dodging, but still left small wounds on his arm. Knowing that the future is useless if his body isn't strong enough to defeat him. Right now, the physical distance between us is huge. Seeing that, he started to act cocky. Do you always run away like this? No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit with 3 bullets. He was fast enough to reach out and block it. His reflexes were even comparable to the speed of a bullet, but still, those 3 bullets hit his hands and legs. That guy is so desperate he doesn't even know what this weapon is. He ignores the bullets in his body and keeps charging forward without thinking, while Kay aims the gun straight at his head. But thinking you might hit is no different from underestimating a high-level demon. He can see your attack trajectory. Guy keeps shooting until he's out of bullets, but still can't land a fatal hit on the opponent. He continues to use the skill given by Gamfiba Khan. However, that guy was unharmed, but that was just Kai distracting him. He quickly pulls out a grenade and throws it at Hector. Before he can react, he is completely blown up. The subordinates were terrified when they saw the commander explode. Even Mai A, who was observing, had to step back. Who is this person really? That they can overpower a high-level demon despite being just an ordinary person? That's the question running through her mind. Currently, Kai has no bullets left for the pistol he's holding for emergencies, and this is also his last grenade. As expected, these alone can't defeat a high-level demon. That only made Hector even angrier, like a bull charging to gore his opponent. He suddenly blinked and launched a swift attack. In this situation, Kai decided to use that skill. You need to analyze his movements, then activate the weakness detection skill. His weakness is at the Adam's apple, where he is cut with a knife across his throat. Long-range vision combined with weakness detection, these skills are really powerful, meaning they will consume a large amount of mana. When Hector was defeated, Kai had run out of mana. The minions took advantage of the moment when he was exhausted to launch their attack. Even A is not doing much better. The spirits are also reaching their limit. Although she really wanted to help K because he had saved her before. Was someone casting a spell right now? Burn my enemies, O fire fairy dragon. The monsters were instantly burned to ashes. This firepower is on a completely different level compared to Nagas's flames. The one who just saved both of them is May's master, and also the Elbana sage. Contrary to the rumors of an old man near death, the sage is actually a beautiful elf girl. She approached and thanked the young man Kai. From the situation, it seems like he is helping her disciple. Kai said this is just a coincidence. Did you ask if this girl is the wise woman Elbana? She admitted it, but now she is just an old skeleton compared to before. As expected, Kai's energy is too low to use his appraisal ability, but you can definitely feel that she is very strong. With your current self, you would never be able to defeat her. Now there's no point in hiding anymore? Kai stood up and said he needed to find her. Elbana also knows there's no reason for a guy to come here without a purpose. She's grateful to you for saving her disciple. She said she would answer Kai's questions as clearly as possible. May A signaled that the two of them should go home, because the smell of blood was too strong. The wolves will arrive soon, so Kai will get to rest at the sage's house. Currently, the situation is quite favorable, and it's good that he accepted the danger to save her disciple. Elbana is in a small house on top of a mountain far away. When asked why she chose such a remote place, Elbana sighed. There are many reasons, but mainly she wanted to live close to nature. She said she had retired, but humans still occasionally try to exploit her, so she chose a hard-to-reach place to live. However, a few people like Kai still occasionally come by. Anyway, Elbana is not the kind of person to refuse them. The two of them sat and talked. Kai is not hiding it. Honestly, he's trying to find a way back to his previous world. Elbana realized that this young man is someone from another world. You are one of the hero candidates assigned to conquer the Demon Lord. She heard the rumors, but didn't expect the Empire to summon them for the third time. Leonora did mention that they had summoned hero candidates several times before, and the hero candidates had been more or less wiped out by the Demon Lord's army. Maybe a few survived, but they are all missing. 4 years ago, hero candidates were also summoned. This is the second time. The first was about 10 years ago, when both generations came to conquer the Demon Lord and were all wiped out. Since then, the ritual to summon hero candidates has been sealed and never used again. But Saintess Leonora intends to break the taboo and summon a third generation. Elbana opposed that idea. She didn't care whether it was the will of the Holy Spirit or not, but entrusting the fate of an empire to someone from another world was a reckless act. Kai admitted that he had pierced Saint Lady Leonora, so there would be no more rituals to summon people from other worlds. Elbana was quite surprised that this boy could kill a saint. There are many ways to kill an ordinary person, though the skills must be different for a saint. Elbana knew that this young man was not lying, so that woman had been sent to heaven by her own arrow. And Elbana understood what Kai was hoping for. Everyone wants to go back home. She is a person who doesn't like to talk much, so she straightforwardly said she couldn't bring you back to your world with a spell. Hearing this was like a thunderbolt. Kai was really disappointed. Although there was no direct way to return, he still wanted to hear some suggestions. Summoning them with magic is possible, but bringing them back is not because that knowledge no longer exists. Anyway, there's no reason to research it. Leonora said the same thing. So that means the candidates have no choice but to defeat the Demon Lord, or rely on magic, which might be feasible to some extent. Kai said he would investigate more about the magic. Elbana apologized for not being able to help him. She still owes Kay for saving her disciple. Kohua will let you know if she finds out anything. But for Elbana, she believes that if it were Kai, he might be able to kill the Demon Lord. However, he doesn't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. If there's no other way, he might really have to kill the Demon Lord. Elbana was also surprised by this different boy. Compared to other hero candidates, it's like he grew up in a dark and cold place. Kai stood up and prepared to leave, not forgetting to thank her for the information and to ask that if she found anything, she should contact Siren from the Exploration Guild. At this moment, Elbana thought that maybe he could trust this boy. Mei felt very comfortable after taking a bath. The girl turned to ask Kai why he hadn't taken a bath, climbed the mountain, or fought so far without getting dirty. Only then did she realize she was covered in dirt and decided to go take a bath to freshen up and look handsome again. At this moment, Elbana suddenly spoke up, saying, "Hey kid, I have a proposal. Why don't you take my disciple along?" Mei was also very surprised by her master's decision. After considering Mei's goal, the master made this offer, but Kai flatly refused, saying he didn't need a noisy girl to follow him. The next day, in the area between the eastern part of the Demon Kingdom Varora and the front line of the Holy Nation Daiger, they said they didn't want the girl to come along, but in the end they still brought Mei along. The weather here is quite nice, but I've heard that the climate in the demon territory is much harsher. Only recently this place was still territory of the Holy Nation. The weather in the Veldora Kingdom must be much harsher. There is a large city called Nras around the western area of the Urugano mountain range, with villages surrounding the city. Now the city has fallen into the hands of the Demon Lord's army and has become their front line. That will be both of their destination. It might take about 2 days on foot. Kai really doesn't want to ask, but he's very curious about what exactly happened to the people who used to live there. Mei said that half of them had died, and the other half were enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. Some tried to escape to the other side of the mountain range. As expected, this girl knows quite a lot. Bringing her along on this journey was definitely a wise choice. After Kai flatly refused her, Mei was very angry. And her master chuckled, saying, "Don't say that, you've only just arrived in this world. Mei will be quite useful. This girl has extensive knowledge passed down to her from me. Kai wants to know what benefits she would bring if she joins me." Elbana said, "The girl doesn't understand how this world works. Even though she's grown up and has extensive knowledge, she still lacks practical experience. Elbana is looking for a chance to take this girl on adventures. But she's still very worried about sending her adorable disciple out alone, so she trusted Kai to do it. Although Elbana could do it herself, she no longer had the ability to go on adventures. From a human perspective, Elbana may look very young and healthy, but her limits are almost reached. Then suddenly, a boy appears and saves her disciple. Kai admits he plans to invade the demon's territory. This is a dangerous journey. If this girl gets in the way, he will definitely leave her behind. Elbana warned Mei to listen carefully. You will be the one to decide. After all, this is your life. Mei seems to understand. The girl decides to go with Kai. "But it's only been a day since I started walking and you're already complaining, but I can't expect too much from a mage's body. Mei has been training hard with this body all this time." Well, the sun is already setting. The two decide to rest here and continue tomorrow morning. Mei looked at him with shining eyes and asked, "Weren't you saying you would leave me behind if I got in your way?" "What nonsense are you talking about? This is a small matter like a rabbit. I won't leave you behind." Quickly set up the tent, Mei hurriedly obeys. That night, the two sat by the campfire eating bread. Kai still felt worried and warned Mei that this was a very dangerous journey, but he was determined and wouldn't stop no matter how dangerous it was. Kai really wanted to return to his own world, but Mei didn't have many reasons to join him this far. Kai also doesn't think Elbana is lying, so Mei must have another reason. Mei doesn't know how to explain, but Kai has probably seen through her. The place she once lived, the Starry Village, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. Since then, there have been rumors that this war was supposed to be just between humans and demons. Demons will invade any race. Even Mei's parents and younger brother were harmed by them. The reason she survived is because her father pretended to be bait and drew their attention. At that time, she couldn't do anything. After the Demon Lord's army left the village, Mei was left alone and was then saved by her master, which is why she became his disciple. Kai doesn't care about Mei's past. What he wants to know is her purpose. The reason Ma became his master's disciple and why she became a mage is because she wants the power to destroy all the demons. The knowledge she gained from her master, including 10 years of training, was all for revenge. That bastard who killed her family. Mei will definitely take his life herself. That demon is one of the 4 heavenly kings, Windbacks. He is known as the King of Wind and is also one of the highest leaders of the Demon Lord's army. The reason she agreed to follow Kai was to be able to approach him easily. Her master never allowed Mei to explore alone, but as long as Kek is there, the master will agree immediately. She doesn't know why the master did that after meeting him. Although she was the only close disciple, Mei A couldn't understand what her master was thinking, which is why she would follow whatever Kai asked of her for now. Albana also entrusted this girl to Kai, believing that he could handle her. If the wise master lets his disciple go on an adventure alone, it's probably because he fears this girl will die unjustly in revenge. Mei A optimistically said, "You don't need to worry. I don't want to drag you into my revenge." Maybe she wants to do it herself. That's all for today's conversation. The two of them will need to go to sleep to prepare for their departure tomorrow. Mei A immediately obeyed. She will also have the spirits guard the two of them in case monsters come so they can deal with them in time. Kai couldn't sleep all night, constantly thinking about the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Kai's former enemy was a high-level demon. Now there's a stronger demon. To win, we must become stronger. However, he suddenly realized that was no longer the issue to worry about. The next day, a meeting was held among the commanders at the fortifications along the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. Among them is Midu. The old man joked that now that they have hero candidates, this would be the perfect time to attack. The white-haired commander understood his meaning, but where should they start the attack? Amelia pointed at the map and said, "Attacking Arlis Fortress would be a good beginning. It used to be their fortress. This is a chance to take it back. Right now, this is the enemy's forward base. If they attack here, they will retreat." Harik still thinks that no matter how you look at it, this is a reckless plan. They are currently on the defensive, but suddenly launching an attack. "That will attract the enemy's attention," the old man retorted fiercely. "What's wrong? Are the captain of the 8th Night Squad afraid? We already have hero candidates as subordinates." Amelia knew Harik was right too, but for now the enemies were still underestimating them. They definitely wouldn't expect an immediate counterattack. She turned to ask Midu if he had fully recovered. "He has recovered completely, and with a battle order, he will be able to wield his sword confidently. The meeting is over, and the plan will be carried out tomorrow." Harik sighed, rarely seeing such fierce determination. "This is a good opportunity to attack while they are gathering their forces." Midu thinks this is not a wrong move. Harik believes they are relying on Midu's strength and abilities, and that's why they are so overly confident. Although the hero candidates are only strengthening their defenses under their command, they still cannot disobey orders from above. Of course, Harik will still support the candidates as best as he can. But that to Midu is still everyone's key. Make sure your teammates rest tonight. Midu suddenly had a bad feeling, but had no choice but to change his plans. Early the next morning, the hero candidates launched an attack near Arlis Fortress. Nagas wondered why they were working at dawn like this. If it was a surprise attack, wouldn't nighttime be better? However, demons can still see them in the dark. Attacking at night would be more disadvantageous. Midu wants to confirm once more that their goal is to defeat the commander, while the main force attracts their attention. It's very likely that their leader is a high-level demon. When the battle begins, he will lead everyone. If he's not nearby, at least buy him some time or run away. Everyone understood the plan. At this moment, the knight reports receiving a message from the main force. They said to start the plan. Once the order was given, the whole team moved in simultaneously to seize the fortress, while they were completely unprepared. Outside, Elia will fight the monsters, while Midu and Harik's team take the opportunity to break into the fortress. Of course, dealing with the small fry guarding the area will be easy, since they're just as stunned and confused as everyone else that the enemy dared to come this far. Although they are easy to handle, we must stay alert. There is still a possibility that the commander is inside the main hall. At this moment, Midu's army has been completely surrounded by monsters. Everyone has been blocked. Hark and the 8th Knightly Order will handle the monsters behind. The hero candidates continue to advance towards their target with force. Nagas uses divine fire to burn them. Everyone took care of the ugly monsters one after another. They successfully passed through the gate. A high-level demon was already waiting here. He is Sun Jia, one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Everyone thought it was just a title, but Midu could feel an extraordinary pressure emanating from him. He planted his shield into the ground and challenged. "Let's see how strong you are, hero candidates." Midu commands everyone to be ready to fight and encourages himself not to be afraid. If everyone is defeated here, the sacrifice of the main force will be meaningless. Sonia places her hand on the ground. A magic circle appears around him. Then the earth explodes and many mud monsters emerge. He orders his army to charge and fight to the death. Narumi will hold them back with his sword, splitting their bodies with wind blades. Arasi also charged forward with his destructive blast, confident that no matter how many of them there are, these slow-moving mud monsters are nothing to fear. But no, this is only the beginning. The monsters that were just defeated and exploded into pieces are starting to regenerate. Their fists also become more powerful. Everyone advances together, but despite their efforts, they are completely outmatched. For every time they kill it, it keeps reborn. Kazaki also managed to control the monster in time to save his friend. Everyone tried their best to stab with spears and slash with swords and blades at them, but all were countered. Even Murray's psychic guardian was useless against the mud monsters. If we keep fighting like this, it will never end. Narumi said this before when reading comics. He had seen this kind of situation before. In moments like this, defeating the summoner is the best option. Let Narumi handle the mud monsters while Arasi and Midu focus on the commander. But he's a high-level monster and won't be defeated that easily. Numerous magic circles appear on the ground and shoot out countless rocks aimed directly at Midu. He tries to catch it, but he's already exhausted. It seems that was Midu and Arasi's plan. Midu takes responsibility for distracting him, and Arasi will surprise attack from behind, along with the destructive explosion. A devastating blast occurs. Everyone stands frozen, unsure if he has been defeated or not. But the opposite happened. A mud shield sprouted from the ground to block the destructive explosion. Then it punched Arasi in the stomach, knocking him out cold. That old man is starting to look down on us. Is this all you've got? Hero candidates. While Midu and his team were fighting one of the 4 heavenly kings, Stonir Shinju also arrived at the fallen city of Nras. In a gloomy space, drops of water fall from the ceiling. A small flame is lit on a staff. Kai and Mayo are moving through the underground sewer beneath the city, surrounded by a foul smell. Mayo covered his nose and complained, sneaking through the underground sewer system. This is a really gross idea. It stinks so much here. Kai remains completely calm. Just stay calm. We'll reach the city's underground water vein soon. He added that their vision is very good at night, and the city has many open areas. Moreover, this city is on the front line with tight security, so entering through the main gate is impossible. They stood in front of a metal ladder. Kai looked up and grabbed onto it, saying, "Let's go up from here." A while later, inside an alley in the city, the two climbed up from the underground tunnel. While Kai carefully hid behind the wall observing, Mayo confidently stood there, lifting his skirt and sighing, finally out. Jia Kwang, with sharp senses, helped him realize something had appeared. He quickly pulled Mayo behind the barrel to hide. "Someone has come. We can hide here for now." Outside, 2 demon soldiers are approaching. The purple demon stretches and sighs tiredly. The green demon turned away, annoyed. "Being chosen as the witch's bodyguard is an honor for Mei Fan Nan," the purple demon replied. "Serving the witch isn't based on personal achievements, right? I have no motivation at all." They continued their sarcastic conversation. "You have that skill, but your personality is cold as ice," and Purple interrupted. "But you shouldn't have shouted in my face like that." Then the 2 demon soldiers walk past the barrel where the 2 are hiding. A moment later, Mayer sighs and turns to ask, "Are they gone?" Hearing their conversation, Kai thought to himself, "A witch, so she's the princess of demons and ruler of this city, right?" May nodded. "Yes, she's called the Space Witch." "I think so. Right now she is your target." Kai remembered what the wise man Elbana once told him. A witch who can control space and lives on the front line in the city, that woman could help him fulfill his wish. The problem is, how to approach her. If we just go there without a plan, everything will turn into a battle. The 2 of them stepped outside, Mayo following behind and asking, "What should we do?" Kay immediately replied, "First, we need to carefully gather information, and don't act on your own without my instructions." She quickly nodded obediently and said, "I understand. The demon soldiers are concentrated in the city center. They are like humans, gathering in small groups to chat, while others sit around drinking beer." The 2 are inside a room looking out the window at the demon soldiers. May looks over and sees that they seem to have a normal life. "That made me quite disappointed." Kai replied that as long as they can talk and have intelligence, living like humans is only natural. He pointed down below, and Mayo was momentarily stunned. There were a few people enslaved by the demons, serving and transporting goods. They beat them mercilessly while shouting, "Don't be lazy anymore, get to work." Seeing this, Mayer shouted in shock. Slave Kai wondered, "Why are you so surprised?" "You already knew that humans are enslaved by demons," Mayer replied from inside the door. "You're right, I knew, but this is madness." The demons, after brutally beating the humans, stand there and laugh loudly, despite the victim's pain. Mayer's face changes slightly as if she's extremely angry. Kay looked over and realized it. Maybe this was the first time he saw her like that, and he was a bit surprised. Suddenly he felt the surrounding space change, and a voice rang out, "You're not demons, are you?" A girl with sharp horns and an ominous aura appeared behind them. Kai glanced back and wondered how long she had been there. He quickly drew out its dagger to defend himself. "I didn't notice her earlier." The strange girl continued to speak to reassure them. "There's no need to defend yourselves. I'm not here to fight." Hearing that, Ka became even more worried and asked, "What do you want? How do you know our location?" Seeing her completely calm demeanor, Kai was utterly amazed. That's crazy. There's no way I didn't notice someone behind me. She must be using magic. At this moment, the strange girl finally spoke. I have been searching for you since you broke through my barrier detection. Mayor was stunned. What barrier are you talking about? I didn't detect any mana at all. Her eyes are a bit strange, with a hint of red. She replies, there's nowhere I can't see with my space magic. Kai was startled to remember what he overheard earlier this morning. Don't tell me it's her space magic. Then he immediately used his assessment ability. The system displayed information. Her name is Isabel Verdora, 15 years old, female, with quick attack S, defense A, agility A, power A, magic SS, normal status, divine guardian S, level skills, space magic S, level all attributes, S, level magic. Now she steps forward to officially introduce herself. I am Isabel, the 5th princess of the demon kingdom Verdora. Before her threat, she asked a question. If you don't answer, I will call my soldiers, 1 human and 1 elf. What are you doing here? Doesn't look like a spy. Kai carefully considers that if a war breaks out at the enemy's base, I can't guarantee safety. I need to negotiate peacefully. Then, I said I don't mind explaining, but it will be a long story. Isabel jumped onto a nearby barrel, sat down and said, It's okay, I'm bored too. So, you want to go back to your world? TA looked seriously at Isabel. I heard that it's possible with space magic. Is that really true? She replied, Yes, that person is right. You can return to your world. Kay asked excitedly, Really? He looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of relief in his heart, glad that he could finally talk to a space witch. She doesn't look like an ordinary demon. I don't sense any hatred towards humans from her. Isabel added, But I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where your world is or what kind it belongs to. This statement of hers suddenly brought down the happiness you just felt. Isabel looked serious, and although she could really do it, if I didn't know the coordinates, I couldn't bring you back to your old world. After hearing those words from Isabel, the room suddenly fell silent. The two of them looked at each other, one wanting to go home and the other capable of bringing them back. But what they lacked most right now was the coordinates. Isabel replied that there are many parallel worlds, so it's really difficult to find your exact world. You've been observing with your abilities all along, and even with the eye of truth, it seems she's not lying. Your skills have improved and have some quite useful effects. However, there are limits to your body. You entered this world using divine guardian power, which is fundamentally impossible. With my magic, I cannot penetrate your divine guardian ability. From her perspective, Kai is surrounded by a white smoky aura. Kai replied straightforwardly, Maybe it was God's will that we couldn't go home unless we killed the demon lord. Isabel appears calm. Maybe I don't know any more than that. Kai sighed quietly, as expected. There's no shortcut. All right, at least now I know I have no other choice. Your eyes show the determination to kill the demon lord. Isabel shrugs. It seems you've made your decision. Gay replies. The best thing right now is that I can go home even with the help of demon magic. But that doesn't seem easy. May then looks at Isabel with curiosity, asking, Why have you been cooperating with us from the start? She is the princess of the demon kingdom. She creates a space portal in front of her, steps through, and replies, Even the demon kingdom is divided into factions, and there is one thing I have always desired. Kai and Mayer immediately drew their weapons, ready to defend themselves as Isabel stepped through the portal and warned them to be careful. Escaping from this city won't be easy. As she finished speaking, she also gradually disappeared before the two of them. In an instant, Isabel completely disappeared, and the space door gradually vanished. Mayer clutched his chest, gasping for breath. I'm so scared I thought I was doomed. Kai also put away his dagger and said, She's a descendant of the Devil King, very powerful. Right now we can't beat her. Mayer looked relieved. Thank God she doesn't seem hostile. Kai agrees. Usually in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Hearing that, Mayo became even more panicked. Don't say that. Outside, the sound of the demon soldiers is noisy. Mayo looked down below, Kai inside wondering what was going on. A demon soldier shouted, Hurry and find them! The spies have infiltrated this city. Mayo, hearing that, nervously asked, Are we exposed? TA realized this just as the witch disappeared. Mayo frantically turned and asked, So she told them, What do you mean she did that after leaving? I really don't understand. You turn towards the door, we won't be able to understand what she's thinking. Hurry and get out of here. A while later, outside the buildings, Kai and Mayo were moving quickly across the rooftops below the demon soldiers still searching desperately. One of them shouted, Still haven't found them! They must be here, Kai thought to himself. They are deploying their forces. It seems they are quite certain there is an intruder inside. They are completely alert. We can't stay here any longer. Their individual stats are quite high. While running together, Kai stopped to observe, causing Mei to bump into his back instinctively. She complained, "Don't stop so suddenly." Kai immediately grabbed her by the head and pushed her down to hide, making her startle and ask what's going on. Kie asks you to crouch down and stay still. He observes and senses that this energy is similar to that which, or maybe even stronger. Below the street, a high-level demon stands among the demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead and emanating this green aura is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Mayor is shocked to realize that he is the one who harmed her entire village and family. WinBX hears this, and Kai turns to ask her what she just said. Mayo's expression is a bit excited, finally meeting here. As expected, following him was the right decision. You turn to ask Mayor, "Is he your revenge target?" Mayor replied, "That's right, there's no mistaking it. Wind King, one of the Demon Lord's vassals." Windbox. Kai looks down and uses his assessment ability. Information appears. Windbox, 40 years old, demon race, wind attribute skills, level 5 demon arts, level 5 Hawkeyes, level 5 swordsmanship. You realize he's very powerful, then place a hand on Mayo's shoulder to reassure her. Fighting him here would be a reckless decision. Mayo relaxes, though she hates him deeply, but attacking now would be seeking death. Actually, she also understands this. Kai turns around and slides down to remind him, "The Wind King. I heard that wind attribute magic is very good for reconnaissance and tracking. We need to move carefully." Maya still sat there stunned as Winbeck's aura blended into the wind. He walked through the street with a large group of demon soldiers escorting him on both sides. "All right, is there really an intruder here?" The soldier next to him replied, "Certainly, Your Majesty." He snorted and said, "It's just a gut feeling, so I can't say much." WinBX looked serious, "But if there really is an intruder, we will definitely crush them." He took the opportunity to remind his subordinates that humanity's trump card was the hero candidates discovered on the front lines and that in times like this, we must stabilize the situation with simple but crucial strategies. The purple demon beside him interrupted. "Sorry to cut in, but are you okay retreating to the rear like this?" "I think Winbexama will achieve more victories on the front line." He calmly replied, "This position suits me better. Let the other units handle the manual labor. The aura he sent to monitor has responded and merged into the wind." Winback smiled and said, "They are really here." The purple demon hurriedly asked, "Did you find them?" "The wind is telling me so. The winds swirling around his hand are moving carefully, but they won't escape my lightning's reach. By controlling the flow of wind, you can detect anything. It's one of the most difficult wind attribute skills. And no matter how many times I see it, I am still impressed. Flattering won't work. Get the pursuit team ready to go." Winbox stood there with a cold smile, surprised that the witch would let humans pass right in front of her so blatantly. Wouldn't this make for an interesting and entertaining show? In a narrow alley, Kai and Mayor are running quickly, trying to avoid the demon soldiers and Winbox's scrutiny. With sharp and determined eyes, they cannot be caught in this situation. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand and told Mayor to stop. Outside the alley on the main street, the demon soldiers were desperately searching, with one shouting loudly, "Find them! They must be nearby!" Kai hid to one side, peeked out to observe, and said, "They've detected our move, but they still can't pinpoint our exact location." Mayo looked up at the sky and noticed something strange, then alerted Kai. "By the way, the current wind is moving very strangely, and the spirits are also restless." He looked in the direction Mayo was gazing, and it seemed this was a wind element sensing skill. "This is very dangerous. I can disrupt this unusual wind flow with magic, but it will reveal our position." Seeing that the situation is still under control, Kai continued moving and said to her, "We shouldn't do that yet. We're not fully exposed. Let's keep going. If we're discovered here, we'll be overwhelmed by their huge numbers." Time passed quickly, and the demon soldiers continued searching relentlessly under Winbeck's orders. As for the two of them, they chose narrow alleys and kept moving to avoid detection. But suddenly, the demon soldier's voice rang out. "We found you." Kai turned back and saw that they were quite a few behind, while Mayor was still trying to run and breathe heavily from exhaustion. Kai sighed as he looked at the girl. The two of them keep running away, and Mayor apologizes, saying it was his fault. Kai shook his head. "It's okay, we can use the waypoints to our advantage." He also told her to act as bait to lure them for him. Hearing the word bait, Mayor was startled and stared at him in amazement. To prevent her from gaining an advantage, C immediately stomped the ground to build momentum before jumping onto the walls along the zigzag path to reach the roof. May stands there tearful. "Wait a minute, I can't climb like that." Kai looked down and said, "You want revenge, right? Crying now won't solve anything." Leaving the girl there, Kai continued on his path and said, "Run away." shocked to be abandoned like that. Mayo watched after him, but she didn't dare slack off and kept running. The demon soldiers behind chased with weapons in hand, shouting, "They're splitting up!" At the fork, the demon soldiers divide into two groups, one following Kai's path, the other continuing straight after Meyer. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, turned around, then raised her staff and said, "Oh my God, I just need to do this." Then, Maya faced the demon soldiers with her staff blazing with fiery magic. The demons quickly stopped in their tracks, eyes wide with shock. What is this? And then boom, the alley was engulfed in flames. The explosion drew the attention of other groups of demons. They immediately follow the commander's order and rush in that direction. Over there, quickly. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind their line, slicing across the neck of a demon soldier, blood spraying out before it could react. The bodies collapsed to the ground and the shadow moved away quickly. Kai's next target was the two demon soldiers in front of him. In an instant, aside from the slicing sounds, no other noise was heard. The frightened demon leader turned back and asked, "What was that sound?" But unexpectedly, in front of him are the corpses of his subordinates lying scattered. He stammered in shock, "What is this?" In just a moment, the dagger was pressed against his neck in shock. The frightened demon soldier dared not speak, only hearing the scolding voice of the cowardly one. As he finished speaking, blood gushed from his neck. From another alley, continuous heavy breathing could be heard. Mấy thân nuốt của cổ tạo ra một con dải hồng thủy do dòng vào trong con hẻm, khiến dầm linh quỷ di chuyển khó khăn. However, they still try to move forward against the current. Mayo's face shows a hint of worry, but she reassures herself by thinking that at least she's holding them back, though they are too many to stop. Suddenly, she looked at them and realized something was wrong. Behind the soldiers, a water jet occasionally shot up, and each time it appeared, a demon soldier would vanish. Mayo quietly thought that their numbers seemed to be decreasing, and the water was starting to turn blood red. The front runners only just realized and turned back to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could react, the dagger was already embedded in its forehead, blood spurting out. Kai's recent dagger throw is known as the Beautiful Death, Shinigami the Grim Reaper. His sharp and cold gaze, demon blood splattered across his face, truly embodies the style of a seasoned assassin. He gently pulled the dagger out of the demon's head and said to Mayo, "You made a good decoy. Thanks to you, my task became easier." The two continued walking through the narrow alley. Mayo followed Kai and complained, "I almost got killed." Over here are Wind BX's hurried steps and his questioning voice still unable to catch them. The demon soldier hurried over, saying, "I'm sorry. I'll send more troops immediately." He raised his hand to stop the stranger, then quickly added, "No need. More people just means more death." Wind BX smiled confidently, saying, "I will personally destroy them." Kai and Mayo noticed something in front of them. A strong gust of wind rushes toward them, blowing away their hair and blocking their path. Mayo silently thought that she could feel a very strong energy in this wind. It seemed like they were the target, with wind energy gathering into magical streams descending down. Noticing the danger, May-O shouted loudly, "Wind Spirit, create a magical vortex to deflect those sharp wind energies." They gradually dissipated and the surrounding air returned to calm. Kai looked up and thought, finally, they are here. Up there is Wind BX standing and controlling the flow of wind. He crossed his arm and chuckled softly. "It seems you guys are not just mice after all. These intruders." Seeing him, Mayer's furious face and hateful eyes appear. She shouts his name, Windbox. Kai, while reminding and encouraging her, said, "This is finally your chance to take revenge. Are you ready, Mayor?" She clenched her stick tightly in her hand, her voice full of determination as she looked at him. "I've been ready for 10 years. The whispering reminder to Mayor is that if it's a long battle, he's not an easy opponent. So from the start, we have to do our best and take him down quickly." Mayor nodded loudly and then looked determinedly at Wind BX. She plants her staff into the ground and begins to chant. Wind Spirit. She unleashes sharp gusts of wind energy rushing forward. They look like blades of wind slicing straight toward where Windbex is floating. He remains completely calm, with an expressionless face. Then Wind BX creates a huge magic circle and shouts, "Use the wind element to attack me. One of the 4 great wind kings. I don't know if you're brave or foolish anymore." Then, from the magic circle, his wind energy seems to be amplified and surrounds him. Mayo's attacks are blocked by the shield of wind and immediately become ineffective. Along with the swirling wind in the vortex, the gusts of wind are blown back upward and fly away. Kai keeps moving quickly along the ground, looking up at him, blocking her view, when suddenly several wind spears shoot down from above. Luckily, with your agility and quick thinking, you smoothly jumped aside to dodge. Then Kai looked up in panic and appeared amazed. Windbag said, Do you think you can close the distance when I can't see around you? He twirled his finger to control the airflow and smiled. You understand now, right? My wind elemental magic wind sweep won't let you hide. Kai worries, thinking to himself, this is bad. Even if I fall into his blind spot, his magic will still detect me. This is my strongest counterattack against your assassination skill. Mayo stood there, raising her staff high, confidently saying, don't worry, leave it to me. As she finished speaking, the tip of her staff burst with a dazzling blue light. Then powerful gusts of wind swept away the whirlpool around Winbach. He looked extremely surprised and exclaimed, what? Mayo told Kai that his wind magic uses precise control of the airflow, and if she could use her magic to break it, she could stop him. Winbach was now worried, thinking that girl had broken his spell with a chant, so she knew his fighting style. Kai has always been focused on her opponent. As expected, throughout her life, she only thought about revenge. Then he jumped onto the walls to launch a flying kick towards the roof to reach Winbach's above. He glanced down, saw this, and sneered, thinking that just getting close would be enough to defeat me. Kai charged forward and delivered a swift slash, but with the wind energy beneath his feet, Winbach's effortlessly floated away to dodge. This caught Kai a bit off guard. He hovered above, smirking coldly. I'm bored. I can fly up to this middle part, Kai muttered, his ability similar to Narumia. Suddenly, a voice from below by Maya echoed up, a gentle breeze under Kai's feet helping him to fly up, the magical wind supporting him as he advanced closer to his opponent. Wineby suddenly shouted in panic, how can this be? Kai used his assessment eye and a sharp dagger to look at him, thinking he would finish him off while he was still confused, utilizing his long-range vision and weakness detection skills. Thanks to that skill, Kai almost predicted Winbach's evasion direction and vital points. Everything is clear in his eyes. However, his weakness point is gradually opening. CA notices this and is slightly amazed by it. Winbach's hand is gripping the hilt of his weapon as he draws it out, revealing a long, sharp wind sword in his hand. Winbach looked seriously and said, Intruder, you dare make me draw my sword, then immediately stabbed straight down right in front of Kai. The swift and powerful attack keeps pushing him back as he tries to block with 2 daggers, but some arrows slip through and slash across his face, blood flowing out. Kai is worried. Even with long-range vision, it's too fast. Taking advantage of this, Winbach charges forward, continuing to strike and not giving him a chance to recover. He smiled and said, I'll tell you, the one who taught Hor to use a sword was me. Suddenly, his smile vanished as he glanced to the side. A large stone appeared and hurtled toward him, forcing him to leap away quickly. This also helps Kai avoid danger. He jumps down and stands in front of Mayer. The large stone is embedded in the nearby building, while Winbach remains hovering above. The two are still intensely focused with their staffs and the assassin's trap. He looked down with some concern. Even with wind demon magic, diverting such a large rock isn't easy. Winbach looked at Mayo. That fairy can use earth element magic, so don't underestimate it. He focused on the girl on the ground, thinking to himself that from the start, the elf villages should have been destroyed, right? Suddenly he remembered and realized, then shouted loudly, So it turns out you're the one who killed Hor, aren't you? That's right. At least you should know what it feels like to lose someone. Since that day, I've trained in magic for 10 long years just to kill you myself. Winbach laughed loudly. That brings back memories. Thanks to you, I remember everything now. That day was truly very interesting. Seeing his expression, Mayo was stunned, his horn bulging with veins and his voice full of sarcasm. Hearing the cries of the evil spirits makes me feel truly at ease. Do they not care about themselves when thinking of others? Only one guy stepped forward and begged me for mercy. He stuck out his tongue and exuded a sinister, evil aura, a fierce emotion that almost moved me to tears. The scene is truly beautiful as I see its desperate expression. Maya, provoked by those words, shouts and points her magic staff at him. Kai stepped forward just in time to warn, Don't let yourself get provoked. Mayo. Then he turned back sincerely and said, I'm counting on your magic. Hearing that, Meyer calmed down and responded, I understand. Kai refocused, knowing he had to stay calm and assess the situation. He was willing to do whatever it took to win. His attacks have a very wide range, including both melee and ranged strikes, making me very vulnerable to hits. Winbach also reminds himself to stay calm. These two are such a nuisance. That kid can still stand up even after I hit him, even though he's just a human. He blurted out, Are you a hero candidate? Kai responded with a sharp look. You seem to understand us very well. He raised his sword and replied, I always remember the strongest enemies of the enemy country. But you're not even on the list. The only explanation is that you're an outsider. He looked down at the two and thought to himself, the ones at a disadvantage are them. No need to rush. My stats are much higher than theirs. Meanwhile, Kai was also calculating. The long-range vision effect would fade after 3 minutes, and if he didn't act quickly, there would be no chance to win. Mayo's voice rang out. Give me your ear for a moment. I have an idea. The little girl approached Kai and whispered something secretive into his ear. After hearing that, he said, I understand. Don't step on my toes. Mayo widened her eyes at his words and reacted immediately. It should be me who says that. Winbx looked down from above, seeming anxious as he asked, Are you done talking? Without waiting for an answer, Kai focused his deadly gaze on his target and said to Mayor, Let's go. He sneered coldly, his eyes full of confident challenge as the two of them began to formulate their strategy. The wind staff from Mayor's magic ability rises upward to approach Windbox. Then she plants her staff into the ground and recites a spell, summoning the earth spirit to make the rocks beneath her float up. This time it's small stones, not a big boulder like before. Then she raises her hand and shouts to shoot at him. The rocks and dirt seem to have eyes and immediately soar into the sky. Windbox still hovers there with wind energy and the magic circle behind him. The earth spirit shot close to him, and Windbox swung his hand to create a strong gust of wind to block Mayor's magic. That wind blows the earth spirits away from where he stands. Having just dealt with one problem, his eyes change as he realizes he's being targeted by something else. Kai with the wind energy sword immediately swung it down at his waist, and Windbex quickly raised his sword to block. Before he could react, Mayor swung her arm and shouted loudly, just as the earth spirits she had controlled suddenly turned back and attacked him from behind. Windbox moved swiftly like a gust of wind and thought those rocks were being controlled. But it seems he changed his mind. I should instead create a wall of wind. Just then, Mayor continued his relentless assault. Now, it's the wind spirit. As she finished speaking, a whirlwind from her staff spiraled upward, scattering the chaos of Windbox and destroying the wind wall he had just created. He shouted in panic, What? Thanks to that, the earth spirit broke the magic circle behind him. Kai seized the opportunity, his sharp eyes looking over, finally finding a gap. Blood dripped from Windbox's hand and his sword, his face filled with fear, thinking to himself that it wasn't aimed at his heart but at his sword. Just then, Kay jumped up, grabbing his Thanfong sword with his other hand, then spun around and stood on a large rock. Everything still wasn't over. His sword was gone in front, and behind him, he turned back with a look of amazement. The earth spirit strikes directly at him without any wind barrier. WindBX takes the hit fully. He stands there furious and shouts, You guys are good, destroying my defenses. But as a high-level demon, do you think you can hurt me? WindBX frowned as he looked down, his anger driven solely by two weak-looking individuals in his eyes. Mayo looked up in shock, unharmed. Kai still stood there, focused on observing, holding his wind sword in hand, thinking to himself that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Remembering, Mayo had whispered into his ear earlier, His wind demon magic is very powerful but still has weaknesses. Her eyes were very serious at that moment. This magic is quite weak against heavy attacks, especially earth element ones. After all, it's very difficult to move a heavy object with wind. At that moment, Mayor looked up and calculated that even though we hadn't broken through his defenses, I could still use my wind magic as long as I disturbed his airflow, which would weaken its effect. Kai recalled these things and thought she had prepared for so long just to take revenge. To defeat this demon, you need a complete plan and the necessary skills, but it still doesn't seem enough. At that time, you told Mayor I think your plan is pretty solid, but remember to leave some room for me to attack. I will take his sword's hilt. So it turns out Kai planned to take the sword all along. Back in the present, everything they discussed has already happened. The swirling wind and the earth spirit attack him, stealing his sword, but he remains unharmed. Mayor looked up at Kai and wondered, What are you planning to do? His main skill is wind attribute magic, but are you just going to take his sword? Windbox stood there, licking his blood, and asked, Aren't you also a swordsman, a hero candidate? So you think you can beat me by taking my sword? Kai replied honestly, Yes, but something strange is happening. It seems like the sword is reacting to something. From above, Windbex once again fires wind arrows at you. C coldly slashes with a dagger and sword in hand to cut through them. Suddenly, something quickly closed in on him. Windbex was using his bare hands to block the wind sword in his hand, but he was worried and trembling. His eyes narrowed and sweat poured down his face as he thought to himself, Suddenly, I can't keep up with its attacks. With the long sword in hand, attacking and closing in becomes much easier. A horizontal slash from you makes him dodge and evade, while he fights to defend himself and is amazed. What the hell is this? Am I being pushed back? Seizing the opportunity, Mayo raises her staff to assist. Right now, the wind spirit is disturbing him. A strong gust of wind from below knocks him off balance. He nearly falls backward, shouting loudly, as he looks at Kai and realizes this guy is mirroring my every move. You appear in front of him, raising your sword high and preparing to strike down, saying, "It's over now." The wind stirs fiercely, and the horn between his brows along with his face bulge with tense, prominent veins. He shouted, "Don't mock me, you're just a human." As he finished, a sharp and powerful aura burst from his horn, aiming straight at Kay. The collision created a blinding blue flash. In the distance, Kay landed softly, while on this side, Winbeck's head was severed. He stands there catching his breath, out of energy. The head is separated from the neck, but he can still communicate. I never thought I would lose. He tried to ask Kai why he suddenly moved in a different direction. So you also have the Divine Guardian mimic skill. Kai told him, with these eyes I can accurately copy my opponent's skills. You told me that during the fight I copied the swordsmanship skills of the machine using this ability. At first I wasn't good at swordsmanship, which is why I didn't want to use it. Blood is pouring all around his head. Winbach lies there, gasping for breath, a hero candidate. So, you really are the ace of humanity. The boy coldly looked at him and said without hiding anything, I have this power when I kill your subordinates, Hector. Shinju Kai's personal stats screen appears. Age 17, male, Divine Guard skill level 4, Divine Guard weakness detection level Z, long range vision Divine skill level 1, capture Divine skill level 1, assassination skill level 5, Go-Gam technique. Understanding why he failed, Winbach slowly closes his eyes, still cursing. Whore, he's such a stupid disciple, letting the enemy become stronger. After defeating Winbach, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Kai sat there watching the severed head, taking the opportunity to rest and regain energy while assessing the current situation. Although he had killed him with his head covered in blood, he had also used almost all his strength. Kai silently thought, so this is the strength of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 other demons as powerful as him, and the Demon Lord is definitely much stronger. Moreover, the Demon Lord also has children like Isabel, and this is just one of his offspring who is already so powerful. Kai sighed, thinking that his current strength still isn't enough. Still lost in a jumble of thoughts, he was momentarily startled. Mayor was gently approaching, her mood quite turbulent at this moment. After all, this was the person she had wanted to take revenge on and had been preparing for. 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Kai, "He's dead, right?" He nodded. "Yes, definitely. It's strange. I don't feel anything. I risked my life to achieve my revenge. Now everything ends here." The blazing sun shines brightly, and she continues, "I feel more relieved now, even though after killing him, my parents and all the villagers can never come back. Mayor looks up at the sky, but I also feel that I have let go of the past." Kai looked at her sincerely and said, "I'm really glad you're here. If it weren't for your intervention in Winbach's wind, I would have lost my way." May turned to look at him and said, "I had to say that." Around us, the ruins and the large rock embedded in the city wall stand as proof of the fierce battle. Mayor added, "I have prepared myself for 10 years just to kill him, but I still can't do it alone without you." She smiled. Relief was clear in her mood now. "Mayoi, look at Kai. Thank you for helping me get my revenge." He brushed it off awkwardly, saying it was just a coincidence, nothing special. "But it doesn't matter anymore. They have been together for a while," she gently replied. "I'm glad I decided to follow you." Mayo smiled and said, "If I stayed there, I wouldn't be able to keep calm. Maybe I would run away and die in vain. I'm sure my master knows about that." Kai turned to ask her, "What do you plan to do now?" Mayo turned to look into the distance, pondering for a moment before replying, "I haven't figured it out yet. Right now I feel a bit lost." He stood up and walked toward Mayo. "Take your time to find your purpose in life. After all, you're a long-lived elf, right?" Hearing that, Mayo grinned mischievously. "Actually, I have a half-human bloodline. I don't think I will live as long as my master. But let's see." She stepped up to Kay and spoke to him directly. "At this point, I will go with you." You look doubtful and ask her if she's sure. "My goal is to kill that demon lord," Mayo replied. "After you kill the demon lord, fewer people will face tragedies like mine in the future. So I think it's worth it." She kept walking with a smile on her face, not giving Kai a chance to reply. "Even if you say I don't need you, I will be selfish and do it anyway. There's nothing more I can do." Kai turned back and scratched his head in confusion. The more clues we gather, the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, there will be more trouble. Since Kai didn't answer directly but implicitly agreed to accompany her, Mayo was very happy. She quickly followed Kay, feeling excited. After avenging herself, she would help prevent others from falling into the same situation. 2 small figures, one a killer from another world claiming to be a hero candidate, The other, a half-human, half-elf with powerful magic, walk forward together. Unexpectedly, a shadowy figure with dark aura watches them from above. It was none other than Isabel. She watched everything, but chose not to interfere in the battle. She stood there talking to herself. I think they are better than I thought. Letting them escape might be useful, but they could defeat Winbex. Isabel smiled cunningly. I can easily take the next steps now. Then they moved together to return, climbing mountains and crossing streams, just like when they entered the demon's territory. Shinzu and Mayo returned to visit Elbana. Both master and disciple were very happy to see each other again. With the cup of tea on the table, Elbana's voice rang out. I'm glad that both of you have returned safely. Seeing the two sitting on the bench, she continued. I never thought you would come back so soon. Maya looked confused, unsure if the elder was praising or criticizing her. This made the girl stammer. Master, I will immediately gently pat my disciple's head. I know. Elbana snapped her fingers and winked. You want to go with that kid, right? She is doing her best for another goal as well. Kai also feels a bit embarrassed, quickly picks up his tea and pretends not to hear. Mayo looked at you with a slight blush and gently replied, Yes, sir, master. The wise man asked Kai if he knew any recent information from the front lines. What's going on, senior? She said that your friends, the hero candidates, have been defeated. Kai thought to himself that Midu had lost, then asked, Who was the opponent? Elbana replied to the highest commander of the demon army, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Earth, Stony or Mayor, then asked if it was basically similar to Winbex, right? They must be very strong. Kai was a bit worried when he heard that the opponent of his friend's group was one of the 4 heavenly kings. You fought one guy and saw how strong his hit was? Then you asked if they were already dead. Hien Yan, are you answering no? It seems like they are still alive. But I heard that after the battle, their spirits are really low. Kai sets his teacup down on the table. I see. Then I immediately stand up and say, let's go check the situation. He thought to himself, my plan now is to kill the demon lord and gradually weaken them. The best way is to use them so I can defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Mayo Nangtho asked, Are the hero candidates as strong as you? Kai replied, I don't know anymore. No matter how strong they are, if they can't harness their power, it's all meaningless. At night, inside the fortress, a long wall separates the defenses. Inside, many seriously injured people are being treated, including the hero candidates. The sounds of constant moaning and pain echo throughout. Are you okay? Let me heal you. He smiled and said, Don't worry about me, Hanasan. Don't push yourself too hard. You can't keep using healing skills forever, right? The innocent-looking girl replied. I know, but it's the only thing I can do. So with my healing ability, Shiori channels energy to restore Midu. He recalls that at that moment, thanks to Harek's army protecting and arriving just in time, he was able to retreat safely. Midu observes those around her. Everyone's wounds are quite serious, not only physically but also mentally. Rena, who was once a hot-tempered and lively person, is now sitting with her knees drawn up and a vacant look on her face. Arasi also sits there with his arm resting on his forehead, full of helplessness. As he receives treatment, he clenches his fists as if he cannot accept reality. Midu blames herself for everything. If only she could defeat him. The scene shifts to the fortress, the headquarters of the demon army led by Stony. He is sitting alone on the watchtower, eyes closed as if meditating, with the wind softly blowing around in the quiet space. In the distance, within the nearby forest, a fortress is built on a large, steep, rocky mountain. Kai's voice rang out, revealing it was him. You can observe him with your special eyes. Seeing that, Maya was very surprised and asked, From this distance you can also see the enemy? Kai replied, Because my assessment ability has leveled up, I continuously receive additional effects. Long-range scouting is also an additional effect of this skill. Inge Tho continued, Your skills are always so convenient as usual. Tai didn't say anything. His main concern now was gathering information about the opponent, Bush, who knew how to win every battle. His basic info appeared. Name Stanir, 75 years old, demon race, male, attack B, defense S, agility B, strength S, magic S, normal status, level 5 earth demon arts, level 3 swordsmanship, and solid defense level 5. Your evaluation eye continues to use advanced assessment. KI can see the details of the solid defense skill, and based on the defense stat, the defense will be multiplied. It seems you understand the problem because your evaluation ability is at level 4. Using advanced assessment to learn details about the enemy's skills will give you a significant advantage. Moreover, you also have a skill to detect weaknesses. A while later, Stone Guy was still sitting there meditating, appearing very calm after dealing with the intruders. After detecting no weakness and getting no response, Kai wondered if there was nothing there. Maybe he's just too weak right now to find his weakness. Ao asked curiously, "Do you see anything?" He replied, "If he has a weakness, it will be easier." Tai continued, "I know he's an expert in Earth attribute magic, and his swordsmanship isn't bad. He has a special ability that increases his defense stats. I can only see that far." Mayo realized something, just as the 4 heavenly kings of the Earth predicted. The Earth attribute is weaker than the water attribute. Hearing that, Kai asked, "Is there any compatibility between the elements?" She replied, "It's not that simple. It also depends on the type of skill used." Mayo turned and said, "Even if he uses a large number of Earth-type demon arts, he probably only masters a few skills. If I knew which skills they were, I could predict his weaknesses." At this moment, Kai suggested, "I think we should at least stop by their place." What is she predicting? The scene shifts back to the fortress walls, where Midu stands looking into the distance, his unhealed wounds and worried eyes revealing his concern. Midu remembered Kai's figure and thought that if Shinjukun were here, but she immediately shook her head to deny it. She told herself she couldn't run away from Midu Suji, and before she could finish her sentence, her friends had already appeared behind her without her noticing. Ren asks, "Are you thinking about what to do next?" Then she waves her hand and says, "I only know up to that point. Do you always want to do everything by yourself?" Seeing his friends there, Midu was briefly surprised and said, "Everyone." Narumi winked and said, "Don't be so down. It's not the end yet," Meyer added. "That's right, Midukun, you're not fighting alone." Hearing that, he asked everyone, "Do you still believe in me?" Rena stepped forward and asked back, "So you don't trust us then?" Then she stepped past Midu and scolded him for being an idiot. Narumi also approached, putting his arm around Midu and saying, "So you should rely on us more, right, Rena?" Midu watched her back, while Rena just stood there without saying anything. Then he smiled and said, "I rely on you guys? I never thought about that." Narumi continued, "You know, everyone is getting stronger every day. If you keep lifting heavy things alone, your shoulders will hurt a lot." While everyone is happily encouraging each other, a familiar person walks over and asks, "So Midu, you're here?" That person was none other than Arasi and his group. They were also badly injured, no less than anyone else. "What do you look so pathetic for? Aren't you going to take down that stone guy?" Midu looked over in surprise, "Not expecting you to be here too." Arasi sighed, annoyed, thinking only, "We are not enough to defeat him." He stepped forward and took the initiative to give us orders. "Midu, we will crush that stone guy." Narumi was overjoyed. Finally, Arasi is cooperating with Suji. Mere smiles, probably because it's been a heavy rain today. Arasi turns around and scolds him. "Be quiet or I will kill you right now." Midu regained her confidence and declared to everyone, "Let's work together and defeat that evil demon." Arasi smiles. "Your expression is better now." Jin is secretly observing. After all, she is now Kai's insider. She's glad everyone in the class is working together, but we still don't have a plan to take down that stone guy. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Jin. It's been a long time since she last saw Kanzaki. She quickly looked down, but Kai signaled, "Don't make loud noises, I don't want to attract attention." Hearing that, Jin quickly covered her mouth with her hand and tried to appear calm. Kai asked, "Did you lose to the 4 great heavenly kings of the land?" "Yes." He immediately asked, "What kind of demon art is he using?" Jin looked down and recounted what happened during the raid to Kai to keep him informed. He understood and asked accordingly, "Does he create mud monsters and control them?" Jin nodded. "Yes, his technique is definitely just around that," Kai blurted out just as Mayor predicted. Hearing that, she quickly turned to ask urgently, "Mayor, who is he? Is her name a girl?" Kai didn't want to get involved in that issue, so he changed the subject. "It's nothing." "Thanks for letting me know." Jin asked, "Aren't you going to help us?" Shin-Chu-kun. Seeing the united crowd, Kai replied, "I was going to do the same, but it seems everyone has already handled it themselves. If I join in, it will only cause unnecessary conflicts." Kai looked at Jane sincerely as always and said, "I will be your shadow as always." The scene shifts to the high-standing monster standing guard seriously. The fortress stands tall against the sky, with 2 monsters patrolling strictly below, while in the dense forest, the group of hero candidates gather there to prepare for a new attack. Carrie excitedly said, "Because Jumi is here, basically we are a force equivalent to 100 soldiers." Rena also happily joined in. "You're right, I'm fine because of you." At this moment, I seem a bit shy, poking my own cheek. "Thank you, I will do my best." She is candidate number 9, Kinosita Zumi. She switched from the non-combat group to the combat group. Reina suddenly asked, "Do you have any reason for suddenly deciding to join us?" Jumi hesitated for a moment, then smiled brightly and gave a reason, saying, "I heard everyone is having a hard time." Carrie immediately burst out laughing and praised her. You're truly a hero. But Reina said nothing. Jumi forced a smile and thought to herself, it's okay, right, Jukin? 5 days ago, Jumi dressed as a maid and leaned against the door, her face showing a hint of exhaustion as she sighed. I'm really tired today, too. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Kinosita. Jumi, not noticing anything strange, replied, Yeah, it's been a while. Then she suddenly froze and pointed, Wait, what? What are you? How did you get into the house? But a second later, Jumi regained her composure and asked, Are you really Shin Kunun? He replied bluntly, Finally your brain is working again? She nervously asked, her face flushing, Why did you suddenly come into my room? Kai gets straight to the point. Right now, Midu and the others are in trouble on the front lines. To get through this situation, we need your abilities. The Water Guardian controls water, which is why I came to you, Kinosita. Jumi hesitated for a moment, pointing at herself. But I'm in the non-combat group. Kai calmly dismissed her. Don't worry, you have enough potential to be in the combat group. Join Midu's team and help them. But now Zumi's heart is filled with doubt. How can you be so sure? Kai calmly asked, Do you also want to fight? Then he also announced that Leonora, who had deeply ingrained fear into his mind, had been killed by me. Kai calmly said, Now no one can stop you anymore. After some time, your heart's wounds should also have healed, right? Then the image of Jumi clumsily appearing in Kai's mind. This is not the time for him to imitate a waiter and break someone else's dishes. Are you embarrassed now? That was just a coincidence. Kai directly hit the nail on the head, asking Jumi honestly, In fact, you've been wanting to help Nagal and Chinami all this time, haven't you? Zumi looked at you silently for a long time. A moment later, Zumi sighed bitterly and asked, So you already know everything, right? I'm surprised. I didn't expect my classmate to care about me that much. He straightforwardly revealed his purpose. I'm just looking for a pawn I can use. Suddenly, Jumi had a question. Hey Shindu, you're a wanted criminal, right? Are you really joining the combat team? You calmly replied, A wanted criminal cannot join the Holy Nation's army. Jumi hesitated and replied, Vena will just be annoyed with you, too. Before leaving, Kai pulled up his hat and turned his head to say, I will act like your shadow. I'm here to activate a pawn like you. Returning to reality, Jumi clenched her fists, reminding herself to do her best to prove her usefulness. Jin, behind the tree, listened carefully to the whole story and watched silently. A few minutes earlier, near the city wall, Kai asked Jane, That's the plan. Do you have any questions? She voiced her concern. Do you really think that's enough? Kai calmly replied, I am not the only one fighting that evil spirit. I am sure you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the current situation. Then his eyes flashed with a cold glint. I want to see how much you've grown while I was away. Just tell Midu that. Jane finally stops questioning and turns to walk away. All right. As we return to the forest outside Lys Fortress, suddenly a voice calls out her name. Kane-san. His voice is extremely firm. Midu stepped forward and said, Let's confirm the plan one last time. Then she gathered everyone and expressed her determination. This time we can't lose. Jin immediately agrees. In the lush green forest, everyone gathers around to discuss strategies and plan their next move. Suddenly, a questioning voice asked, Is that okay? In the nearby bushes, Maya, holding a piece of bread, asked, Do you have a better and more detailed plan? Kia replied, If everyone just follows what they're told, they won't be able to grow. You think we need to defeat the Demon Lord now? So I also have to train my classmates. Kai's eyes became sharp. They are capable people but don't know how to utilize their abilities. Seeing your friends there, he decided I will help them step by step. He started by giving them clues. Kai also quickly realized, but he knew that the most important thing in that battle was to decide his own moves. In front of the iron gate leading into the fortress list, the Demon Guard army was heavily guarded with many guards on top of the wall. A mighty Imperial army appears outside, ready to attack the fortress, with Aaliyah leading a cavalry charge on horseback. It's time. Then draw your sword, point it forward, and shout, All right, everyone, move forward. The soldiers obeyed the command and charged forward, while the monsters on the wall began to mock and laugh. They're coming again. Stupid fools who learn nothing, doing this instead of retreating. Minia, full of determination, shouted, We must not back down. We have to clear the way for the hero candidates. The monsters also charged Stady forward, destroying all intruders. A fierce battle erupts as the group of hero candidates led by Midu charges straight in, advancing boldly inside. He stares intently in one direction, with a determined look after the previous failure. In front of him is a tall tower, and inside the window is a familiar shadow. It's none other than the old monster Stone Geyer, grinning with yellowed teeth and looking at Midu with a mocking smile. He frowned silently, wondering if he was waiting for us. Sun G cheerfully invited us in. Now, brave candidates, don't disappoint me. A massive, glowing golden door appears before you, and a loud explosion shatters the door. Fragments flew around as Arasi and her friends charged forward. Their aura today is completely different from before. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly suffocating. Ahead is an army of Earth people created by Stonier, standing in the middle with a shield and sword in hand. Midu shouts the plan as a noise echoes from the crack in the roof. It turns out Kai and Mayer are hiding there. He calmly observes and then says, "All right, show me what you can do." Below, the warriors assume their battle stances after hearing Midu's command and the pre-planned strategy. The Earth monsters begin to move. Midu, with Commanding's presence, points his sword forward and shouts, initiating the attack. As soon as he finishes, everyone charges ahead together. "Are you okay, Jumi?" "Don't worry about me." This is the first time she has participated in a battle. Immediately, Zumi uses her magic power to create water. The streams controlled by Zumi use water magic to direct and attack the monsters. Sungay frowns as he watches this scene. The Earth monsters stood still in the cold tears of Jumi as Arasi clenched her fist and attacked them. Another big explosion occurs, leaving them stunned and shattered. Midu quickly cuts the monster's body in half. Kenta quickly escapes, jumps up, and stabs one of them. Taking this, Asus uses his ultimate move to punch straight into their stomachs. Akira uses his strength to protect his teammates. Chao confidently faces them, and Satoshi and Heike also strive to break through the enemy forces. In the next moment, the Earth monsters shattered into pieces, suddenly enveloped by a magical aura that absorbed their fragments, and instantly the monsters' bodies were restored to their original form. But suddenly, their bodies showed strange signs, beginning to melt away. Then they collapsed into piles of mud. Rena excitedly shouted, "We did it!" "Using water? Last time, without that girl, did you add more people for reinforcement?" In front of Stone Guy is almost a battlefield of dirt and sand, but he still carefully keeps some Earth monsters to defend. Kai from above looks down and has to admit, just as she predicted Mayer. And Meyer didn't expect this either. "My idea was that if the joints between the whetstones were connected, the opponent would have a harder time controlling the Satyr monsters, and it turned out to be more effective than I thought." Midu quickly seized the opportunity and shouted, "Everyone see that? The wet mud monsters can't regenerate. Hit them hard." Jumi agreed. Continuing to use her water powers to attack, a second later, Zumi launched a huge wave straight at the monsters. The giant wave swept them away. Everyone ran together, and each took down a monster. Stone Gay stands unshaken in the air, grinning maliciously. "Are you trying to wipe out my subordinates?" It seems this time they have an excellent strategy. Immediately, Stone Geyer forcefully slams his hand on the ground, and glowing magic circles appear. The mud rises from within. But I am ready to sacrifice these mud monsters. The fragments of their bodies float in mid-air. Sungayo secretly takes pride. "From now on, I will show the hero candidates the true power of the earth element." Suddenly, a barrage of mud shot straight at the hero candidates. Mireille quickly extended her hand to control the earth and stone, blocking the counterattack. Mireille's power is extrasensory, so she begins to take control of the earth and stones, holding on to every single one. Sun Guy looks on in amazement. "What? Is my control over those rocks being overtaken?" Jin seizes the opportunity to use his dominion power. Stone Geyer was knocked out instantly, bound by lightning bolts that shackled his limbs and body. Stone Geyer's face contorted into a distorted expression. Stonier's hand froze mid-air. Is this some kind of control skill? Arasi quickly jumps up and delivers a strike. Stonier panicked, thinking the ground beneath turned into stone and erupted upward. A large explosion followed the punch and blast caused by Arasi, but Stony quickly erected a wall to block the attack. He smirks confidently, knowing that this won't be enough to break through my defenses. Arasi's fist remains firmly pressed against the wall, and in an instant, another surge of power is unleashed through teleportation. Midu instantly appears behind Stony with a sword in hand and delivers a sharp slash. "Even though I am restrained, this is the best you can do." Mireille continues to use her telepathic powers before counterattacking Stone Geyer. "These stones are my return to you." Narumi begins to use wind magic. A spear of wind technique is unleashed. Sungear is startled by the scene, as he is constantly under attack from all sides. He growled angrily, thinking to himself, "They are attacking me from multiple angles, but even so, they can't break through my defenses." The stone wall immediately expanded and was reinforced, with each large drill forcing Midu and Arasi away. Jumi here was a bit worried and sprayed water. "This is yours." The rushing water suddenly hits his drilling device. Sungay was startled to notice signs of water seepage in the stone wall. He worried, if it gets wet, it will no longer be solid, and then the rocks controlled by Mireille will come crashing down. Midu shouted in fury, "It's over!" At the same time, Arasi angrily punched to kill. Just a few seconds later, the sturdy stone wall was shattered into pieces by the warriors. Zonge was only then beginning to realize the fear, letting out some terrifying sounds. He moved frantically, still thinking he could hold out. Zonge was pushed back after successive attacks. He thought, but if this continues, my defense will be destroyed. Suddenly, Stonegaer's eyes flashed with a savage glare. I put all my effort into converting all my defensive mana into attack mana. A series of magic circles appeared, transforming into offensive mana. But he didn't have time to do that when his eyes spotted Kai's weakness, and in an instant, his dagger was driven straight into his forehead, blood splattering as Stonegaer, one of the 4 great heavenly kings, suffered a rare defeat. After shouting, Stonegaer trembled all over, then his eyes turned white and lost their vitality, and his huge body gradually collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned but also very happy. Then Horio shares the joy. We did it. The two of them stand before the corpse as the crowd calls their names. Midu and Arasi have defeated Stonegear, but Midu knows the truth and thinks to himself they were wrong. Arasi also knew that, his eyes fixed on the corpse. Not us. Something had happened in those final moments. Then Arasi noticed the weapon that had taken down this high-level demon. He picked up the dagger and examined it before saying, "Don't tell me Midu saw Arasi hesitate," and then directed his gaze toward the direction where the dagger was thrown, noticing a crack on the ceiling above. Midu blurted out so it was Shinju-kun. Arasi scowled and cursed, "Damn it, that bastard!" Narumi steps forward with a smile and says, "Our plan has succeeded." Midu beams and replies, "Yes, we did it." He secretly thought that everything was going according to plan. Midu looked at the female group, grateful to Kenossitan for allowing us to go so far. But at the last moment, Stonegear unleashed a massive amount of energy from his body. He realized our plan was just child's play. That's why Shinju-kun was watching us to intervene at the right moment. Mireille stepped over to look at Midu and said with a smile, "I don't know why you're acting like that, but now we should celebrate, right?" He hesitated, but she immediately stepped in and interrupted. "If you want to say something, I'll listen later." Looking at the corpse there, Mireille continued, "We just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. Today is a good day." Then she pushed Midu forward toward everyone to celebrate together, catching him off guard. Standing among the crowd, there are constant words of praise for him. "Midu did very well. Excellent. We are truly united." For a moment, Midu was a bit stunned, but then she smiled warmly and joined everyone in the celebration. Arasi also noticed this and was left pondering her own thoughts. His teammates also stepped forward. Asuzi praised, "Well done, Arsasan." Kenta was so excited, he was really nervous earlier. "I will follow and learn from you for the rest of my life." Arasi sighed. "Stop it. I am not the one who killed him." The two friends immediately lowered their voices. "I am sorry." Kao crossed his arms and looked over, saying, "Arasi, I know why you're so bitter." Clenching the dagger in his hand, he asked Chao again, "Do you see it too?" Kao replied, "I was standing very close, but don't worry, he only cares about the end." Arasi clenched her dagger even tighter. The voice from above continues to echo. "It was only you and Midu who truly pushed the 4 heavenly kings to the brink, and that was enough." After hearing that, Arasi also felt a bit relieved and said nothing. A moment later, Midu was standing there catching her breath. He stood on the wall and shouted down, "We have killed the 4 great heavenly kings of Stonegear Earth." He held up his head and demanded surrender now. Seeing that, the demon soldiers were stunned, dropping their weapons and trembling. "Is Sun-sama defeated?" Amelia raised her sword and shouted, "This is our victory!" The soldiers cheered happily in response. Harik smiled. Finally, they succeeded in the stone fortress. Now it was the cheers of the soldiers celebrating. Looking down through the window from inside, Kai feels relieved that it's finally over. Maya is a bit puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides remains roughly the same. Kai turns to explain that the Demon Lord's army is led by a highly respected person, and when their leader is defeated, they no longer have the strength to resist. Mayor realized, "You just reminded me. The same thing happened when we defeated Windbox. No demons chased after us." Kai poured a cup of hot tea and added that it was one of the weaknesses of the Demon Lord's army. She turned to ask in an incomprehensible way, "Well, but is it really okay?" Mayor continued, "You killed Stonegear. It was you. I thought your goal was to train your friends." I felt a terrible killing intent from Stone Guy when he transformed. I don't want my friends to be killed before they can grow up. While sipping tea, he added, "I just hope they understand. At least that much." Mayor smiled. "You are overprotecting your friends, you know." Putting down the teacup, Kai gently replied, I've been thinking for days now. Aren't you going to call me by my name? My name is Shin Kai. Hearing that, Mei smiled shyly and looked a bit embarrassed. No, it's just that I didn't know how to call you. A week after defeating the Earth Heavenly King, the atmosphere in the kingdom is becoming brighter thanks to the recent successes of the army. Everyone reads the news and rejoices. This victory boosted the knights' morale. They relaxed, held joyful feasts with food and singing, and their reputation as hero candidates grew. They become the hope for humanity. They are welcomed and praised as they return to the streets. In the Grand Hall, the king announced that for successfully defeating one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army, he sends his most sincere regards. Below, Midu is kneeling in homage, and then he further proclaimed that Midu Suji will be granted the title of Lord as a knight. He bowed his head in acknowledgement but didn't seem very comfortable. After going through the royal ceremony procedures and the congratulatory talk in the hall, returning to his room now only brings sighs. Everyone is sitting around the tea table. Midu looks annoyed and exhausted. Mireille smiled and looked over, asking, Do you also feel tired? Midun, he replied, Who do you think I am? You're already tired after just this much. Could that be a sign of old age? He is the captain of the 4th Knightly Order. Arik defended Midu, saying he wasn't taught the manners of a noble like us. Elia, we taught him some basic manners and simple protocols before he was knighted. You did very well that night, even though it was your first time. I was under pressure then. If I had been rude to the king and then got blamed, it would have made our position worse. Hark winked and said that being blamed like that was better than unnecessary pressure from having to deal with the kingdom's problems. Amelia turned and said, You just got knighted too, and you'll have to do those kinds of things as well. Midu asks evenly, Being a noble is exhausting too, isn't it? Hark responds with a warm smile, I don't want to boast, but you don't need to worry about me. Amelia leaned back in her chair and continued speaking. After all, the church holds a certain amount of power in the kingdom. We Knights of the Holy Kingdom are also under the church's control. The title you received this time was also granted to His Majesty by the Pope's order. Harik added that now you officially become part of the Imperial Knight Corps. You will be the captain of the 11th Knight Regiment, also known as the Heroic Legion, leading the strongest assault force including hero candidates. Midu wondered what it meant to be made a knight if the knights are under church control. Harik replied that there are many complex issues involving the participation of state and government structures. Do you want to know? Hearing that, Midu immediately gave up on listening further. Harik reminds him that no matter what, you are standing alongside us. With power comes responsibility. Remember that. In the morning, the sky is blue with white clouds over the forest outside the castle. Kai stood there and asked Jain, Has Midu been promoted to captain? She nodded and replied, Yes, it was Midu who requested an authoritative position in the government structure. Moyer smiled. I don't quite understand, but it's good, isn't it? Ahai argued that the kingdom wants to make Midu a symbol of empowerment for him, meaning they want everyone to see that the hero candidates are under the kingdom's control. Mayo appeared confused and a bit flustered, saying basically, that isn't that a good thing? He continued explaining, We will be able to return to our world after defeating the Demon Lord. This kingdom is exploiting us for that reason, but don't get too caught up in it. Kai remembered Leonora, and in the end, the way this kingdom treats us is just like Leonora's method. We are only pawns they can sacrifice at any moment. Yen agrees we should be more careful. She asked shyly, blushing slightly. Who is the person standing next to you? Kai looked surprised and introduced her. She is Mayo, a half-demon and a mage. Maya grinned and waved hello, saying, Nice to meet you. Jin also politely responded, Nice to meet you. Then she pointed and asked, Hey, does this girl have any relation to you? Mayo calmly replied, I am just his companion on this trip. And what is your relationship with Kai? Jin was startled when she heard him call her by his familiar name, then hesitated before answering. I'm his friend, Kai interrupted. Jin, you're terrible. Whose friend are you? Then he introduced Meyer, saying, This is Kanzaki Jin. She is my associate. Jin blushed when she heard the word associate. Mayer blinked mischievously and asked, Are you two that close in the old world too? Your answer is that I have never spoken to her. Jin also nodded. That's right. Kai dismissed the question. Forget it. You once said your mission was to defeat the Demon Lord, right? Jin nodded softly and continued. I will move like your shadow, just like in the battle against Stoneire. Kanzaki, be my liaison with everyone else? Zin quickly interrupted. Wait, can I come with you? Kai asked again. You want to go with me? He looked at the two girls in front of him as if he realized something, his lips trembling. That's right. Jimin is very excited and looking forward to it, while Mei is still very innocent. Kai shakes his head and says, No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to contact everyone. You look Jin straight in the eyes and say seriously, "They don't like me, but to me your position is very important," which is indeed a subtle way of confessing. Hearing that, Jin blushes slightly, pretending to clear his throat, then replies, "Then I guess I can't do anything else, right?" She remembered Narumi and Midu saying more, but there are still many people who hold you in high regard, especially Midu-kun. Kai closed his eyes, lowered his head slightly, and said, "Midu is probably thinking of a way to fight without relying on me." That's okay too. He needs to develop his thinking to be able to defeat the Demon Lord. Jin asked Kai, "Do you really want to make everyone stronger?" "Ju-kun, honestly tell me I can't defeat the Demon Lord's army alone. Mei and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but we were almost defeated. That situation was really quite difficult at the time." Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Did you defeat another one of the 4 heavenly kings?" "Only the 2 of you." Mayor smiled, saying it was very dangerous at that time. "But we defeated Wind King Geo." Dean looked at Kai thoughtfully, and with everyone present, we were almost evenly matched when fighting Stone Geyer. But those 2. She turned to look at Mayor, and moreover, this girl is someone trusted. Not like an ordinary girl. Jin clenched his fists, realizing he was completely useless against Stone Geyer. Kai remembered Sina's words that in the Demon Lord's army there were creatures even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, and then told Jin that with their current strength, they couldn't complete this mission. You walk past her and gently remind Kanzaki to carefully observe everyone's actions in the class and throughout the kingdom. "I will stay in touch with you regularly." Jin turned around and replied, "I understand." Kai walked away and asked her to pass on the message. "I'm working in my own way to defeat the Demon Lord. Tell Midu that, okay?" Then Kai called out, "Let's go, Mayor!" The girl hurriedly ran after, not forgetting to wave goodbye. After defeating Stonir, one of the 4 great demon kings, the Holy Nation's army launched a large-scale invasion. Boosted by the combined strength of the 11th Heroic Knight Legion, they used this army to push back the front line. As a result, the Holy Nation's forces successfully captured many fortresses around the Urugano Mountains, and the city of Nras was liberated. Midu is the leader in this battle. This result was achieved not only by defeating Stonir, the commander of the Demon Lord's army around the territory. However, the Holy Nation's army was unaware of the final secret, as Kai had been secretly working behind the scenes all along. After the victory, celebrations were held with many nobles and high officials of the kingdom. Narumi, with a large glass of beer in hand, took a big gulp and laughed loudly. "This kind of celebration is so fun." Mira, holding her head, asked, "So, you drink beer like it's water?" Narumi winked, saying that in this world at 15 you're considered an adult, so basically, I can drink beer too. Mireille immediately tapped him on the head and scolded him, saying, "We will return to the old world soon." Then she snatched the beer glass and walked away. Narumi lay there, regretful. "Why did I do that? That's my beer. Everyone witnessing this seems to be happy." Reina turned to Midu and said, "You're so tense again. Just for today, let's let loose and have fun." Mireille saw her holding a glass of wine and immediately pointed sharply. "Hey, that's wine, right?" Reina handed Lai a drink and replied, "Fruit juice, ma'am." Midu stood nearby, wondering, is that true? But still, I didn't expect everything to turn out this way. Haiki told Satochi that it seems their command chain is in chaos, just losing 1 king and already so weak. Hearing that, Midu was a bit startled. "They reminded me, I also suspected that, and after thinking it over, I still believe they are too weak." He turned back and said to the 2 of them, "I thought it was a trap. Amelia-san and the others thought so too. But in the end, there was no trap at all." Reina looked over and asked, "Do you think you're being too cautious?" "Suji, the Demon Lord's army is just a bunch of fools, right?" Midu replied, "Maybe Shinzu is moving like our shadow." Reina frowns and dismisses it. How could he possibly defeat him? Jin overhears the conversation, puts down his glass and says, just as Midu-kun said. She spoke seriously to everyone, saying that while we fought, Shin Kunun had destroyed their defenses. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this. "What are you talking about, really?" Jin smiled, saying that he also claimed to have defeated another king who was stationed around this area. "The reason the defenses here are so weak is because of his efforts. Haki suddenly Shin-Duke Kunun defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings alone?" Midu also marvels, as expected of Shinjun. Narumi, still tipsy, slurred in, "Maybe he's moving like our shadow. Or no, he's a monster. Why do you believe those words? It's definitely a lie." Then she called Arashi from afar. "You think so too, Arashi? He's just gnawing on a piece of roasted chicken, asking what? I remember that game knife. He didn't know what to say after that. Then he turned and kept eating the chicken. I don't care. Rena grimaced. What's wrong with you now? Meyer slammed her beer down on the table and said loudly, even so, I don't want to forgive him. Rena asked her, do you understand me? And Midu whispered to Jin, where is Jukin right now? She hesitated a little. I don't know much, but he said he's moving in his own way to destroy the Demon Lord. The western territory of NRAS City within the Demon Kingdom. In the forest, Kai is surrounded by several blue-colored goblin soldiers. Its ugly face and large axe in hand roar before swinging down. Be careful to jump aside gently. Immediately, another demon soldier leaps in to attack. But before it could strike, Kai had already prepared a handful of dirt to throw at it, sending dust straight into its face and blinding the demon soldier. At that moment, Kai reached out his hand and chanted lightning, kill my enemy. As he finished speaking, lightning erupted from his palm. Suddenly, a demon's hand shot out. Kai was startled and exclaimed, what? Somehow, it shifted to the side and was about to strike him. A voice rang out, fire dragon. And suddenly, a large flame appeared, burning the demon soldiers standing there. They lie burned black and dead all around you. He says, don't do unnecessary things. Mayor jumped down and replied, if your magic wasn't effective, why would I interfere? He looked at his palm and said, I thought I could control my energy, but I can't even use basic magic. Mayor begins to explain that your magic element is truly rare, a lightning element that is fast, light, and powerful, but very wild and unpredictable, making it extremely difficult to control. She adds, you can use it to some extent for a short period, and just that alone is already extraordinary. Understand? If you share the same divine element as your classmates, you'll be able to use magic more easily. Mayor examined the lightning in his hand and asked, lightning is just basic magic. I was able to use it during training. She wondered why it wasn't activated during the previous battle. Mayor replied, because you were distracted by the enemy in front of you, you need a clear image when using magic. Magic and spells are almost the same. You need to create a clear image of the phenomenon you want. She added, that's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat. Kai quickly interrupted. However, I have to use it in close combat battles like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any reason to use it anymore. You still listen attentively as Mayo explains. I know, but it's also very difficult. You know, right? But why do you want to learn how to use magic now? I just need a new skill. Right now, I don't have the strength to defeat the Demon Lord. Honestly, I don't really like this kind of power, but thanks to your knowledge of magic, I gained this new ability. Truly a disciple of a wise one. Hearing you praise me? Maya blushed slightly. She shyly smiled and said, well, that's what I'm best at. Something catches Kai's attention again as the demon soldiers reappear and suddenly surround the two of them. They all look fierce and glaring at him with murderous intent. The two of them stand back to back, Kay excitedly, just in time for some test subjects. Mayo smiled and asked, do you really think you can defeat this many on your own? The number of demon soldiers seems to be greater than before, and they must be stronger too. Regardless of the number, thinking that I have surrounded all of you alone, Kai charged at them. With lightning in hand, he aimed at the demon soldiers and used thunder suppression. Lightning bolts crackled, causing the demons to scream in pain and paralysis. The others froze in confusion, some only lightly scorched but largely unaffected. C took out the dagger, thinking that at last he could use it in real combat, but his firepower was still lacking. A demon soldier seized the opportunity to charge in, swinging his club to strike down. You kick back and dodge successfully. Then Kai jumps onto a nearby branch and, using his speed and swift attack style, strikes downward. The demon soldiers below look up in confusion, unable to keep up with your movements. The sharp daggers are thrown toward the demon soldiers, piercing vital points and causing them to bleed out and fall dead. The small demons waiting their turn stand there, expecting to die. Looking at them, Kai silently thinks that given the current situation, it would be better to channel mana into the dagger and throw it. Its accuracy and firepower are definitely better. I need time to shape it clearly and cast the spell, but once I master it, it will be an amazing skill. The group of demons showed no sign of retreat. Another one leapt in with sharp claws, slashing across and decapitating it, then he clung to the tall tree, hanging there and looking down. Kai suddenly realized that another squad of demon soldiers was approaching. Kai jumps down ready with a dagger in hand, rushing through quickly with his weapon, taking them out efficiently. Then Kai jumps back onto a high branch, continuing to observe the surroundings. Suddenly, the tree shook violently as a fiery red demon soldier below struck the trunk with a large club where you were standing. Kai sighs and mutters to himself, Just as expected, they are too many. The big tree is broken. He jumps down below and then looks at the demons in front of him. Behind them, there was a much larger one with 2 long horns and a surprisingly calm demeanor compared to the others. Its body twice as big. He uses a divine gaze to assess it. It seems the boss is hears. Very good, you will become my test subject. 2 knives in each hand, your whole body emanating deadly intent. The testing conditions are perfect. Mayor appears exhausted. There are too many of them, we've been fighting non-stop. She keeps using firepower to burn the demon soldiers alive. After a while, Mayor called out to him, "Hey Kay, let's get out of here, this isn't going to work." He nodded and replied, "Got it, that's enough for today." Kai walks away, leaving behind a pile of demon corpses, and then the 2 run out of the forest. Mayor sighs tiredly. You realize that besides the large number of monsters, their levels are also quite high. This is not a place where humans can survive. Mayor replied, because demons can control low-intelligence monsters, so this probably isn't a problem for them. Kai agreed. That's why this land is only suitable for demons, right? The 2 of them stopped in front of a shadowy mountain cliff, looking down at countless demon soldiers. This is the true domain of the demon kingdom. This is trouble. A week after Shindu's reconnaissance, the Holy Kingdom is advancing and beginning to invade the demon realm right after liberating some territories. The army moves along the forest road, surrounded by a group of people, as monsters appear again, ready for battle. But the number and level of monsters in this area are completely different from those in the Holy Nations territory. Even if they are not a threat to the hero candidates and knights, for ordinary soldiers they are becoming food to feed the monsters. Elias shouted, "Stay firm, hold the line, and fight." Harik was a bit worried, saying we are completely overwhelmed because there are too many of them and we are being attacked by all the monster at once. So that means Midu asked back, a high-level demon, right? In front of them now was indeed a demon holding a blood-filled glass in her hand, with a pair of horns on her head. She opens her mouth to swallow each drop of blood, looking down from the city wall at the forest ahead and saying, "I won't let any mistakes happen. I am high-level demon Elsa. Even if I have to use monsters, I will weaken their military strength, and once they are exhausted, we will launch a counterattack." The soldiers panicked when they saw the demon soldiers, the army of the demon lord. Midu turned back and shouted, "Emiya, we have to retreat or we'll be wiped out." She replied, "Okay, I understand everyone retreat and go back to the path where we started." Many soldiers lie defeated on the ground. 2 giant demon soldiers step forward. Trung kicked the corpses and laughed loudly, saying, "Was it an easy victory? We underestimated them and even used monsters to hold them back." Another one turned back and said, "Anyway, this is Elsa-sama's order. She's very careful." The other guy agreed, and thanks to her, we won so easily. That's how our enemies will realize the difference between them and our army. The Crimson Demon soldiers cut in. By the way, we've already conquered the Beastmen Alliance, haven't we? If that's true, the higher-ups are taking the fight against humans very seriously, Grey Demon soldiers reply. Maybe that's why our victory is obvious, but I also underestimated their strength. Because they have defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, that is an undeniable truth. In the dust, Kai and Maya are still quietly observing the situation. Are they conquering the Beastmen Alliance? What does that mean? I've never heard of this before, Kai said thoughtfully. We have some interesting information now. Mayo, help me find some more information. Returning to the kingdom's city, the atmosphere is somewhat gloomy after the series of victories. In the hospital area, many wounded soldiers are being treated, lying scattered with moans. An emergency meeting is immediately held. All human territories have been reclaimed. Sadly, as soon as we dared to step into the demon world, we were defeated. She looked at everyone and asked, "That is our current situation. Does anyone have any suggestions?" The 2 old generals, one is at a loss, the other is deep in thought. The problem is how we can fight against the endless wave of monsters, right? If we don't find a solution, we won't be able to properly battle the demons. See? Another general spoke up, "I never thought the demons would have tricks to use monsters like that. I believe it's the effect of some kind of magic." Hark analyzes. Until recently, the Demon Lord's army had been fighting us without any proper tactics. Only after a series of failures did they start to value us. Midu guessed that there must be some cunning person commanding them. It is possible that the monster waves we are encountering are caused by a high-level demon. The general reports that based on the reconnaissance reports he received, there are many monsters inside that forest. As long as we get out of that forest, we can fight them openly. Alia said the forest is quite large but not well connected. Moving through that forest with the entire army is impossible. Do you think the enemy commander will just let us do that freely? The silver-haired general suggested, "I think it's best for us to gather the troops right now." He frowned and continued, Even though we achieved positive results in freeing many territories, we also suffered great losses. Furthermore, in the final battle, we lost even more. Another person agreed and said, "We have first achieved our goal of reclaiming our lost territories. It's true that we used the soldiers' fighting spirit to push back the demons, but right now, that is no longer possible." Midu listened carefully. Mir sits there raising her hand to speak. "Can I say a few words? Our mission is to defeat the demon lord, isn't it?" The old generals replied, "That's right. If it were that easy, we wouldn't be facing difficulties right now." Amelia asked Hashimoto, "Do you have any suggestions?" She scratched her head and smiled, suggesting, "Maybe we should increase the army." Amelia replied, "That's difficult. It wouldn't help to just increase the numbers. We will be slowed down in this process." Midu thinks everyone has their own abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we gather to face the monsters, fighting them will only increase casualties. Now he finally spoke up, saying we should focus on strengthening our elite forces. Aaliyah agreed, "That's right. Even if you search the entire kingdom, you won't find anyone as strong as here. On the front lines, they are also seasoned warriors." She continued, "If we want to strengthen ourselves, we should focus on training our army, and instead of increasing the number of troops, which takes time but is more practical." The old generals seem more comfortable with this approach. Midu finally realizes she understands why she has been so restless. Their goal and ours are completely different. My goal is to defeat the demon lord and return to the real world while the Holy Kingdom is trying to solve their own problems. You look at the relaxed and unconcerned attitude of the fake generals. That's why they have no problem maintaining this status quo. Hark seems to have noticed his worry. He turns to look at him and asks, "Midu, what do you think?" Midu honestly said, "Based on our current discussion, it will take us many years to defeat the demon lord. I want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible." Elia suggested that we need about 2 years to train our elite troops and recover our strength. Midu hesitated a bit. 2 years seems like too long for them. One of the generals said that defeating the demon lord as soon as possible would be the best for us, but in reality we have been defeated on enemy territory, so it will be very difficult for us to invade their land again. Someone else turned to smile brightly, considering the outcome. "This is already a great success, isn't it? We finally liberated the lost territories. It's all thanks to you, hero candidates." Midu thanks him, but her heart is heavy. So the decision has been made? He remembers his friends. "We all want to go home as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure many others feel the same way. But I wonder if they will accept this decision." Harak and Kamiak noticed Midu's uneasy mood. After a while, everyone left the meeting room and headed home. Harak told Midu, "I understand how you feel, but Elia's judgment is based on our kingdom's situation. To overcome this, we need a stronger power. It's sad because that's not something we can decide easily." "You agree with that?" He said, "You're right. I understand." Harak added, "I don't want you to rush your thoughts." He turned to ask, "Do you think the same as me?" Harak replied, "You don't want your friends to die, right? Impatience only leads to disaster. That's why I told you to hold back." Hearing those words really made Midu think more. Harak looks out the window at the training ground below where everyone is practicing. He continued, "And besides, although the hero candidate is very strong, you still have a lot of room to grow your power. So it's best to spend time preparing to defeat the demon lord." Meyer turned and said, "Now that I think about it, it's true that everyone wants to go home. But right now, this way might be better than death." She remembered that if Har hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stone Ear, we would all be dead by now. Hark added that the nature of the demon world is to swallow the weak, and there may be entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, "I apologize for saying this, but we are relying on you, and it will be very difficult for you to defeat the demon lord with your current strength. I understand the situation and will gather everyone to brief them." "You've thought this through carefully. Just like Har said, we can't rush. I won't let you die." After returning, Midu summarized the meeting for everyone. He explained, "Of course, I also want to defeat the demon lord as soon as possible, but our goal and that of the Holy Kingdom are not the same," Midu asked him. "So are you saying we will attack the demon army alone? Of course, the people in this kingdom are not our allies. We will use them when necessary." "I have no reason to listen to them," Midu said sharply. "If you do that, it will only cause trouble for us. We can't fight alone. We need help from the city-state." Arasi asked again. "Fighting directly against the demon lord's army isn't your only plan, right? There's also guerrilla tactics." The others listen intently. He continues, "Our goal is not to defeat the demon lord's army, but the demon lord himself." Midu interrupted, "I understand what you're saying, but I still think it's very risky if we do that. Someone might lose their life, even if we win." Arasi frowned sharply. I already said we only need to kill the demon lord. I know it's very dangerous, so anyone who's afraid can just sit here and wait for their end. Midu shouted, I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I told you this is our best choice. Arasi, losing her temper, stomped her foot and shouted, Stop being so cowardly. Then he prepared to throw a punch at Midu. Let me open your eyes. He also immediately summoned the Holy Sword, then activated the shield mode to create a defensive barrier in front of him. The punch was blocked but still caused a large explosion and significant damage. Amidst the thick smoke, the others couldn't react in time. A voice echoed from the dust. Do you think you can beat me with just this much? Midu continued, We need to defeat the Demon Lord together, just like how we struggled against one of the 4 heavenly kings before. It's best to train and improve our skills during this time. Arati still raised her fist in defiance. Do you think you've already won? Chains appear to restrain both of them as Jin's voice commands them to stay still. They look on in surprise. Jin shouted. Both of them calmed down. Are you planning to destroy this castle? It will only cause us more trouble. Midu withdraws her hand. It's my fault. Kanzaki! Arasi struggled to pull her hand free, then suddenly jerked, breaking the chain. Annoying. I muttered to myself that I would need a lot of energy to cast the domination spell. Yet he was able to destroy it so easily. Arasi relaxed her hand and said, We should develop our strength further through battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow. Then he asked Midu, You understand, right? Meyer stepped forward. I agree with Midu-kun. Rena also spoke up. Wouldn't it be better to stay safe rather than be destroyed in a rush? Haki said, The world isn't actually that bad. Satoshi turned and said, I don't want to be killed because of our impatience. Kari gently raised her hand and said, I agree with Arasi-kun. Rena asked curiously, Why all of a sudden, Kari? She immediately replied, I understand Midu-kun's intention, but I want to go home as soon as possible. Jumi looked at Kari, but everyone else felt the same. The girl Duongdung tearfully says, At home, I only have my mother, and she is very weak. I miss my mother who was lying in the hospital bed. I worry about her a lot. Usually I stay with my mother, but now she's alone. Kao is also on Arasi's side. I agree. I only live with my younger sister, too. He told us that our parents abandoned us and I have no relatives. I want to go back as soon as possible to help my sister. Shiori lowered her face slightly, feeling a bit sad. My reasons aren't as convincing as yours, but my family is probably very worried about me. I can't let them wait another 2 years. Hearing that made the others also feel a bit down. Midu also saw the expressions of her friends and understood to some extent. Narumi, brother, you're reckless. As for me, I have about 3 girlfriends, so I also want to go home early. Meyer turned to look. You're really something special to say that in this situation. Asusi smiled and said, Of course we will always be allies of Arasazan. Is that right? Kenta replied. Choosing Eurasian was the right decision. When it was Akira's turn, he seemed hesitant. At least, then I look at the 2 leaders, and compared to Midu, who is always hesitant, I think I should trust Arasi, who is decisive. Arasi turned back and it looked, They've already said that. Midu lowered his head, speechless, wondering what he should do now. Arasi walks out confidently, no need to discuss this anymore. He steps outside and waves his hand, saying, I will act on my own now. Anyone willing to die, come with me. The supporters of Arasi immediately followed. There are quite a few of them now, and they are turning around to prepare to leave. Ren and Jumi try to hold on and call out to cry. The girl closed her eyes tightly, not knowing what to say. She had to choose according to her heart. Kari followed the Arasi group with an apology. I'm sorry, Reina. The people who stayed behind looked on with worried eyes, and the atmosphere grew a bit tense. Mir turned to ask Narumi, Aren't you going with them? If he answers, we also need someone to act as a liaison, right? Jin wondered what he should do in this situation. He still has his grandfather and just wants to go home as soon as possible. She is struggling with her thoughts, her emotions telling her to follow Arasakun. But based on the instructions I received from Shinju-kun, it's better for me to stay here, right? Outside, Kai and Mayo return and stand in front of everyone. A loud curse echoes. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd preparing to leave immediately buzzed with excitement. Sinu, how dare you come here? Akira sharply warned. Don't cause trouble here, this will attract unwanted attention. Kao looked over and reminded him as he saw a fist forming. Aresi, it's the same for you. He looked down and said, We don't have time for you. If you have no important reason to be here, you'll pay the price. The detective said seriously, You're right. I think I should tell the truth. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing that, Arasi was a bit surprised and asked back what. Before Kai arrived, there was a division in the room. His friends tended to form 2 separate groups. At that moment, you and Mayer were outside listening and observing the situation. She turned to ask, Your classmates are arguing, are they really okay? I don't know. But their reasoning seems reasonable. Just like Midu said, they can't do this on their own. On the other hand, the Holy Nation's approach is too passive. While what Arasi said about waiting 2 years is true, it is definitely more dangerous. Mayoi asked Kai what he would do if he were in his position, and he raised his hand to answer. There are 3 ways to break the current situation. First, we need to change the mindset of the leaders of the Holy Nation and force them to change. Once we achieve that, they will influence their army even if condemned or expelled by the Holy Nation. As long as I can return to my world, everything else doesn't matter. But I don't think Midu will agree to this plan. Mayor asked immediately. And what is the second option? Kai answers. We will follow what Arasi suggests, using guerrilla tactics instead of direct confrontation with them. Based on the information we gathered and what Isabel said, the Demon Kingdom is not united. If we can destroy their rear base, we could incite a civil war. Although I didn't think Arasi could do that, Mayor, having seen his hot temper, also agreed. For him, it really is impossible. So, what about the third option? Kai smiled, saying we act based on the information we have. In the forest, you told Meyer that we would gather more information. You keep talking. If everything goes well, we might get help from other parties. In the end, it will force the kingdom's army to act. In the midst of the large fire in the darkness, Kai and Arasi's group are sitting around to warm up. Arasi frowns and asks, "What is the cat tribe princess?" Kai replied, "She is the daughter of the cat tribe leader. It seems she has been captured by the Demon Lord's army. She is one of the most important members of the beast tribe, definitely." He added, "That's the information I got after my father fought many demons, so this might be true." When the girls heard the words father fought, they immediately felt a bit scared and thought, he's really terrifying. Akira wondered, who exactly is he? I don't understand why he has a pistol. Ino paid attention to Mayo and said, that girl is so cute. Who is she? Arasi bites a piece of meat and asks, so why do I keep asking what that princess is? Are we somehow connected to the beast people? As asked, are they animals with ears or tails? Kent is excited. I really want to see it for myself. It must be really cute, right? Arasi sat in the middle, annoyed and shouting. Be quiet, Kai continued. Now let's talk about our plan. First, you know there's a beast folk country in the Southern Territory, right? Akira, you're talking about the Beastmen Federation Grandanas, right? Kai replied, yes, a neutral country with no stance on the conflict between humans and demons. Are you telling us to seek their help? They're just a group of people afraid of demons. Mayo interrupted, their soldiers are stronger than you think, and their physical and sensory abilities are honed to the highest level. They have repeatedly stopped the Demon Lord's armies from invading. He turned to ask, so why are they so passive about the situation? They only need to invade the Demon Kingdom and destroy it. Mayo smiled. They are indeed very strong, but not to the point of being able to wipe out the Demon Lord's army. And from the very beginning, the Demon Lord's army only focused on humans. This is the first time the key point has been revealed, but if the Holy Nation and the Beastmen unite, it could definitely happen. Akira said, I understand. So that's why we need the princess, Ki asked. So we just need to rescue her and use her as leverage against the Beastmen alliance, right? Basically, yes. I already have information about their supply routes. I want you to be bait. Your eyes are very serious. Just destroy that place with your explosion while I hide. Akira interrupted. I understand what you're saying, but I still have one question. Why doesn't the Holy Nation try to force cooperation with the Federation? Good question, Ninomiya. They have their reasons. Mayo replied. The Federation also hates demons because of their invasions. From the beginning, demons have looked down on other races, but humans have always called beastmen inferior and oppressed them. That is why beastmen transformed their land into the Grandana's Beastmen Federation. Of course they hate humans. Kari is worried. So asking them to cooperate will be very difficult, right? Amidst the flames, that's why we need a bargaining chip against them. The Cat Princess has been captured by the Demon Lord's army, which is very advantageous for us. May smiled and said, the Beastmen are known for keeping their promises. Once we save her, we can negotiate with them. After the plan was proposed, everyone paused for a moment to think. Dee asks everyone, isn't this worth trying? I'm sure you don't have any plans right now. Arasi stood up and approached, suddenly appearing before us and making such a request. He always acts as if he knows everything. The commanding voice called out Arasi's name, making him stop. He reminded him, don't forget that at this moment, your decision will affect everyone's lives. Arasi is still grinding his teeth in frustration with Kai, while everyone in the group waits for his decision. Arasi sat there, his face not looking very happy, torn between duty and self-interest. In the end, he made his decision. Fine. We'll do as he says. At dawn, Kai and Arasi's group begin to move. Kian asked, have we really been safe all this time heading south? Kai replied, "Yes, the Grandanas tribe of the Beast People is in the south, and as for the demons, they are transporting prisoners north. Our destination is the path through the southern forest of the Demon Kingdom. Neither country has any trade agreements. Since there are only a few paths there, we will know exactly where they are going," Akira added. "So we are actually invading the Demon Kingdom? Could we have been detected before we were activated?" Kai glanced lightly to the side, then answered to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, I've gathered information on suitable routes for our group, even though the path we take might be rugged and filled with monsters." Akira wondered, "So can our carriage pass through?" C added, "This is also very important. If we encounter danger, we can rely on Sorero's abilities, right?" Tomoko replied excitedly, "Yes, we can!" Her guardian is a multidimensional space that allows creating such spaces to store equipment and items. The capacity depends on mastery level and requires a certain amount of mana to maintain. "It's been a while, but you still remember my guardian spirit, huh?" he replied, "because your ability is very special and quite useful in this situation." Tomoko looks happy, really enjoying being praised. Kao then asks Kai Sinu, "Have you infiltrated and hidden in the Demon Kingdom since that incident happened?" He replied, "Not exactly. I've been always searching for clues so we can go home." Sai immediately asked, "So what was the result?" Kai's answer is that we have only one option, to destroy the Demon Lord. So I have gathered all the necessary information to defeat the Demon Lord. Akira wondered if the result of your reconnaissance was that the princess of the beast folk had been kidnapped. "That's right, Shin." Arasi shows impatience. "By the way, is it okay for us to walk so slowly like this? We should have planned a surprise attack instead." Kai agrees. "You're right. We need to speed up. Let Sorero store the luggage and the carriage." She is very excited. That night, the group switched to walking along the forest trail. Arasi realized it immediately and shouted, "The monsters are here! Everyone get ready!" At this moment, they are surrounded by a pack of extremely ferocious night wolves. Behind Seor, a wolf with sharp fangs lunges forward. Kao immediately stepped forward to defend her. The wolf bit into his hand, but in return, it lost its jaw. Kao smiled and said, "Sorry, but your attack can't get through my steel." And then he punched it, lifting it off the ground. Akari reminds everyone, we are surrounded. Support members focus on the center of the formation. The vanguard will push them back. Then he uses the BF support command on his teammates. Those capable of fighting immediately follow the order and step out to the perimeter. Empowered, they quickly defeated the pack of wolves. Carrie, with her control ability, immediately shot out vines and shouted, "Stop." The wolf, unable to attack with its legs bound, lost its balance and fell to the ground. Inao rushed in and finished it off with a sword. "Take this." Over here, another wolf is jumping towards Arasi. He gently reaches out and grabs its neck, then scolds, "Trash, you're nothing in front of me." Then he delivers a devastating blow. The burnt black wolf is thrown aside by Arasi. He turns back and asks everyone, "Are you all uninjured?" Kai observes and thinks to himself, "Everyone is doing very well. I don't need to worry about them." It's good that Arashi recognizes his leadership skills. He continues to remind everyone that if anyone is injured, they should ask Ono to heal them. But unfortunately, Saa noticed something approaching and called Mayo, an remaining wolf with sharp fangs. It appeared right behind Arashi at a close distance, startling him. "What is it?" "Is there still one left?" Mayo shouted, "Fire lizard." The large flame swept past, burning the wolf to ashes. In an instant, the wolf was rendered useless. Sushi marvels, "The firepower is too strong." Ken sighs in amazement. "Look, it's completely roasted and crispy. Isn't she much stronger than Nagaso?" Arasi sighs. "It's really not necessary." Shinu's girlfriend was startled and blushed after hearing that. She reacted fiercely, pointing at Kai. "Who is this guy's girlfriend?" He remains calm. "Be a little grateful. She just took a bullet for you." Arasi glanced at him with suspicion. May looked at Kai intently, waiting. At least say something. You walk away and say, "I don't care about these petty things. The girl is fierce. This isn't just a trivial thing. You're so cute, having a girlfriend like that." Ken admires and says, "I also want to find a beautiful girl here and bring her to my world." After the battle, those girls approached to make friends. Carrie waved and called out, "Hey, your name is Mayo, right? Do you want to talk to us? Are you a fairy?" Meyer looked around nervously for help but seemed indifferent. "What are you looking at me for?" "Do whatever you want. Just waiting for that," she replied with a bright smile. "All right." So, the four girls happily chatted. Kay also felt relieved to see Mayo able to get along with everyone. Sometime later, near a mountain cliff nearby, it was still before dawn. After standing there and observing the surroundings, Kai realized this place seemed safe. Arasi sat there and asked, "They will definitely pass through here, right? I don't want to wait for days." "Don't worry, I see them now. Kai uses his divine judgment to observe the entire demon army, noticing there are 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and surely a few more in those wagons. Among them is a single high-level demon, Giganda, age 57, of the high-level demon race. His stats are all at A and B levels, with level 4 summoning skills, level 2 fire magic, and level 2 demonization magic. Arasi asked, "Is the high-level demon the leader of their group?" Kai replied, "Maybe so. Don't underestimate him." Although he's not as strong as Stonegeyer, a high-level demon is still very formidable. Hearing that, he frowned with determination. "Leave it to me. If you get in the way, I will kill you." Kai glanced at you and said, "From the beginning, I planned to leave him to you. Our strategy is very simple. First, Arasi will distract them with his blast strike skill. Once their formation is broken, we'll surround them. The others will move as a team of 3. K, continue giving orders. Ino and Janagi, you must protect Hono. The 2 of you immediately receive the order. Next, Ozaki's task is to find and escort the injured." Crossing his arms, he replied, "Leave it to me." Mayo, support everyone from behind. Arasi, your mission is to face the high-level demon. Don't get distracted by other enemies. While you're fighting, I will sneak in and rescue the princess. After saving her, I will signal you. Finally, Kai advised, the others will act according to the situation. If things turn unfavorable, they can retreat. Arasi looked quite confident, no worries. Once he takes down their leader, the rest will scatter in fear. All right, I will let you lead the battle. Someone in the crowd said, "From the beginning, you should have known we are here because you needed our help." Kenta shouted in response, "Yeah, what are you acting so noble for?" Asusi sharply pointed and said, "Do not even think about giving orders to Arasan." From behind, Arasi angrily shouted, "Shut up, you idiots!" then gave both of them a smack on the head. He stepped forward and ordered everyone to get ready quickly. We will follow his plan. The high-level demon Ganda is observing the demon army from afar. One of the demons complains, "I'm so tired, boss. We've been walking for a while since leaving the Beastman's territory." He turned back and shouted, "We're almost there. Don't let your guard down." Then he thought to himself, "I saw this coming. I'm really exhausted." Gaganda closed his eyes, feeling back pain from sitting on the horse all this time. But he couldn't let the soldiers see him like this. An idea came to his mind. Yes, maybe he should check on the condition of the prisoner girl. Then he turned to the demon soldiers and said, "I'll go check on that girl. Watch her carefully and don't let your guard down." This old man just wants to sneak away and rest, huh? Inside one of the wagons, a beast girl is tied up and locked there. So she's the princess of the Beast Folk Alliance, huh? Janda walks in and sits right at the entrance, her face a bit tired as she speaks. "Finally, I have arrived here." Then, stroking his chin, he looked at her and said, "Princess, what do you think? We are approaching the city where you were imprisoned. We have sneaked into the Demon Kingdom's territory. Your soldiers from the Federation can't come this far here," she immediately complained. "What kind of carriage is shaking so badly?" He looked stunned when he heard that. This response is too new. Then Ganda, in a mocking tone, said, "You coward, but don't worry. If the Federation obediently follows our orders, you will be released at any time." He shook his head and said, "It's useless. Once you've captured me, the Federation won't bow down." He smiled and added, "It seems you still don't understand your position. You are the daughter of the Beast Tribe leader." She still acts tough and scolds him. "If you think capturing me can persuade them, then you're an idiot," Gaganda snapped, glaring at her. "Be careful with your words, you bastard." Then he grabbed the princess's chest, pulling her sharply forward to reveal her skin, much to Sina's shock. He stuck out his long, perverted tongue and said, "Let me taste your flavor for a bit, and I'll show you where you are." The princess's gaze remained unchanged, staring at him without blinking, while Gaganda reached out, ready to turn the tables. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts outside, lighting up the night sky. He hurriedly stops what he's doing, pulls back the curtain, and asks, "What's going on?" The demon soldiers report that we are under attack by humans. Giganda is worried. "If you say humans are beast people, then I might still believe you." A series of powerful explosions send the demon soldiers flying into the air. He jumps on his horse, grips the reins tightly, then urges the horse forward and counters, not fearing the humans. So the two sides clash, and the remaining members of the hero candidate army officially join the battle. Asusi and Kenta kept attacking and defeating many demons. Over here, Kao and the others also supported each other and followed the original plan. Is Giganda worried he's losing on the battlefield even though his troops are considered the most elite unit? Arasi turns her shoulder and steps in front of him, asking, "Are you a high-level demon?" Giganda summons his weapon and retorts, "Who the hell are you?" "Hell are." Arasi clenched her fists, smiling as she looked at him. "I don't need to give my name to trash like you. I'll tell you if you want to put on a show for. Da mai tin yisfem me. As a high-level demon insulted, he became furious. Giganda roared and attacked, then fell silent. Someone like you is nothing to me. Then he launched a powerful attack towards Arasi. He jumps up and throws a fist at Giganda. He uses the spear in his hand to block. And then he shouted loudly, "Do you think you can beat me, a high-level demon with such firepower?" Arasi frowned and thought to himself, he's too strong, but still not as good as that guy. Then clenched his fists. I just need a little more energy to boost my firepower. Then I can handle a few injuries. My explosion requires a lot of energy to activate, and with my current ability, I can only fire 7 more shots. When I run out of energy, my physical abilities will decrease. If that happens, I won't be able to keep up with the enemy. I just need to create an opening and aim for this guy's head or heart. Then I will have to use my maximum power. They also think these warriors are humans, and moreover, they have divine guardian abilities. I haven't seen these faces before, but they are incredibly powerful. Could they be legendary hero candidates? He spun his spear in his hand. If they are the ones who defeated Winbach and Stonir, then I must be more careful. Then he urged his horse forward, wondering how they could possibly have known his exact location. He suspected they intended to rescue the princess of the Tu tribe. Fortunately, I assigned guards to protect the princess. They can hold out for a while. The army here is focused on defending. Giganda's eyes show determination. If that's the case, I need to make a decisive move and defeat their current leader. After a moment of thought, he decided to charge at Arasi and aimed at him. He thrust his spear down and smiled. I will decide this battle with a single strike. The lightning surge. The surprise attack was narrowly avoided by Arasi, who was momentarily stunned to see his torn shirt. He spun to the left to dodge the attack, feeling a bit confused by how fast he was, while Arasi's eyes focused intently on the high-level demon in front of him. He is riding his horse forward and standing right there. He smiles within his minefield. Arasi uses the mine explosion skill to create a powerful blast that makes him panic and shout out, "What is this?" The explosion scared the horse and made it rear up. Giganda was scorched by the fire, looking very disheveled, and wondered, is this a trap skill? He cursed nervously, "Damn it, my vision is blocked." Arasi charged forward, thinking to himself, the mine explosion is just a trap skill. It lacks the firepower of an explosion, but in the end, I managed to create an opening in his defenses. He can't tell his position from these clouds of dust. He appears behind him with a fiery hand ready to punch down. Now I just need to ambush him with a blast, but before I can strike, Giganda's eyes flash and he looks at you. Then a powerful gust of wind burst out from his body, pushing the air around. Arasi frowned, sighed, and muttered, "Too bad, I couldn't dodge at all." The push just now made him fall backward to the ground. On this side, his teammates saw and called out Aras with concern. He got up, clutching his stomach and saying, "It hurts so much. Everyone focus on the situation. Don't worry about me." Giganda raised his voice. "You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore." However, he still felt a bit worried, unable to believe that this guy could defend like that. His instincts were as sharp as a beast's. He remembered how Arasi set traps, but I had already figured out its fighting style. It can set explosive traps by placing its hand there, and it can also blow up everything it touches. Giganda steps down confidently. As long as I hold this spear firmly, I can win the battle and keep my distance. Just need to stay focused, I can avoid its traps. Arasi, with a determined look, thought to himself, I guess you're thinking that, huh? Giganda extended his hand again, using a gust of wind that, though thin, was sharp enough to force Arasi to focus and dodge. He smiled and said, "This distance is perfect. From here, it can't reach me." As each spear relentlessly thrust toward Arasi, he asked him, "So you figured out my fighting style?" Giganda smiled. "Clearly, you always change your position." Arasi raised his hand, ready to attack. "That's right. It's the defenseless target in front of you." He uses the cannon skill, firing a spark straight at Giganda. He widened his eyes. A flash of light appeared, and Arasi poured more energy into the shot with absolute power. A huge explosion occurred. With devastating destructive force. There, a huge crater was left, proving Arasi's attack carried immense energy. Giganda lay there motionless, mouth agape, blood streaming down. Then Arasi flicked his cloak and stood there looking cool. The information appeared. Arasi Sunsuke, 17 years old, male, attack B, defense B, agility B, strength A, magic C, normal state, level 3, divine guardian explosion skill, level 2, divine mine explosion skill, level 2, divine cannon skill, physical strength, level 4. Wow, he single-handedly defeated a high-level demon. The demon soldiers are panicking and terrified. Is Lord Ganda dead? Have we lost? Akira shouted encouragement while attacking. Arasi has defeated a high-level demon. Their defenses are breaking down. Let's keep up this pace, and then use the support boost to increase damage. Everyone with weapon boosts will deal extra damage and then charge in for a full-scale attack. After a while, the demon soldiers without a leader immediately disbanded and were easily defeated. Kai stood there with 2 daggers in hand approaching a carriage and looked at it, wondering, I guess this is the one. Then he stepped forward, gently pushed the curtain aside. In front of him was Sina with her torn and shredded chest area. The princess asked, Are you here to help me? Kai looked at her and replied, I wonder if that's the case. He pulls out a dagger from his chest and approaches, then cuts Xa's bonds. The rope falls to the ground. She wipes her face and then asks Kai, What are you aiming for? He coldly replied, I am using you to achieve my goal, something even a demon desires. You're too honest. He calmly replied, There's no reason to lie. You both like to hear that we're here to save you and have no bad intentions. I can't. But if so, you also think that my resisting you is reasonable, right? Immediately, that hand, a half-divine beast, was covered in thick fur and sharp claws, and then Sina's eyes turned cold like a fierce demon slashing with claws close to the chicken. A second later, a thick cloud of white smoke billowed out of the drain, and he reflexively leapt back quickly. Sina frantically bares her fangs and slashes with her claws to attack Kai, but X's sharp claws are swiftly dodged by him. Kai, holding the weapon in hand, has to admit she's really fast. Then the two of them started fighting fiercely. Is this the power of the beast man? And X's continuous claw attacks are easily blocked by Kai. After fighting for a while, he grew tired and shouted sharply. No more than a second later, lightning bolts shot straight at Sina. Sina's eyes widened in shock. What? Sina clenched her lips in frustration as she recognized the spell. Kai nonchalantly stepped aside to dodge the attack. Sina collapsed to the ground in pain, just as her opponent was distracted. Kai seized the moment to pin him down. He silently thought that a basic lightning spell had no real power, but was really useful for disabling enemies and would be perfect for increasing his chances in close combat. Sina clenched her teeth and glared at him with an angry look. Tish, why are humans so strong? Kai squinted and said, So you finally realize the difference in our strength, right? She has 2 options, to control herself and follow me, or to obey me. Knowing she is no match for Kai, Sina has no choice but to accept her fate. All right, going with humans is still better than going with demons. Arasi's group seems to be in the lead, with the monsters lying scattered on the ground and now only one left. It roared wildly, but with a hint of fear. The trembling monster struggled to believe what it was seeing. Who could it be? There's no way I can win. They are monsters, after all. Arasi coldly calls Chinami. Kari immediately understands and draws a magic circle. All right, all right. The vines on the trees suddenly started glowing and grew rapidly. They follow the monster's orders to prepare for an ambush. As soon as they pull, that monster falls flat on the ground, groaning and unable to make proper sounds. Arasi slowly approaches, making it so scared it drops its sweat. He grabs its chin and lifts it up to talk more easily. We have no grudge against him. I will cut off his head. Soon after, everyone gathered around in a circle beside a small fire. Susie happily said, holding the piece of meat, their carriage still has plenty of food. Ken took a big bite and happily joined in. Today we're throwing a big feast. Kari was tearful and guilty, feeling like we were just a bunch of thieves. My friend next to me laughs happily. Isn't that just how we are? Sina hesitated, then sat there, just watching without daring to move. C asked, What's wrong with you? Why don't you eat? Tuisa was starving and drooling, but she tried to hold back her hunger. Is it okay for you to feed me properly like this? Arasi tore a piece of meat with satisfaction, saying it's been a long time since she had a proper meal there, and these things are nothing compared to the food in our world. Kaihuk took a sip of soup and glanced at Xena, saying, We still need something from you, so if you die, we'll be in trouble, so eat up. Hearing that, Sina no longer held back and quickly drank from her bowl, not forgetting to say something. Thank you. She just took a sip of the soup, but Xena's face looks like she's experiencing heaven. It's so delicious. Seeing this adorable reaction makes her friend proud. It's delicious, isn't it? Hono can cook anything really well. Being unexpectedly praised made Ono a little shy. I'm very happy that you like it. Mayoi suddenly asked, What's your name, Exa? How did the evil monsters manage to capture you? Ai remained silent without replying. After watching the flickering flame in front of her for a while, X then recounted the entire story in detail. I happened to encounter the Demon Lord's army while hunting in the forest. I was deep inside the Federation's territory. Usually, demons wouldn't be there, so that means they already knew where I was before. Kai calmly speculates that perhaps they have planned to invade the Federation. Capturing her is also one of their goals. Why do the demons want to control the beast tribes? The girl next to her quickly explained, maybe because they invaded the Holy Nation and want to dominate the world. But what do you want from me? I honestly say, I need you to become our bargaining chip. We want to form a federation to defeat the Demon Lord. Destroy the Demon Lord? Are you serious? Arasi suddenly said, we have our reasons. He explained while chewing on the meat. We can't return to the real world until we defeat the Demon Lord. In the end, Za finally understood the situation. So you are hero candidates. I heard that humans summoned you as their trump card. So what do you think? If you truly want to help us, it will mean a lot to us. Sina nodded sincerely. I understand now. I owe you for saving me. But we never intended to rescue you. Sina was a bit surprised, but since she was the benefactor, she accepted it. After all, she was the one who saved me and even gave me warm food. Sina clearly states her position. Moreover, to purge the demons within the Federation, we need support from a third party. This is just my intuition, Xena firmly asserted, but I think there is a spy among the high-ranking members of the Federation. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain and left the forest. The cat-beast Princess Sina was rescued and escaped from the Demon Kingdom with Shinu. They returned to their path and headed back to Nrat City. The group has approached the city gate. In a room, faint sounds and sharp sword strikes echo through the space. Midu was now alone, diligently practicing swordsmanship, when suddenly a voice calling Suji made him stop and turn towards the sound. Seeing the person in front rushing over, Midu asked nervously, Rena, what's going on? Rena announced loudly, Arasi's group has turned back, and they are boldly walking through the main gate. Midu was stunned, eyes wide open, and said, What? At this moment, Arasi's group had stormed into the city gate, but was stopped by the soldiers in front. A fierce soldier shouted loudly, How dare you, deserters, come here with such calm faces? You are violating the military laws. That shout of theirs finally pushed Arasi over the edge, and she roared out, I don't care whether the law protects us or not. You bastards. The soldiers got scolded right to their faces, still standing there in confusion, wondering, You call us bastards? Arasi impatiently turns away. I have nothing to do with someone like you. Where is Amelia? The soldier's name didn't even bother to look at him, and he gave orders for the troops to charge together. Do you think she would actually come out to meet a bastard like you? Control them and put these deserters in prison. The situation is getting more and more out of control. Arasi irritably scratches her head. I'm really annoyed. Even if you guys team up, you can't beat me. Kao stands beside her and calmly explains. It's because of your attitude. If we are Midu's group, even if his team is considered a deserter, they can still be warmly welcomed. Suddenly, chains appeared and tightly bound all the soldiers as a cold voice rang out, telling them not to move. Jin stepped forward and asked, You came back early, huh? Seeing her strange behavior, the soldier shouted loudly, Kanzakizan, are you planning to betray us? Quickly deactivate this skill's seal. Well now, calm down. Arasi's group has no intention of fighting. We'll talk to them first. In the next moment, the chain seal was removed. The general also had to concede. If Narumi said so, Arasi watched this scene again and started to get furious, with eyes like they wanted to swallow the opponent whole. Why are you listening to him instead of me? Akira chuckled and said, Well, it's usually like that anyway. Narumi calmly approached him and probed. So, what's the plan now? Did you come back with any important information? Arasi still looked annoyed, so he demanded to know. Let's discuss that later. For now, please take us somewhere private to talk properly. Not long after, in a grand room, everyone was sitting properly on chairs, except Arasi, who had his legs up on the table. He still maintained his stubborn and unruly attitude. Harak and Ilya shook their heads in frustration. The soldiers were bitter, but dared not complain. Stop it, Arasi, you're making the tense atmosphere even worse. What? So you mean this is the culture of another world? You're always like this? Meyer sharply questions, is it really necessary to make everything so tense? Furthermore, we've gathered the people you wanted to talk to. Although annoyed, he still had to put his foot down. All right then, Arasi calmly calls out. Chinami, come in. Immediately after, Ki takes Ja's hand, pushes the door open, and apologizes. And Sina's appearance left Harak stunned. Amelia exclaimed in shock. A cat beastman. Akira calmly introduces her. Her name is Sina. She is the daughter of the head of the Gandanis Federation. Everyone there was stunned when they heard this news. The daughter of the Federation leader. Why is she here with you guys? Sina confidently admitted that she was the biological daughter of the Beastman Federation leader and that they had rescued her from the demons. Midu couldn't believe it and asked again, Did the demons kidnap you? Jolly glanced at him and honestly replied, Yes, the demons are hiding in the Federation's territory. I was rescued while they were taking me to the Demon Kingdom. Arasi added in a supporting tone, We can use her as a bargaining chip to secure cooperation from the Federation. After all, we can't wait another 2 years. Aaliyah seemed to have a mental breakthrough. I understand the situation now. Amelia seriously proposed a solution. We are also considering forming an alliance with the Federation. Let me report back to the bandits above. Now that we have the princess, they probably won't miss this opportunity. Arasi honestly said what she thought, and Alia responded straightforwardly without hiding her true intentions. Anyway, we don't want half of the hero candidates to leave us. Actually, we are planning to accept some of your requests if you come back to us. Harik also calmly added a few words. You are the ace of the army. Of course, that will also affect the soldiers' morale. I am responsible for your actions. Thanks to this, I can avoid the possibility of being fired. Hearing that, Aaliyah's voice grew much more serious. I understand your request. It's done. Amelia looked up firmly, her voice even more serious. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is also what you want, isn't it? Only then does Arasi's mood relax a little. Now you understand what I mean. Aaliyah looked seriously at the other side and said, It's not an unfavorable deal for us anyway. Killing the Demon Lord is also the people's wish. Of course, we will do everything to make that happen. I am also determined to repay the favor. I was saved and fed by them. In exchange for their help, I want you to help me eliminate the demons in the Federation. Midu immediately responded to the will. Of course, I will do my best. Hark suddenly interrupted in a whisper. Can I ask about this? How did you find out about the princess's kidnapping? Upon hearing the question, Arasi looked to the side and replied, We interrogated the demons we captured about that. Har watched him closely and replied accordingly. A week later, everyone was tense and waiting. Hark, holding a piece of paper, and Elia entered the room to deliver some news. The Holy Kingdom has sent an envoy to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. The suffocating atmosphere was suddenly broken, and everyone cheered happily. In a small house next to the city wall, the commander directly asked who was going, and Akira, sitting opposite, honestly answered. Midu, Nagas, Kanj, and Narumi are 4 people. After getting the intelligence from Kai, they each took a sip of tea. I also guessed they would choose Kanjaki because of her dominating abilities. Akira immediately agreed with this guess, because Midu and Narumi have sharp eyes for judging people. Nagas is a bit strict, but he has his own way of speaking. In another room, Harik was working tirelessly without realizing that Akira was referring to him. The leader of the messengers was probably Harik. Of course, some soldiers and a few officials will also come. There are a total of 30 people. Mayo stood silently in the corner, listening to their exchange. Kai suddenly asked, How is Ashi? At this moment, Arasi is enjoying the warm sunshine on the roof, and Akira responds without hesitation. He wants to stay on the front lines because he's not very good at negotiating, that's right. In the training yard, Mirai is instructing Asushi and Kenta on something, and she doesn't realize Akira is referring to her. While Midu leaves, Hashimoto will take on the role of acting captain. Akira boldly guessed that it might be difficult because they would need to constantly monitor Arasi and his friends. Then Akira suddenly asked Kai, So what's your plan? Even if you're completely honest and straightforward, I will go to the Federation even though I have no intention of following the envoy team. Outside the city walls, Harik turned back and ordered everyone. Let's go. The hero team and the candidates are heading to the Federation. Ren keeps fixing her hair and complaining about how tired she is on the way. Midu smiles and turns to her, saying, We'll be traveling for a while. Narumi eagerly continued. That's a surprise. I didn't think Rina would join us. She turned and asked, annoyed, What? You mean I'm not allowed to come along? He quickly waved his hand and said, I didn't mean it that way. I'm really glad you're here. Reina points at Midu and says, If I leave you two alone, you'll just act recklessly again, especially that fool. He looks blank and asks back, It's me. Seeing them all happy, Narumi laughed out loud. Reina looked a bit upset. I mean, if you're his companion, then you're not trustworthy at all. And even if you go together, nothing will change. Narumi was crying. Hey, Reina, why are you so mean to me? She seems quite calm. Jin thought to himself, They're so noisy, maybe it's better to be quiet for a bit, she wondered. Shinchu said he's also on his way to the Federation. Could she also be nearby? Hark glanced and briefly saw Jin's expression as the group silently moved across the fields and vast plains, quietly observing them from the bushes. Kay told May, All right, let's go. The two walked on, and May asked, Are we just following them? He replied, Following them seems easier. Sina is also there. By the way, can I ask you something? They return to the group, moving through the forests. Jin continues to quietly observe her surroundings, enjoying the fresh air of the trip. Hark then asked, "Why do you always look around like that?" Kanzaki was startled and a bit flustered as she replied, "I was just being cautious of the monsters." "Narumi, there's no need to blink. After all, Suji and Hark are already here." Jin slightly lowered his head and replied, "You are right." Hark turned to Midu. "I have a question for you. It only took a few days for Arasi to come back to us, right?" He nodded. "Yes, that's right. Hark is curious. I'm wondering how they found out about Eza being kidnapped." Jin interjected. "Didn't he say he caught a few demons and that the father confirmed it?" "But he's still not satisfied with that. I just think it was a bit quick. They received the information, processed it, and returned. It's a bit hard to believe that he's doing everything alone. Usually Arasi discusses such matters with us beforehand. So what do you really mean?" Hark's voice in the forest. "I'm just guessing." He continued, "Someone is moving in the shadows and gathering information on their own. As always, you talk nonsense, Midu. Your expression has already told me everything." As expected, his face changed a bit when Herrick mentioned that. Narumi thought to himself, "This is bad. Indeed, Shinzu has helped us a lot in the shadows, but to the Holy Nation, he is still a criminal. Even Jin is a bit worried that if Herrick finds out about our cooperation with him, we don't know what punishment we might face." At that moment, Rena stepped forward and asked, "What are you talking nonsense for?" Herrick quickly raised his hand and replied, "It seems some people know and some still don't. Your circle of connections in this world is still very small because you're foreigners, and you will need people like us to build relationships. The answer is only one. Shinkei is just a shadow of you guys, the one who killed Chengnu." Midu frowned slightly, asking with a hint of concern, "And if that's the case, so what?" Herrick suddenly laughed loudly. "I knew it, I was just joking." Narumi told Len, "You're quite good at reasoning, but even if we contact each other, he still helps us, even if we don't agree." Herrick smiled. "Don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious. Honestly, I think I should thank him for killing that woman." Hearing this, the soldiers were a bit surprised. Narumi reacted, "So you think that's okay too?" He brushed it off. "Of course not. If they find out, I'll be hanged." He added, "Furthermore, based on Kanjaki's behavior over the past few hours, I guess he's nearby and watching us very closely, right?" Hearing that, Midu quickly turned back and asked, "Really?" Kanaki-san's unexpected question made her flustered, wondering what to do next, while Jin worried if he was dragging Shindu into trouble. "I'm the one delivering the message to him." Kai's voice rang out as he stepped forward. "Since he's already discovered it, I have nothing left to hide." The soldiers exclaimed upon seeing him, "It's the one who killed the Saintess." Sina spoke up, "He is the one who saved me." Har turned his horse around and the soldiers pointed their spears at Kai. He said, "I only rely on my own conclusion." Kai looked at him and said, "You draw your conclusions based on very little information." Hark continued and asked, "Not as good as you, but we also have some information networks. You killed Winbags, one of the 4 great heavenly kings, the Black Toxin God, was it you?" Kai replied, "I've never heard that nickname, and it wasn't just me who killed him." He looked over at Mayo, a mage who can cast spells. "Looks like you have a pretty powerful companion." Among the crowd, a woman's voice calling Kai caught Mayo's attention. Reyna urged her horse forward and shouted, "Why do you still dare to show your face after everything that just happened?" Midu quickly intervened. "Calm down, Reyna." But she pushed his hand away and continued, "I can't stay calm." Reyna pointed at Kai and kept arguing. "Because you're kind, you forgive him, Suji." "But he's a traitor." She asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Kai appeared calm. "I have no intention of denying it." Narumi winked and smiled. "Stay calm, Reyna, please continue to help us." Reyna shouted angrily, "Shut up, I will end everything here. Oh Lord, please bless the fire in my hand." A fireball appears in her palm. "Wow, the firepower is really strong. I don't know if we can fight back." Kai glanced at Mei and called her name as a silent signal. Kanzaki raised her hand to cast a spell to stop him when Kai called out, asking her not to do anything. A large fire is heading straight for him. An enormous explosion erupts in a terrifying blast. Narumi worries, "Hey, are you planning to turn him into dust?" "What? If he's already dead just like this, I'll be really disappointed." "That's right." Kai's voice and his arm appear. Then he grabs Rena's shirt and pulls her down, making her startle and cry out, "What?" By the time I realized, Rena had fallen to the ground. She quickly jumped back to keep her distance, then continued summoning a fireball to burn him. Kai immediately responded, "Lightning, pierce through my enemy." Immediately, lightning struck Rena, causing her to scream in pain and paralysis. In an instant, she fainted. Kai stopped, and Rena lay there motionless. What is that? Even though you don't have that much power. Kai looked at the lightning in his hand and replied, I may not have a talent for divine magic. But even without that ability, as long as I keep practicing, I can still use it. Then he sneered at Rena. And look at you, being corrupted by the power you call divine force. Are you sure you're training properly? Narumi walked over in amazement. Wow, you disabled Rena instantly. Excellent. Thank you, Jukin. Midu quietly thought that he was not only fast, but also made his opponents lose their composure. He also had gained a few new powers compared to himself. Now Rena stands up, still stubborn. I will never accept you. Kai appears calm. From the beginning, I didn't need your approval. And no matter how many times we fight, the outcome will be the same. It seems like you're not willing to accept that. Rena shouted, Shut up! Jin's voice echoed. Enough, Naga-san. Calm down for now. The magical chains appear to restrain Rena. That evening, everyone sat around the campfire. I understand now. Basically, you were cornered. Then he pondered and said, I can now understand why you decided to kill Leonora in that situation. First of all, from your perspective, you are being forced to undertake increasingly impossible missions. Midu said, We were quite confused at the time. That's why Shin decided to take all the blame on himself. Narumi continued. And some people in the class still misunderstand Shinjukun's intentions. Rena's voice still bitter. I still think there's more to why he did it than just because we're in the same class. Kai was eating dried meat and said, Nagas is right. Simply put, it would be troublesome if I let her live, so I killed her. Narumi smiled. You're stubborn. Yes, it's true. Ren turned away, acting tough. No matter how he explains, I'm the one who decides whether to believe what he says or not. Rena continued to ask. Is it true that you're helping us find our way home? She looked to Mefomum, Batio, and who is the cute girl behind you? Sai still peered up and replied, I haven't found anything yet, but she's voluntarily following me. Mayo was shocked. You're really cruel. Midu spoke. Anyway, for us to catch the spies inside the Alliance, we need your cooperation. Please, Jukunin, that's the reason. I suggest you join us on this journey. Hark seems quite happy to agree. I don't mind either. Although I can't report back to the Empire, I'll just fake some documents. Then everyone turned their eyes to Rena, who still seemed very annoyed with Kai. She closed her eyes tightly. Whatever. It doesn't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked at everyone and said, Our destination is the same anyway. So if you all have no problem, I'd be happy to go with you. The bonfire is still burning brightly, and everyone is sitting there in silence. A call from behind caught Midu's attention. Kai asked, Is it okay to tell him that? Midu said, You mean the matter related to Leonora's death? It's okay. Harak is a trustworthy person. Kai warned that no matter how much he trusted someone, there are things he shouldn't believe. But it was pointless, since he already told him. Midu understood Kai's point, knowing she would take responsibility, and Hark had known what was happening from the start. So there's no point in hiding anything anymore, right? He thought to himself that sharing information and showing trust like that is truly Midu's way. Then the delegation continued walking for a few more days. Hark told everyone, We have now reached the border of the Federation. Sina peeks out of the carriage and says, Let's go to the town closest to the border. I can tell something's off. It looks like a few people have come to see us. An arrow shot right in front of Midu's face startled his horse into a panic. He held the reins tightly and looked over as the group was surrounded by beastmen. They are raising their bows and weapons towards them. Harak is a bit worried as the soldiers quickly form a defensive circle, and a beast girl steps out with a commanding voice. Who are you to be here in my territory? The imbalance of power between us is enormous right now. Midu stepped forward, Zhang with both hands extended, saying, We are not here to fight. We want to establish an alliance with the Federation. The beast girl looked a bit suspicious. A union? The beast folk side is very aggressive. After everything you've done, how dare you say that? The humans and beastmen point fingers, saying the reason we are treated badly is because of you. Ren grimaced. We don't know? And we don't care. That's probably what they mean. Narumi forced a smile. Please don't say things like that. Sina here, I'm the one trembling. The beast princess jumps out of the carriage and steps down. A voice from the crowd calls out, Sina-sama. The princess said, These people saved me. Vun seems not to hear anything, signals everyone, then shouts, Return Sina-sama to us. Harak was confused. We also want to do that, at least please listen to us. She brushed it off. I don't need it. Then she charged straight at them. Seeing it was dangerous, Harak ordered, No, counterattack, but don't kill them. Can we clear up this misunderstanding? Sin? The princess replied. Once she's this nervous, she won't listen to anyone. She added, Make her powerless, but don't kill her. Her team is full of inexperienced young people, but if it were you, maybe. With the green light given, Kai said, "You said it, Midu, it's your time to shine." Even while defending himself, hearing his teammate's voice, he quickly replied, "I understand." Then he swung his sword in a horizontal slash, knocking away the gray beast with a single strike. Midu was surrounded, the beast attacking, but he dodged lightly, then raised his hand to strike the pink beast on the neck. Seeing his teammates being defeated and knocked out one after another, the red beast could only exclaim, "What?" Midu's eyes flashed with lightning. In an instant, he teleported behind and knocked out the red beast. He collapsed like a log, and even as the water splashed midair, his head hit the ground. The remaining beast people are a bit panicked and shouting. "That bastard!" Kai turned to call Kanzaki. She was startled and turned back. "Huh? What's going on?" "Your goal is for the archers in the back to hold the front line for Midu." Jin understood. Then she immediately cast a chain magic spell towards the archers. They were all restrained. They wondered, "What's going on? I can't move." The other beast people on both sides rushed in, shouting, "Please, Sama! We're here to rescue you!" Kai called Maya, who raised her staff and replied, all right. Then she began to cast the spell, "O Spirit who blocks their way without harming them." As soon as she finished speaking, the beast was blown away by the wind. Megami marvels. "Wow, it turns out she's a magic element user like me." Kai turns to call Nagas. She is ready with a fireball in her hand, but the order is not to intervene. Hearing that, she frowned and shouted fiercely, "What? Everyone is fighting, so why am I the only one?" Kai said while fighting, "If they are attacked by your fire, they will surely die. Or are you confident in your magic control and won't kill them?" Hearing this makes sense, Rena lowers her hands. "All right then." Run watched the incredible battle and exclaimed, "No way are humans this strong." Harik has always tried to explain himself. "We only came here to talk." Midu stepped forward. "We're not killing your soldiers, so could you please put your sword away?" Without saying a word, she continued rushing forward to attack. Midu reached out and grabbed her sword to control her. The beast girl stared in surprise as the sword was firmly held between his two fingers. Her arm trembled as a voice called from afar, and Lunex stepped forward to ask, "Are you calm now?" The princess tried to reassure them. "Please listen to these people." After a moment, in the forest, the voice of the beast people said, "We are truly sorry." King and his beast companions all knelt before the group. Midu was confused and quickly said, "Please lift your head." Du kept bowing his head. "I didn't know everyone was her savior. I am truly sorry. I offer my life to atone for my mistakes." Hark smiled, thinking about the relationship between the two nations. "I understand your actions. You bowed so much that you bled." Her eyes showed a hint of confusion. CA, standing by the carriage, spoke up. "If you want to make a change, could you become our guide?" He looked at her and continued, "I am talking about establishing a federation between the two nations, so I want to meet the high-ranking leaders of the federation, and this is also what XA wants." The princess nodded. "Yes, I owe them. Please treat them politely." Run agrees. "I understand. I will definitely lead them to the capital." She shed tears and begged Asama. "I'm glad you're okay." The princess smiles. "Well, I'm heading home now." After that, Midu and the other messengers are treated with greater respect. To form an alliance, we need to negotiate with the Federal Congress. The Congress includes all the leaders of each Beastman faction, the governing body of this country, and the Federal Parliament is located in the capital of Menzlia. Midu marveled. "So this is the capital of the Federation?" Narumi's eyes widened. "It's so big." Run turned back and said, "I'm sorry, but I can only take you this far. Of course, I still want to express my deep gratitude to you for saving Shinasama, but the decision-makers of this country are the members of the Parliamentary Council." Midu replied, "It's okay. From now on, this will be our responsibility." The capital of the Beastfolk race, Grandanas, the Menzlia Beastfolk Alliance. Inside the city, beasts are bustling in a crowded scene. Seeing the group, they kept whispering about their appearance. "Look, what are those humans plotting?" Despite that, under June and the princess's guidance, the group quietly moved forward. The crowd of beastmen continued to stir anxiously. They stand by the road, silently observing with suspicious and cautious eyes. Midu also faintly senses the tense atmosphere, unable to speak. Kai said, "It seems they don't hate us as much as we thought. Rather, it feels like they are afraid of us." Narumi laughed loudly. "That's right, no matter the race, an ordinary person would feel scared when they see an army from another country, right?" "I think that's a normal reaction," Herrick whispered. "In the end, everyone around here is just an ordinary citizen. I think we will be hated more by the tribe's leader. Those are the people we are about to meet." As everyone was talking, a loud call of the princess's name echoed. Gina, a beast man in a red cloak, rushes out, his worried face asking, "Are you okay?" Gina. The princess replied, "I'm fine now. Father, I am not injured anymore." "Look, father, run over and immediately kneel to pay respects." He hugged his daughter tightly, breathing a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're safe." Sina smiled. The pain between father and daughter is too much. He's using too much force. He quickly releases his daughter, waves his hand and says, "Sorry, I got a bit overwhelmed with emotion." Then he looked scrutinizingly at the crowd of humans in front of him and asked, "So are those humans the ones who saved my daughter?" Sina turned and replied, "Yes, so please treat them well." He laughed loudly and said, "I understand now. Today I will allow these people to stay in my mansion." Then happily introduced myself. "I am the leader of the Yano cat tribe and Iza's father." He continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter. I swear I will repay this debt of life." Hark also stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am the captain of the 8th Night Regiment of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret Haranto-sama. May I make this suggestion?" Anto raised his hand to signal, "Go ahead, please." After a moment, everyone sat at a long table, one side with humans, the other with catfolk. Sina stands beside her father. After presenting the main points, Herrick says, "That is our proposal as the envoy of the Holy Kingdom of Diger for an alliance between the two nations." "Would you consider our proposal?" Onwutu said firmly. "I must thank you all. Since you saved my daughter, I will of course agree." "Indeed, the threat from the Demon Kingdom is increasing," Wolf Tribe leader Aga said. "We used to fight demons in small skirmishes, but lately they have been attacking more frequently." "Are you saying we should ally with humans just because of that?" "It's ridiculous. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us?" The merfolk leader slammed his hand on the table and said Camilla was right. "My father was enslaved and killed by humans. That's a memory we can't easily forget. We still thank you for saving us and escorting us here. And we will give you a worthy reward," Niels the dog tribe leader added, "but we will never forget what happened in the past." His eyes showed some discomfort. Anto turned to look and called Niels, who continued, "Isn't it true that humans discriminated against and expelled us? That's not something we can easily forget, right? Now you want us to help them again." Mac and Camilla agreed with Niels, refusing to accept assistance. While the beast people are in chaos, Herrick's voice rings out. "We must not forget the past." He continued, "But aren't we all aiming for the same goal of destroying the demons?" Mac shouted fiercely, "How dare you! When it comes to fighting against the demons, I won't shake hands with you either." Aga said, looking at the humans to stop them. "Wait a moment, Mac." He raised his hand and continued speaking. "Indeed, we have received information that you have turned the tide in the war against the demons. Can you tell us what kind of cooperation you are seeking from us?" Hearing the question, Herrick paused for a moment before Midu quickly responded, "We want to wipe out the entire demon kingdom and behead the demon lord." That answer stunned the beast faction for a moment. They initially had no reaction. Aga burst into laughter, breaking the tense silence. He looked at Midu, assessing him. His eyes seemed to tell no lies, huh? "That's interesting," Camilla wondered. "Why is that?" Aga continued, "You see, at first I thought it was really strange. If my information is correct, humans have a significant advantage." Iga smiled. "They don't seem to be forced or pressured into forming an alliance with us." Midu looked serious and said, "We want to defeat the Demon Lord, and to achieve that we need your help." Anto's voice interrupted, catching Midu's attention, just like what Aga had said earlier. He continued, "I want to help them eradicate the demons completely." At first I was very skeptical, but I didn't think the boy would be this honest. Another hand raised, Aga spoke. "I also agree if the demons are making serious moves, the Federation won't be able to fight them off." His eyes sharp. "In case the Holy Kingdom is defeated by the demons in the future, we will surely be next, so we need to seize this opportunity to fight alongside humanity." The members of the group were all very pleased to hear that, but Camilla reacted somewhat and said, "I understand what you mean, but I still won't accept it." She looked at them with suspicion. "You never know when humans will stab you in the back." Mac also spoke up. "No matter what the situation is, I will not cooperate with those I cannot trust." "I think Niels feels the same way. This alliance is probably a conspiracy to make us sacrifices or bait, right?" "Niels-sama, somehow you've changed," Sina said as she stood beside her father. She added, "You used to be very supportive of humanity." Niels replied, "My thoughts have changed after living this long," and raised his hand in contemplation. "So now we have many people opposing this proposal?" Aga added, "If we decide right now, it wouldn't be wise. It's best if we take some time to think. I also want to hear more about their proposal. Let's let them stay on our territory for a while." And two laughed loudly and agreed. "Let us take care of their stay. They are the ones who saved my daughter's life," Camilla arrogantly said. Whatever, I won't change my mind. She had to add one more thing. She is right, I also do not accept it. Kai, sitting there, remained silent, observing with his glowing red eyes. His eyes widened in shock, glowing with a deadly red hue as he tried to read Neil's mind and assess him, despite his past support for humans. That day at the Mentally Grandanas capital, the residence of the cat tribe leader, a grand feast was prepared to welcome the human guests. Ano happily raises his cup. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat well, everyone. Midu also happily thanks you. Reina looks at the food with some discomfort. What kind of food is this? Are you a clone? Jin chuckled awkwardly in response. I don't know either. Kai picks up the bug and breaks it in half, revealing the juicy, fatty meat inside the hard shell. Then he put it in his mouth and ate it happily. Over here, Mayo happily eats fruit, her face full of enjoyment. Arumi, the extrovert, raises his glass with the beastly folks, making them stand up and praise him for drinking more. Your stamina is impressive, brother, he replies. I do. Then let's have another drink. Shin is still eating and drinking but doesn't forget his duty, so he turns to remind his father. Dad, get to the main point. Anne, to raised his hand to speak, and then spoke. The matter is that we need to make decisions about future policies. The people sitting below remain silent and listen. Antu continued. Based on what my daughter said, the demons have infiltrated the Federation and are now in the capital, which means they have obtained a significant amount of internal information. Sina, Tiploi, if that wasn't the case, then they could never have known my location at that time. I was completely ambushed. The scar-faced cat person said, if it were at the border, I could understand, but the security forces in the capital are quite strict. The green shirt agreed. He's right. If the demons have infiltrated the capital, then we should have already detected them. Hearing that, S looked a bit displeased and frowned slightly. Seeing that, Scarface quickly explained I didn't mean it. Princess, I don't doubt your words, and to add it to ease the tension, just as you said, our beast people have a very strong sense of smell. It's hard for demons to infiltrate the city without us noticing their distinctive scent. That means a voice echoed, with authority. The cat leader's declaration and that sound suddenly silenced the banquet. Everyone's eyes are fixed in one direction. Kay, drinking, says, there is someone protecting the demons. If that person is providing them with important information while hiding their tracks, then that is the only explanation for the current situation. The cat person's reaction is just too bizarre to think about. One of them stood up angrily. Don't talk nonsense, are you suspecting us? And two immediately shouted calmly, we're just speculating about the possibilities. Then he apologized, his face falling. Anto continued, I also don't want to suspect my own people. But even though I tried my best to find Exai, I couldn't find any trace of her at that time he searched with his team through the night. Honestly, I had a very bad feeling at that time. Someone was definitely controlling the flow of information. Harik warned that if the information network is being manipulated, it would be very dangerous, because the spy could be someone from the upper class. Jin expressed his concern. Could it be that what we discussed in that meeting got leaked? Narumi added, so is it possible that one of the clan leaders is a traitor? Ano immediately denied, I don't think so. The clan leaders are the ones who will discuss, advise, and decide the future of the Federation. I don't want to cause suspicion among us with only the limited information we have. The pink-haired cat agrees. Yes, you're right, it made me worry so much. Anne, too, turned to remind his daughter, please don't leave the estate during this time. The girl doesn't seem happy or sad. You just got back, he replied worriedly. If you kidnap again, we will lose everything. Midu interrupted and asked, by the way, how is the discussion about forming an alliance going? The dining table fell silent for a moment. Anto scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize for that. I think they will accept that proposal positively. Let me say the ones who agree are Aga and Papa. If we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. It's a sign things aren't looking good. Midu is worried. No way. Ano decided that we must keep persuading them. I will ask you to come with us to convince them at the next meeting. Hark happily agreed. Yes, of course. That night at the chieftain's mansion, Kai was standing there looking down with many thoughts in his mind. Sina stepped forward and asked, what's wrong? Can't you sleep? Kai turned back and replied, I have some thoughts and want to gather more information. But I can't move freely in a foreign country. Xena understood this. Yes, with your body scent, you would be detected immediately. He nodded, just as I expected. The animal's sense of smell is truly sharp. Kai continued, Sina, I have something I want to ask you. Remember, during the meeting, Kai used his eyes to gather information about Niels, a 55-year-old male dog-human hybrid, in a mind-controlled state. with level 2 martial arts skills and level 1 beastification. Did you pay special attention to the mind control status? Xena asked in surprise. Mind-controlled state? Kai nodded, yes. My eyes allow me to see anyone's state with my assessment ability. Only the man named Niels has such a state. You also mentioned that normally beast people excel in physical abilities and sharp senses. They cannot use magic like humans or sorcery like demons or even spells like elves. Kai's determined gaze confirms that this is definitely the work of the demons. Remember, it was only when you mentioned it that I recalled what he said today was very strange. My thoughts have changed after living through this period. Niels always wanted to maintain a good relationship with humans. She shrugged and asked, should I tell Papa K? Immediately replied, with my abilities, we don't have enough evidence. I know he suspects there are spies, but do you think that man is trustworthy? Sheena stepped onto the balcony. If that's the case, then it's fine. Just sit there and keep talking. Papa always prioritizes people. Besides, you saved me, so my father will definitely trust you. I feel a little relieved. I understand now. Then later, we will talk to him. Suddenly, something from behind caught your attention. Anto's voice. You underestimate the hearing of the beast too much. Kay turned back and asked if you have heard everything. Can I get straight to the point now? He smiled. I don't mind. After all, you're my benefactor. Furthermore, I also have a feeling that Els is acting very strangely. I trust you. I will support you wholeheartedly to establish an alliance between the two empires. In return, I want you to help us eradicate the evil demons that still exist in the Federation. The priest agrees. All right, starting tomorrow I will begin gathering information about the Beastman tribe, and I will ask you and Midu to persuade the remaining tribal leaders to help me. Antu smiled and looked at him. I understand now. The late night is quiet in the capital of the beast folk with a peaceful atmosphere and faint lights from the grand mansions. At a mansion, the large gate with guards standing guard is quite strict. Niels is unexpectedly kneeling there reverently. In front of him, the high-level demon Bree sat on a chair, enjoying his wine, and looked down, saying that the situation was becoming more and more troublesome. His eyes thought of Camilla and said, just when I thought that more than half of the clan leaders had been tamed and control of the Federation was in our hands. My plan should have been perfect, capturing the princess to blackmail the Cat Clan leader. But I didn't expect the humans to save Anno's daughter. Kaganda, you bastard. Such an easy mission failed. It's a disgrace to our high-level demon bloodline. They are the ones who proposed the alliance, which means I cannot agree to such a proposal. Bright smiled and said, You're right, Niels. They seem to be very desperate. We must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. Niels stood up and replied, But you also know that your kind is an eternal enemy of ours. The next morning, at the chief of the Merfolk tribe's residence, there was a large pool for their people. The entire mansion is painted in blue to represent water. A meeting takes place between the supporters of the Alliance and M, the Merfolk leader. Max seems quite firm. No matter what you say, my answer will not change. Midu tries. Still, can he not hear what we are saying? Your gaze is firm in your desire for an alliance. Seeing that, Mac is convinced and agrees to listen. Fine, I don't mind. Go ahead. Everyone expressed relief and thanked him. Herrick spoke on behalf of the group. Then let me explain the current situation of the Holy Nation. On this side, the remaining group is moving towards the chief's residence of the Bird Tribe, but is being stopped by guards at the gate. The guards are being strict. Don't you understand? Let me relay the chief's order. She said there's no need to listen to what you say. Narumi tried to persuade them, but we are already here. The cat person accompanying you is confused. What? There must be a request from Anozama for today's audience. The guard still seems annoyed, even if there is a request from the cat tribe leader. The answer remains the same. The clan leader doesn't want to meet your kind of humans. Dien stands nearby, thinking he could control this person with his domination magic, but once the effect wears off, he might realize he's being manipulated, and in the end, they won't trust us anymore. Narumi turned and walked away. So, let's go back. Jin was startled and turned around, but he continued. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to fight the entire Federation. We don't want that to happen. This isn't like the time we faced Leonora. Jin heard that and immediately followed. I see. Kai is in the room inspecting the sharp dagger. There was a knocking outside. And then he entered Hood. Sina opened the door and stepped in. As you said, Kay, I went to the border of the dog tribe today, but the atmosphere was very strange. Kay listened carefully as they continued. Clearly, they are hostile towards humans, as if someone has added fuel to the fire. She pondered quietly, and the soldiers were also in a state of unrest. Maybe they are planning to kill you and the others. Hearing that, Kai's eyes slightly changed. If that's true, we can't sit still. We need to gather all the crucial evidence to turn the tide. Let's investigate thoroughly. The princess warned, "Be careful, you can't underestimate the senses of the beast folk." Kai jumped down and replied, "I know." Under the watchful guards, with the stealth of an assassin, Kai moved quietly without making a sound. Soon, the two of them were inside the mansion. She walks quickly and quietly, whispering, "The clan leader's room must be nearby." A door opens slightly, and looking inside, she reports that no one is here. "Neil-sama is probably in the bedroom." Then he entered, "But it's also good if we find evidence." She used her keen sense of smell to sniff and realized that the scent of the kidnappers was on the chair. Suddenly, a voice from outside asked, "Who's there?" Sina looked startled, a big question mark appearing above her head. "It's Niels!" he shouted. "Sina, little girl, even if you're Anto's daughter, do you think you won't be punished for daring to break in here? Princess, please come to your senses a little." Hearing that, he wondered, "Come to my senses." Just look straight ahead and try to convince him. You're being brainwashed by the demons. Don't you notice anything strange? Niels snapped. "What are you talking about?" "We will talk later." Later. "For now, I will control you." Then he shouted loudly, "Seize the girl who infiltrated." The soldiers outside heard and rushed in to ask what was going on. Niels quickly moved back, stepped onto the windowsill, broke the glass, and jumped out, looking extremely dangerous. The soldiers watched her run away. Niels orders not to let her escape and to chase after her quickly. After a while, the familiar hand with the glass of golden wine. Bright is thinking someone has infiltrated, but why? He shook the glass in his hand, wondering if they had discovered me. Then I brought it up and drank. I have been moving very carefully all this time. That's why I am the only one able to infiltrate the capital. He drank it all in one gulp, thinking to himself, I'm sure others will suspect that the demons have infiltrated the Federation after what happened to Sina. But I didn't think they could deduce and suspect the dog tribe themselves. But if someone discovers the mind control technique, it would be a different story. Bright smiles confidently, but that is impossible. He was still rejoicing when Kai appeared behind him with a dagger pressed to his neck. By the time Bright realized, the sharp dagger had sliced through smoothly. Blood was flowing, but the head had already been severed. Late at night, under the bright moon and cool breeze, outside the dog tribe's mansion, Niels stands there fiercely, ordering the capture of the intruders. Sina has escaped through the window and is running swiftly across the rooftops. She nervously looked back only to see the guards searching around. She wondered, where did Kai go? Did they find the demon? A voice calling out, "Sina-sama!" Run is standing there with the soldiers, holding up their lanterns to look at the princess. Run looked surprised. Sina jumped down and asked him why he was here. "I'm waiting nearby under Antowama's orders. He told me to prevent anything bad from happening to you." While Sina-sama was talking, the dog tribe soldiers also arrived, and they were aggressive. "The cat tribe." "Cat tribe. She is an intruder. We will capture her under Neil-sama's orders," Sina replied. "They are right." Vun looked at her and asked, "What should we do now?" "Sina-sama." The cat princess raised her hand and said, "If they come, don't kill them, just fight them. Maybe they are also very confused. They don't really want to fight us." On this side, blood is already pouring from Bride's neck, but luckily he managed to jump back. He looked at Kai and wondered, who is this guy? He immediately threw a dagger at Bri, not giving him a chance to turn around. The situation was too urgent, there was no time to dodge. He only managed to raise his hand to block a knife into his arm. Bree slid down to the floor, trying to regain his balance. He grabbed the nearby tree, thinking, I don't have time to think now. I need to calm down. Then he threw the potted plant forcefully at Kai. He drew his knife and split the clay pot in half, sending the pieces flying everywhere before Bright quickly jumped out the window to escape. Kai also quickly chased after him, saying, I won't let you escape. Both of them jumped onto the roof, ready for an intense chase. Bright looked back and thought, I don't want to be detected. This place will attract a lot of attention. He squinted and tried to contact his puppet. He connects his mind, trying to contact Niels to tell him, humans are attacking me, help me. The response is the hesitant growl of the dog leader. I'm sorry, Grandma. I really want to help you, but despite his request, come quickly. Niels is facing something that makes him pale. He responds, It will be very difficult if I go to you. The one who intervenes is Anno. He clasps his hands together with a cracking sound. It's been a while since we fought, hasn't it? Niels points towards Ant. Do you understand the power of your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a battle between two tribes. Anno smiles. I won't let that happen. I'll open your eyes. Niels. He keeps attacking and targeting the princess. You still don't understand what Sina did. Anno twitched his ear and replied, Really? I can see a strange aura emanating from you. Niels threw a punch forward. Nonsense. It's unfortunate. I have other matters to deal with. I'll crush you if you keep interfering in my business. And two also didn't hesitate to clash, immediately rushing forward to fight. The fists of the two clan leaders were incredibly powerful. The group of hero candidates is secretly watching, and in the distance, a beam of light marks the place where the two clan leaders are fighting. Narumi's eyes widen. It's starting. Ren immediately asked, "Is it okay if we don't intervene?" Narumi dismisses it. "It's okay. The more we get involved, the more difficulties we'll create during the negotiations. I don't want the people in the Federation to see us causing a commotion," Jin asked, hesitantly. "Maybe I should ask?" Narumi replied, "He's probably sneaking around looking for the demons. That's why they seem to be rushing and causing all this chaos. Rena is still innocent, so wouldn't it be better if we help them?" He shook his head. "If we intervene, it will only drag them down. And besides, we're not familiar with this place." So the three of them decided to stay still and watch silently. Narumi looked down and realized that someone might still rush in hastily. "Although I don't know what's happening, that figure is Midu. Kai's footsteps haven't stopped, and the chase after the demon is still ongoing. He observes and realizes that he is fleeing to a more secret location. That's also good. Bright is bleeding nonstop. The wound is too deep. I can't freely move my arm. I wonder if I can defeat this kid in this situation." "What is that?" He shouted loudly. "Those who saw me would have to go to the other world and immediately kill those two." Kai is still relentlessly following him. He doesn't stop. I must accelerate. He looked at Han Yi, strengthening his body with magic, focusing only on his legs, which began to emit white mana streams. In an instant, his speed surged, and he shot past Bright. Looking at him with deadly eyes, he startled and turned around. "What?" He tried to stab him with the knife in his left hand, but Bright smiled, only to be met with a powerful kick to the chest that sent him flying against the wall. He looked at your legs, blood spurting from his mouth in pain, thinking to himself that the knife was just a bluff. The blow just now made him stumble and sit down on the ground. Thoughts raced through his mind. I'm going to lose. Even though I'm not a combat-oriented demon, I still rank among the top high-level demons. Bright looked at Kai's calm demeanor and realized he was a hero candidate. He coughed up blood and struggled to ask, "How do you know my location?" Kai openly replied, "My eyes have the ability to analyze the condition of any target." Bright laughed loudly. "Unlucky me, I've met the strongest opponent at this moment." He is still thinking, "I can still recover my plan as long as I eliminate this kid. Even if I lose, I still have a few cards to play." Ka realizes from his smile that he is plotting something. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the two clans are still clashing fiercely. The dog soldier asked, "Captain, why are we fighting?" The answer is that it's the chief's order. There's no room for unnecessary thoughts. Run shouted, "If you're also wondering, then stop. We don't intend to fight. May I ask, are you soldiers of Neil-sama? You are so close to Neil-sama, don't you think he's been acting very strangely lately?" The dog captain hesitated, his eyes showing a hint of worry. Sheena pointed and asked, "It seems like you know something." The captain replied, "I can't quite understand what Neil-sama is thinking lately. But our duty remains the same." The princess asked, "Even if Neil-sama is possessed by a demon king." The dog person reacted fiercely. No way that would happen. The captain turned back and warned, "Don't get burned. We will still follow the clan leader's orders." I see now convincing them is impossible. They truly are exceptional warriors. Run steps forward, reaching out to stop the princess. "Stay behind, Xena-sama. I will handle them." A streak of blue mana slashes across the middle of the two forces. A sword strike splits the ground with great power. The dog captain wondered what was going on, then turned to look at everyone and saw that it was a human, none other than Midu. He jumps down with another person from above. Ega steps forward and shouts, "Enough! Both sides put away your swords!" The one stopping the soldiers on both sides from fighting is Ega, the wolf leader. Meanwhile, Kai is analyzing Bright, a high-level demon aged 48, whose skills include a level 4 mind control demon art and level 4 water element demon art. Chai used his ability to analyze him in detail with his all-seeing eye, revealing the details of his mind control magic. Mind control of a living creature already targeted is activated by wrapping both hands around the target's head. Knowing this, Kai is cautious. As long as he is careful with his mind control skill, he poses no threat and can easily kill him. As he was focusing, something suddenly appeared, a blazing fire shooting straight down where Kai was standing, forcing him to dodge quickly. A group of demons appeared before him. Bright stood up and laughed loudly. "Thank you for coming. Now my disciples can join the battle." I replied that the reason you ran into a less crowded place was because you wanted to gather your teammates. The demons are feeling very confident. It looks like you can't run anymore. The Demon Kingdom's special forces can't be just me. Kay sighed. Do you have a brain? Hearing that, he angrily asked again, what did you say? I know you're waiting for reinforcements, and dealing with all of you would be a real hassle. So it's best I wipe you all out in one go. Hearing that, the evil demons were momentarily stunned in confusion. Bright shouted, You bastard, what can you do alone? Soon you won't be able to speak so confidently anymore. We will beat you until you're broken for daring to hurt Bright-sama. Bright still stared at Kai and thought, he's really an idiot. Even though my subordinates are just low-level demons, they are still elite warriors with combat abilities only slightly below mine. They rush forward and tell each other to go kill that human. Kai stands there muttering, Oh, angels, blow them away. A blue vortex appears with the wind element, lifting and swirling the demons into the air. The others on the ground looked up in panic. Reinforcements are here, and with Kai's voice, I never said I was alone. The one above is Mayo using magic. Kai calmly continues, I still don't know the conditions for your mind control to activate. I have prepared a backup plan just in case. Bright remains confident, after all, there are only the two of you, and nothing will change. Mayo told them to create many small stones, and as soon as she finished speaking, floating stones appeared and shot straight at the demons. Some of the top demons were struck and bleeding before they could defend themselves. One of them shouted, You're idiots. We use demon magic for defense, right? But Kai quickly closed in and stabbed straight into its heart, shocking it. While you're gathering mana in your hands to defend yourself, you become very vulnerable to attacks from other directions. Kai pulls out the knife and fresh blood spurts out. Bright anxiously shouts at the soldiers, Don't let your guard down. Both of them are enemies as strong as high-level demons. The others hear that and raise their weapons to attack seriously. It uses clone magic, and Thub asks, Do you know what is real? As soon as he finished speaking, he was stabbed right in the forehead. The demon collapsed, only able to exclaim, What? How do you know? Kai said calmly. It seems you guys can't even share accurate information between different demon branches, even though you're an elite army. On the side, another demon created a magic circle and shouted, This damn dog. Then he launched a wine spear while shouting, Die! But the spear was deflected back by the wind. Above, Mayor always intervenes at critical moments. She immediately summons her weapon. Hey, Angel, end him now. The demon opened his mouth in fear, unable to react in time. Sharp arrows formed from the wind pierced straight into him. Mayor turns away yawning, showing indifference and avoiding eye contact. At this moment, facing the demon soldiers with Mayor's support above, Bright stepped back and pushed the disciples forward to form a barrier in front of him. He looked disheveled, clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that they dared to push him this far. Just then a sound echoed from afar. What's wrong? Looks like you're having a hard time. Mayo was startled and turned to ask, What? Who is it? Kai also looked up to see who the newcomer was. That was Camilla and her tribe members arriving just now. Kai looked at her with curiosity. Chieftain of the bird tribe, I never expected you to cooperate with those demons. She shouted, Yes, because I really hate you humans. Mayo asked Kai if she was also brainwashed. He replied that based on his assessment, she was not. She willingly cooperated with the devil. After connecting the information, Sia realized there were some issues. So they brainwashed the dog tribe leader, and now the bird tribe is cooperating with them. It's a bit complicated. The dog tribe leader was brainwashed, and the bird tribe leader is cooperating. The young cat tribe leader was kidnapped, but has been rescued. The wolf tribe leader is not involved. The merfolk chief is a fool. They can make the cat tribe obey by taking Xena hostage. In the end, they will have the majority of votes in the parliament. Remember, I overheard the demons talking earlier that it seems the Federation will soon be under our control, and the higher-ups will focus more on the fight against humans. So that's what they meant. Bright spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a tone of reproach, You're a bit late, aren't you? Camilla said firmly. Even as a demon, you can't defeat these humans without us. Hearing that, he sneered coldly, knowing deep down that he was truly in trouble. I don't have any complaints now. Help me finish them off. Camilla tilts her sharp claws down and smiles. Do you have to make such an offer too? That's rare, so they must be really strong. All right. I will help you, Kai muttered to himself. There are about 30 elite bird spirits, so the entire tribe must be collaborating with the devil. Now what do we do? Kai asked. We have to defeat them. Camille ordered her tribe members to catch them, not to let the other tribes find out, and not to waste any more time. As she finished speaking, the bird tribe members swooped down, ready to attack the two of them. The scene shifts to another location where the furry fist of the cat tribe leader appears. He attacks the dog tribe leader, but is blocked by him raising his hand to defend. The two leaders keep exchanging moves, with the attackers forcing the defenders to break the surrounding rocks and earth. Their battle is indeed extraordinary, and their aura shatters even the glass on the street. The oscillating spiritual energy created gentle breezes that tilted the trees as Anno attacked and laughed loudly. "Well done, Niels." The Wolf Clan leader keeps defending and shouts, "What are you talking about?" Niels landed a powerful punch on Anto, but he didn't feel any pain, and instead smiled calmly, leaving Niels utterly amazed. Anto continued to smile and threw a hook punch at Niels, who was weak. Knocked back by the punch, Niels wondered what this feeling was. He raises his hand to wipe his mouth, silently pondering that his mind is in turmoil, and, too, clenches his fists with a cracking sound, seemingly questioning himself. Did I misunderstand something? And to wondered if this was the end. Just as I expected, while I stall for time, the only way to solve this is to defeat the mind control caster. Under the crescent moon, leaving Niels alone and allowing the demons to unleash the power of the dog tribe would be a problem. Is Niels being controlled by the evil demons? Yes, that's why we infiltrated Niels' mansion to find that demon. Midu immediately asked, "So have we found him yet?" The response was a shake of the cat princess's head. She added, "I don't know, but suddenly he disappeared." Midu pondered, "So Ga is not here, which means he's still fighting somewhere else." Ega looked confused. "I can't keep up with all this. Everything is happening too fast, but we need to help your friend who is fighting the demons." Run from above echoes down, but Sina interrupts quickly to ask, "Lun, what's wrong?" She raised her hand to her chin and looked into the distance to signal. "I see a group of birds flying north." Ega looks quite surprised. "Are the birds flying in so late?" Realizing something was off, Midu immediately rushed over and shouted, "Let's go check it out. We might find some clues," turning to the house where 3 people were quietly observing. Jin wondered, "Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Narumi thought that wasn't wrong. There's a real chance we might cause conflict with the locals if we act like this. Thinking about it, she immediately spoke up. "Hey Narumi-kun, I have a question for you." Jin continued, arguing that his point was based on asking Kun to defeat the demons, right? He nodded. "You're right," Jin asked worriedly. "What if he loses?" Narumi hesitated before responding. "I haven't thought that far ahead, but we would definitely be condemned if that happens," Jin suggested. "So maybe we should do something. Wouldn't that be better?" "No matter how trustworthy Shinju-kun is, he's not unbeatable," Rena said, confused. "I understand what you mean, but we don't know his exact location." Jin nodded in agreement. "You're right." Then Jin clasped her hands together in front of her chest as if praying, thinking she knew, but she couldn't be selfish. She wanted to become Shinju-kun's strength. Suddenly, a sound echoed in her mind. "Kanzaki, right?" Jin looked around in panic, startled. Narumi saw that and immediately asked, "What's going on, Kanjakana-san?" Jin asked, "Where are you?" "Please, Jukin." Kai's voice rings out again. "I should be asking you." "Now I understand. So this is your new divine guardian power." Hearing Kai say that makes Jin wonder if this is her new divine guardian ability. I can clearly hear Shinju-kunen's voice in my head as if it were Jin's soul itself. Using my mind again, she asks Kai, "Where are you?" "Over here." Kai doesn't look very well with blood all over him. He replies, "I'm in the far north part of the city fighting demons and bird tribes." Kai asked, "Do you want to become my strength?" Zin blushed shyly. "Did you hear that? I wasn't talking that loud." Over here, Kai is continuously defeating the bird tribe and telling Jin to come quickly. "Kanzaki, I need your strength." Hearing Kai's words, Jin's eyes lit up and burned with passion. Narumi asked nervously, "Who are you talking to?" Rena frowns and says, "Are you crazy?" Jin replied, "I am talking to Shinju-kun through my new ability." Hearing that, the 2 friends were a bit surprised. Jin immediately stood up and said, "I already know where he is. Let's hurry and go help Shinju-kun." The scene shifts back to the battle here, with Mayor facing a large number of extremely aggressive bird creatures. They immediately receive the attack order and all rush downward at high speed. At the same time, Meyer raised her staff, shouting anxiously, "Tinlin, don't let them get close to us." As soon as she finished, a gust of wind blew against them to block their advance. But Mayer didn't stop. She thrust her staff into the ground. Light radiated out, and fragments of earth and stone floated into the air. She summons earth spirits and then shouts an order to shoot them down. A barrage of earth spirits flies straight at the bird tribe's crowd, hitting them and making them screech. Some of the guys behind are annoyed and cursing. "Damn it, with this formation we can't get close. What are those archers doing?" The bird team with bows is receiving orders and flying there. I understand now. Take them down again. As soon as they let go, a volley of arrows aimed straight at Mayo. She raises her staff to the sky, this time emitting green mana. Mayo summons a wind spirit to create a tornado that blows away the arrows. The Bird Clan members were very annoyed. Damn it, what should we do now? We can't do anything with this group anymore, just dismiss them like that. He added, Yutin's magic uses the power of souls, and in the future it won't be able to use these powers anymore. Mayo is a bit worried, thinking to herself that they've found her weakness. Her spirit is close to its limit, and she needs to deal with them, using an element other than wind. The scene shifts to close combat on the ground, where a demon soldier is fatally stabbed in the heart and doesn't even have time to scream. The soldier below, seeing this, calls out to Gustav, who then sees Kai pulling a dagger out of a teammate's chest and, in an instant, appears below to strike again in true assassin style. Suddenly, 2 other demon soldiers jump from behind to attack, shouting, "You dog, this is the end for you." At the same time, one of them creates a magic circle in front to block an incoming attack from somewhere. Kai also reacted similarly, but quickly jumped up to dodge the attack. The demon soldiers below looked up in confusion. The leader of the Camila bird tribe shouted a warning to the demon soldiers to stay still, while simultaneously unleashing sharp feathers from her wings. Kai calmly uses his gam dagger to block the attack and deflect the feathers, but the sheer number causes one feather to strike his wrist. Blood also flows from there, soaking the shirt. TA quickly jumps to the side, while distant screams from the battle echo continuously. He thought to himself that he was worried about Meyer because they were now separated. While he was distracted, Bright appeared behind him and placed his dark hand on Kai's head. You sense something unusual and immediately use lightning shock. Before you can do anything, Kai's lightning paralyzes him, leaving him confused. He grimaced and asked himself, lightning elemental magic. A demon soldier stepped in front of him, swung his sword down, and shouted, "Die!" Step aside and dodge, then strike across his stomach. The sword in the demon's hand slashes straight into Bai, who is paralyzed behind Kai. He just dodged a deadly blow to take down the demon soldier and caused the demon soldier to kill their leader himself. Truly, a 2-birds-with-1-stone move. Kai glances back with a deadly look, thinking to himself, is he planning to use mind control magic? I have no way to deal with this, so I must be very careful. Suddenly, from afar, a familiar voice called out. It's none other than Jin. She is running and panting heavily from exhaustion. Kai turns to call Kanzaki, arriving just in time. Rena stood there in shock. It was a demon. Narumi was also amazed and exclaimed, "Things are getting worse." Then the 2 of them immediately shouted, "We will support you." Then they immediately activate their skills. The demon soldiers use magic circles to defend themselves and warn each other. Reinforcements. Be careful. They are hero candidates. Kai turned to everyone and said, I will handle the bird tribe leader and the high-level demons, and I trust you all with the lower-level ones. So that means we consider those bird people as enemies. Kai nodded and told Rena she could use fire to burn them. Jin asked with some concern, Chukun, are you still fighting alone? You look at Jane with determined eyes, recalling the past, and say that it's a similar scenario to the battle against Leonora back then. In that case, use your domination magic on me. They are brainwashing their enemies with magic. She immediately raised her hand and replied, I understand then? Her whole body radiated pink mana before she used her domination spell. The energy flows into Kai, and a faint pink aura surrounds him. He confidently said, With this, I have eliminated my deadly weakness. Camilla, surprised, asked, Are you underestimating us? Bree, standing below, calls out, Camilla, stay alert or you'll lose your life now. Kay, with a deadly gaze, tells them, It's my fault, but I'll finish everything quickly. His whole body radiated deadly intent, with both hands gripping his dagger tightly. His gaze and aura made Camilla and Brad slightly terrified and surprised. The scene shifts to Mayo, standing there facing the bird people above. Some of the birds have already been defeated. Bird people, what are you doing when you hear the echo? Mayo also heard and quickly turned around to look. It was Midu leading Ega, the wolf leader, along with Sina and Run. Ega raised his hand to question. They are guests of the cat tribe, right? I demand an explanation. The bird people are worried and restless. The wolf clan leader, they arrived so quickly, what should we do now? The leader looks over and reminds us to stay calm. We will still follow Camilla's plan. The bird soldiers said nothing more and immediately obeyed, then drew their bows and aimed at the newcomers. They shouted loudly, Kill all the witnesses, even the wolf tribe leader. Ega was stunned. What are they talking about? Midu continued, It seems they don't want to talk. Mayo called them out. Listen, the bird people are working with the demons. Everyone was very surprised after hearing this information. She pointed to the alley in front of her and said, The demons are fighting Kai on the other side. Sina looked to the side. Even the bird person seems affected. Ega turned and said, if that's the case, it's really bad. Midu go over there, but he refused. My friends are heading to Kunan to ask for help. I will stay here and help Mayan. He looked up at the bird people. These soldiers are just following their chieftain's orders. If possible, I don't want to kill them. Ega was startled to hear Midu's voice and smiled, saying, I understand that's my department. On the other side, in Kai's battle, Kai coldly declared, it's my fault, I was planning to end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out from the wreckage with his eyes now blazing red. Seeing Kai, Camilla's eyes widened in horror, but Bright was no exception. He couldn't believe Kai was still alive. And what happened next shocked both of them even more. Camilla's face grew even more terrified, speechless. Because Kai's distorted face left Gree no time to react, a sharp knife was pressed against his neck, and fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Although Bright managed to retreat in time, the wound on his hand was still cut very deep. He angrily muttered, I couldn't react to its movements. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? At this moment, Camilla hurriedly shouted, Don't look into its eyes, Gray! Maybe it's using illusion magic. Kai couldn't help but be surprised. She realized how quick she was. You just gained a new skill called Illusion Guardian after defeating Winbox. It creates illusions for living creatures targeted, and the condition is that the target must communicate through eye contact. Kai has practiced using it to fight monsters. It is an extremely powerful weapon at close range. Camilla quickly shook her head to avoid eye contact with him, muttering in frustration, What kind of annoying ability is this? Meanwhile, Bright was also deep in thought, needing to face Kai directly but not allowed to look at anything from his neck upward. Thinking quickly, Bright averted his gaze and it only looked at Kai's lower body. And just as he suspected, the hallucination was gone. Kai saw this and immediately rushed forward, no longer meeting his eyes, as this was the simplest solution, and in an instant, Kai's figure disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already beside Bry. He coldly said, Is that how you do things? Hearing the sound, Bright's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and before he could react, fresh blood poured from his forehead like rain. Bright trembled in disbelief, muttering, No way. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, Idiot, your opponent's eyes give you a lot of information in battle. If you lose that flow of information, you won't even be able to fight. But Bright had fallen into a pool of blood, and seeing that, Kay sneered mockingly, Looks like you can't hear me anymore. Camilla, from afar, saw this and couldn't help but complain, This guy is really useless. But at the same time, Kai turned his gaze toward her and coldly said, It's your turn now. Camilla was not afraid at all, she shouted fiercely. I have endured many tricks from you humans, so don't underestimate me. As soon as she finished, Camilla charged straight at Kai. But Kai quickly disappeared, causing her claws to scrape through the air, and she stared in horror. However, Camilla reacted swiftly, attacking with Feather Strike, while Kai remained calm and composed. Your speed is very fast. It didn't take long to widen the gap. Kai narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. It's very difficult for her to fight without looking into your eyes and hovering in the air, but she adapts perfectly. Now Camilla sneers and says, I'm not like you. I can fight without sight. After all, we animals have 5 extremely sharp senses. Kai calmly looked at her and asked casually, So what are you going to do now? You can't just keep flying around to fight me, right? By the way, the longer the fight lasts, the worse Camilla's situation becomes. As Kai said, the others around have already gained control over many demons. The Narumi team is working well together and maintaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Camilla angrily shouted, Humans, not just once, but you've interfered in my affairs twice already. Kai narrowed his eyes at her, but didn't react much. At this moment, Camilla suddenly shouted fiercely, I will kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to change. Kai frowned slightly in silence. Beast Transformation, that's a special skill only available to those with beast traits, allowing them to unleash the beast inside. Fully transforming into a beast grants explosive power, but causes them to lose their awareness. While Kai was thinking, Camilla suddenly roared loudly. Then lightning-like flashes darted around Kay, leaving not even a shadow behind. Kai frowned slightly in silence. She's really fast. He immediately dispelled the illusion and activated his long-range vision. Camilla's figure quickly appeared before Kai's eyes, at the same time she had already moved in front of him. Kai remains calm and reacts. Camilla's speed is fast, but he's not at a disadvantage. Now, Camilla has become berserk, using feathers to attack Kai. Kai holds 2 daggers in his hands, slowly avoiding the feathers. The time to fully transform into a beast is not long. If Camilla uses it in a prolonged battle, she will be driven by her beastly instincts and lose herself. But if Camilla is willing to give up everything, Kai might exhaust his energy and lose his long-range vision. In that case, you need to finish this quickly. Thinking of that, he activated the weakness detection skill. At the same time, Camilla rushed quickly toward Kai, but the situation was still under Kai's control and there was a risk it wouldn't activate properly. If he couldn't use this skill at the last moment, everything would be meaningless. Suddenly, Kai shouted loudly, "Oh, lightning, pierce through my enemy!" Lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning bolts fiercely struck Camilla, her eyes involuntarily narrowing as fear overtook her. Kai squinted at her, recognizing this as a good opportunity. So he fought with a speed invisible to the naked eye, blood splattering everywhere. Camilla's body was heavily wounded by Kai's slash like a broken rope. She fell down. The battle ended like that. Kai squinted at the two bodies and muttered in a low voice, "Now all that's left for us are the ordinary soldiers, right?" After Kai and the others defeated the demon army led by the high-level demon Bright, along with Camilla, the battle between Midu's group and the Birdmen soldiers also came to an end, following the news of the tribe leader's death. When the high-level demon Bree died, the mind control effect on the wolf tribe leader Niels disappeared, and the event at the Grandanas Federation capital came to an end as dawn broke. A few days later, at the wolf tribe leader's villa, everyone had gathered their ore. Hark glanced at Ega and asked, "How are the bird tribe doing?" Ega calmly replied, "Only those close to Camilla know about her cooperation with the demon. The rest of the bird tribe are unaware and have no reason to punish them." Midu slightly frowned and asked, "So what about the army that fought against us?" Ega calmly replied that they only follow the chief's orders but still have to punish them harshly. That is enough. At the same time, at the cat tribe chief's residence, Kay asked coldly, "So what about the dog tribe? Standing before you are Anto and his father, along with Mayo and Jin." "Hearing your question," Anto replied slowly, "of course their clan leader would be punished. Although it wasn't what he wanted, his betrayal of the country was the truth." Sina beside him also replied, "From the beginning, being brainwashed by demons was Neil's fault. If he has to face severe punishment, there's nothing we can do." Mayo nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Anyway, that's not worse than the princess being kidnapped by the demons." Igza also chuckled in response. On the other side, at the merfolk chief's residence, M overheard news about yesterday's battle and exclaimed in disbelief, "The dog tribe was brainwashed while I was sleeping, and the bird tribe allied with the demons and humans defeated them." Run nodded slightly in front of M and replied, "I apologize. I know you don't believe it. But this is the truth. Hey, human, we never lied." But seeing his amazed expression, Mac rushed over, then gently took Narumi and happily said, "You really are a good person," making Narumi stunned and speechless. Before I could understand what was happening, Max burst into tears and said thank you for protecting the Federation. He promised not to forget this kindness. "The Ka tribe will cooperate with humans?" Narumi, hearing this, was not pleased and asked in confusion, "I'm glad you said that, but is it really okay? You're making decisions too easily." Mac Hunghang shook his head and then gritted his teeth as he said, "We will not forgive the demons. We will eliminate each and every one of them." Narumi muttered increasingly anxiously, "He's just listening to others." A few days later, in the federal parliament of Grandanas, the chieftains of the beast tribes and Hark's group were all present. On behalf of everyone, Eno slowly spoke up. "Thank you all for protecting the Federation in that incident. This is a favor we can hardly repay." Ega and M nodded in agreement after hearing this. Niels then slowly spoke up. "In addition, we have now experienced the threat from the demons ourselves. I think we should cooperate with humans to compensate for each other's weaknesses." Midu's group happily cheered after hearing that. Eno couldn't hold back anymore and raised his hand to rally. "We agree to form our alliance. The Grandanas Beastmen Alliance hereby declares full cooperation with the Daiger Holy Kingdom." As soon as the words finished, a series of hands raised simultaneously. The final negotiations went smoothly, and everyone got what they wanted. Brenna was so happy she jumped up and hugged Midu tightly, while Herrick shot a glance at Kai. "This successful negotiation was probably mainly thanks to your efforts." A few days later, in front of the Beast Tribe's gate, Herrick's group was packing up to leave. Midu glanced around and asked, "Are you all forgetting something?" Rena nodded slightly and replied, "I am not." Narumi couldn't help but laugh and joke, feeling a bit sad to see them leave. The chieftains of the Beast Tribes also came to see them off. Antu happily said, "You can come here whenever you want. From now on, we will keep in touch regularly." At the same time, nearby, May looked at everyone. Hailong nodded and said, "Everything is settled." Then she glanced at Kai and asked, "What do we do now?" "It seems everyone is heading back to the Holy Nation." Kai calmly replied, "We have achieved our goal for now. Let's see what happens next." While they were talking, Xena approached hesitantly and asked, "Hey Kai, are you planning to stay in the Federation?" Dan Mac nodded, and Kay calmly replied, "I plan to stay here a bit longer. Even if I return to the Holy Kingdom now, I would be considered a criminal, so it's easier to breathe here." Xena happily laughed and said, "I see, I'm very happy." Mayo couldn't help but feel confused, asking herself what Kai was happy about staying for. But Xena didn't explain and simply asked again if she planned to continue her journey. Kai did not hesitate and replied, "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time is right, I will go to the Demon Lord's domain." Hearing that, X hesitated for a moment, then finally confidently suggested, "I will join you on this journey." Mayo immediately looked shocked, eyes wide. Kai also narrowed his eyes at her, suspiciously asking, "What is your goal?" Sa replied in a deep voice, "I am the only daughter of the cat tribe leader. In the future, I will also take on the role of clan leader. I want to refine myself and achieve more accomplishments before replacing my father." Ki felt that what she said made sense, but he didn't agree immediately and coldly said, "From now on, the battles will become more and more brutal. I'm sure you can achieve some accomplishments, but you won't be recognized by the public." Kai calmly replied, "I don't care how far. If you say you will defeat the Demon Lord, then if I am one of those who contributed to the conquest of the Demon Lord, that is also an achievement." Kai hadn't had a chance to reply when a voice from behind spoke up. "Please take the girl with you. Please come with us." The three of them were startled and looked back, then saw Antu approaching. He patted Za's head and said with a smile, "Are you worried that the girl will slow you down because she's my daughter?" Kai hesitated for a moment before speaking. What if she gets kidnapped again on this dangerous journey? Xena didn't care and spoke firmly. "If the war escalates, no matter where I go, it will be dangerous. First of all, I can't grow up if I always stay in a safe place." And Tao nodded in agreement. "If Xena has made her decision, I support her choice. In other words, even if she is treated like a hostage as in the recent incident, I don't care." Xena looked at him intently, her eyes full of hope as she spoke. "I want to go with you too, Kay." Kai frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. "So you've made up your mind. I will train you before we start our journey. If I find you useful, I will take you with us, all right?" Xena nodded without hesitation and agreed. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Varora, shrouded in dark hues, an outsider demon kneels respectfully on the ground and asks, "What do you need?" "Your Highness, the person in front of him is Isabel. Please convey my message to our brothers. Our revolution is now imminent. The various factions are beginning to mobilize, as Midu and the other envoys have convinced the Federation to accept the alliance and return to the Frontline fortress. My name is Iga, the leader of the Beastfolk warrior team from the Federation. Pleased to meet you all." Amelia also nodded and greeted. "I am Amelia, captain of the 4th Night Regiment of the Holy Nation, responsible on the front lines. Nice to meet you. Although the hero candidates play a very important role in the negotiations, they still haven't realized it. How significant is the alliance between the Holy Kingdom of Daiger and the Grandana's Beastman alliance? After a long, tiring day, night finally falls. Midu slept peacefully in his room and only slowly woke up as the moon rose high. Midu sat up from the bed, rubbing his aching head and sighing softly. "Why did I wake up at such a strange time?" Meanwhile, Mireille was in his room, smirking and saying, "Anyway, you've been asleep since this afternoon, probably because you had a long and tiring journey." Midu was startled by the sudden sound and quickly pulled the blanket over himself, suspiciously asking, "Why are you in my room?" Myra explained calmly, "I used my power to bring you back to your room since you fell asleep in the rest area." Midu nodded understandingly and apologized. "Sorry for causing you trouble." "It's okay," Mayre replied casually with a smile. "As long as you're back safely, everything must have gone well, right?" Midu nodded softly and then asked, "How is the situation at the front?" Mireille casually replied, "The Demon Lord's army has launched many attacks, but they haven't caused much damage." She really didn't want to admit it, but everything was. "Thanks to Arcee, he's very strong." Midu understood the situation after hearing this and sighed in relief, saying, "That's good to know. I'm glad we can rely on him." "And Ega?" Myri casually said, "He's resting today after a long journey, and tomorrow they'll hold a meeting to discuss plans." Mireille asked how strong the warriors of the Federation really were. Midu frowned slightly, remained silent, and then spoke. "They are strong, especially their captain, Ega. He's even stronger than me, stronger than you." Meyer exclaimed with joy after hearing that. Midu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, all the remaining soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With such strength, we can cross the forest, then infiltrate the demon kingdom and kill the demon lord in no time." Murray frowned and asked suspiciously, "I know it's a bit late to ask this, but aren't you afraid? From now on, there will be many battles, and they will be much more dangerous than now. Maybe one of us will die." A flicker of hesitation appeared in Midu's eyes, and he pursed his lips as he said, "I'm sure." But Midu knew that if he stopped here, their class would be divided once again. Once that happened, there would definitely be casualties. And Kai has always been encouraging him. Mirai was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Is Shinu really like that?" Midu nodded slightly and said, "Shinu considers us allies even though he doesn't act on emotion. It doesn't change the fact that he always helps us." Myra frowned slightly, then stubbornly turned away and said coldly, "No matter the outcome, I hate selfish actions." Midu couldn't help but smile and said, "You're right, I do envy them a lot." "Shinu and Aras." Mir was momentarily stunned and asked again with suspicion, "You're jealous of them? You're so much better than them." Midu slowly explained, "I envy their ability to not be easily influenced by their surroundings and always move forward without hesitation, while I just want to keep everything as it is." After hearing that, Mirai realizes where the problem lies. She walks over, leans on the bed, frowns, and asks, "Why don't you want to go home?" The sudden change of topic caught Midu off guard, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. After a long moment, Midu awkwardly smiled and said, "Because everyone wants to go home." Meyer didn't believe it and felt annoyed, wanting to scold someone. "Hey Midu, you haven't finished your sentence yet." And Rena suddenly pushed the door open. Seeing the suspicious posture of the two, her eyes involuntarily narrowed. Then Rena immediately questioned, "What are you two doing?" "Huh?" Meyer was startled and hurriedly explained, "We didn't do anything, just talking." "Right, Midu?" Midu also nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's right, you're lying." Rena still couldn't believe it after hearing and angrily criticized, "Is it okay to sneak into the boys' room at night and say that?" Myra was questioned continuously and suddenly felt that she had done something wrong, quickly explaining, "But I took Midu back to his room while he was sleeping." Rena still didn't listen and shouted angrily, "You always talk about rules and morals, but you break the rules first." Meyer finally couldn't hold back anymore and argued back, stopping those inappropriate words. The two of them kept arguing like that, leaving Midu stuck in the middle, not knowing what to say, until suddenly he started laughing for no reason, feeling a bit happy. The next morning, on the training ground, there were two figures competing here, Ega and Arasi. Arasi seems very serious, then suddenly he charged forward fiercely. Arasi ferociously attacked Ega. "He wants to settle the score with Ega today." Immediately after, Arasi lifted his leg to kick at Ega. Only the relatively slow speed was avoided by Ega. Seizing the opportunity, he also drew his sword and charged forward. The sword suddenly pointed at Arasi's forehead, making him panic. Arasi hurriedly stepped back. He squinted at Ega. He's too fast. While Arasi was thinking, Ega's sword strike came again, making him startle and step back. Ega smirked and said, "This is the finishing blow." Hearing this, Arasi immediately exploded in a loud shout, "You underestimate me too much, you dog person." As he finished, he raised his hand to block Ega's sword. This situation makes Ega flinch slightly. Arasi is using magic to strengthen his arm, but Ega thinks that no matter how much he enhances his arm, he can't block the sword with his bare hand. While he was thinking, Arasi knocked his sword away, causing Ega to fall back as well. Arasi gently twists her wrist, pouting as she says, "It hurts." At that moment, a voice suddenly rings out. "Hey, stop practicing now." The visitor smiled softly and said, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Arasi was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Just as things were getting interesting, Ega sheaths his sword. He smiles casually and says, "I agree, but we can fight again another time. I'm glad you're my ally." Arasi chuckled coldly and replied, "Well, then I guess I deserve to fight you." Meanwhile, in the capital of the Grandana's Menslia Beastman League, Kai also has something to do. Just as he said before about training, Ex-Mayo stood outside watching the two, and after a while she finally spoke up. "You can start now." As soon as Sina transformed, her claws became sharp and revealed themselves. Without hesitation, she charged at Kai, but Kai remained calm and unmoved. Just as the claws were about to strike down, he vanished in an instant. After missing the attack, Sina didn't panic and raised her claws again, but once more, Kai dodged them. "Are you done already? I've told you many times, you have to attack me with the intention to destroy me." "I know," Sina calmly replied, and then quickly rushed away like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Kai. Sina seemed confident of victory as she slashed down with her claws, but the sight before her made her eyes widen in horror because Sina's claws only struck the ground, leaving 5 finger marks, yet Kai was nowhere to be seen. Before she could understand what was happening, the dust blinded Sina's eyes and Kai's foot kicked into her stomach, sending her flying out. Maya rushed over worriedly to ask if she was okay. Sina sat up from the ground, holding her stomach and muttering, "My stomach hurts so much. You're still so patient as always." Kai calmly replied, "You're still as easily fooled as ever. You should prepare to counter each attack from the enemy." Sina frowned and hesitated, asking, "So I still haven't succeeded?" Kai replied bluntly, without hesitation, "Let's see, right now you're still quite useless." This statement really disappointed X. At the same time, a voice came from outside, saying, "Sina, do you always have to train so harshly?" Sia turned around upon hearing that, and it was Run who arrived. She sighed and said, "This is what I want. Don't stop me." Run squinted at her and finally smiled, saying, "I was going to tell that boy to treat you more gently, but since you said that, I guess I have to hold back." Kai seemed to sense the implication in Run's words and asked, "What do you want?" Run slowly explained, "The main force of the Federation is preparing to depart and join the Holy Nation's army. I came to tell you that." Kai nodded and smiled. "Finally, it's starting soon, although later than expected. We can't do anything else. Both nations want to discuss the alliance first, and it seems the treaty has been signed without any strange disputes." Hearing that, Za asked suspiciously, "Do you also go?" Lunvun calmly replied, "I am the leader of the Cat Tribe warrior team, so I will also join them." Mayoe didn't dare say much and glanced at Kai, asking what to do next. Kai frowned slightly and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking again. "Let's wait and see how the situation unfolds. Furthermore, Sina has not yet reached the level where I can take her along." A month later, still on the vast plains of Grandanas, Kai was now facing a demon tribe. The only difference this time is that instead of using a knife like usual, he used a gun. He focused his mind, creating bullets with energy and the help of his imagination. After the energy started surrounding the gun, Kai quickly reloaded it. At the same time, the monster charged toward Kai. You stand there calmly, aiming your gun at it, and then a series of loud bangs echo as the monster's body is shattered by a barrage of bullets, fresh blood beginning to flow. Mayer, sitting on a nearby ancient tree, clapped in applause, but the monster was not dead, only lightly wounded. Seeing that, Kay continued to fire his gun. A barrage of energy bullets was unleashed again. This time, the monster had no chance to survive and went straight to the underworld. Kai squinted at the gun in his hand, muttering discontentedly, "The firepower still isn't strong enough against these monsters." "And actually, I think it's quite impressive that you took down a monster with just 6 shots. Isn't that enough?" Kai said quietly. "I actually meant to use it as magic bullets." Mayer looked confused and said, "I never thought your strange device could make those bullets accelerate so quickly." Kai explained slowly, "So the basis of magic is imagination. If I can't imagine it accurately, then it's useless. In my world, there is electricity, so I can imagine the image of lightning magic. But even for someone from a different world like you, imagining the bullet is quite difficult. In that case, Kai can only visualize the knowledge based on the techniques he is familiar with. It seems this method is quite effective." Mary nodded slightly and said with a smile, "So that's what your world is like?" As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly stiffened. She looked over there and muttered, "Takai also saw the thing that made Mir afraid." Calmly, he said, "Don't be afraid, I saw it, but bullets won't work on it." Kai has already rushed up and shouted, "Jump down!" When Mayer heard that, he immediately jumped off the branch. At the same time, a bolt of lightning appeared in Kai's hand. Immediately, a bolt of lightning pierced through the monster, causing it to burn black. Kai also easily caught Mayo as he was falling. He glanced at the water beast and slowly said, "I have no problem using mid-level elemental magic, but I still can't use high-level magic properly." Mayo looked up at him inside Kai's heart and asked, "Are you asking for too much?" No one has ever reached this level this quickly. Kai said nothing more, glancing around and asking, "Where is Sina?" "Oh." Sina hasn't finished speaking yet. Her eyes are fixed on the distant place where I am standing on top of a monster's corpse. Seeing the looks they were giving her, Sina turned around quickly, ran to Kai, and happily said, "I finally killed the monster you mentioned. How about it? Did I meet the quota yet?" Kai glanced at the monster scratched to death by Sina's claws, then looked at the hesitant girl in front of him. After a long moment, he finally nodded and said, "Okay, you did it, Sina." Hearing this, Sina's eyes immediately lit up like stars. Tai ignored it and said seriously, "We should now start advancing into the Demon Kingdom's territory. The Alliance army, consisting of Holy Nation warriors and Federation fighters, has begun their invasion into the Demon Kingdom's land. The number and strength of the monsters in the Demon Kingdom's territory have caused heavy losses to the Holy Nation's army, especially around the first gate of the Demon Kingdom, known as the Demon Forest. As the Holy Nation's army passed through the forest, they always felt a chilling sense of horror. Ega led the way, using his keen senses to observe. His eyes quickly darkened, and he whispered, "It's the smell of monsters. There are many on the right side." This statement startled everyone, and Narumi also looked around in confusion. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Really? I didn't notice anything." As Narumi said, only the dark gloom of the cursed forest lies ahead, and on the other hand, Midu seems to sense it too. He spoke in a low voice, saying, "No, they're coming soon." Hark, of course, is no exception. He furrowed his brows, and before long, a horde of monsters attacked. Ega immediately ordered without hesitation, "Hit it now." The Beastmen army instantly obeyed and charged forward. Their abilities are not bad. Each move can kill monsters. In just a moment, the smell of fresh blood filled the air, and waves of monsters fell one after another. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Holy Nation couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. So this is the power of the Federation warriors. Soon after, all the attacking monsters had been defeated. Midu also couldn't help but say, "The monsters were defeated so easily, I never imagined it." Herrick frowned slightly, then muttered, "Humans have used all 5 senses, but still can't detect the monsters. Having a beastman join the army is really good for us." At this moment, Iga retracted his sword into its sheath. He smiled confidently and said, "Leave the detection of the monsters to us. As long as we are here, they won't dare ambush us." And just as Iga said, the beastmen with their keen senses can detect monster attacks. The Allied army is capable of repelling any battles with monsters, but as a result, Elsa's high-level demon strategy has been significantly less effective. With guerrilla tactics and limited visibility inside the forest, the reason Britain suffered heavy losses in the previous campaign was because they couldn't predict where the monsters would attack. But with the help of warriors from the Federation and their excellent ability to locate and eliminate monsters, the ambushing beasts were wiped out in an instant. At the same time, someone far away was watching this scene in frustration, punching the tree hard and cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn it, the plan was to attack the enemy with a large army of monsters and defeat them while they were in chaos, but now they are still unharmed." Another one hesitated and asked, "How long do we have to keep watching?" The other shook his head slightly and said, "We haven't received orders from Elsa yet, so there's no choice but to retreat." But before we could retreat, a sinister voice of Ega echoed from behind us. The two guys froze in panic and shouted in disbelief, "You bastard!" But before they could finish, EA cut them down on the spot. On the other side, at the Demon Forest Castle where E is residing, Asa stands on the castle looking down and mutters with a sigh, "This is bad." At the same time, a monster running up from below hurriedly reports that the soldiers sent to the forest have been ambushed and killed. It seems the beast warriors are causing more trouble than expected. Elsa frowned after hearing that. A few drops of blood appeared around her mouth, but she quickly bit them off. Grinding her teeth, she said, "I knew it. I can't believe it. I have to clean up the mess caused by Bright." That filthy monster remained silent. "I understand how you feel, but given the current situation, what should we do? The Holy Nation's people will have no choice but to attack this castle. They definitely won't want to be ambushed from behind, so they will strike." He asked if we had a chance to win. Elsa gently shook her glass of wine and calmly said, "Yes, right now we are cornered, but don't misunderstand me. I'm not weak or relying only on tactics. But still, defeating the enemy is easier if we use our brains to think. So, in the end, I just need to eliminate them, right?" The guy quickly nodded in response. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Midu's group arrived at Elsa's castle. Ega solemnly said, "The group of them I have already killed, and there are many monsters here." Elia nodded softly and added, "We cannot ignore this castle. We need to seize the castle to prevent attacks from behind as we advance further." As soon as he finished speaking, someone rode up on a horse. It's Arcee, who resentfully retorts, "Why not just attack if it's such a bother?" Herrick also nods in agreement. "I give the go-ahead. I don't want the enemy to have time to think. Let's start attacking the castle immediately." Arcee chuckled and said, "Now you understand a bit more." And then the army entered the gate, and the attack began. The monsters on the wall also refused to back down and fought back fiercely. But before long, the gate was broken, and the soldiers rushed in. Arcee led the charge, burning the monsters to death as usual. He shouted loudly with great anger, "Come on, you trash!" Ega then patted Midu on the shoulder. He smiled and suggested, "Let's go, Midu. Let's defeat the high-level demons together, okay?" "I understand. Midu took a moment to react before nodding and running after Ega. At the same time, Elsa was still leisurely drinking wine on the castle. She ignored the battle below. At this moment, Elsa's eyes suddenly widened as the door outside was pushed open. Ega and Midu slowly approached, and upon seeing the two, Elsa curled her lips into a sneer and said, "Finally, you two have arrived." Then Elsa stepped outside to face Ega and Midu. Seeing the energy around her, Midu couldn't help but feel terrified. "This energy is terrifying." Ega, standing nearby, warned, "That's right, she's a high-level monster." Elsa paid no attention to their reactions and summoned a whip that looked like an octopus tentacle. "Oh," I smirked and said, "the leader of the Beastmen warriors and a hero candidate? Looks like you're being too cautious, but I have no intention of losing." As soon as she finished speaking, Elsa whipped the whip toward the two of them. Midu quickly dodged, and the ground was torn apart by the lash. But what surprised him the most was still behind him. The ground suddenly erupted with sharp thorns. Elsa smirked and said, "I don't dare to underestimate you. I always prepare traps so that when enemies arrive, they get pierced and die." Midu can't keep floating in the air forever. He's slowly falling onto those sharp thorns. Not daring to be careless, Midu quickly activates the first stage of the Holy Sword, a sword that can freely change its shape. The Holy Sword quickly transformed into a vine that clung tightly to the chandelier above, causing Elsa's eyes to involuntarily narrow at the sight. Using the power of the chandelier above, Midu landed safely. Elsa squinted at him, coldly muttering, "A sword that can change shape freely?" Midu didn't respond to her words because he thought his companion had fallen into those thorns. Thinking that, Midu hurriedly ran to the edge of the pit and shouted, "Ega!" As he finished speaking, Ega jumped up from below, safely standing beside Midu and exhaling, "That was close, I almost got pierced through." Seeing Ega still standing there safely, Elsa was even more surprised and frowned. "I can't believe it," she muttered. "Isn't he hurt? But how?" She shrugged indifferently and calmly replied, "It's simple, a double jump." Hearing that, Elsa became even angrier and gritted her teeth as she cursed. "Yeah, what a lousy physical ability. Are all beastmen like you?" "Well, I'm a bit special, so now it's our turn." And with that, he charged forward like a gust of wind. "Don't underestimate me," Elsa shouted fiercely and swung her whip again. Midu suddenly used teleportation to appear behind Elsa, smirking as he said, "I got you." As he finished speaking, he raised his sword to strike down, but at that moment Elsa suddenly pulled out something, and a sharp object suddenly protruded from the ceiling. Midu didn't dare to slack off and quickly raised his sword to defend. Taking advantage of this, Elsa kicked him in the hip, causing him to be thrown out. Seeing this, Ega immediately shouted in panic, "Midu!" Elsa snorted coldly again. "Almost got me killed, kid. It seems that power is too much for you right now." Midu sat up from the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "Hero candidate, you come from another world, right? What are you fighting for?" Hearing this, Midu froze, unsure of what to do. Ega immediately panicked and shouted, "Don't listen to that monster!" Midu didn't let Elsa finish her sentence and quickly swung her whip at Ega, but Ega remained calm and responded steadily, shouting at the same time, "This is our chance to charge forward." "Yes!" Midu immediately replied and then rushed towards Elsa. She kept whipping her whip, blocking the attack of the two of them. Just as Midu approached Elsa, she suddenly choked up and muttered, "Stop! Please save me!" Midu was stunned by these words, his sword trembling slightly. Seizing the moment, Elsa quickly swung her whip up and coldly said, "You've lost your mind." "Lost." Midu couldn't react in time. His ankle was tightly bound by the whip. Elsa smirked and said, "You can't be careless during a fight." In this way, Midu was lifted into the air, and immediately Elsa kept pushing him toward the wall. Seeing this scene, Ega immediately panicked. Elsa was surprised by his reaction. She sneered mockingly, "Do you care about a single person? It seems your alliance is deeper than I thought." Ega was a bit confused, not understanding what she meant. While he was confused, Elsa smiled and said, "If so, I will return it to you." After finishing, she threw Midu towards EA. Elsa's throw was powerful, a loud bang echoed, and the wall in front was shattered into a large hole. Elsa slightly furrowed her brow, thinking to herself that their spirits were weak, and she could handle the beastman alone. But suddenly, her eyes narrowed because a black wolf appeared slowly in front of her. Elsa furrowed her brow in confusion about where this wolf came from, but she quickly realized it was a transformed beastman. Elsa viciously struck her whip down onto the ground. At the same time, Ega, in her wolf form, growled softly, startling Elsa and showing a hint of worry in her eyes, then charged forward, claws slashing and blood splattering everywhere. At the same time, in the territory of the Third Prince, in the western part of the demon kingdom Vidora, the water goddess of Aqualia Natasha, looked somewhat displeased because she had used her powers to check the situation in part of the Demon Kingdom. Very quickly, a scene that looked like a recorded video appeared before Natasha. Aga had killed Elsa. Just as I expected, the Alliance's warriors are really troublesome. That's why she wants to control them. Giganda, Bright, Elsa, Natasha's high-ranking subordinates have been eliminated. It seems she's being cornered. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the sky. "Are you all right, Aqualia?" Immediately after, a figure appeared before Natasha. Seeing the other person, Natasha immediately exclaimed, "Leon H., are you worried about me?" Leon H. nodded softly and smiled. "Of course I am. She is my fiancé." These two words, fiancé, made Natasha feel a bit shy. After a moment, she nodded and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Leon H., seeing this, asked suspiciously, "I heard Elsa is dead, and the Alliance will arrive in Fizz City in a few days. Do you think you can win?" "Honestly, I mainly work in the shadows, so my combat skills aren't very good. It will be a tough battle because I am facing those who defeated Windbox and Stone Guy." Leon had understood this well and nodded slightly, saying yes, the Demon Kingdom's assassins are on their way. "Assassins, huh?" Leon had explained slowly. "They are hidden elites, doing dirty work, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom. As you know, they are one of my trump cards. I will entrust you to command these elites." "Really?" "Of course. I want you to hold your position until I return. Aqualia loves my secret." Natasha was moved by his words and happily said, "Yes, Leon H., leave everything to me, your fiancé. I trust her." Aqualia Leon H. only left a sentence before disappearing from Natasha's sight. Natasha narrowed her eyes at the fading figure in the glass and muttered, "I failed to control the Alliance, and for someone cornered like me, he still shows his love." Immediately after, she ran to embrace it tightly and cry, "I will definitely respond to your love." Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital, Ang, the Demon Clan was completely unaware of the war outside and was still living their everyday lives. Inside the palace, a figure was slowly walking down the corridor. It was Isabel. A man seeing her immediately asked suspiciously, "Isabel, where are you going?" Isabel calmly replied, "I came to visit Alice." A while later, inside a dungeon within the palace, the heavy stone door was pushed open. Isabel enters with someone. Inside, there is a young girl with white hair. This girl is Alice, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Seeing Isabel, Alice happily calls out to her, but Isabel doesn't react at all. Alice didn't mind and ran to hug her tightly, excitedly saying, "You're here." Isabel, caught off guard by the sudden hug, blushed slightly and shyly turned away, softly saying, "I didn't come here to visit you. I just had some free time, so I stopped by." "Do you know you're terrible at lying?" Isabel scolded angrily. "Shut up." Alice, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much, still smiling. "I am very happy." Isabel looked at the girl carefully, suspiciously asking, "What are you doing?" Alice picked up a flower crown and cheerfully said, "Look, I'm making a wreath. Isn't it beautiful?" As she spoke, the girl placed the flower crown on her head and excitedly asked, "Do you think it looks good on me?" Isabel nodded softly and smiled, saying, "That suits you very well." Seeing her casual reaction, Alice looked a bit upset and asked, "You're just saying that casually, right?" Without waiting for Isabel's reply, Alice turned and ran off, then picked up a flower crown and said with a smile, "I'll make one for you too." Isabel reached out and asked suspiciously, "For me? I have a feeling you'll visit me, right?" Alice cheerfully replied, "Well, I'm not really doing anything anyway. I also want to go out into the world, but was told I couldn't." Hearing this, Isabel looked a bit uncomfortable and muttered, "Alice!" Alice looked up at her, full of doubt, and asked, "What's going on?" Isabel looked at the wreath in her hand, then at Alice, then shook her head and said nothing. After that, she placed the wreath on her head, raised an eyebrow, and asked with a smile, "How do I look?" Alice couldn't help but laugh. "You're so funny." Isabel couldn't help but murmur in confusion. "So I gave it to you, so I wore it." Alice just chuckled softly, then suddenly remembered something and asked suspiciously, "Oh, right, sister. When will we start the summoning ritual for the evil spirit?" Alice didn't notice the awkwardness in her eyes and kept smiling as she said, "I heard I will be offered to the gods. I really look forward to it." "I do too. I don't know the details, but it probably won't be long." Alice smiled brightly and said, "I understand now. I will be released on that day, right?" Isabel didn't reply, only standing silently. Her subordinates, seeing that, called out to remind her, "Isabel, I know." Then she turned around and left. Alice, feeling a bit sad, asked, "Are you leaving?" "I will visit you later. Stay good." After saying that, she walked straight ahead without looking back. But as she left, Isabel's expression was a bit contemplative. Not long after, someone suddenly appeared behind her with a gloomy voice. "Hey, Isabel. Isabel was slightly startled and turned her head to look back. So it turns out the person who came is the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, Leon Hatt. She coldly calls out his name. Seeing that, Leon Hatt waved his hand and smiled. You're distancing yourself again. Can't you call me brother like before? Isabel coldly shook her head and replied, No, I don't have the right to do that. Leon Hatt pouted and said with a smile, You're too stiff. You've already met Alice Chua. Dan Mac nodded. Isabel replied indifferently then. Leon Hatt looked into the room and muttered after a long pause, The girl staying in there all the time isn't good. Sooner or later, she'll become a sacrifice to the evil god. Then he turned his gaze to Isabel with a mocking expression. Maybe it has already lost its reason during this time, and after all, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor. I truly envy it. Do you think so? Isabel. Isabel bit her lip fiercely and replied in a low voice, I have to go now. And then quickly walked away as if she didn't want to breathe the same air as Leon for another second. At the same time, in the Demon Kingdom Vidora, territory of the Third Prince, in the bustling center of the city, although night has fallen, the Demon Clan is still active on the streets, and inside, a proud pair of legs are walking forward. The other person is dressed in a black cloak, quietly moving deeper inside. A moment later, at a tavern still open and brightly lit inside, the owner was reading a newspaper behind the counter when someone entered and immediately greeted, Welcome back. The person who arrived was the mysterious figure in the black cloak. The shop owner casually asked, What do you think about the city of Fit? That's okay, although the atmosphere is a bit stifling. The shop owner rested his chin on his hand and sighed, saying, Yes, because we cannot stop the invasion of humans. This place has become a front line, and many people are feeling uneasy. The mysterious person calmly spoke again, I think you don't need to worry because the 4 great heavenly kings of Aqualia are in this city. The shop owner found this reasoning convincing and nodded, saying, You're right, but Stone Gaia and Winbach have been killed. So the mysterious person is Kai. You disguised yourself as a demon to infiltrate this place. You furrowed your brow slightly and whispered, The terrifying hero candidates have killed 2 of the 4 great vanguards of the Demon Lord's army. The shop owner frowned and said, Yes, it's hard to believe. After all that happened, we were suddenly invaded, and recently the number of slaves has been decreasing, even though we're really short-handed there. He pointed at a chained slave nearby and scolded him, Hey, work properly. Kai glanced over and muttered hesitantly, It would be quite troublesome if the slave runs away. The shop owner nodded slightly and said, Because you also have a slave with you. I'm glad you understand me. We make slaves do the work that way. Once the supply of slaves stops, they won't be able to continue their business. He handed Kai a key and kept talking. I'm a bit jealous. Has your slave reached marriageable age yet? Kai took the key and replied coldly, I don't know either. The shop owner chuckled twice and said, Well, I shouldn't pry into my customer's privacy. Rest well. Yeah, thanks. Kai nodded casually and then left the counter to Guor. A while later, in Kai's resting room, May and Sina, dressed as slaves, were already waiting here. Seeing Kai's appearance, X couldn't help but feel emotional. Just as expected, he really looked different. Kai lowered his horns and smirked, saying, If I'm not strange, I can't do anything. I need to disguise myself to move freely within the Demon Kingdom. Sina was a bit confused and muttered, Your scent is different. Kai explained nonchalantly. Beastmen notice the difference, but demons do not. Once we disguise ourselves, there is no difference between us and demons. All right, but I still can't accept you treating us like slaves. Kai's High sighed reluctantly. Because they stand out too much, I had to disguise them as demon slaves. That's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves of different races. Hearing this, May suddenly doubted and asked, Are we really that noticeable? Can you disguise us with your disguise skills? Because you're so beautiful, you haven't finished speaking yet. Kai interrupted coldly. Once the demons are attracted to you, they'll easily see through your disguise. This statement leaves Mayo stunned. After a moment, she finally gasps in amazement. Beautiful? Kai raised an eyebrow and looked at her with suspicion. Don't you recognize it? Mayo stammered shyly. Yeah, maybe that's possible. Seeing her reaction, Kay asked vaguely, Why are you so scared? Mayo waved her hand to explain, I didn't think you would say that. Indifferently shrugging her shoulders, Kai casually said, I'm just telling the truth. Mayo was stunned and didn't know what to say. Sina leaned in and asked, Hey Kai, what about me? Kai pointed at her head and said, You resemble Mayo, but those cat ears are hard to hide. Sina couldn't help but pucker her lips upon hearing that. She covered her cat ears with her hands and sighed, saying, Yeah, that's right. Mayo worriedly added, If they find out we're forcing A to become a slave, the Alliance will be really angry. Kai casually replied, "We are just disguising ourselves to infiltrate the demon lord's territory and pretending to be a group of demons and his slaves." That makes sense. Midu nodded softly but quickly mumbled shyly, "But since we are your slaves, we don't have a private room, so I rented this big room. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing your reaction, Mayo snapped in frustration, "But there's only one bed." Thowo shrugged. Kai pouted and replied, "You two sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. I've been trained for this anyway." After hearing that, Mayo couldn't help but mutter softly, "It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?" Seeing Kai's head fill with question marks, she asked back in confusion, "What did you say?" Mayo didn't answer. Isabel spoke up again. "Kai, please understand what Mayo means." Before she could finish speaking, Mayo had already covered her mouth and hurriedly said, "It's nothing," so Kai wouldn't misunderstand. On another front, in the demon kingdom of Aurora, the domain of the 5 princesses, in the city of Steb Brook, inside the castle, a space has been opened. Isabel steps out from inside, sees her, and the attendant beside her immediately greets her. Isabel nodded calmly and said, "Thank you." The subordinate continued to ask, "How is Alice Yama doing?" Isabel sighed and replied, "She's still well. She even gave me a hair accessory made of flowers." Hearing this, the subordinate beside her let out a relieved breath. "I'm glad to hear that. But the reason she's being treated so well is because she will serve as a vessel for the evil god. Trapped in that room, Alice must be very lonely." At this moment, the subordinate beside her suddenly whispered, "Isabel, our comrades have gathered underground." Hearing this, Isabel immediately froze. After a moment, she went down into a cellar. "There are many demons waiting there." She narrowed her eyes at them, as if she was contemplating something. And after a long moment, her thin lips parted slightly, her voice echoing through the underground chamber. "Thanks to Winbek's death, my followers have decreased. Now I can move more freely. Currently, the remaining demons are busy fighting humans, which is why they don't have time to think about internal matters." Hearing this, a demon hesitated and asked Isabel what that meant. Isabel calmly replied, "The time for revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown." As soon as she said this, the demons below all raised their hands together. The crowd immediately cheered. "We have been looking forward to this revolution. The preparations have been meticulous and long-term, so we won't be discovered." Some say that things will get better once Isabel becomes the demon lord. Isabel saw this scene and said nothing. She wants to end this war with a revolution. It's not just talk, but above all, she wants to protect Alice. To do that, Isabel would have to betray this kingdom. Meanwhile, in the territory of Aurora ruled by the Crown Prince, in the city of Fis, the demon clan was going about their usual activities, but suddenly they seemed to see something and exclaimed in shock, "Hey, look there, it's the 3 counts." Then, they pointed toward the distant place where a demon was escorting slaves. The one in the middle was Count Ko. The demons present saw him and immediately stepped aside, kneeling and bowing respectfully. But Cho didn't seem very happy right now, walking along and speaking irritably. "I'm really fed up, Aquia. She dared to mobilize the army without my permission. Even if her rank is higher than mine, I am still the governor of this city." With that, Cho seemed to think of something, his tone softening slightly. "Maybe she's worried about the threat from humans. 2 of the 4 great vassals have died, so she's definitely very uneasy." Hearing this, the subordinate beside him also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Aqualia is known for being cautious, and her combat ability isn't as outstanding as the other vanguards. Look, the townspeople are also worried about her unsettling behavior, and inside the crowd, Kai is quietly observing CO. So he is a noble ruling fit. It seems he is managing the city very strictly under the orders of the 3rd prince. I heard that the demon world is a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. The demon nobles are all high-level demons, but it seems they overestimated the power of the high-level demons, leading to inadequate training. Those slaves are probably soldiers of the holy nation." By evening, in an opulent castle, in a room, he was stabbed to death with a dagger, blood staining the entire bed. Of course, it was Kai who did it. He wiped the blood off the dagger with a cloth and said with a smirk, "You're too careless." Then, he opened the door and stepped outside. Sina was also present outside. She said she had killed all the demons in the mansion and then cautiously looked at Kay and asked, "Did I do well in not being discovered?" Kai patted Sina's head in praise and said, "Well done, but there were some strange noises. It would be troublesome if the Count wakes up." Sina chuckled in response. "Even if he wakes up, I can still kill him right away." Kai sighed reluctantly. "It's not a problem. All right, we still have other targets." Immediately after, the 2 entered the slave-holding area. Seeing Kay, the others immediately became alert and asked, "Who's there?" "Humans?" Kai replied calmly. Yes, let's talk for a bit, and after we're done, I will send you back to the Holy Nations Army. A moment later, Kai and Sina sneaked into CO's office, where Kai had overheard all the recent events from the two others. You nod clearly, just as you expected. Rescuing them was the right decision. Kai thought the Count's slaves would have useful information about the Demon Kingdom, but it turned out to be more valuable than he imagined. A slave below immediately spoke up. I don't want to be a laborer like their slaves. I plan to gather as much intelligence as possible, so if we get rescued, it will be useful. Sai, hearing that, suspiciously asked, Do you two plan to run away? The other slave gently shook his head and replied, This collar has a special kind of magic. I heard that I would be burned to death if I tried to escape or resist my master. These rings are widely used throughout the Demon Kingdom territory. It's used to force slaves to work. Hearing this, Xena was frightened and glanced at Kai, asking, So why are you wearing this around our necks? Kai calmly replied, That's just a fake without any magic. The slave then spoke up again. Anyway, instead of being burned alive and never returning, we have been his slaves for 2 years, and that time felt like hell. When the mood is bad, he doesn't hesitate to torment the slaves. Kay furrows his brow slightly and asks suspiciously, Who captured both of them? Based on their condition, you can see that both are capable individuals. The female slave immediately explained they are a special unit of Prince Leon Hat, also known as the Assassin of the Demon Kingdom. The male slave also chimed in, saying it is an official unit composed of the Kingdom of Demons' best individuals. It seems this unit operates separately from the main army. They were ambushed while escorting supplies. Despite their confidence in their strength, they were completely overwhelmed. After hearing that, C frowned suspiciously and asked, Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized? The slave slowly explained, I heard there are many notorious individuals in the army. So it seems he understood something and asked softly, So they gathered those individuals into one unit, right? Probably because of the charm of the third prince. He once saw a meeting where Crow and Leon performed together, and upon seeing the prince, they knew they didn't have enough strength to defeat him. He knew that the Natasa king was very impressive, but she was nothing compared to him. The female slave beside him also nodded in agreement. Maybe he already realized this, but this area is under the direct control of the Crown Prince. Kai, hearing this, suspiciously asked, Is the third prince currently in this city? The male slave shook his head slightly and replied, No, based on what the other said, it seems he is at the palace, and the city's army is currently commanded by the Heavenly King of Aqualia. Kai then asked again, What is the relationship between the third prince and the Sky King? The female slave slowly replied, She is his fiancée and also the center of the third prince's supporters. Supporters' side? Kai muttered with a slight frown. Then after a moment he spoke, I've heard the demon realm isn't truly united. The princes and princesses' factions are fighting each other for the throne, and even the demon lord seems to accept this method to create the strongest demon lord. Kay continued to ask, How are the factions within the demon kingdom doing? The two slaves immediately responded. The strongest faction used to be the prince's side, but since Winbex, the center of that system, died, their influence has waned. The same thing happened to the second princess's faction after Stone Gaia's death. Aqualia seized the opportunity to increase her influence. After hearing everything, Kai understood the situation and spoke slowly. The influence of the 4 heavenly kings is really strong, huh? Nandole nodded slightly in response. The reason is that they are the highest-ranking officials in the Demon Lord's army. Kai understood more and more clearly. You nodded and spoke. I understand now. It seems the Demon Kingdom could be destroyed by internal conflict. What about the final Heavenly King? The Fire Prince Frimaries declares neutrality and will serve whoever becomes the next Demon Lord. Part of it is due to the close relationship between the current Demon Lord and the Fire Archangel. The female slave beside him added that lately there has been a trend suggesting this is not the time for an internal war. Do you know what that is? He nodded and opened his mouth. They want to unite when facing a common enemy? It seems even the demons are finally sensing the danger. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Thank you for the information. Please escort them to the Alliance forces. At this moment, the female slave suddenly spoke up. I hear Aqualia is famous for her cunning tactics. She specializes in sabotage and dirty tricks. Maybe that's why the faction of the third prince has a bad reputation. But Kai didn't care much. He walked past the two people and coldly replied, Tell the Alliance forces this. I have no intention of fighting the Heavenly King of this land. Namala was stunned and asked, So what are you going to do? Will you kill Cho so easily? Are you one of the hero candidates? Kai replied calmly. I will continue to infiltrate deeper into the Demon Kingdom. It seems I need to stir up a conflict. I will find a way to eliminate them from within. A few days later, outside the city of Fit, The army of the Holy Nation along with the Beastmen forces were slowly moving toward the city. I see it now. In front of them is the city of Fit. Once we take that city, our burden will lessen. Ega, standing beside, also spoke in a serious tone. I'm sure the enemy is defending very strictly. It wouldn't be surprising if the 4 heavenly kings appear in this crisis. That's right. Midu nodded slightly, a look of vigilance and determination in his eyes. The demon kingdom Vidora, home of the 3 princes, the battle around Fit City has begun. Initially, the Alliance army led by Midu had the advantage. However, since Fit City is one of the strategic bases of the demon army, things are not as easy as they thought. The demons have mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers, and their morale is very high. Meanwhile, the Holy Nation's army consists of 40,000 soldiers. With 20,000 warriors from the Federation, the Allied forces total only 60,000. Moreover, except for the hero candidates and knights, the other warriors are much weaker than the demons. At the same time, the Alliance's army is cornered. Midu fought the demons while saying if they split up, it would be easier to defeat them. I wish he had the ability to lead a powerful army. Ega understood Midu's thoughts and hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry, Midu, leave it to us," and then he focused his mind and howled at the sky. The sound quickly reached the ears of the other beastmen, and at the same time, they also started to roar. They instantly transformed into beast people. The demons, seeing this, couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? Before they could understand what was happening, they were already being fiercely attacked by the beastmen. Midu, seeing this, was also a bit confused and muttered vaguely. Ega explained calmly that my roar effect is to intimidate the enemy's mind while boosting the morale and combat ability of my allies. These things are not difficult. Immediately, the soldiers of the Holy Nation also became more aggressive, attacking the demons fiercely. Ega paused for a moment, then glanced at Midu and spoke. "Midu, you are not allowed to be afraid or it will affect those around you." "Thank you, Ega." Midu nodded and replied, "He understands what he needs to do in this situation." Ega's eyes now became determined, and he shouted loudly, "We just need to boost our fighting spirit if we face them directly. We won't lose this battle." As Ega predicted, the tide of the battle once again turned in favor of the Allied forces. He clenched his fists tightly, punching down repeatedly. Arasi scoffed disdainfully. "These demons are all weaklings. Where are the high-level demons?" The demons hesitated, unsure how to react. Seizing the opportunity, Elia shouted orders again, telling them to finish them off. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Or so they thought, because just as Midu and the others were trying to eliminate the remaining demons, suddenly powerful auras appeared behind them, forcing Midu to turn around in surprise. He hurriedly fought back with his sword, and when he finally saw clearly, a figure had appeared in front of Midu. Midu frowned slightly as she observed the man, secretly thinking, he's too strong. Could he be a high-level demon? At the same time, Arasi also noticed the newly appeared figure, and without hesitation, he charged forward to attack. The black-clad man easily blocked him, but Arasi remained calm and smiled, saying, "Finally, there's a worthy opponent." Meanwhile, another fierce battle was also taking place. "Who are you? Where are you from?" The guy just smirked coldly without answering. This situation caused the soldiers behind to slow down. Amelia muttered in confusion, "What's happening? It seems our progress is slowing down." She hadn't even had time to steady herself when a figure appeared behind her. The soldiers immediately panicked and shouted, "Who are you?" But as soon as she finished speaking, fresh blood poured out like rain, and the soldier was directly killed. The man in black struck as fast as lightning, leaving no one able to react. By the time she realized what was happening, her soldiers had already been killed. She furiously frowned and gritted her teeth, asking, "You bastard, how did you get here?" The soldiers hurriedly stepped in front of her to protect her. Unfortunately, the black-clad man still charged wildly forward, quickly appearing in front of Aaliyah with a knife aimed at her neck, and then the cold blade sliced across Aaliyah's chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. She helplessly fell off the horse under the frightened eyes of the soldiers. Midu, fighting in front, also saw this scene, her eyes filled with worry as she shouted, "Emiya!" Hark, equally anxious, quickly ordered, "I will take command from here. Take Amelia to the medical area. Do not let that guy escape." But before the Holy Nation soldiers could act, the man in black swiftly swept through the soldiers like the wind, slashing their throats before leaving. Siri hurried over to help treat Amelia. The Holy Nation's army is in shock after losing their commander and is ultimately forced to retreat. Because the power of the Demon Lord's army has been exhausted, they decided not to pursue the Alliance and quickly returned to their hideout. By evening, at the demon base, inside a carefully guarded tent, Natasha narrowed her eyes at the person before her and asked suspiciously, "You couldn't kill their commander?" The man in black nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, but we did seriously wound her." After hearing this, Natasha nodded in satisfaction. "Fine, after all, there is one undeniable truth that you saved us." That guy, Khan, remains humble and calm as he continues. It will take some time for their leader to recover, which will slow down the Alliance's actions. What should we do now? Aqualia paused in thought for a moment before slowly speaking. This is the time for us to act. At this moment, both sides are at a dead end, so cut off their supply lines in the shadows. The man in black immediately nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the regions of the Demon Kingdom Vidora in Aizai, the city is currently under martial law, with strict guards outside the city gates. Every carriage passing through is thoroughly checked, and soldiers on the walls have been reinforced. In the distant forest, Kai, Mayo, and Sina are quietly observing inside the city. Kai can't help but marvel. As expected, the security is very tight. Sina couldn't help but feel confused, able to see that far. Mayo, on the other hand, was a bit worried and hesitated to ask, "What should we do now?" "I think it will be difficult to blend in with just a disguise. Plus, like when we were at NRAS, a barrier was set up to detect intruders." Mayo remembered what happened earlier, her face instantly serious as she muttered in a low voice, "That is Princess Isabel." Sina, not knowing, asked suspiciously, "Who is she?" Kai slowly explained that she is a descendant of the Demon Lord and that she set up a barrier in a city where they would be detected immediately. Mayor pursed her lips and said, "If it's an ordinary spell, I could sense the residual energy. But at that moment, I didn't recognize anything at all." Kai nodded slightly and said, "She not only helped us escape, but also provided some information. She's definitely plotting something. Even without Isabel, this place is still the Demon Kingdom's base, so it wouldn't be surprising to have a barrier of the same level here." Mayor didn't give up and quickly suggested, "Give me some time to ask the spirits to investigate this barrier further." Kai nodded slightly and suggested, "When the sun sets, we will approach the capital. I trust you." As the sun set, the city was shrouded in darkness, but the soldiers remained steadfast in their watch. However, soon they grew tired and turned away. At the same time, 3 figures quietly entered the city. After walking for a while, Mayor's ears suddenly twitched, and she immediately stopped. The 3 of them froze in response. Mayo hesitated for a moment before speaking, although very faintly. "I can feel a residual amount of miasma in my mind," Kai muttered with a slight frown. "I can't see anything. As expected, you can't use your assessment ability on something that isn't a tangible object." Mayo speaks in a low voice. "The residual energy is truly very faint, so I don't know who this miasma signal belongs to, but it seems to be deployed to cover the entire city. It's a kind of barrier magic, just a hypothesis. But they can detect intruders by the absence of miasma. After all, only demons have miasma." Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "That method really works. They must have placed these kinds of barriers in every city to prevent any spies or intruders. Let me try to see if we can get through. Only a few demons can use spatial magic like this." Kai glanced at her and asked suspiciously, "Is there a way to fool this barrier?" Mayor hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I think we can fool them if we have miasma in our bodies." Hearing this, Kai immediately understood and then took out some items from his person. "I took some items from CO's mansion in case I need money urgently." When Meyer saw them, he exclaimed excitedly, "If that is a miasma device," Sina asked in confusion, "what is a miasma device?" Kai slowly explained that it is a mana-based device, functioning like a magic tool used by humans. The only difference is that this device's source is miasma instead of human mana, but sometimes they need to infuse some magic into it. They dismantled this device to get some money, but since you haven't used it, it probably has miasma inside. Mayor snatched the flute from Kai's hand. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "This device is fine. I will channel some mana into it in a moment." Kai glanced at her and hesitated, asking, "Can you do that too?" "I've never just sat around while you two trained together. I've been learning this from my master all along." She just needed to imagine the rest. Saying that, Mayor began to focus her mind, muttering the incantation non-stop, and in an instant energy appeared in her hand. And then Mayor managed to get past the barrier. Kai saw this and his eyes lit up with excitement. Also quietly waited for what would happen next. Before long, Mayor had fully entered the city. She cheerfully exclaimed, "We did it! You two can go inside now." Kai and Sina immediately stepped in. Kai said satisfied, "Good. From now on, everything will be as usual. We will climb over the wall and sneak past the guards. Inside the city, a new day begins, and the demons gather again to trade on the streets. Everyone does their own work, just like any other day, and Kai's 3 people also successfully sneaked inside. Somehow, they managed to blend in here. Even if the demons pass by, they won't realize they are outsiders. Kai's 3 people successfully sneaked in and are free to move around inside the city. Kai glanced at the 2 others and asked, "This place is too big and there are many demons." Za sighed reluctantly. It's really annoying having to pretend to be a slave all the time. They reminded them again. The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are, so it's better not to go too close. Mayo looked at him in surprise. Za also looked confused and asked, "So aren't we infiltrating the castle and assassinating the demon lord?" Kai explained slowly, "Of course that's our goal. But first we need to gather information inside the capital. It will be very dangerous for us if our identities are exposed. Collect the information carefully." A week later, inside Isabel's tower in her office, she was busy handling official matters when suddenly she realized something. She didn't look up and pouted as she said, "Well, I'm surprised I didn't expect you to get past my defenses." "It's not me, it's all thanks to Mayor." Dan Mack nodded. Isabel indifferently said, "I understand now. You've become much stronger since then." Kai ignored these trivial words and went straight to the point, saying, "We need to talk." "Isabel, can I?" Isabel nodded without hesitation. "It's fine." Kai was a bit surprised, chuckling softly. "You're quite straightforward." I shrug indifferently and smirk as Isabel speaks. "Anyway, I am grateful to you for defeating Winbacks. Thanks to his death, I am no longer under surveillance and can move more freely. So that was your plan, wasn't it? It seems I underestimated you. I didn't think you could defeat him. You only thought you could use Kai as a pawn if you could escape, but you're better than she expected. Now, Kai is no longer a pawn, but a valuable partner." Kai narrowed his eyes at Isabel, hesitating and muttering, "The revolution of yours, you mentioned it here and then stopped? You have passed my challenge. Shall we move somewhere else to talk?" And then, Isabel used teleportation. The scene changed in the blink of an eye. Kai looked down at the city from above and after a long moment said, "We will teleport instantly from the capital Izanhat to your city as usual. Your magic is truly powerful." Isabel calmly said, "It takes quite a lot of energy. I can't use it frequently in one day. Follow me." After finishing, Isabel led Kay to her reception room. She casually took a sip of tea before setting the cup down on the table. "By the way, how did you gather information about the revolution? I need to act immediately on this matter. We infiltrated the capital. A week ago, I gathered information from the slums. Even if you want to ask about information that could ignite the destruction of the Demon Kingdom, you think your assassination targets will be the Crown Prince, the second and third princes, who are at the center of the throne struggle. But what really concerns Kai is the lack of information about Isabel, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. When they first met, Isabel said she had a different goal in mind, thinking she might be plotting something. So Kai followed her 3 soldiers to investigate further. As a result, one of the soldiers helped him find the information he needed. "He led you to the warehouse where Isabel is storing weapons for the revolution. I understand now." Hearing the full issue, Isabel nodded clearly, then glanced at the person beside her to give an order. Smith understood and said, "I will warn our comrades to be more careful." I ignored this and seriously suggested, "Let's get to the main point and I'll be direct with you. Are you asking Isabel if she wants to cooperate with heroes like you? So you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord?" Kai slowly explained, "I can't persuade and control the entire army of the Holy Kingdom, but I can do that with the hero candidates, as I said before. We want to go home. So, to do that, they have to kill the Demon Lord, and you don't care what happens to this world when you go back home." Isabel frowned and asked back, "So you mean I can do whatever I want after we defeat the Demon Lord?" Shrugging indifferently, Kai sneered and said, "We're not sure we can go home until we try." Isabel narrowed her eyes at him and after a moment spoke, "Summoning heroes is part of the covenant with the god Dijere. After fulfilling the pact by killing the Demon Lord, you will be returned to your world." She frowned unconsciously and asked suspiciously, "How do you know that?" She said she didn't know that far away. Isabel slowly explained, "I discovered it after reading an ancient document, and it happened to pique my interest after talking with you." Leonora frowned suspiciously and asked, "Is that document trustworthy?" Isabel shook her head slightly, unsure of her answer. "It's just an ancient document." Guy immediately fell into deep thought. "Well, it also matches what Leonora said. In the early days of coming to this world, they all heard things like that." Compared to what Leonora and Isabel just said, the accuracy of Kai's information has increased so far. Thinking of this, Kai said in a low voice, "In that case, the fate of this world has nothing to do with us. I don't care whether it destroys the Holy Kingdom or seeks peace after this is over." Hearing that, Isabel couldn't help but sneer. She coldly said, "Our interests are aligned. The The revolutionaries' goal is to make me the demon lord. Then I want to create a world where humans, beastmen, and demons can live in peace." Kai frowned slightly, suspiciously asking, "It sounds like a fairy tale. Do you think the war can end immediately?" "As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain the strength of this kingdom, that child can do so too." Instinctively, Kay smiled and continued, "Do you not think it would be better if you joined the fight for the throne instead of rebelling against the kingdom and your revolutionary movement?" Despite shaking his head, Isabel calmly replied, "The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest in history. Even when he cedes the throne to the next demon lord, he will still hold great influence. She says the demon lord hates humans. He will never accept Isabel because she wants peace with humans. Furthermore, the other princes and princesses are not seeking peace. She is the only one." At this point, Isabel confidently speaks again. "It's true that we don't have enough strength with just the revolutionary army, but as long as we seize this opportunity while the kingdom is under attack by the Allied forces, I believe we have a chance to win. Even if we defeat the current demon lord with the help of the Allied forces, they will be at a disadvantage once this war ends." That is why Isabel does not seek help from outside. As she finishes, she suddenly points at Kai and says, "If the hero candidates help me, everything will be different." Kai frowned and remained silent. Isabel nodded again and continued, "I accept that our revolutionary army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates." The negotiation was successful. Kay quickly grabbed Isabel's hand and smiled, saying, "We are counting on you too. I want to tell you something." Isabel looked at the teacup on the table and seriously reminded us that the Demon Lord's plan would be carried out this year. If we missed this window, the chance of victory would be 0. Meanwhile, in the Demon Forest, a Holy Nation army was slowly advancing, led by Captain Henry of the 7th Night Legion. He leads the support and logistics teams sent from Enra City to the battlefield. Even if reinforcements are not sent directly to the front lines, the Holy Kingdom needs a team to supply materials and warriors capable of fighting monsters. And so, the 7th Knightly Regiment, composed of elite soldiers chosen for this mission, faced the powerful monsters inside the Demon Forest. But with the disappearance of the high-level demon Elsa, the support team's task became easier. Or so they thought, because the Demon Kingdom's assassin team appeared once again when the battle was turning in favor of the Holy Nation. Seeing them, the soldiers immediately exclaimed in shock, "Who are you?" But those people didn't answer and kept moving forward. Seeing that, the soldiers became even more cautious and hurriedly stepped in front of Henry. The captain stepped back and let us handle this. Bright flashes kept lighting up the scene, and as soon as they stepped out, 2 heads were severed from their necks. They are assassins, so they act very quickly, killing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the soldiers become even more panicked. Ben and Jack were killed instantly. Be careful, they are high-level demons. At this moment, Henry rushes forward with scissors, shouting loudly, "The assassins of the Demon Lord's army." Ken let out a sound as his sword clashed with the knives of the black-clad enemies, but was quickly pushed back. Henry refused to back down, still shouting loudly, "Don't underestimate us. I am one of the Knight's squadron leaders." As soon as I finished speaking, I was pierced through. The smell of fresh blood quickly filled the air as an arrow sliced through the wind, killing Henry instantly. And thus, the cursed forest became soaked in blood. The territory of the noble kingdom, the evil forest inside Elsa's old castle. After losing the battle at Follett, the Allied forces decided to retreat and regroup at the fortress they rarely occupy. Many soldiers are seriously injured, including the Allied commander. Amelia is still weak, lying there with bandages wrapped around her chest. Siori is still trying to treat her. Midu stands nearby, worried, asking how she is doing. Sai nodded softly and said, "Her life is no longer in danger. If I continue to use my healing skill regularly, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks." Hearing this, Midu finally relaxed and sighed, saying, "I understand." Hark also happily said with a smile, "You really are a savior. The other healers have given up." Sai, unaware, smiled sincerely and said, "This is all I can do." As they were talking, Elia gradually woke up, murmuring non-stop, "It's my fault." Hark saw this and reassured her, "You should rest for now and not worry about us. I will temporarily take command. Although they are retreating for now, the enemy has also suffered heavy losses. They still haven't moved. It seems they're trying to regroup." Weakly, Elia replied, "I understand, so it should be fine. Just somewhere you can't see." Hark and Midu exchange glances, their eyes full of unspoken meaning. After a long moment, Harak finally speaks. "All right, I'm counting on you, Hono." Siori nodded softly and said, "Yes, I will take care of her." Immediately after, Harak and Midu went outside. It wasn't long before Midu saw someone approaching. Ega walking towards them. Eiga spoke seriously. I'm sorry, but I overheard the conversation earlier. I'm glad she's still alive, but it seems she'll need to rest for at least 2 weeks. The reason I say there's no problem is because I don't want to cause more worry. She should focus on recovery. We will handle the supply issue ourselves. Eiga also frowned and whispered. If we limit rations daily, we can hold out for another week, but after that, it's uncertain. We need to resolve this soon. Harik glanced at the two of them, sighed, and said, The 7th Cavalry Unit was wiped out along with the supply team. According to the survivors, the main attackers were the group that defeated Elia. Henry, the leader of the 7th team, has fallen in battle. He is an upright person, respected by everyone. Minu muttered in displeasure. The masked assassins are probably high-level demons. At least 5 or 6 appeared at once. They might be more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Eiga also agreed with his opinion. Yes, I fought one of them, and I can't be careless, even for a moment. The high-level bird squadron you sent as messengers has just returned, and it seems Intrat is preparing a new logistics unit. Eiga slowly replied, Yes, but the problem is that those assassins are still hiding in the forest and might attack to cut off the supply route. Harik glanced at the two of them and seriously suggested, I want you two to escort the logistics unit through the cursed forest. In fact, this problem can only be solved if we eliminate the masked assassins. If they run away, I want you two to pursue and eliminate them completely. Eiga and Midu nodded immediately in response to the order. A few days later, inside the cursed forest, following Harik's command, Midu escorted the logistics troops into this place. Of course, Eiga and the Beastmen army are also with us. At this moment, a soldier spoke up, saying, The horses are almost exhausted. We should stop and rest for the night. As soon as he finished speaking, Eiga suddenly drew his sword and shouted warning. They're coming. But it was too late. Some people had already fallen to the weapons of the black-clad group. Their attack was too swift, and by the time everyone reacted, a few had already been sent to their graves. Seeing that, Eiga immediately shouted to warn everyone, Stay away from them, I will face him. At the same time, another battle was also taking place, so intense that dust filled the sky. Arasi is fighting this black-clad guy. He roars fiercely, You bastard, the one who appeared last time, come here to settle the score, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Arasi threw a punch. With a deafening explosion, chaos erupted everywhere with smoke and fire. Meanwhile, nearby, another battle is taking place with sparks of swordlight dancing in the air as Midu fights against a demon wielding a sword. The two of them exchanged a few moves in the blink of an eye. Midu fought while thinking. Now is not the time to watch. He must eliminate them quickly to protect everyone. Just as they were fighting, a blazing fire erupted. Their supplies were consumed by the flames, causing the soldiers to panic. The one who intervened was a mage using wind magic hiding in the distance. He kept controlling the fire to burn the supplies. At that moment, a loud scream echoed. I won't let you cause chaos. With a loud bang, the flames were extinguished. Jumi cheerfully exclaimed, Well done, but it won't last long, when a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Be careful, Rumi. Unfortunately, it's too late. An arrow has pierced her eye. She collapses in pain on the ground. Corey ran over worriedly to check on Jumi, but before he could reach her, 2 arrows shot towards him. Carrie was increasingly panicked, unsure of what to do. At that moment, just as an arrow was about to pierce Cry, a burst of flames appeared and knocked the arrow away. The one who acted in time was Rena. Then she narrowed her eyes and looked into the distance, where she saw a figure standing on a nearby ancient tree, a black-clad man using a bow. In just a moment, the sound of fighting echoed through the forest. The hero team was quickly pushed back with more and more wounded, while the black-clad figures continued their fearless assault. At this moment, a loud scream rang out. What about this one? This startles the black-clad man as Meyer summons her earth magic to attack. A barrage of clay darts rushes toward the black-clad man, but he easily destroys them. Murray is panicked by this scene. At the same time, a barrage of wind blades rushed to attack. But as before, the nearby black-clad man easily blocked them and floated in front of Narumi. Seeing this, Narumi immediately shouted in panic, It's another wind mage? We're in trouble. You can't let him block the way any longer. At this moment, Narumi suddenly saw something, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. Below, the black-clad man slowly approached Murray. Murray, trembling and sitting on the ground, muttered in panic, I'm sorry, everyone. At the same time, the black-clad man's weapon was raised, ready to strike down. Mir helplessly closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. In the tense moment, a loud scream suddenly rang out. I order you to stop. At the same time, iron chains tightly bound the man in black. The one who acted was Jin, controlling the chains to bind him, while also communicating with Miri through a whisper. Are you doing something? Hurry up and run. My legs are so weak right now, I can't lift them anymore. At that moment, a wind-breaking sound suddenly rang out, and Narumi, having rushed over unnoticed, embraced Mireille tightly and ran away. Seeing you alive in my heart, Narumi finally let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're still alive. But he knew well that if Jin hadn't used her control skill, Mireille would have died, so he had to hold on a little longer. As Narumi was lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly struck. At the same time, Narumi summoned her magic, creating a tornado that enveloped both of them, confusing the black-clad figure below. Damn these bastards, they're not targeting me but you. While everyone is confused, a voice suddenly echoes in their minds. Calm down, everyone. The enemy is trying to distract us. Narumi immediately froze in surprise. Arasi on this side also heard it, and her movement slightly paused. Midu slightly furrowed her brow, deep in thought about what Jin just said. Regardless of what everyone else was thinking, Jin continued to remind them. If we stay calm and work together well, we won't lose first place. Narumi felt this was very meaningful upon hearing it. He has to stay calm. Immediately after, Narumi closed his eyes and focused his mind to sense the wind. He can detect every attack through the wind, and sure enough, when the arrow was flying toward him, Narumi quickly dodged. This situation confuses the archer over there. Why is he suddenly so calm? At that moment, Narumi awakened a different potential within himself and used telepathy to communicate with Jin. Kanaki, can you hear me? This is a skill similar to the Wind King's ability. Winbok hears the echo and is immediately stunned. She asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Narumi calmly replied, "Can you pass my message to everyone?" Jin nodded softly and said, "I can pass on the message to everyone, just like talking to you right now." Meanwhile, a blazing fire suddenly appeared. It chases after the distant archer, causing him to grab his pants and run away. He clearly used magic to erase his traces. How did they find out his location? Jin here is still relaying Narumi's message to everyone. The enemy is moving through the trees toward the south. Rena snorted coldly and said, "Then I'll burn him and the forest to the ground." Moreover, the others also started to charge forward and attack together. Under Narumi's guidance, they quickly regained their balance. Akira also coordinated with everyone. Under their fierce assault, the black-clad group began to suffer injuries. They had no idea that the situation would suddenly turn around. Midu's team regained their teamwork, and he was forced into a difficult position. Meyer then spoke again. "Don't be careless, their attacks are quite strong, but there are big gaps between each strike." Hearing her voice, the black-clad man narrowed his eyes and looked over. As he predicted, the one he needed to kill first was Mireille, so he quickly focused his attack on her. A sharp sound echoed as Kao used his iron arms to block the black-clad man's knife. He smirked and said, "That cheap weapon won't pierce my iron armor." The black-clad man was pushed back in confusion. He doesn't understand how Chao knew about his sneak attack. They didn't even communicate with each other. On this side, Midu has also defeated her opponent. Arasi is not far behind. His explosion burned his opponent to ashes. Eiga, unconcerned about everyone else, quickly decapitated the black-clad man. Since awakening his new power, Narumi is now dueling a black-clad opponent, with his sword dominance leaving many cuts on the other's body. This situation leaves the black-clad man stunned. He's actually being overwhelmed. While the black-clad man was lost in thought, Narumi was quietly calculating. He saw it all. The flow of the wind is guiding his next move. Immediately, Narumi seized the opportunity to strike. Feng Dao once again shot out, moving with the speed of the wind, and in an instant, it transformed into a blazing spear that pierced through the black-clad man's forehead. He was killed instantly. The remaining black-clad group is down to just a few men. Seeing the situation is dire, the leader quickly orders a retreat and sends the signal to withdraw immediately. But despite heavy losses, they achieved their main goal. The supply trucks were burned by the flames. After the battle, the Holy Nation group gathered around the fire to rest in the forest, their faces grim and tense. Eiga spoke in a deep voice. "Approximately 80% of our food supplies have been burned, the remaining just enough to feed the logistics troops on their way back." Midu muttered in disappointment. "We failed, didn't we?" Eiga disagreed, frowning as he said, "Even so, we managed to kill 4 of those demons. According to the report, there are about 8 masked individuals." Midu frowned and asked, "So there are 6 left?" Eiga replied calmly, "We need to add 2 more, 1 archer and 1 using a spear, both seriously wounded." Then he patted Midu on the shoulder to comfort her and said, "It's okay. We'll definitely succeed next time." Even though Eiga said that, Jin was very worried. The morale of the Holy Nation soldiers is very low due to a lack of supplies, and it seems like it's not enough for them to hold out. The more Jin thinks about it, the more his face darkens. If they fail again next time, they won't be able to continue fighting. Even a single demon can cause terrible damage. But at this moment, A voice echoed in her mind. Kanzaki, are you listening to me? Jin immediately exclaimed in shock. Araj went back to when Isabel told Kai that the plan to kill the Demon Lord needed to be carried out soon, or there would be no chance to win, and Kai skeptically asked why. Isabel slowly explained, I, the god Alvaresta, will be resurrected, but I don't think someone from another world will understand how dangerous this is. I have heard that name before. If I remember correctly, he is one of the two main gods in the Book of Genesis. The Book of Genesis is a record of the battle between gods passed down from ancient times. It is said that this world was created and protected by the creator god Dijeret. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen lived together in harmony. But the evil god Anvaresta tried to take control of the world, and the demons created by the evil god were used as pawns to invade this world. As a result, the world erupted in war. To fight against the evil god using demons to dominate the world, the creator god granted powerful divine protection to some people to help them fight the demons. In the end, they defeated the demon lord of that time and were afterward honored as heroes. In ancient times, the creator god won the battle and the evil god was sealed away. This is the creation story, you know. Since you already know the story, my explanation will be easier. That creation myth is mostly true. With the demons sealed away, the evil spirits become weaker, but they still grow stronger over time. So it means the seal is weakening? Isabel nodded slightly and said, yes, we can free that demon. If they manage to break the seal, what will happen then? The demon will become much stronger. Once that happens, humans will have no chance to win. I understand the situation now. Based on my judgment of the truth, I don't think Isabel is lying, but my assassin's instinct tells me she's hiding something. Still, Kay doesn't really care because they're just using each other. Then he thought for a moment before speaking slowly. So, what is the next plan of the Revolutionary Army? Isabel calmly replied, we are secretly planning to assist our allied forces. We really need them to weaken the Demon Lord's army. We can't do that alone, Kai then suggested. That's convenient. So lend me your power. Let's cross the city of Fit first. 3 days later, in the Demon Forest, Isabel used spatial magic to teleport here. In addition, there are 3 people including Kai and her army. Because they moved so many people, Isabel was exhausted and complained, just as I thought using teleportation magic too much. Makes me tired. At this moment, Mayo couldn't help but praise. Her teleportation ability is incredible, capable of covering a distance that normally takes half a year to travel in an instant. Kai also felt the same. The tactical value of her skill is that it bypasses the basic concept of distance. As expected, to teleport, she uses a large amount of evil energy. Along with Mayo and Sina, there are a total of 7 high-level demons from the Revolutionary Army. From this point on, Isabel may no longer be useful, but with this many members, it should be enough. While you were thinking, Xena softly asked, Kai calmly replied, don't do anything yet, we can still use them. She nodded in agreement, fully trusting his words. Immediately after, Kai used telepathy to connect with Jin. So while Jin was resting, she heard Kai's voice in her ear, and she was very surprised. Kai explained slowly, I was just testing, but it seems we can communicate this way. Jin exclaimed in shock, so you're nearby? That scream really overwhelmed Kay. She's always so noisy. Kai sighed reluctantly and after a long pause said, yes, I want to see you. Jin agreed without hesitation. Understood. So a few minutes later, Jin sneaked into the forest to meet Kai. But when she saw the person behind, her face instantly turned pale. The person Jane saw was Isabel. She trembled as she muttered, a demon. Seeing her reaction, Kay immediately introduced herself, saying, let me introduce her. She is Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom. Isabel, knowing she is an ally, also greeted, hello? Jin still couldn't believe her ears, trembling as she whispered, Princess. Mayo nodded and smiled. That's right. Jin looked at Kai with a hesitation and asked suspiciously, what's going on? Did you betray us? I didn't betray anyone. I never took sides from the start, Kay said with a nonchalant shrug and a sneer, making Jin glare at him in displeasure. Seeing that, Mayo couldn't help but interrupt, saying he's teasing her too much. Tai is no longer joking and speaks seriously. We have something to discuss with you tonight. Please gather Midu, Arazi Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. But don't tell anyone from the Holy Kingdom. By evening, according to Kai, Jin had gathered a group of people in the forest. The story is like this. We all share a common goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon Lord, so there's no reason to refuse them, right? Arasi slightly frowned and asked skeptically why he wanted to cooperate with such suspicious people, implying he didn't trust Isabel, the demon princess. But Kai explained very seriously, We can't defeat the Demon Lord at our current pace. I've heard about your situation. You know that Midu's group is struggling against the kingdom's assassins?" Hearing this, Akira couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Assassins? If you're talking about the high-level demons wearing masks, then that's right. Now we are struggling to hold the line. They risked their lives to hold me and Midu back to destroy our food supply. We killed 4 of them, but I hear there are 6 more." At this moment, Isabel suggested I will do something to deal with these assassins. We revolutionaries are better at guerrilla warfare. Hearing her words, Narumi exclaimed in shock, "Can you do it? They are all high-level demons." Isabel replied indifferently, "I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Through this, she wanted Kai to see the value of the revolutionary army. In exchange, Midu's group had to prove they were strong enough to become her partners. This statement made the group fall into contemplation, and no one spoke. After a moment, Midu hesitated and asked, "Can I ask what you want?" Isabel also didn't hide it and calmly replied, "After receiving the supplies, I want you to eliminate Natasha. If we delay any longer, the Tam Prince's army in the capital will join the battle. If that happens, she says they will face difficulties and must eliminate them first. Are those assassins trying to buy time so their main forces can regroup with the prince?" Isabel nodded slightly and said, "He's very strong. Right now you can't defeat him." But Arasi was not afraid at all, and even cheered excitedly. "Then let's go all in." Everyone hesitated at first. Mireille glanced at Midu and asked, "What do you think, Midu?" "I'm glad to have such strong allies by our side. Let's follow Araj's decision." After reaching an agreement, they ended their conversation here. Before leaving, Kai spoke up again, saying, "I will work with the revolutionaries and contact you later, through Kanjaki, okay?" At the same time, in another corner of the forest, a group of people is gathering around a fire to rest. The masks are placed beside them. They belong to the Demon Kingdom's assassins. The leader is the fire demon, who is currently eating meat with a very grim expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including our leader." Another blue-faced demon agreed. "Those kids are pretty strong. I'm sorry, but I can't move my right arm right now." "Who will take command after now?" the fire demon quickly suggested. "That's right, we can't let you take control, so I will be your leader. Without my firepower, our campaign will fail. Does anyone oppose?" He then glanced at each person, clearly showing a warning in his eyes. Rocky, standing beside him, nodded in agreement and said, "No, I trust you." Another assassin, Fred, also chimed in. "I agree." Seeing that, the fire demon seriously said, "Good. All we need to do is strike the next supply source and they will starve." "The plan remains the same. We not only disrupt the hero candidates, but also block the supply lines." Fire Demon warned us to be extremely careful with Midu and said the plan would start in an hour. The others immediately put on their masks and responded in unison. An hour later, the demon forest was shrouded in a gloomy darkness. A sniper hiding in a nearby ancient tree was the archer Marius. It's just that at this moment he became a bit suspicious. Clearly, he was still on alert in case something happened. But this is a small camp. With only a few people deep in the forest, those others wouldn't know about it. Or that's what I thought, because in an instant, Marius's eyes suddenly narrowed. Because he sensed that someone was coming and not alone, and their concealment was quite professional. Marius thought they were not hero candidates. They were strong, but lacked skill. As he thought, he drew his bow to shoot an arrow. Marius smirked slightly, seemingly having guessed who was running toward him, but clearly in front of him was just a dark forest. Yet a second later, a shadowy figure appeared slipping behind the large trees. Marius didn't hesitate and shot his arrow. He just needed to kill them all, and everything would be fine. Each arrow shot with the force to tear through the wind, then disappeared into the endless darkness. Did Marius manage to kill that person yet? It was just that his arrow was blocked by someone. It was Sina. She moved while holding the arrow tightly in her mouth. Marius immediately panicked. No way! How could she catch him without getting hurt, but the surprise was still behind her. I don't know when, but Kai was already behind Marius. He smirked and said, "You're moving too slowly." Marius, shocked, turned his head back just in time to see a gleaming dagger thrust forward, blood splattering everywhere. He never expected to be attacked from behind so easily by a kid like Kai. Kai looked at Marius's helpless body collapsing and sneered, saying, "Always make sure to move after shooting. That's the golden rule of a sniper." Meanwhile, the fire demon was leading the group through the forest, but suddenly stopped because he sensed someone was nearby. Marius is standing guard. The fire demon hurriedly gives the order. Everyone is ready to go. Then he moved forward step by step, but suddenly Smith appeared in front of them and shouted, "Wait!" Fire demon frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Is it a demon? What do you want? Are you a messenger for Natasha?" Smith gently shook his head and replied, "No, I am from the Revolutionary Army." Smith slowly explained again, Our goal is to kill the Demon Lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire. The fire demon grew more confused and shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? If you're not the messenger for Natasha, how do you know this place?" Smith replied, he's casually. "Our allies are everywhere, and it seems your mission is to block the supply routes to our allies." Fire Demon frowned slightly and remained silent, so the information has been leaked. Smith ignored his reaction and continued speaking. Isabel said this, "Give up the mission and follow me." The Fire Demon's face grew even more shocked upon hearing this. Isabel is the 5th princess. They are targeting him, which means the princess is collaborating with the allied forces. He never imagined they would be planning something so serious. An assassin suspiciously asked, "What should we do now?" "Leader." After a moment of hesitation, the Fire Demon finally spoke. "If we oppose the Demon King, we will be sentenced to death, and the 5th princess cannot form a revolutionary army." Hearing their conversation, Smith sighed helplessly and said, "I'm very sorry to hear that." Then, he gently snapped his fingers. Immediately, a group of demons appeared. Smith smirked and said, "I have to kill everyone here." In just a moment, the assassins were surrounded by Smith's army, causing them to panic and shout, "We're trapped, brother, they're high-level demons." Fire demons remained calm, immediately casting magic, ordering a counterattack and retreat. "We have to bring this information back." Smith's army scoffed coldly and said, "You think we allow that, you criminals? I've never liked you from the start." And then, they immediately charged into a chaotic fight, while Kai watched them from afar. In just a moment, Isabel's revolutionaries managed to push back the troublemaking assassins from Midu's group. They were well-trained, revealing the true strength of the revolutionary army. On the other side, Isabel also appeared amidst the battle, but she was not fighting. She approached a killer and asked, "Are you the mastermind behind the Autumn Civil War?" Van Ko saw Isabel and was slightly surprised. He asked suspiciously, "Do you really intend to stage a coup?" Isabel didn't answer, coldly continuing, "Here you're the only one I want to recruit. Do you still want to fight for peace?" "What are you doing, Van Ko?" Unfortunately, he had no room to intervene at all because the revolutionaries kept attacking wildly, and the assassins quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. If this continues, we're doomed. At the same time, Kai from afar suggested that it seems Isabel has finished her task. "Let's end this." Sina Mayer and Sina immediately responded in unison. Thanks to Kai's secret operations and the Revolutionary Army, the assassin unit of the Demon Lord's army that had tormented the Beastmen Alliance was completely eliminated by Kai's group. With his assassin skills, Kai killed them as easily as flipping a hand. As a result, supplies from NRAS City to the Frontline base have started being moved to a safe location. The spirits of the soldiers, now well fed, have returned. Everything is going smoothly, but Ega feels something's off. He frowned and muttered, "It's still very strange." The troublesome masked demons suddenly disappeared. Midu knows exactly what's happening, but he has to lie. Maybe they retreated because we took down 4 of them? Iga frowned slightly, thinking for a long time before speaking. Maybe that's the case. On the contrary, Herrick seemed to have figured out Midu's trick because he lied so badly, and he also knew that Kai had already acted. Midu didn't realize he had been exposed, he kept insisting. But more importantly, we should attack soon, right? Everyone's morale has already returned. Herrick shook his head gently in refusal. Is there any reason to rush? Midu didn't know how to respond, hesitating for a long time without being able to form a sentence. Just then, someone entered from outside. "It's Akira." He raised his eyebrows and asked seriously, "Sorry, I would like to suggest this. Is that okay?" Hark nodded slightly and said, "I allow it." Akira slowly spoke. "First of all, it seems that Natasha, the Water Celestial King, is the commander of the Fit City Army, one of the high-ranking generals of the Demon Lord's army." Hark nodded in agreement. "It seems so." The captured demons said the same. Higa also chimed in. "So it turns out there is a guardian king protecting this place. They didn't stand out in the previous battle." But before he could finish, Akira cut him off. "Natasha seems to specialize more in covert operations than direct combat. The incident with the masked demons sabotaging the supply lines was probably Natasha's tactic. He said he didn't want her to have time to come up with her next plan, and there are rumors that Leon H. from Forest is returning." Hearing that name, Hark and Ega's faces immediately darkened. Ega muttered in a low voice, "In other words, the 3rd prince of the Demon Kingdom, someone with blood ties to the Demon Lord." Akira nodded softly and replied, "Yes, that's why I want to attack as soon as possible. If Leon Ham joins, it will be even harder for us to take over the fortress." This statement made both Ega and Hick fall into deep thought. After a long moment of hesitation, Ega finally spoke. Since this entire area was originally Leon H's territory, it would be strange if he didn't return during such a crisis. Seeing everyone start to agree, Midu finally let out a sigh of relief. Akira really is trustworthy. Seeing this side of him, Akira couldn't help but laugh. Midu would become flustered as soon as she started lying and would be easily caught. At this moment, Eiga spoke seriously, saying all the relatives of the Demon Lord possess boundless power. I have encountered the Crown Prince Fako before, and felt I couldn't win. Akira nodded slightly and said, "We will have to fight them eventually, but I want to defeat each one if possible." Hark wanted to ask if Akira got that information from Kai too, but he couldn't bring himself to say it outright, so in the end he could only agree. "I understand. We will call the soldiers immediately." Meanwhile, at Natasha's palace, she was in a state of extreme panic. Natasha clutched her head and screamed, "No way!" All 10 members of the shadow unit of the army wiped out completely. Her subordinate immediately nodded and replied, "Yes." When he couldn't contact anyone, he stopped by the base out of suspicion and only saw corpses. Natasha grew angrier the more she listened, grinding her teeth as she muttered, "Who dares to wipe out such an elite army?" At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a loud scream followed. Natasha startled Aqualia and asked, "What's going on?" That evil demon immediately explained, and the enemy continued their assault. Hearing this, Natasha frowned and anxiously said, "If the supplies arrive, that will naturally happen. Leon Hat won't arrive for at least 3 more days." Hearing this, Natasha covered her face and cried, "If I say we've lost the shadow unit, I'll definitely get scolded. It's over. What should we do now?" Encouraging her. But before they could do anything, Natasha's spirit changed, her face contorting. "I grit my teeth and mutter through clenched jaws. I cannot forgive this. How dare humans and beastmen interfere in my love story with Leon H. You guys, I will kill them." The 2 subordinates panic even more and hurriedly try to calm her down. Unfortunately, Natasha has gone mad and can't hear a thing. In that very moment, she lost control, and a huge flood began to sweep everything away. The floodwaters have covered the entire castle and soon spilled out. After going mad, Natasha finally returned to normal, but she seemed to have no memory, muttering in confusion, "Where am I? It's flooded everywhere. What's going on?" It's like that crazy Natasha from before wasn't even her. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Demon Lord's army is perfectly defending against the advancing Beastmen coalition forces. This is a different passive tactic from the previous battle, where they met on the plains. Assuming this is a delaying strategy, the allied Beastmen army has launched a full-scale attack. Arasi still leads the charge in every battle, his fists and explosions causing rocks, dust, and flames to scatter everywhere. Arasi shouted loudly, "Come on, keep chasing me." Those bastards Narumi and Reina also joined the fight. Their abilities are strong, one-on-one is no problem. Midu also keeps swinging his sword, killing countless demons. But Midu is a bit suspicious. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be any high-level demons around. If that's true, they just need to move forward and defeat Natasha. But at that moment, his face suddenly turned pale because a huge wave was approaching from ahead. The people behind him were just as panicked, exclaiming in shock, "A tidal wave! This is the mainland." The demons, however, realize this is Natasha's magic, but they don't understand why even allies are being swept away. In this way, the tsunami created by Natasha began to drown everything. Midu's group as well. This magic is too powerful, capable of sweeping away both allies and enemies. Midu bites her lip fiercely, her face extremely serious. At the same time, on the distant city wall, Kai's group is quietly watching their battle. Kai squinted at the wave and coldly said, "Now let's see what you can do." Sa glanced at him and hesitated. "Do I not need to help?" Kai nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this time they will have to act on their own. Natasha's water magic of the 4 great water kings is too powerful. The tsunami swept away all enemies and allied forces outside the castle. Even the surviving warriors inside the castle were caught in the chaos. After emerging from the water, they entered close combat. From afar, Kai couldn't help but marvel. That magic scale is truly terrifying." Isabel calmly replied, "Natasha's ability to suppress large areas is also impressive. Although she didn't really enjoy fighting, the flood had already poured over their city walls." Sina frowned slightly and asked, "But why did she include her allied forces from the beginning?" Isabel calmly replied, perhaps she was angry and causing chaos pointlessly, but maybe she thought that close combat would be more advantageous because coordinating humans is very difficult. Kai also whispered that the decline in military strength cannot be solved with simpler tactics, and no high-level demon can stop hero candidates this way. Isabel calmly replied, including Natasha's high-ranking subordinates, Bright and Elsa. "All 3 have been killed by you." In addition, they have also destroyed the shadow units of the Demon Lord army that Lon H entrusted to Natasha, so they probably no longer have the strength to fight now. Then it's just a matter of time. The great Heavenly King is quite troublesome, but my friends are also gradually developing their skills. Isabel glanced at him and calmly asked, "Explain your pawns." Kai whispered back, glancing at her and understanding, but it was okay. Then he pointed to Arasi as the first to be introduced. The noisy guy raging in the north is Arasi. His offensive ability is quite prominent among the hero candidates, and that guy is also very brave. Then Kai pointed to Rina and said, "The one using the flames of her wicked eyes is Naga's Reina. She has a fighting personality, the kind whose strength changes with her mood." Mayor ignored her and sneered in, "She's the type who hates Kai." Kai paid no attention and introduced someone else. The girl commanding the hero candidates from behind is Hashimoto Maire, who has the ability to teleport objects with many applications, and I think she is quite rigid. Next is the wind user fighting while flying. Narumi. He's a pawn with a broad vision and excellent support skills, capable of doing many things but lacking firepower. The magic enhancer supporting from behind is Akira. He is very intelligent and calm, quite understanding of the situation, but also easy to be exploited, and the person healing all the wounded at the back. The tall boy protecting the rear army is Ozaki Takao. He has a divine guardian ability that can turn parts of his body into steel, and his defense is also very impressive. Glancing over the crowd, Kai then pointed to Jin to introduce him. The girl controlling many demons in the west is Kanja Kizin. Her dominance is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. Then he glances at the last person far away. No one else but Midu. He spoke slowly. As you can see, he is the main fighting force among the hero candidates. Kai believes that Midu could reach the level of a celestial king. He has a natural talent for swordsmanship and doesn't shy away from training. Kai always holds Midu in high regard, despite some issues, as those are the pieces he wants to mention. After hearing that, Isabel frowned and asked back, "How many people in total?" Kai slowly explained, 26. There are a total of 40 hero candidates, but 14 of them are not suitable for combat and have withdrawn. Isabel understands. She nodded and said, "Even with the powerful power granted by God, it would be meaningless without the right attitude towards battle." After a moment of thought, she finally spoke, "Not bad with your cooperation. Our chances of winning are increasing." At this moment, Isabel's gaze had already fixed on the distant castle. She said thoughtfully, "Looks like Natasha is about to act again." Kai also realized this and nodded slightly, saying, "Yes, if this continues, our soldiers will be reduced and lose. We must counterattack before that happens." It seemed like at the same time, waves appeared once again, causing the chaos to pause for a moment. Before long, a figure appeared outside the castle. It was none other than Natasha. The Alliance side was stunned to see her, while the demon was quite the opposite, feeling very excited. Midu also sensed the high-level power. He immediately turned around. Seeing Natasha, Midu pointed her sword at her and shouted, "Water King." Natasha glared at Midu with a cold snort and said, "You are the core of this army, the swordsman of the heroic candidate." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a spell, summoning a series of water waves that transformed into giant snakes rushing toward Midu. Not daring to be careless, Midu focused her mind and created a shield to defend herself. The water snakes continue to wildly smash the shield, making Midu's face grow more grim. But Natasha isn't done yet, and strikes again. The water knives charged forward with fierce momentum, breaking through Midu's shield. Both his body and shield are pushed back, and Midu furiously frowns as the ground collapses beneath him, making it impossible to hold on. Thinking of that, Midu turned his sword into a rope, clinging to a castle pillar and quickly lifting himself into the air to put distance between himself and Natasha. Seeing where Midu landed, Natasha muttered in dissatisfaction, "That is my garden?" And as she finished speaking, she summoned a wave of water. Beneath Midu, the water wrapped tightly around his feet, then froze into ice, trapping him in place. Seeing this, Natasha laughed triumphantly, "Go die." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned the water creature. A series of raging waves charged fiercely at Midu. He quickly raised his shield to defend, but the raging waves made it hard for Midu to hold on. Before long, a wound appeared on his foot and blood started to flow. Seeing this, Midu used her sword to cut through the ice tightly binding her leg. Then he stepped back to catch his breath. Squinting at Midu, Natasha smirked and said, "You're pretty good to withstand that attack, but you can't move freely with those legs, can you?" Seeing this, Mira from afar was a bit worried, but couldn't do anything. Natasha then burst into loud, frantic laughter, saying if she crushed you, there would still be a chance to win. And immediately afterward, she summoned water snakes to attack. From afar, Isabel couldn't help but mockingly comment, "Looks like your main resource is losing." She shrugged indifferently, sneered, and said, "Don't worry, he already has a plan." During the battle, Midu was still sitting there, but in his eyes now flickered a look of determination. And then, in just a moment, Midu appeared behind Natasha. Surprised by the scene, Natasha couldn't react in time, and so Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "Holy light, destroy the demons! Gather in my sword and shine brightly." In an instant, lightning bolts appeared in his sword. Without hesitation, Midu swung her sword down. The heavenly king of Aqualia, whose real name is Natasha Aqualia. She was born as the eldest daughter of the Aqualia family, a prestigious family with water attribute magic. The four great archangels, the highest commanders in the Demon Lord's army, are positions passed down from generation to generation. Currently, the Stone Gaia and Windbox families are in chaos over choosing a new leader because no one is qualified enough to fill the position of the four heavenly kings. Sometimes they have to pick someone at random, even if that person is not qualified. Natasha is a prime example. She was reluctantly chosen to replace the previous leader who died of illness. In other words, Natasha took on the position of the king without having the qualifications worthy of a king. As the head of the Aqualia family, she cannot stand being looked down upon. Natasha specializes in enemy intelligence and covert operations because she is always seeking weapons beyond brute strength. Her engagement to Crown Prince Leon H was also the result of seeking factors to strengthen her own position. Previously, Natasha asked Leon H, "Why are you so kind to me? A useless woman like you're just a nominal goddess." Leon. Hat then reached out and touched her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said, "Isn't it obvious? Because I love you, Qual?" Hearing these words, Natasha was deeply moved, but until now, she could do nothing to help Leon sing and had died at Midu's sword. Seeing Natasha fall, the demons immediately panicked. "Aqualia is dead, that can't be true. On the contrary, the members of the Holy Nation are very happy." Mir excitedly exclaimed, "Midu has won!" Ega also nodded in satisfaction, just as expected, while Arasi was extremely displeased and muttered that she could have easily executed that weak woman. Akira couldn't help but laugh and speak, but Arashi remained very calm, not interfering in the fight, and let out a soft huff. Arasi, displeased, spoke up. "I had no choice. The Araji demanded I do this." Earlier, when they were in the demon forest and their conversation was coming to an end, Kai had given his final instructions before preparing to leave. Everyone looked a bit uncomfortable at that moment, but in the end, they all nodded in agreement. As Arasi was on his way back, suddenly someone called out to him from behind. "Ashi?" Arasi asked unhappily. "What else is there?" "The person approaching is Kai." He spoke softly. "For the next battle with the Celestial Kings, I want Midu to handle it." Arasi frowned and suspiciously asked, "Are you telling me I can't fight?" Kai didn't answer right away but glanced into the distance. Arasi also looked on curiously. Kai softly says, "I want Midu to grow here, and to do that he needs confidence." Arasi, hearing this, is confused and doesn't understand. Kai slowly explained again. "Midu is always hesitant because he doesn't trust his own decisions. Do you understand what I mean?" Arasi thought for a moment before speaking. "Yes, it's quite troublesome, but I understand," Kai said in a deep voice, possibly because he had been helped many times by allied troops. If he can defeat a Celestial King alone, Midu will have a certain level of confidence. Arasi slightly furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, "But what if he loses? Wouldn't that make him even less confident?" Hearing that, C chuckled and asked, "Are you worried about Midu?" Arasi irritably retorted, "I didn't mean that. I was just pointing out the flaws in your training plan." The serious voice said, "If he loses, then he deserves to die. If he dies here, it will also define his worth." Hearing this, Arasi immediately froze. After a long moment, he hesitated and said, "I have no reason to follow your advice." Kai paid no attention, turned and walked away, leaving a hint. "You realize that you are carrying the lives of your comrades and that Midu's growth is the key to defeating the Demon Lord, right?" Arasi squints at your back and mutters, "Well, it seems everything will unfold according to his wishes anyway." Back in reality, Midu still couldn't believe he had won. It was really dangerous just now, but he had defeated a Celestial King on his own, truly becoming stronger. Midu knew it was thanks to Arasi's advice. Returning to that night in the demon bed, Kai also came to Midu to make a proposal. "Midu, can I talk to you for a moment?" Midu quickly ran over to Kai. He hesitated and asked, "What is going on? I saw you talking to Arasi earlier, but you didn't finish before Kai coldly interrupted. I have a piece of advice for you. Don't hesitate anymore. Trust your own decisions." After a long moment, he sighed and said, I know I am indecisive, but how can I gain confidence in myself? Kai coldly replied, with your personality, only results will lead to confidence. Defeat the Celestial Kings on your own. This suggestion made Midu freeze in place, but to this day, he has actually done it. Midu deliberately attacked his own leg to make Natasha arrogant. Normally, he wouldn't even consider doing something like that. But Midu did it because Kai told him to trust his judgment. It was really risky, but it worked. Midu's judgment was correct. Thinking this, he glanced at everyone. Immediately after, Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "The Aqualia Heavenly King has been defeated. The Demon Lord's army, surrender now. If you do not resist, we will not take your lives." The demons, upon hearing this, froze in fear. After a long moment, they lowered their weapons and surrendered, and the battle officially ends. The victory goes to the Holy Kingdom. On the city wall nearby, Kai's group also saw this scene. Kai nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Midu tends not to rely on intuition. Maya was surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Kai slowly explains. He got caught up in normal moves instead of trusting his intuition. Normal moves can be called conventional or textbook methods. These moves are usually low risk but easy to predict, which causes Midu to fall behind in high-level psychological battles. The battle with Scientess Leonora was clearly a fight that relied on intuition. Kai only guessed based on Midu's strength at that moment, but he was right. At this moment, Isabel interjected, "I think he's taking too many risks if she avoids that attack. It will definitely be hopeless." Kai didn't care and calmly said, "That kind of balance is also a good sign for the future. But anyway, he's already doing very well now." Everyone was very happy that Midu defeated Natasha. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group of demons was slowly moving. Leon sat on the carriage, the loud noise irritating him. He muttered in frustration, "Aqualia is dead." Underlings outside immediately replied, "Yes, my condolences." Lion, sounding annoyed, said, "I see. I didn't expect that woman to be so useless. Even though I assigned the Demon Lord's shadow unit to her, that statement stunned my subordinate." But Leon H. didn't explain much and coldly said, "Forget about the dead. What's more important is that Isabel's actions are strange. We have to act too." The Beastmen League defeated the Aqualia Kingdom and took control of Fit City. They secured the supply route from Naras City through the Demon Forest to Fit. They finally seized a corner of the major city. The people of the Demon Kingdom are beginning to realize the crisis. At the same time in Forest City, the allied Beastmen army was healing their wounds. Shiori was trying to treat them when someone called her. When she turned around, she saw Midu approaching, smiling and praising her. "You're doing very well. How is the situation?" Shiori replied slowly. "The lightly injured are discharged and they are very happy. The seriously injured are still here but are also recovering." Then suddenly she raised her head, wanting to say something more. Moreover, before she could finish speaking, Elia had already come out and said with a smile, "I am fine now." Seeing her, Midu immediately cheerfully exclaimed, "Amelia, thank God." Amelia sincerely said, "I made you worried." Midu then patted Shiori's head and smiled, thanks to Hono constantly reciting healing spells. When praised, Sai immediately waved her hand to refuse. "No, this is all I can do." Amelia paid no attention and spoke seriously. "I will return to my duties tomorrow. I want to plan future strategies with Harik and Ega. Midu, please join the strategy meeting tomorrow." Midu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, of course." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Jin communicating through telepathy, saying, "Midu, can you hear me? Araj is calling. He said we should gather at the dormitory." Midu nodded softly and said, "I understand. I'm leaving now." He sighed helplessly, and suddenly a voice appeared in his mind, making him a bit startled. Seeing Midu's expression, Elia looked a bit surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Midu obviously didn't dare tell the truth, scratching his head and shyly saying, "Nothing much. I was just a little distracted." Elia thought he looked tired and patted his shoulder kindly, saying, "I understand. You've been fighting non-stop. Rest today." Midu quickly nodded, "I will rest at the dormitory today." As Araji said, "I have gathered all the members of the combat team." Kai nodded softly and said, "Good." Then he set down his tea and looked at Midu again before speaking. "By the way, Midu, has the fact that you are collaborating with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone?" Midu calmly admits it. "Yes, I already told everyone about that." Hailong nodded. Kay then glared at everyone as a warning. "So I'll be quick, but anyone here who leaks information will be killed. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because we're classmates." After saying that, he pulled out his gun as a warning. Seeing it, everyone's face immediately turned anxious. Satoshi and Heike, seeing Kai holding a gun for the first time, had their faces go pale, feeling that he was too terrifying. Moreover, how do you have a gun? Do guns exist in this world too? Susie and Kenta glanced at Arasi for help, but only received her cold, expressionless face. Meanwhile, some people paid no attention to Kai's gun, and instead focused on Sina and Mayo behind him. They look very cute together. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Narumi immediately stepped in to calm things down. Come on, who here would reveal such important information? So what are you all doing here then? Regarding the next target, with the help and plans of the Revolutionary Army, I want to focus on Crown Prince Lon H. He is moving with reinforcements, but since Feast City has fallen, he is now staying in the nearby small town of Vani. Kai suspects Leon H. is discussing future strategies, so he wants to move with a small elite force while he can, and take him out with a surprise attack. Midu frowns at this, hesitating, and says, "Tomorrow there will be a strategy meeting with Elia and the others, so it seems we need to direct the army's course." But Kai shook his head in protest, saying, "No, we don't need help from allied forces in this campaign. Instead, we should keep prolonging their vacation." Akira, without hesitation, suggested, "Then I will handle that part so Midu's lie won't end well." Everyone nodded in agreement and said, "That's right." At this moment, Akira glanced at Kai and asked, "But I want to confirm one thing. What is the reason we are targeting Leon H?" Kai explained slowly. "He is the crown prince of Aqualia, aligned with the third prince, and part of the dark faction of the Demon Lord's army. If we take control of most of Fit City, we will surely weaken his power. You and the two Sinas decide to crush Leon H before he can rebuild his army. And Isabel, worried about Leon Hat's extensive information network, wants to deal with him quickly." Akira nodded understandingly and asked, "Is this a clash of interests? What will the revolutionaries do for us? It seems they are just using us for their own convenience." Kai frowned slightly and continued in a low voice. "The Revolutionary Army will spread false information from within to trap Leon Hat. Our plan is to trap Leon and take him down." Hearing this, Arasi looked a bit displeased and asked, "You're being too cautious. Are you afraid? We can just crush him like that." Kai narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "Those who carry the blood of the Demon Lord are on a different level from the Archangels. I think with the strength of the current hero candidates, we can win, but I am being extremely cautious. You will tell them the details of the campaign later. After speaking, you begin to point at each person. The people Kai will nominate for the army in the battle against H include Midu. The second is, of course, Arasi, along with Narumi, the Wind God's boy, and the fiery-tempered Reina. In addition, he is tall and his combat skills are not bad. Also, he needs a healer, which is Sayori. Finally, there's Akira. He's articulate and his combat ability isn't bad. After listing the team, Kai glanced at Mireille and spoke. 7 people. Hashimoto, stay here and deceive them and the others." Meyer heard this and frowned, saying, It seems I have no other choice." Seeing that Kai wasn't coming to him, Jin was getting very anxious. But on the other hand, Akira and Narumi understood that this was their maximum firepower. Yes. They could only come up with that, and the other students couldn't keep up with this battle. After a while, the meeting was over. The 3 Kai's group had left the dormitory, but not long after, someone called out to them from behind. The 3 immediately stopped and turned around. "Is the person coming home?" "Jin?" Kai asked with a slight frown. "Kanzaki, what's wrong?" Jin hesitated for a long time before cautiously asking, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Kai is ruthless and blunt, honestly saying you're a burden. "I can't trust your fighting ability in your current state." "Wait a minute. Okay, what you're saying sounds so harsh." X also vouched for Jin, as she was quite proactive in the previous fight. Kai narrowed his eyes at the 3 girls in front of him. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "Let me clarify. Kanjaki's dominance is unbeatable against lower-level opponents. He's reliable in team battles, but higher-level enemies will surpass her with their magic power. With her current restraint ability, Jin won't be useful in the fight against Leon H." The more Jin listens, the more he screams in despair. "No way. Does that mean my abilities are only for hunting the weak?" Kai nodded slightly and spoke. "You already know, right?" But Jin refused to accept it and hurriedly said, "I want to help you." Kai sighed helplessly. "As long as I just play the role of a line between me and your classmates, you've already helped me understand." So Jay remembered what happened last time and hesitantly muttered, "I want you to trust me like before." Kai didn't say anything more, and May encouraged her, saying that if she's no longer a burden, it's fine to come along. X also nodded in agreement. "Maybe you should train her like you did with me." Listen to the 3 of them rambling on. Kai grew impatient and snapped. "Listen up, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful. This is my advice. You should communicate more with your classmates." Jay froze upon hearing this, his eyes filled with confusion. She hesitantly asked what he meant by that, and Kai explained slowly that with her telepathic abilities shared by the Divine Guardian, she could be a tactical commander. If you can do it, I don't mind leading you into battle. Jay looked up at Yu, hesitating as she asked, "Can I command the tactics? You mean I should become the leader of our class?" Kai replied casually, "Usually it's not necessary, but in battles it might be. Only your telepathic ability can mobilize the entire class without delay. Midu is indecisive, while Mireille is too rigid. Arasi only knows how to fight with brute strength, so if Jin can lead the class calmly, Kai will feel somewhat reassured. Hearing that he needs her, Jin immediately nods happily. I understand. I will definitely meet your expectations. Kai couldn't help but feel confused by her reaction. Why does she keep wanting to become your pawn? It's fine anyway, so I don't mind. On another front in City 5, a demon kneeling inside a castle cautiously speaks. Your Majesty, may I speak? Leon stands in front of the crystal ball, speaking in a deep voice, commanding. What's going on? The subordinate hesitated and said, It's been 3 days. Why are you still staying in this city? Fit City has fallen. We should retreat quickly. This city of VA is not suitable for a battle. Leon H. nodded slightly and replied, I know. Then why? The subordinate asked in confusion. He understands the importance of not letting humans take over Leon H.'s territory, but now they are no longer in a position to speak so freely. The dark units of the Demon Lord's army that were destroyed bear a special magical mark. I can determine the cause of death from the remaining magical energy after death. The subordinate, hearing this, asked in confusion, What do you mean? Leon chuckled softly and then smirked, saying, I am gathering information. If the bodies of the Shadow Unit are too far away, I cannot use magic. Isabel is betraying us. Hearing that, the subordinate was stunned, unable to believe what he just heard. Leon Hatt paid no mind and continued smiling, saying, As long as we have that certainty, it's enough. Let them take over Fourlit City. And at the same time, inside the glass sphere, an image of Isabel talking to someone appeared. Meanwhile, at the gathering place of the three, Kai and Isabel brought a small light blue potion to the three. Holding it in his hand, Kai asked in confusion, Is this the key to defeating Leon H., an antidote? Isabel nodded slightly and explained, We must be sure it will be effective. Leon H. uses rare poison attribute magic. Even a scratch can spread poison throughout his body instantly and kill him. Kai seemed doubtful. Even with the antidote, could they really endure? So he decided to activate his assessment ability and quickly glanced over the antidote bottle in his hand. It can only reduce or eliminate the poison caused by magic, so it's a 50-50 chance. Isabel then explained that the effect would last for 10 minutes after taking the medicine. We will have to eliminate Leon H. during that time. Kai nodded slightly to show he understood. Isabel still felt uneasy and warned us to be extremely careful because we don't have many antidotes. They are distributed only in case Allied troops are poisoned. She talks about the action plan involving her comrades in the Revolutionary Army unit with Leon Hatt. They will lead and spread false information to lure Leon H. into a spatial magic trap and wait at the transition point to finish him off along with Kai's group. After executing the plan, she asked if he had any issues. Kai nodded slightly and replied, Yes, I am also selecting capable fighters. I will gather them at the designated location, including a close relative of the Demon Lord like Isabel and a toxin user like Leon H. You have no idea how strong he might be. And so everyone hurriedly prepared their plan. Even Midu, who is training with Ega, can learn a lot from him because Ega's fighting skills are excellent and his speed is fast. Ega quickly identified Midu's weakness after a fight, and his sword was pointed directly at Midu's face. Not daring to slack off, he used teleportation to get behind Ega, but Ega had already noticed. I've seen that move many times before. Then he lifted his leg and swept it sideways. Midu was startled and stepped back a few paces, but he didn't show any signs of backing down, quickly turning his sword into a rope and wrapping it around Ega's ankle. Ega was lifted into the air, and the two of them spun around a few more times, fighting fiercely in midair. After a while, they finally separated, and the cord around Ega's ankle quickly retracted. Ega smirked and said, That's quite a troublesome technique, but when it bends like a whip, the power seems to diminish. But Midu didn't stop. A flash of light appeared in his eyes, and then a burst of energy shot out from his sword straight at Ega. For a moment, Ega was startled for a second, but he reacted in time, raising his sword to defend. At the same time, Harik was quietly watching their battle, his eyes full of confusion. In this battle, Midu's fighting style is no longer cautious. He has become much more confident after defeating a celestial king. While he was thinking, a sudden call from behind made him turn around. The person approaching was Jin. Seeing her, Harik suspiciously asked, Kanzaki, what do you want? Jin hesitated for a moment before finally boldly requesting, Please teach me the art of tactical command.
After hearing this, a series of question marks appeared above Herrick's head as he looked at Jin with suspicion and asked, why do you want to learn about tactical command magic all of a sudden?
Jin replied firmly, I want to become stronger, so I want to use advice on how to optimize my guardian. Herrick frowned and pondered. Jin's guardian spirit makes him think more about sharing than domination. It's a power that allows communication without words, limited to hero candidates. I'm sure that when Jin takes command, the coordination among team members will improve significantly. If they can operate the hero squad, the military's ace, with strategic planning, nothing could be better. But Harris didn't agree immediately and asked suspiciously, who gave that advice? Jin was momentarily stunned, avoided his gaze, and hesitated, saying, Midu. With his eyes that see through life, Herrick is sure Jin is lying. If it were Midu, he would definitely say he wants to learn together. So this must be Kai's idea. The strange actions of your hero team lately, I guess, are also related to him. Seeing Herrick not respond, Jin grew even more worried. Herrick also understood a bit about Kai's current situation. Maybe it's okay to say your name, but she was told to keep the cooperation with the Revolutionary Army absolutely secret. While Jin was worried, Herrick smiled and agreed. Of course I don't mind, we also want her to become stronger. Jin's mood instantly lifts. She expressed her gratitude, saying thank you very much. In fact, Herrick had another purpose. He would cooperate sincerely to gain Jin's trust. And if he can control her, the one leading the entire class, that would be ideal. What worries Herrick is the presence of Kai, who is manipulating the hero squad in the shadows. Is the reason Kai didn't show up after the trip to the Beastman Alliance because he didn't trust them? Herrick understands. Aaliyah is not the type to forgive Kai, the assassin who killed the Saintess. That assessment is completely correct. To earn Kai's trust, he might have to take command of the Alliance's army. Jin, noticing Herrick's changing expressions, nervously asks, is something wrong, Herrick? Herrick was slightly startled, his face returning to normal. He shook his head and smiled, saying, oh no, sorry, I'm free today. How about we learn the tactical command part now? Yes, Jay agreed immediately, and then followed Herrick to learn. By evening, in a small house on the outskirts, it was late, but Kai was still pondering something. Kai spoke in a deep voice. I tried to understand the different types of poisons that could be detoxified through detailed assessment. But the poisons in this world are completely different from those in our world. You can resist more than 10 types of poison, but here it's all meaningless. Sai hesitated and said, my guardian can heal illnesses, but it takes time if it's an extremely dangerous toxin. Maybe before I recover enough to help everyone, I'm sorry I won't be able to pull through. Kai gently shook his head to reassure her, saying, don't worry. You are the healer for the whole class. A very important role, you are very helpful. Mayor, who was cooking beside her, suddenly looked up and asked, by the way, Za still hasn't come back. I wonder if something happened. Hearing that, Kai also felt a bit worried and muttered, she really is late, and I have a bad feeling about this. At the same time, outside the forest miles away, Leon Huo, who should have been in another city, suddenly appeared. He smirked and said, why are you so surprised, Isabel? Isabel and Smith, who were about to head back, were startled when he blocked their way, and finally a hint of panic appeared in Isabel's eyes. Why are you here? There's no way she would accidentally run into Lionhat in such a remote area. Could he have known about the rebel army's information? Seeing her so cautious, Lionhat couldn't help but laugh. Actually, something strange happened. One of my key subordinates suddenly lied for some reason. Upon hearing this, did Isabel immediately realize she had been trapped? Lionhat ignored her reaction, and a stream of poison gas appeared in his hand, coldly saying, I poisoned him out of curiosity. A type of poison that causes intense pain but does not kill. And strangely, that guy told him it was Isabel. Isabel realizes she has been exposed. If she runs away, the information about the rebel army will spread throughout the Demon Kingdom. She must kill Leon Hat right here. Thinking that, Isabel immediately summoned her magic staff. Without saying a word, she immediately swung her staff and a space tear appeared in front of Leon H. But he sneered and said, your special magic cuts through space. It's terrifying because defense is impossible, which is why I have been thinking day and night of ways to deal with you. As Leon H. finished speaking, the space cut was swallowed by dark energy. Isabel's eyes involuntarily narrowed as it disappeared. It was Leon H.'s poison. It can damage even space itself. The space damaged by the poison cannot maintain its original shape without being cut off. She realizes this is an extraordinary magic. Leon H. is sensing the poison and interfering with the space. She can't use space magic like this. Isabel, you're strong. Your space magic is very formidable. That's why I've always been cautious around you since we were kids. I hope it's just unfounded worry and that all these years of fighting against Isabel haven't been in vain. Seeing Leon H's smug expression, Isabel was extremely annoyed and shouted, "Even if my space magic is sealed, I can still fight." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned a series of spells to attack, but they were quickly dissolved by his poison. But unfortunately, my negative instincts always turn out to be true. Leon suddenly raised his hand into the air and the toxic fumes followed his command and surged forward. They quickly spread through the air. It envelops Isabel and Smith, who hurriedly cover their noses and hold their breath to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. If not, they will have to die. Isabel furiously frowns and says, "The situation is unstable, you have to retreat here." At the same time, Leon H continued to control the poison, forming it into a sphere, then threw it away. In an instant, thorns shot out around the sphere. Isabel didn't dare to slack off and quickly activated the stone wall to block them. The toxic thorns rammed into the stone wall, and before long, cracks appeared in the wall. The constant cracking sounds made Isabel worried, and sure enough, it was soon engulfed by toxic gas and shattered into tiny pieces. Smith hurriedly covered his nose with his hand, looking a bit worried, but at that moment, Isabel grabbed his hand and used teleportation to pull them both into another space. It seemed that at the same time, the poisonous thorns broke through the wall and flew backward, but neither of them was seen anymore. Only a fragment of toxic gas remained. Leon sighed and marveled, "So you can still teleport from a dimension destroyed by poison." I was wrong. Isabel really shouldn't be underestimated. However, he knew that Isabel couldn't run far away. To prevent the Revolutionary Army's information from leaking out, she would definitely come here to kill him. So Leon just needs to wait. At the same time, Sina, not far away, watched the entire battle between the two of them. His expression was a bit panicked. A moment later, a space crack appeared in a nearby building by the mountain wall. Isabel stepped outside, still overwhelmed by a suffocating feeling that made her face beaded with sweat. Smith quickly followed and asked worriedly, "Isabel, are you still safe?" Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." The spatial magic transfer from the contaminated area has drained her of a large amount of magic due to overexertion. Smith approaches to support her, worriedly saying, "It seems they have discovered the existence of the rebel army, but I haven't finished speaking yet." Isabel cut off coldly. "Yeah, we've been pretty obvious lately, but Leon H doesn't trust others. His chances of sharing this information with other factions are very low." At this point, Isabel's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She muttered through her clenched teeth, "We need to eliminate Leon and his followers as soon as possible." At the same time, at the resting place of Kai's group, Kai was still standing by the window, waiting for Jia to return. A moment later, the window was opened and Sina quickly jumped inside from outside. Kai saw her and quickly asked, "What happened?" Xena replied in a low voice, "I followed Isabel as Kai instructed." Isabel was attacked by the third prince, but she escaped using teleportation magic. After that, I don't know what happened. Mayo, while cooking, was shocked and exclaimed, "So that means they have discovered the existence of the Revolutionary Army," but she remained quite calm. Even if we are sneaking around cleverly, we cannot rule out that possibility. That's why I decided to go along. "Sina, do you remember Leon H's scent?" Sina nodded slightly and said yes. A very disgusting smell was emanating from him, so I could recognize it from afar. Upon hearing that, he realized she was talking about poison. Thinking quickly, he used divine vision to connect with Jin. "Kanzaki, are you listening to me?" Jin, who was sleeping at the Holy Nations camp, suddenly woke up from his bed after hearing a sound echoing in his mind. "What? Araj, this is really frightening." She should be used to this, but sometimes she still gets startled. While Jin was confused, Kai demanded that he assemble the special team within 30 minutes. This made Jin panic. Seeing that she didn't respond, Kai immediately urged her, indicating an urgent situation. "Hurry up!" Jane only then reacted, suspiciously asking, "What's going on? Isn't this the time to ask for help?" But then Jane finally used the Guardian Spirit to contact his team to eliminate Leon H. "Can everyone hear me?" Midu was admiring the night view when she was startled. The others were also busy with their own tasks, but Jin's voice reached their ears, making them feel a bit uneasy. Arasi frowned in frustration, looking a bit impatient. 2 hours later, in that forest, Isabel had gathered her rebel forces together. Smith glanced at Isabel and asked, "So everyone is gathered, what about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel gently shook her head and replied, "No need." Her cat ears must have already reported the situation to Kai. In the previous battle, she saw Isabel nearby, so she believed Kai would find out soon. Moreover, they are also aware of this place's existence. First, they will think about regrouping. Then, Isabel looked back at Fanko and asked, "What do you think Leon H will do after I escape?" Fanko slowly replied, "Leon H is cautious, so his bold actions surely mean he sees someone as a threat. In that case, he may have already discovered the existence of this place." Exactly, you traitor. But before he could finish, a loud shout cut him off. A figure quietly approaches from the forest. It's Leon Hat. Seeing him, Isabel's group immediately looks grim. Leon H. saw that and smirked, saying, I was waiting for you to come back, but you're later than I thought, waiting for someone else. As he finished speaking, a wave of poison spread around him. The rebel soldiers immediately stepped in front of Isabel to protect her, then quickly pulled out the antidote they had prepared. In just a moment, she drank it all in one gulp, and Isabel was no exception. She had prepared very carefully for this moment. Seeing this, Leon couldn't help but laugh. So, it's an antidote? So you guys were all prepared to fight me, huh? He said, then threw his head back and laughed loudly, looking extremely pleased. Isabel frowned slightly, remaining silent. With this, she can endure the deadly poison for 10 minutes. The hero candidates are not here. They will have to handle it themselves. But as soon as she finished her thought, everyone around her collapsed. Isabel's eyes involuntarily narrowed, her face filled with disbelief as Leon H. smirked and said, Just as I expected, it doesn't work on you. Isabel, the divine guardian of the Dark Lord. Among the vampire clans of the Demon Lord, you and Alice are two very powerful and special ones. Hearing this, Isabel's face immediately darkened. She pursed her lips and muttered, Why has everyone already taken the antidote? But everyone has already fallen due to the poison gas, and Leon H. kindly explained. That antidote only works on deadly poisons created by high-level poison attribute magic. Do you think I would hand out something that could neutralize my poison? And what he just used is a medium-level poison with an immobilizing attribute. It's a paralyzing poison, so no one will die. He has no intention of killing Isabelin. So you have no intention of killing us. After attacking me just now, you were about to say... But Leon Hat coldly interrupted before she could finish. I want to control you and make a similar proposal. Since you might escape again, I'll say this first. Do you want to join the Revolutionary Army under my command? Then he reached out his hand to Isabel as if offering a deal. Hearing this, Isabel was instantly stunned. Seeing her reaction, Leon chuckled and asked, Are you surprised? My faction is quickly losing strength. The shadow units have been completely wiped out. To become the next Demon Lord, I need new cards. Haven't you considered negotiating with your allies first? Your territory is being invaded. Leon shrugged indifferently and said with a smirk, You should understand that too, right? To be honest, humans are quite troublesome now, and the hero candidates and their abilities are pretty impressive. Still, he thinks they don't stand a chance against the vampire bloodline of the Demon Lord, so if we fight seriously, the country won't be destroyed. Isabel frowned slightly, silent, then spoke. You're underestimating the hero candidates too much. They're stronger than you, and will only get stronger. Leon Sangs Kong Nghe Lo Tai Chut Now. Han Yu Moi Kui Noi. You act like you know them too well, huh? In contrast, Isabel said nothing. She was beginning to consider that if the antidote didn't work, her chances of winning this battle would be almost zero. Even if the hero candidates arrive just in time, the truth will not change. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, causing Isabel to startle. Even Leon H. didn't understand what was happening. The two of them immediately looked over and saw a group of people approaching. Leading the way was Midu, followed by others who arrived after hearing Kai's request. Everyone's firepower is fully concentrated, and the battle is about to begin. Arasi squints at Leon H. from afar, her face full of fighting spirit. Seeing them, Leon H. seemed to understand something. He sneered and said, Hero Candidate A, so you guys have been plotting to defeat me. At this moment, Isabel shouted loudly to warn us not to come near this space because there's some poison in that Liet Dew. However, Shiori and Akira activated supportive magic enhancement and healing guardians, creating holy shields that protected the entire hero candidate as they advanced. Seeing this scene, both Akira and Shiori are very satisfied. When they combine their powers, they can neutralize mid-level poison magic, and high-level poison spells can be countered with antidotes. At this moment, Jine has summoned her guardian spirit and quickly commands everyone. Now we can fight Leon H. Move forward, according to Araji's plan. The entire Midu group is protected by a barrier. They won't be affected by the poison, and Isaben is also unaffected. These are the remaining allies who can work together to defeat Leon Hat. Isabel's subordinates have been poisoned with a paralyzing toxin. Isabel is wondering if she can counter it with the blessing of the gods. If so, it would be close to the scenario she had hoped for. Leon H. didn't want his allies to get poisoned, so he only attacked Isabel. The gap in strength between her and him made this easy. But the problem is that Leon H. is stronger than Isabel expected. At the same time, Leon H. is also very surprised. But the poison that paralyzed him had no effect. He sneered and said, Are you using an antidote? That's just a distraction. Do you think that's enough to defeat me? And with that, He created a sphere of toxic gas. Immediately after, sharp thorns appeared all around. And then the toxic spikes, with fierce momentum, tore through the air and charged forward. Midu saw this scene, his eyes filled with suspicion. He quickly created a shield to block all the poisonous thorns outside. But before long, the poison thorn gradually pierced through the shield. Seeing this, Midu's face immediately turned grim. He bit his lip fiercely, trying to hold on, but Midu's effort was in vain as the shield soon showed signs of cracking. Leon confidently sang in reverse, smirking as he said, "Over there." Immediately after, a giant poison spike shot toward Midu and the others. In just a moment, Midu's shield was shattered, leaving Jin, Shiori, and Akira behind them, utterly stunned. Just then, a scream rang out. Kao quickly stepped in front of them to shield them, but at the same time, his arm was pierced by Gaidok. Although Kao's iron arm quickly shattered Gaidok, the poison still seeped into his hand, causing blood to start dripping. To this moment, Midu immediately looked at Jin and shouted, "Kanjaki!" Jin understood and nodded. "I got it." Immediately after, she used the Divine Guardian link to command the fight. Arasi and Narumi attacked from above. Hearing the sound, Narumi used wind magic to lift himself and Arasi into the air. Arasi shouted fiercely, "You don't need to tell us!" Narumi, without hesitation, activated his skill. Immediately, Arasi's body was pushed away by the wind, and in no time, he had reached in front of Leon Hat. This scene makes Leon H flinch a bit. That speed is just too fast. Arasi is now charging fiercely, shouting, "Die!" A deafening explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. Midu was affected by the blast and stepped back a few paces, murmuring, "Have they caught him yet?" From above, Narumi could see the entire scene clearly and exclaimed in amazement, "He's still standing there." Immediately after, Narumi created a wind slash to attack, but Leon H still stood there confidently, and the wind slash couldn't do anything to him. Leon H smirked and sneered. "That was a pretty good attack, I have to admit it hurt quite a bit." Arasi saw he was still standing there, angry as she spoke, but it was useless. He even had no scratches, and she couldn't help but smile faintly as Leon arrogantly said, "I carry the blood of the demon lord, so don't compare me to those ordinary demons. In demon society where the strong rule, this bloodline always ranks at the top. Its effect is to greatly enhance all abilities, including durability, which is why Leon H was unaffected." Seizing the opportunity while Leon H was under attack, Shiori rushed to heal Akira, but still kept her eyes fixed on Leon H with a slightly grim expression. As everyone was confused, Jin's voice rang out again. "Everyone, don't be afraid." Midu was startled by the sudden sound, but Jin paid no attention and continued to reassure them. "It's having some effect now. Keep attacking." Arasi, on the other hand, was annoyed by this and snorted, "Shh, don't give me orders." With that, he resumed his attack. At the same time, Midu also makes her move. Reina on her side is not idle either. She creates a waterfall of fire to attack. Narumi in the air also unleashes a wind element attack. And in an instant, Reina's flames grow ever larger, as if capable of consuming everything. Kiem Kwang's firepower charges straight at Leon H, enveloping him inside. But it was quickly dispelled by Leon H's toxic gas shield. Leon H sneered and said, "Too bad, that last attack did some damage, so this time I will definitely defend." Midu's group is stronger than he thought. After all, they are the ones who defeated the Three Kings. In an instant, the battle fell into a stalemate. Jin frowned slightly in silence. Leon sings too powerfully, but that's no reason to retreat. So she begins to command everyone. "The plan remains unchanged. Midu and I will be responsible for attacking from the front. In the middle are Narumi and Rina, behind them are Jin, Akira, and Shiori. Gao will be responsible for protecting the rear. If the celestial barrier is broken, everything will be over." Jin knows he can no longer hesitate. She has been assigned the task. Then she reassured everyone that everything would be fine, because Araji is with us. Back to 2 hours earlier, before the battle began, as Kai requested, everyone gathered together. Although it was late at night and no one was happy, they remained focused on listening to Kai explain the situation. After finishing, C glanced at everyone and asked, "So you all understand the situation now, right? Hey, isn't it your fault that Leon ambushed you?" Kai paid no attention and calmly said, "No matter the reason, Leon H is clearly acting alone. This is the perfect opportunity to take him down. Plus, if you help Isabel now, you could earn her favor." A single arrow hits 2 targets. Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in surprise, "Araji, don't tell me you used the Revolutionary Army as bait. I never had that intention. Clearly, you have considered all possibilities." The crowd grew even more confused, 4 eyes looking at each other, but no one spoke. After a long moment, Narumi broke the silence.
I understand what you're saying, Araj, but can we win? Facing someone strong enough to crush the revolutionaries alone.
Ka calmly said. Your voice echoes through the night sky. That is a concern, Narumi. Leon H's strength far surpasses ours. Then he narrowed his eyes at everyone and spoke seriously. Let me explain the plan. Kai has planned their battle strategy. After giving instructions, he raised an eyebrow and said, So that's the mission's summary done.
Reina asked back with suspicion after hearing, Is that really all there is to the plan?
Dan Mac nodded. Kai calmly said, Complex plans are prone to failure. Even with the smallest mistake, the rest depends on you guys. Adapt to the situation as it unfolds. You said Midu will be responsible on the ground, Sina will lead them to the location. Then Kai glanced at Jin and suggested, Go back to the dormitory. Jin was surprised and exclaimed, Wait, Araj, aren't you going to let me lead? He frowned and asked suspiciously, Oh, you seem pretty confident. That's right? Jin instinctively nodded, then quickly regretted it. She didn't understand why she had nodded earlier, but Kai had actually agreed. All right, then try it out and see if Jin reacts a bit too late. Kai narrowed his eyes and warned her. However, you may only ask for my help when there are no other options, and it is truly necessary. Then he looked at Arasi and Midu and suggested, Let Kanzaki lead this time. I want him to fully demonstrate his leadership so we can make the best use of the sharing guardian spirit. Midu nodded without hesitation. Understood, if Araji said that, but before he finished, Arasi already cut him off in frustration. I don't care who takes responsibility. As long as the orders are reasonable, I will follow them. In contrast, Kai paid no attention and coldly said, All right, let Kanzaki persuade us about that. Of course, Jin confidently replied, but inside he was extremely nervous. Is that really true? Can she do it? Kai didn't know what was raging inside Jin, but he spoke up again. By the way, Hono and Ninomiya are prepared with antidote strategies just in case. So Akira and Shiori are confused when they hear this. Akira exclaimed in panic. You've already received the antidote from the Revolutionary Army, right? Kai slowly explained that based on my assessment, that antidote only works partially. It can counter deadly toxins but may not protect against other types of poisons. You know, right? Damn Mac nodded. Kai calmly replied, If Ninomiya and Motono team up, you can handle any situation as long as the toxin is at a moderate level. Hearing this, Akira and Shiori looked at each other in surprise and exclaimed together, We've never thought about combining techniques before. Meanwhile, Midu kept marveling at her own abilities. Your assessment ability has evolved. He understands his classmates' abilities better than he does. Although he was always by their side, Kai didn't think this way and continued speaking. This is just a guess, but if you and the others fall, don't hesitate to use the combined technique with the Divine Shield. Returning to reality, Jin remembered what Kai had said and realized that Kai definitely knew this would happen, so she just needed to command everyone to focus all their strength on attacking. But the problem Jin is worried about now is that the antidote only lasts for 10 minutes. And if Akira and Shiori cast spells for so many people, they will have to use up a huge amount of energy. Jin thought they had no choice but to attack quickly and decisively, but Midu and the others had already fought with all their might. While Jane was thinking, Midu suddenly used Divine Connection to communicate with her. Kanjaki, I think I've figured it out. He describes Leon Hathian's fighting style as more defensive, using two types of defense, magical barriers and corrosive toxins. There are only those two options. Midu realized that Leon H kept switching between them because the shield barrier used less energy. So far, his attacks have only been continuous venom spike shots, but he also feels they are very powerful and hard to approach. Jin frowned and observed for a long time before speaking. It seems so. If things keep going like this, they won't get anywhere. Leon H is clearly holding them back. If things continue like this, when the antidote wears off, they'll lose. Akira only has about 70% of her magic reserves left. At this rate, we'll run out of magic in less than 15 minutes. Jin's face grew paler the more he listened. You can hear them talking from this distance, but with so many people speaking at once, she can't follow or understand anything. I wish they could share information directly without her acting as an intermediary, then everything would go more smoothly. Thinking of that, Zin's hand instinctively clenched. In this world, the key to forming cooperation between individuals. Then she extended her blessing. In an instant, Midu sensed something and exclaimed in surprise, Wait, does that mean Kanzaki can now connect minds with others besides me? Jin nodded slightly and said, It seems so, only among classmates, but if I point out someone, they can communicate telepathically. Akira heard this and smiled. It's like chatting through apps. Narumi also chimed in, feeling like we're creating something like the internet from this energy.
Arasi, hearing the constant sounds in her ears, shouted in frustration, "Stop rambling! Everyone be quiet, it's too noisy."
Seeing that, Jin also spoke up to remind everyone. Arasi is right. Group telepathy should only be used to convey essential information. At this moment, Arasi frantically rushed forward while Leon H. also unleashed his poisonous thorns. Midu quickly stepped forward to block the poison thorns with a shield. Leon H. was startled by their actions and hadn't reacted yet when Rina suddenly struck. A large flame burst forth, rushing toward him. The heat grew more intense. Leon H. quickly used his other hand to create a magic shield to block Rina's flames, but at the same time, Arasi charged forward, reaching Leon H. in an instant and punching him. With a loud bang, another explosion erupted, and smoke and flames spread through the air. Before the explosion occurred, Arasi had already jumped out, but his arm had turned black. Akira exclaimed in surprise,
"So if you directly touch the poison, the antidote won't work."
Sanai said, "I'm sorry. I will try to strengthen its effect." And then she healed Arasi. "You just stay there," but you muttered in annoyance, "Damn, that bastard using poison really is a thorn in my side." At this moment, Midu spoke up to remind, "Be careful, the enemy might be covering their body in poison." "This isn't the time to be afraid. We're running out of time." Just as they thought, Leon H's entire body was covered in poison. He now resembled a moving toxin reservoir, but inside, he was also feeling a bit anxious. Midu's group didn't say a word, but suddenly they coordinated perfectly. Well, it doesn't matter either way. Anyway, their ability to resist poison won't last forever, because Akira and Shiori will soon run out of energy to keep it up. Thinking of that, Leon H. smirked and said, "Now let me see how many minutes you have left. If the antidote and the divine shield wear off, Midu's people will be killed instantly by the poison. Although the hero candidates currently have the advantage, they are still cornered." Midu fought while frowning. Thanks to Jin, their coordination has improved, but the situation remains the same. Akira also worriedly said, "The effects of each person's divine shield will wear off in about 3 minutes, and then we will have to finish this." Midu frowned slightly and muttered, "It's not just poison, but his primal power is also very strong. Normal attacks can't hurt Leon H, and powerful strikes are blocked. What should we do?" "Say it, Ara." But Kai's extremely firm voice echoed in Midu's mind, startling Midu. Remember before this battle, when talking with Kai and Isabel, Midu had 2 options to refuse cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. But the soldiers of the Holy Nation were also fighting against them, which meant betraying Herrick, Amelia, and Iga. In the end, Midu will betray them. However, the reason he nodded to Kai was because Kai believed it would increase their chances of returning to their original world. Maybe Kai also understood that he thought that way. But in reality, Midu didn't really want to go back to the old world. In the real world, Midu's family is wealthy, and lavish meals are always part of their menu. But Midu's father doesn't like him at all. When he was young, Midu was always rejected. Even his younger brother would mock him, saying he was the child of his late mother and her lover. Midu has always been haunted by this. In that world, he had no voice, as if he was always trapped inside a box. Midu always prioritizes the wishes of his classmates. If everyone wants to go back, he also hopes that wish comes true. Midu fights because everyone trusts him, because they make him feel that his presence here is right. Midu cannot let them down. He needs to earn that trust. But at this moment, Midu realized one thing, that it is not about coercion. He wants to fulfill their wishes. Immediately, he clenched the sword in his hand. Without hesitation, Midu fiercely swung down. A powerful and swift sword light appeared. Leon H's magic barrier was shattered like that, and his arm started bleeding. He didn't dare to slack off and quickly formed another protective layer. He realized that the attack was intensifying. Midu's momentum had changed, and his sword light became sharper. Leon H couldn't help but secretly admire. His fighting spirit was truly impressive. If this continued, even in close combat, his allies' recovery would not keep up, and the poison would paralyze Midu. Midu is unaware of his thoughts and continues to attack wildly forward. His sword keeps slashing down, causing Leon H's shield to tremble slightly. He muttered angrily, "Does this guy not value his life?" Leon took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He can only win by defending against the attacks. Only Midu and Arasi can strike him accurately. Other attackers are just a nuisance, but Leon can completely ignore them. What he doesn't realize is that Narumi has already guessed his thoughts. He hurriedly connects with Akira. He's probably thinking that right now. "Just once, Akira. Please boost my attack power." "I understand." Akira nodded slightly to show he understood. At this moment, Narumi has already created the spear and thrown it, while Akira behind him continues to support and boost the attack power. Leon H was fighting fiercely against Midu and Arasi when suddenly he felt the wind spear charging wildly at him. He couldn't react in time, and the wind spear shattered his shield, piercing into his arm, blood pouring out like rain. Leon H was pushed back a few steps, and only then did he realize Narumi was attacking from the middle lane. He furrowed his brows fiercely, indicating they still hadn't fought with all their strength. If so, Leon H also needs to be cautious of the attacks from the wind user. Narumi saw him still standing there, his face a bit grim, but at this moment a furious roar echoed. "You have too many openings, you damn poison user." Immediately, a cannon shot was fired, and in an instant, it reached in front of Leon Hat. Leon H knew that Arasi's magic shield attack wouldn't hold up. Although it consumes a lot of magic power, he must eliminate it with the super-level magic's poison concept. The antidote's effect will wear off soon. While Leon H was trying to fend off Arasi's artillery, a scream suddenly rang out, and the holy light destroying the demon startled him. Midu was seen charging fiercely with her sword, and immediately the sword light struck, prompting Leon H to hurriedly block. The sword light briefly touched Leon H's poison aura, making his face turn extremely grim. This is bad. The light attribute magic has purifying properties, so the deadly thoughts are no longer effective. While he was thinking, Midu suddenly pressed down with force, and the blade swiftly cut into Leon H's arm, causing a fresh cut and blood to flow continuously. Even so, Midu still felt that he was too strong. He had used all his strength, but still couldn't overpower him. And at the same time, Midu's body suddenly became powerless. Leon H sensed this, smirking as he said, "It's over. The effective time of the antidote spell." A cloud of poison bones appeared around Midu at this moment. He collapsed to the ground, his body paralyzed and completely unable to move. Seeing that, Leon H smirked and said, "Almost got you killed, but this is my victory." But as he finished speaking, Sina suddenly appeared behind him, and Leon H, sensing the deadly aura approaching, was startled. Ta's sharp claws suddenly swung without warning, and Leon H had no time to dodge, getting scratched. He bit his lip angrily and shouted, "Are you hiding in the shadows all this time?" But before he could finish, Leon H's chest was pierced by a dagger. His eyes reflexively shrank in shock, filled with terror. The one who attacked was Kai, who took the opportunity to ambush him. Leon Halora, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. He has an extraordinary talent for poison attributes, and his supporters mainly consist of merchants and lower nobles. The people are very afraid of Leon H. He refuses to fight by spreading poison everywhere, and the army also dislikes him. His weakness in military strength became very clear in the battle against the Beastman Alliance. Unable to resist the invading Beastman Alliance army, Leon H lost his territory. Although he sent in his shadow units, the fall of Fuli and the loss of Water Heavenly King Natasha, considered the core of Leon H's faction, became the fatal blow that led to his decline. The merchant class and lower aristocrats, who were the main supporters of Leon H's faction, turned their backs and left. The people living in the territory all moved to different regions. However, Leon H remained very calm because basically he trusted no one. He only believed in his own strength, and that was the poison. Other worthless ones don't really matter. It's good to have them around, but if not, it's fine. The power of the Valora royal family is on a different level, so as long as I survive, everything will be fine. Leon H seriously considered that. But what he was most cautious of were the 5 other royal family members, starting with Isabel. His statement that he needs to be cautious of someone is actually an indirect way of showing his high regard for other members of the royal family. Leon H could wipe out the Beastman League on his own, which is exactly why he acts alone. Even in this situation, Leon H is now on the defensive. You have a wound, with a knife still pierced through your chest. Leon H managed to spit out a mouthful of blood, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Don't mess with me." Hearing him still able to speak, C was surprised, but what Leon just took out made him even more shocked. It is a sword, but it is covered with poison around it. Leon H fiercely turns around and swings the sword at Kai. Kai quickly dodged away, then looked far ahead but was also avoided by her. Seizing the opportunity, Kai caught Midu, who was paralyzed. The two of them have created some distance from Leon H. Although wounded in many places, Leon H still maintains his arrogant stance. He roars loudly, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way you guys can defeat me." Seeing this scene, Midu couldn't help but feel amazed. With that wound, he's still alive. His endurance is incredible. Over there, others have also been shot and are lying on the ground. Narumi trembled and muttered, "What should we do to kill him?" Arasi was extremely dissatisfied and shouted, "You bastard, what are you doing?" "It's impossible to kill him even after I prepared everything like this." But Kai still remained calm, helped Midu sit down and casually said, "Stay calm?" This only makes Arasi more annoyed. He shouted furiously, "What? Even Leon H. is feeling confused because his vision is becoming blurry and unstable. Clearly, he used magic to stop the bleeding, but his body remains powerless as he collapses to the ground. Leon looked up angrily, glaring at the interrogator. "What is going on? What did you bastards do to me?" Kia calmly said. "It seems that the poison from the mace is caused by the influence of the god of the evil spirit." Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but laugh. He snorted coldly in disdain. "First of all, the poison doesn't work on me. I am also someone who uses poison." But before Leon H. could finish speaking, Kay coldly interrupted. "Even if you can resist the poisons of this world, how will you fare against those from other worlds? How is that possible? Does that thing really work on me?" Kai muttered, pulling out a gun and pointing it at his head, coldly saying, "Too bad, goodbye." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly fired his gun, with energy bullets quickly piercing through Leon H.'s body. Only then did Kai's brow relax. The battle was successful, but to be safe, he stayed there, guarding beside Leon H. He waited until the status display changed from near death to dead before he felt reassured. At this moment, Midu had stood up from the ground and slowly spoke. In other words, upon hearing the sound, Kay immediately turned his head to look back. He nodded, smiled at everyone, and said, "Mission accomplished, you all did well." Narumi happily said, "I really want to celebrate." Gao quickly added, "The paralysis poison made it hard for me to move." Narumi didn't care and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He looked at Shiori and said with a smile, "I blew away the poison bones with wind, so we should be fine now." Sai also nodded and said, "I will detoxify little by little with the remaining magic." Xena then ran over to Kai and spoke. "Good job, Kai." Kai also praised himself. "You're very good at distracting him." Hearing that, Xena hesitated and asked, "Do I really need to do this?" Kai glanced at everyone being treated on the other side before finally speaking. "In terms of raw ability, he's far superior. I want to have more options and be more certain." His reaction to a surprise attack, which Leon realized, made him think he had avoided the enemy's trump card. The moment he sighed in relief became his biggest vulnerability. Soon after, Akira was able to move again. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying the paralysis poison finally wore off. Kai glanced at him and calmly said, "Thank you for responding so well to my sudden instructions." Akira couldn't help but laugh. "Honestly, I was really confused when such a serious conversation suddenly happened. Ninomiya, Hono, when I give the signal, cut the sacred barrier from Midu and the others, and switch it to me and Sina. I want to lure Leon H. into lowering his guard as much as possible. So I think it's better to accept the risks." Narumi sighed and said, "Yes, Araji." But Reina angrily said, "Hey, you're not the one taking the risk, it's Suji?" C asked back with a slight smirk. "So what?" Reina shouted angrily. "So what if it's not the answer?" Seeing them argue, Midu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Xena suddenly grabbed Kai's arm and whispered, "Hey, Kai," causing Kay to glance over and see Jin sitting there, crying softly. Seeing this, Kai asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Can?" Jaya Jin lowered his head in despair and said, "I can't do anything from the center position. I should be the one in charge." Kai sighed helplessly and comforted him. "Don't worry. It's your first time. It's not bad. You'll get used to it gradually." Hearing this, the light returned to Jin's eyes. At that moment, another voice sounded in the forest, making Jin turn around in suspicion. "It's Mayo," she just left smiling and chatting. "In the end, I didn't have to do anything." Jin glanced at her suspiciously and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" Mayo calmly replied, "I was creating a spell to purify the toxins corroding this space. I should be done soon." But she hadn't finished speaking when Isabel interrupted. I could feel the presence of her soul. If the space doesn't return to normal, she's planning to use spatial magic with the remaining spells. Everyone was stunned and confused when they heard this. Kai glanced at everyone and explained, "That's another backup plan in case I fail, so we can still defeat Leon H." Isabel gratefully said, "Thank you, Kai. Thanks to all of you, we are saved." He chuckled softly and calmly said, "If we just formed an alliance and you get wiped out, that would be troublesome. Anyway, I will definitely make you pay this debt." Of course, Isabel nodded without hesitation in agreement. "If it's within our power, feel free to say whatever you want." Kai will keep this in mind and look at Isabel carefully, suspiciously asking, "What do you plan to do after this?" Isabel paused for a moment before speaking, saying, "We will go to the garden. Leon H.'s close associate might know about the Revolutionary Army. She wants to keep them neutral before they run away." Hearing that, Kai skeptically asked if there was enough time. Isabel calmly replied, "Maybe. Leon H. intends to pull me into his faction. If that's really the case, he wouldn't reveal information to other factions or the Demon Lord." Her words made Kai can't help but laugh. You're joking, saying you're thinking positively about this. Yabin paid no attention and continued speaking. Because we acted too openly and got exposed, but it would be better if we could avoid detection. Leon singing here alone means he's acting independently. There's no way his subordinate would let a prince act alone. Things are definitely chaotic in V right now. He nodded understandingly and asked again, "Do you need our help?" Isabel shook her head gently and replied, "It's okay. Leon H's faction currently has no high-level demons. The people here can easily suppress them." As she said that, Isabel couldn't help but sigh in frustration. "We are completely powerless against Leon H." Kai nodded slightly in agreement. "Our measures are not effective enough. Next time we need to act more carefully." Isabel replied with a faint smile. "That's right. After all, I am still very naive. TA understands that even with her incredible abilities, she is still a 15-year-old girl and the leader of the Revolutionary Army. She will face even more difficult situations ahead, but everyone has to grow up." At this moment, Van came running over. He urgently proposed that if it was about wiping out the remnants of the Tam Prince's faction, please let him lead. He would use his information and experience to get it done quickly. Kai narrowed his eyes at Fan Ko and said, "You know he is a member of the Shadow Unit of the Demon Lord's army." That day, Isabel personally recruited him. "I hear that Fanko is the leader of a revolution in one of the Demon Kingdom's cities." After thinking for a moment, Kai suggested, "Isabel, let him try." When Isabel heard that, she turned to look at him, suspiciously asking, "So I was planning the same, but why?" Kai smirked and said, "You recruited this person because you want to enlist smart and capable people for the Revolutionary Army, right?" This made Isabel startle. She nervously muttered, "How do you know?" "That's a bit scary, isn't it?" She shrugged indifferently and pouted, "I'm just guessing. Moreover, Fanko is quite useless in the fight against Leon Hat, so he probably wants to do something to restore his honor." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "I understand. If that's the case, then it's fine." After finishing, she looked at Fan kneeling on the ground and sternly ordered, "I give you the authority to lead the campaign to wipe out the remnants of the Three Princes faction." Fanko immediately rejoiced and confidently responded, "Thank you, I will definitely complete this mission." "Kai, since there's nothing more for you, go ahead and leave. But before you go, take this as a lesson from him, Isabel." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I understand." By evening, Midu's group had lit a fire to rest in the forest. Seeing Kai return, Midu immediately looked up. Following Kai are Jin, Mayo, and Sina. Midu asked with a slight frown, "Have you finished discussing with the rebel troops?" Kai nodded slightly and replied, "Did you report this to the Allied forces? I'll be found out eventually, but for now, let's stay silent." Kai disagreed calmly, saying, "This will only happen tonight. If we get back to the dorm before dawn, we won't be discovered." Akira interjected, saying, "I don't know. Hark is very perceptive." Kay gently frowned and suggested, "If Iga or Hicks suspect, say I told you to do it. But don't let them realize we're connected to the demon." He also told them not to tell Elia about his relationship with them, as it would damage the hero team's reputation. Because if Amelia finds out, she will definitely go crazy questioning everything. Akira felt the same way, can only force a smile. It's definitely like that. From now on, spread the rumor that the third prince has gone missing from the Demon Kingdom, and make sure the intelligence agents of the Allied army hear about it. At that moment, you wanted Akira to advise them to move the army. Akira nodded softly in response. "I understand." Kay then continued, "We should ideally hold the territory of the third prince for a month, but it also depends on the movements of the Demon Lord's army. I will also gather information myself this time." But before you could finish, Narumi stood up and suggested that if we kept delaying, it would be dawn soon, so we should head back. However, Arasi still sat there, chewing on some meat as he spoke. "Hey, Arasi, let me ask you something first." Kai frowned slightly, suspiciously asking, "What is it?" "The poison from another world has killed Leon Hat." "Where did you get it from?" Hearing this, Akira and Narumi were both stunned. This is what everyone has been wondering about, and finally, someone asked. Kai didn't hide anything and explained casually, "It's simple. I initially implanted poison into the tooth. You just need to pull it out and apply it to the knife." "You realize that Leon H cannot resist the poison from another world." At this point, Kai sighs reluctantly, saying this ace can only be used once and is now no longer usable. Arasi also didn't doubt and nodded clearly. "I see." Narumi was stunned. "So everyone believes that?" Akira is no exception. People should have asked why Kai injected poison to harm himself. But at this moment, Jin blurted out, "I understand now, because Araji is an assassin." Hearing this, she suddenly remembered she had spoken carelessly, her face suddenly darkening. Midu and Reina gasped. Even Siori, who was treating Chao, froze. Narumi and Akira wanted to uncover the truth, but now the truth was too unbelievable for them to accept. Jin, realizing he had messed up, apologized with regret. He didn't seem to care at all and calmly said, "It's okay. Since we're talking about poison, I have no intention of hiding it. You said your family are assassins. I've been trained since I was young to become one." Even if you tell such an unbelievable story, Narumi widened his eyes in admiration. But because he's a Raji, he convinced us. Rena narrowed her eyes at Kai and hesitated before asking back. "Are you a hitman?" Dan Mack nodded. Kai calmly admitted, "Yes. I will kill people if asked, with no limits." Hearing this, a look of disgust appeared in Rena's eyes, and she said with dissatisfaction, "Such a disgusting person being in our class is not just an ordinary criminal." Midu couldn't help but protest. "Rena, that's not a good thing to say. We've been helped a lot by Araji." At this point, he suddenly whispered, "And besides, we've also killed people." Ren, not convinced, pouted and said, "Demons are not human. No matter how many I burn, my heart doesn't feel pain." Hearing this, Midu was immediately stunned, hesitating as she muttered, "That's a bit too much." The person involved, Kai, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention and calmly said, "Midu, don't worry about it." Nagas is right. He glanced at Rena, smirking as he asked, "You have to think that way to stay sane, right?" "What? I'm just telling you the truth." Right now, Shiori suddenly hesitated and asked, "Can I just ask one thing? Do you really want to go back to our original world?" "Why do you ask that?" "So you see, even if you go back, you'll still have to keep killing because of your family, right?" Ki hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "You're right, Ono. Araji's family is a shadowy assassin organization hidden within society. In short, they're just trash." Your words only make Shiori more stunned, and she asks suspiciously, "Then why?" In just a moment, Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He firmly declared, "My plan is to kill everyone in the family, so I must return to the real world." After Leon H. was defeated, the Revolutionary Army suppressed the remnants of his faction in Via. Then they returned to the territory of the Five Princesses, thanks to Isabel's space teleportation magic. Midu and the others quietly returned to Fort Dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midu and her group still appeared innocent as they greeted Herrick and everyone else as if nothing had happened. A few days later, they received news of the disappearance of the third prince Leon H. through Kai's guidance, and on Akira's advice, they immediately began to act with lightning speed. As a result, the Beastmen Alliance easily seized Leon Hat's territory, and King Isan Hat of the Demon Kingdom is now within striking distance. When this news spread to the Holy Nation's homeland, the people there were overjoyed. They are convinced that the era of the demon race is about to end thanks largely to the hero team, while the people of the Demon Kingdom live in fear. The reason is, of course, due to Leon H's disappearance and the loss of territory by the third prince. Currently, the Beastmen Alliance has not declared that they are holding Leon Hat's head. Therefore, although his life or death remains uncertain, the situation is almost considered as him being likely dead. The Vandora royal family was blessed by the evil god, with the belief that they could not be defeated. But, as that foundation begins to crumble, the people of the Demon Kingdom finally realize they are being pushed into a corner by humans and beastmen, those they have long considered as slaves. Lord Demon, who rules Vandora, this situation is very serious. He immediately ordered his subordinates to call all my children here. The game is over. On the other hand, at the territory of the Five Princesses, Isabel also received the summons from Sylvester. She frowned and muttered, "My father is summoning everyone?" Smith nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, he asked you to come to the Demon Lord's castle immediately. He said that because Isabel can use spatial magic, she needs to be there today." "I suppose so." "It's really troublesome. Has the existence of the rebel army been discovered yet? If we've been discovered, this is not the time to show up on your own." Fan, standing nearby, spoke seriously. "In my opinion, the chances are very low. We have definitely cleared out the remnants of the Three Princes faction." Isabel glanced at Fanko and asked what we should do. Fanko thought for a moment before speaking. "I think it would be really stupid to refuse the Demon Lord's order. That would be like revealing that we're trying to hide something." Smith frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Could it be that the existence of the Revolutionary Army has already been discovered?" Fanko spoke seriously, suggesting that they probably detected sabotage elements from within. "However, I don't believe they will connect those actions to Isabel. The four great heavenly kings of Winbach, who specialized in internal intelligence, have died. Moreover, the Demon Lord's army is currently not in a position to focus on internal matters. I understand. If things get worse, I will escape using space magic." 3 days later, in the Demon Lord's castle, in the council chamber, Demon Lord Sylvester was present. The other princes and princesses were also there. The first prince of the demon clan finally spoke. Everyone has arrived. Second Princess Scarlet pouted and said, "Hurry up and finish this. I feel sick just thinking about meeting these people." Roto chuckled softly at that. "Scarlet, are you acting like this in front of your father again?" "Shut up." Isabel sat there watching everyone, quietly contemplating. It's been a long time since they've gathered like this. Since the annual Evil Spirit Festival, everyone still radiates their terrifying aura as usual. At this moment, Lord Demon Sylvester finally spoke. "Not enough," he said. He called in one more person. As soon as Sylvester finished speaking, everyone immediately fell silent, but they remained suspicious. In the end, Fur couldn't hold back and asked, "So there's one more person. Leon must be dead, right?" He said that, then looked toward the empty chair nearby. Roto shook his head and said, "Leon H. is missing. His fate is still unknown." Scarlet muttered with a slight frown, "The territory of the Third Prince has been taken over by the enemy, right? Even if he's alive, I will kill him myself." Fox snorted coldly and spoke, "Not afraid of a strong enemy, only afraid of foolish teammates." "Do you even have the right to say that, Scarlet?" Scarlet was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed. "If you think that way, then you should be the first to die." Fokker raised an eyebrow slightly, scoffing disdainfully, implying I am not strong enough. Isabel sighed reluctantly. "These two keep arguing all the time. I really want to go home." Roto also ignores them and looks at Sylvester, asking, "Father, is the other person you mentioned Alice?" Isabel immediately froze in shock. No way the girl is the vessel of the demon god, even if she was summoned to a meeting like this. She wouldn't know anything. As expected, Sylvester pointed outside and said, "It's not Alice, she's here." Hearing this, everyone looked towards the door and saw a figure engulfed in flames. "This is Fire King Framerus." He also smirked and said, "It's rare to see the royal family gathered like this." Scarlet saw that person and asked quietly with a frown, "Is this the one?" Facker also snorted coldly. Still a scoundrel, but Isabel's face suddenly darkened. "Fremris is the strongest creature among the 4 great vanguards, and you have shown loyalty to the Demon Lord. His power is said to rival that of the Vandora royal family." While everyone was confused, Lord Demon Sylvester spoke seriously. "Sit down, the meeting is starting." "All right." Fram Mary nodded slightly and sat down. He asked coldly, "What do you plan to do to gather these elite members?" Sylvester slightly frowned and said in a deep voice, "I cannot let these inferior species run rampant any longer, so I will end everything with a single strike." Fokker, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "What is the one decisive strike you plan to make?" Sylvester calmly replied, launching a surprise attack on the human territory's capital and beheading the reigning pope. Roto frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, "So the Beastmen Alliance's forces are gathering at the front line. But they definitely want to behead the enemy first." Fokker also added, "So you mean to behead the enemy first? If you can do that, the front line will surely collapse." Flamis also finds it impossible and suspiciously asks, "How do you plan to get there?" Anyway, the inferior and foolish creatures will not ignore an attack from such a distance. Sylvester casually pointed at Isabel and said, "My daughter can use space magic." "You can't do that, Demon Lord. Teleportation consumes more magic power depending on the distance and the number of people." "Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed great, but I only have a small force of the divine system heading to the enemy's capital. I've already prepared the magical resources for that." When Isabel heard that, she was stunned and didn't know what to say. She frowned slightly and remained silent. "We're prepared with enough magic power. Theoretically, it should be possible. This is a crucial mission to turn the tide in our favor. I will not allow failure. I expect outstanding results from you all." That night, at Isabel's castle, Kai heard about the attack by Lord Demon Sylvester from Isabel. He exclaimed in shock, "The attack on the Holy Nation's capital." Isabel took a sip of tea and casually said, "That's right, my father, the Demon Lord, came up with this daring strategy." She said the plan was to use her space magic to send a small elite force to the Holy Nation's capital, to assassinate the Pope, the ruler of humans, and destroy the command structure. "Are you sure that if the plan succeeds, the front line will fall into chaos? But how can something like that be possible?" Isabel frowned slightly and said seriously, "Do you know what a magic crystal is?" Kai slowly said, "A rare type capable of storing magical power, right? I read about it in the documents." Isabel nodded slightly and spoke. "The Demon Lord is continuously channeling magic into a giant magic crystal as a precaution. If the Demon Lord naturally possesses immense magical power and channels magic into the crystal every day, a huge amount of magic would be stored. Isabel was ordered to use that magic crystal to cast space magic. She has also seen the magic crystal and the presence of magic with an extremely high density." At this point, Isabel's tone became serious regarding that magic crystal. In theory, teleportation across great distances is entirely possible. Hearing this, Mayo asked in amazement, "Does Isabel use others' magic power?" "I heard my master say that controlling magic power is extremely difficult." But before she could finish, Isabel coldly interrupted. "Because I am the daughter of the Demon Lord, our magical attributes are quite similar. Because of their genetic similarity, I can use it without any difficulty." Mayur frowned slightly, muttering doubtfully, "Do you think you can return home even if the teleportation succeeds?" "How do you prepare the magic to return?" Isabel explained slowly. "I am thinking of bringing the magic crystal with me, but it is too large, and if the crystal is destroyed, we won't be able to come back. So from the beginning, she said she would keep the portal open." Hearing this, Mayer understood the issue and nodded in clarity. "So she can ensure both going and returning with just one teleportation spell. This magic must be quite difficult, right? Furthermore, there is also a time limit." Isabel furrowed her brow and said seriously, "I don't fail in using space magic. But as Mayer said, I can't avoid being limited by time." Kai frowned slightly and asked hesitantly, "Specifically, how long?" Isabel replied slowly, "It depends on the balance with the magical power accumulated in the magic crystal. I'm still testing, but I think it will take about an hour at most." Sina hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you really think you can kill the human leader in such a short time? If it's the human headquarters, security will be very tight." Isabel hadn't even had a chance to reply before Kai spoke up. "Of course, this is not an ordinary army. I think an hour is enough to burn the capital of the holy nation to the ground." Isabel shook her head and replied, "No, the power of the magic crystal also has its limits. In this campaign, I can only send at most 15 people." Kai seems to have guessed something and spoke in a low voice. With such a small number, they could turn the royal capital into a scorched land. The elite demon army's response was very clear. Isabel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Perhaps as Kai predicted, that army will include the first Prince Fair, the second princess of the Scarlet Demon clan. There is also the fourth prince, Zo-Utz-To. And of course, Isabel also participated, the last one being the Fire Heavenly King Flamerus. In addition, Isabel thought that several high-ranking demons, each loyal to one of them, would be chosen. Mayo was horrified and shouted out upon hearing that. The bloodlines of the Demon Lord and a Celestial King. Sina was just as panicked, muttering in disbelief about how powerful those people like Leon are. Isabel nodded softly and reluctantly said, "The royal capital of the holy nation would surely be destroyed." Mayo, increasingly panicked, asked anxiously, "What will you do?" Kai lightly curled his lips and said, "I wouldn't care much if the holy nation's capital was destroyed. But what you're worried about is that there will be many problems. The first issue is that the front line of the Beastmen Alliance army will definitely be destabilized. If they are attacked during that time, they could suffer heavy losses. And there's one more thing: the Alpha Temple city near the capital must have groups that do not participate in the fighting living there. If the capital is destroyed, Midu and the others won't stay calm." While Kai was pondering, Isabel spoke up again. "We have a cooperative relationship with the hero candidates, so I'm revealing this information to you, but I cannot refuse this campaign." Smith beside her also nodded in agreement. "This is an order from the Demon Lord, especially at this moment. Such actions could cause the princess to be seen as the leader of this force and immediately be targeted by the army." Za frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Would it be a problem if we are discovered at this point?" "Of course. In the end, it will be discovered because we are staging a revolution. But honestly, in this case, we have no reason to refuse." He said that the goal of the revolutionary army was for Isabel to seize the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the Demon Kingdom in the future. But at this moment, Kai suddenly interrupted, and if the capital of the holy nation was destroyed in this campaign, it made Fanko hesitate. Tai paid no attention and continued, "Even if it would weaken the strength of the Beastmen Alliance, you have no reason to take such a risk." Isabel nodded slightly and replied, "That's how we think. But what are you hero candidates planning to do?" "All right, I have a suggestion for the revolutionary army." Upon hearing that, Isabel looked up and fixed her eyes on him. Kai explained slowly, "There are risks, but the rewards are also significant. You should decide for yourself whether to act or not." 3 days after Kai and Isabel's meeting at the former territory of the third prince of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, Castigon City, Kai summoned his hero team and then outlined the plan for the Holy Nation's royal capital attack. Midu was startled and panicked upon hearing this. Rumi nervously muttered, "We have to inform the non-combatants in the group." "I'm too weak, aren't I?" Kao saw everyone panicking and quickly reassured them, "Stay calm. It's not like Alpha Temple City was attacked. The chance that your group members won't fight and become victims." A bit beamy. Well, Ben's is very low, but Reyna boldly objects. Even if it's small, it still exists, and the distance isn't far, especially since your classmates are working in the royal capital. As soon as Midu finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, don't say such cowardly words. If you're worried, just send a message to your classmates. More importantly, this also works in his favor. He can cut off the Demon Lord's head right away.
Hearing this, Murray immediately retorted angrily, "Are you still sane? The people in the royal capital will suffer great losses."
Arasi shrugged indifferently and pouted, saying, "We are already traitors for allying with the revolutionaries, and you still pretend to be on their side." Mir immediately panicked and stammered, "But the innocent people living in the royal capital have no reason to be killed." He let out a cold snort and said, "Your idealism is nonsense." Then he glanced at Midu and asked, "So Midu, what do you think?" Midu didn't hesitate and replied, "I will prioritize my classmates. I don't have the ability to save everyone." This made Mireille confused and look at him with disbelief. But Midu still spoke seriously, saying, "I don't think Arasi's plan is good." At this moment, Kai, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. "I agree, Midu. The attack on the Demon Lord's capital by the elite army using Isabel's space magic will only last a few hours. You said that if they attack during that time, they could return at the worst possible moment they didn't anticipate, so it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite they are, the enemy's numbers are still very few. Kai believes this will be a surprise attack, but they can find out the day and time of the assault from Isabel." Kira understood the point and nodded clearly, saying, "I see. If we prepare methods to counter them in advance, they are no different from moths flying into the fire." Sia continued, "With the help of the Revolutionary Army, we will defeat the Demon Lord's main forces in a single strike. From now on, we hero candidates will abandon the front lines and return to the capital of Than Quoc." A few days later, at Daguerre's holy city, the Imperial City, this place truly lives up to its reputation as the capital of the Holy Nation, with crowds of people, the bustling street market scene, and at this moment, Kai quietly enters with Sina and Mayo. Mayo lets out a sigh of relief, finally arriving. Even after borrowing horses, the journey still felt incredibly long. Sina raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Mayo, I'm too weak. I don't accept being compared to beastmen in terms of strength." Ti ignored them, scanning the surroundings, and after a while couldn't help but marvel at how truly embodying peace it was. It's hard to believe this is the land that just recently stood on the edge of destruction. Honestly, the people here seem very carefree. Mayo nodded in agreement. For the people in the Imperial City, the front lines probably seem like a distant world. Sina, however, disagrees and pouts in protest. "I think a little excitement isn't so bad. The outcome of the war doesn't change just because the people are in despair." So Mayo didn't say much and just glanced at Kay, asking, "Isn't Kay a serious criminal in this country? Riding the horse like this is really smooth, isn't it, Kai not Moy?" Kai laughed and said, "Of course it's not smooth. That's the main issue. Although we had gathered information from the nearby town earlier, I didn't expect there to be almost no suspicion at all." May smiled happily upon hearing this. "Even with a suspicious background, we slipped through right after bribing them." I also nodded in agreement. "The security really is lax. They've now reached a remote area." Kai jumps off the carriage and whispers, "Just as expected, security will tighten as we get closer to the center. I'll set up a base at an outlying inn. Midu and everyone else should be arriving soon. I want to gather information about the Imperial capital." Mayo frowned and asked, "Do we really need to investigate such a complacent place?" I think she's right. The people here are too indifferent. Although the people on the front lines are facing a devastating war, C suddenly speaks seriously. "I have some concerns. If the Holy Knight Jennis, or rather a high-ranking officer of the Diamond King sect, gets stabbed in the back, it would be troublesome." Meanwhile, in the city of Castigon, the territory of the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, the alliance of humans and beastmen gathered in one place. Run was also present. She reported to everyone about the Demon Lord's attack. Amelia, hearing this, asked in surprise, "A plan to attack the Holy Nation?" Run nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Intelligence from spies indicates that the Demon Lord will mobilize elite troops to the capital using space magic teleportation." Elia was stunned and exclaimed, "Can the Demon Lord really use such reckless tactics?" Ega also didn't believe and said, "I find it hard to believe, but Run has no reason to lie. At least it seems certain that such rumors are circulating among the demon race." Run lowered his head in apology to Ega, secretly wishing he hadn't said that, all because Sina told him to say it. It's all made up. Midu, who knows the truth, is well aware that Voon is a close friend of Sina, whom Kai brought, so she presents it as intelligence obtained from the espionage unit, a specialized reconnaissance and intelligence team. Akira also has his own thoughts, secretly returning to the Imperial City without letting anyone know about the trap. He heard that the foundation had been laid, and it was now up to how their group would lead. While they were still pondering, Ilya suddenly voiced her suspicion. However, this is not the kind of secret that low-level demons can know. It's very likely false information meant to mislead. Hark didn't believe it and firmly objected. But if it were true, with Huangdo's weakening defenses, this place would be destroyed. Amelia thought this made sense. She sighed reluctantly. That's right. It can't be left unchecked. Above all, if they report to the higher-ups, they will definitely order the royal city's guards.
Are you suggesting that our superiors prioritize the safety of the royal family over the entire frontline situation? Is that what you're saying?
Elias snorted coldly and said indifferently, Don't distort my words. If Huangdo is destroyed by any chance, the holy nation will fall into paralysis. That is an obvious decision. Akira then interjected. We also have teammates in the temple city near the capital, and some are even operating inside the city. Staying on the front line in this situation is unacceptable. Midu also nodded in agreement,
saying we will return to the capital because we have the information first and hold the advantage, and we should rest and prepare thoroughly for the battle. Elia frowned slightly, hesitating and muttering, but the reliability of this information source was not very high.
Before she could finish speaking, Harik coldly interrupted. Midu's point was partly correct. After all, we are not in a perfect state to continue infiltrating the Demon Lord's territory. Our forces are not at their peak yet.
You said the soldiers are exhausted after pacifying Leon Hat's territory, but your gaze keeps focusing on Akira.
Furthermore, I don't think stopping them would be helpful. Elia frowned slightly in silence, then reluctantly spoke. That's right. If they desert like Arasi has been lately, it could cause big trouble. Send them to defend the Imperial City. Hearing this, Midu finally let out a sigh of relief. Amelia continued, But we also can't abandon the front line. We will stay on the front line. If the main forces of the hero candidates come to defend, the higher-ups will surely be pleased. Aga nodded slightly and suggested that our allied Beastman Warrior Corps would also hold the front line, defending the capital of an allied nation. I'm not saying it's unrelated, but there are others more suitable than us. Murray frowned in doubt, realizing that besides us, most of the forces would still remain at the front line. Elia nodded slightly and replied, That's how it will be. I can't send more troops based on unverified information. Akira also found it quite reasonable. If the front line falls, defeating the Demon King will become even more distant. Moreover, gathering infantry to face the vassals of the Demon King is not very meaningful. Elia looked at everyone's expressions and said reassuringly, Don't worry too much. No matter how thin the defenses of the royal capital are, the Knight Commander is still by the Pope's side. Midu was stunned and widened her eyes. The commander of the Knights. Amelia slowly explained, You are the leader of the Holy Knights and the strongest. If he and the hero candidates can't hold them back, then everything is pointless. Meanwhile, at the Dagaris Holy Capital Palace in Kichi's study, a non-combatant student who was reading a book was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. He frowned slightly in suspicion and asked, What do you want from me? Oh, Kai is the one who came. Just as you said, you came here to gather information. Before this, Kai had approached two other people. They say Kiichi knows the most about the inner workings of the Imperial City. Kai narrowed his eyes at him and whispered, While we were on the front lines, you climbed up to become a private researcher for the king. Are you mocking me? I'm just teaching the Holy Nation's people knowledge from our entire world, the fastest way to make money that way. Kai didn't think so, and asked coldly in return, You can't just become a researcher because of that, right? This comment made Yi's eyes turn cautious. He pursed his lips and muttered, You're still as unpredictable as ever. Yi says he simply doesn't like fighting, so he joined the non-combat group, and he's exploring other options to return to the original world. Hearing that, C suspiciously asked, Did you achieve anything? Yi sighed and shook his head. No. Leonora's words become even more convincing. The only way to return to the original world is to kill the Demon King. Kai frowns slightly, silent for a moment, then finally speaks. So you've come to the same conclusion as I did. You're only coming back to confirm that? Kai shook his head slightly and replied, No, I have other matters. A major battle is about to take place in the Imperial City. Xie paid no attention and slowly approached him, coldly saying, I will explain in detail, please relay to the Phi group to fight for me. But first, I want to know the internal situation of the Imperial City as a private researcher of the king. Ichi must know at least something. I see. That makes sense. Then he picked up a book from the table. I understand why you came to me. It's about the Demon Lord sect, isn't it? The next day, at Garrus Holy Capital in the Imperial City, a meeting was taking place at the church headquarters with the Pope sitting above and a group of people below. The woman standing in front is Emily from the Gentle faction. She asked, Do the rumors of the Devil King's army attacking the capital true? The truth is not yet clear, but it's better to be prepared. To prevent any surprises, we will assign hero candidates to protect the capital for a period of time. Even if it's true, isn't it enough with just you? Oscar, the strongest knight of the human race. Oscar immediately refused without hesitation, saying, "Please understand that the demon race must not defile this sacred land." Emily nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Your Holiness, I have a proposal." "What proposal? Go ahead and say it." Emily chuckled softly and calmly said, "Why not take this opportunity to negotiate peace with the demon kingdom?" This surprised everyone present, and some couldn't help but start criticizing. "What foolish thing are you saying? Has the peace faction finally gone mad? So why do we continue to attack the demon kingdom when we've already reclaimed territory that belongs to humanity?" The Pope finally glared at Emily and coldly said, "Destroying demons is what the god of creation Garrus desires. The demon race is a filthy species opposed to the creator god. Peace with them is absolutely impossible." Emily persisted with her proposal and calmly continued, "I only wish for peace in the world, as the Bible teaches." Emily pretends to be righteous, smiling as she explains, "If we worship different gods but live on the same earth and understand each other's words, instead of hatred, we should love one another. Isn't that the teaching of the Creator?" She gently furrows her brow and speaks in a deep voice. "It's true that the Bible talks about world peace, but there's no way peace can include those guys." Oscar also chimed in support. "The peaceful faction's words are always just a dream, assuming that the devil god would never accept negotiations like that." Emily remains undeterred and continues to advise, "We have a voice. If we keep talking, we will eventually understand each other, hate each other, and exchange blood for blood. That is the behavior of the barbaric." "Enough of this nonsense, Cardinal Emily. If you keep talking rubbish, I will consider the entire peaceful faction as traitors." Emily sighed and said, "That's a pity, Pope Ruchua, but I believe that one day we can understand each other." After saying that, she turned and left. Ruchua remained silent, watching Emily's figure disappear, while the people below looked furious, glaring at her. A moment later, Rua and Oscar walked slowly down the corridor. Oscar muttered in frustration, "That woman is truly crazy." Dan Mack nodded and calmly said, "Yes, training hero candidates is guided by the Creator. Emily's way of thinking contradicts the will of the Creator. Why would a faction form around a woman like that?" The Pope pondered for a moment before replying, with a commanding and captivating tone. At first glance, Emily's words seem gentle and kind, but in reality, what she says is so extreme that it's unrealistic. Oscar furrowed his brows after hearing her, his eyes showing disbelief. The Pope then continued, saying, "The peaceful faction's proposals are not worth paying attention to. Although their influence is growing, it still doesn't amount to even a fraction of the whole." He said it was his duty as Pope to listen to those who share the same faith in one God, but his statement today has gone too far. This could be considered treason. Joshua has warned about this now. Oscar looked at him carefully, hesitating before speaking, and took the opportunity to report to the Pope about the heretical devil worshippers. "Are you seriously asking back, do you mean those heretics possessed by demons? What about them?" Oscar solemnly replied, "Recently their activities have become more violent. They are causing chaos across the holy nation, forcing us to divide our forces to deal with them." He said they seem to want to weaken their forces in the imperial capital, just after they received news of the Demon King's army attacking it. Pope Rachua sighed reluctantly after hearing this, realizing it should have been classified information to prevent panic among the people. Oscar nodded softly and replied, "Yes, it's possible they are receiving information from the Demon Lord's army, but that's unlikely. But I don't think they would trust those heretics, so there's a high chance there's a traitor within the church." Root Shua also thinks so. He calmly said, "I think so too. Henry, we still can't identify their true identities." Then he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar hesitated for a moment before accepting the order. He suddenly remembered something, frowned, and asked, "What about Kai?" The Pope then asked suspiciously, "Have we found him yet?" Oscar shook his head gently and replied, "We haven't found any clues yet." Ratshu listened and sighed reluctantly. "I understand now. Don't worry about Leonora anymore. It's not your fault." But Oscar refused. Pursing his lips, he said, "But your grace, I swear I will protect your daughter. So at least let me kill Kai myself, the one who took Leonora's life." At this, Oscar's eyes darkened with murderous intent. At this moment, Pope Rotshua spoke in a deep voice. "Araji is truly an outsider who infiltrated during the hero candidate summoning. We must find and kill him." Oscar nodded fiercely and replied, "Yes, I will continue investigating alongside the demon cult case." Meanwhile, in the dark underground dungeon beneath the Imperial City, a torch is burning brightly.
Two people in cloaks quietly entered. Not only that, but there were many others inside.
What should we do now? After a moment of silence, a clear female voice echoed down from above. The hero candidates are returning to the capital. With their strength, they cannot be defeated by the aspiring heroes who have grown.
But if it happens while they are fighting the Demon Lord's army, that's a different matter. The one who just spoke is Emily.
She smiled and said, "We will strike from behind the hero candidates while they are fighting the Demon Lord's army. And with that achievement, we will join the Demon Lord's army." At the same time, on the trail outside the Imperial City, two figures riding slowly approached. It was Midu and Akira. Seeing the scene ahead, Midu excitedly exclaimed, "I see it! The Imperial City is right in front of them!" Akira then suggested, "Let's rest for a bit before entering the Imperial City." Midu nodded slightly in agreement.
"Yeah, Araji probably arrived earlier."
"Is it the Demon Lord of the Andhra religion?"
Kai couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "So you really did struggle against them?"
KY nodded slightly and explained slowly, "The non-combatants have been attacked many times by the Demon Lord's followers.
We have now ordered them to absolutely avoid acting alone, if possible.
Although they are a non-combatant group, they are not completely incapable of fighting.
Most of the Demon Lord's followers are amateurs, so for now they can handle them with divine guardians, but many are feeling very uneasy."
Kai, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "Why didn't you report this to Midu and the others?"
Reluctantly shaking his head, the Y-Tree sighed and said, "I can't cause trouble for those risking their lives on the front lines.
In terms of danger, we are much lower. I thought the non-combatant group could handle the Devil Cult."
He said that even when cooperating with the Holy Nation, the non-combatant group couldn't trace their traces because either KOI-Chi was cut off or the devil worshippers were hiding in the heart of the Holy Nation.
Dam Mac nodded. Yi casually replied, "Yes, I have thought of someone." Kai was surprised and asked, "What is that person's name?" Yi slowly said, "Why, Cardinal Emily of the Dagaris Church is the second most powerful person after the Pope and the leader of the Peace Faction."
Kai frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What is the Peace Faction?"
Yi sneered, "A ridiculous faction trying to reconcile with the demons. They sweet-talk those exhausted by war and only preach hollow ideals." Kai nodded subtly, truly like a perfect disguise for the devil's followers. Indifferently shrugging, Ichibu sneered and said, "I also thought so, and took a gamble, so Archbishop Emily must be guilty, and she can be considered a high-ranking member. But the difficult part is that foreigners like him are not trusted. If they act recklessly towards Cardinal Emily, it could turn the whole country into an enemy." Yihi warned that doing so would affect the Frontline combat group, which is why they couldn't act until solid evidence was available. Hearing this, Kai thought for a moment, then confidently said, "I will deal with her.
I want to eliminate the aftermath before the battle at the Imperial City."
Yihi Tree looked at you in shock, exclaiming in surprise, "You make it sound so simple. She's a cardinal of the Dagaris Church. Guarding is no trivial matter."
I smile faintly and calmly say, "Assassination is my specialty, and even if I fail and my identity is exposed, it won't implicate the hero candidates. I was already considered a great sinner for killing the city girl, and even though you said that," KY still hesitated to speak.
"Still, Cardinal Emily is just a senior member, and the leader is probably someone else." CA squints at him and asks with a frown,
"From your attitude, it seems like you've already guessed who it is, right?" KY-Chi nodded slightly and spoke assertively.
"The leader of the Demon Lord cult is one of the knight captains currently in the Imperial City. I have narrowed it down to that location." The next day, Midu's group, the first to arrive in the Imperial City, went to see the Pope. Rotshua narrowed his eyes at them and finally spoke, "I have heard about the attack by the Demon King's army and the Imperial City, as well as their unusual methods of assault. It's hard to believe." But as he spoke, his tone suddenly changed, becoming more imposing, as if he was questioning, "But how reliable is that information?" Midu remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I can't provide proof, but there will definitely be an attack." Archbishop Rot slightly furrowed his brow and asked, "Is this the intuition of someone who has fought on the front lines?" "We can't ignore this." Oscar beside them chimes in, "The hero's goal is to defeat the Demon Lord. Returning to the rear in the capital will delay that objective." Why did he and Midu's group return to the capital? Even if it was an order, it seems they were the ones who suggested it themselves. The Pope suddenly seemed to understand something and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you worried about your comrades left behind?" "I see now, no more doubt. These people believe there will be an attack." Midu nodded without hesitation to confirm. "Yes, that's correct. Furthermore, regarding the timing of the attack, we have more detailed information than the initial report." Hearing this, Joshua's eyes involuntarily narrowed as he asked suspiciously, "When will they act then?" Midu looked intently at the Pope and declared boldly, "In 3 days at night." As soon as she said that, the expressions of the people here immediately turned grim. A while later, at the headquarters of the Holy Knights, Midu was assigned to meet with the squadron leaders. Midu slowly introduced herself, saying, "I am Midu, captain of the Hero Squad, or also known as Squadron Number 11. I hope for your support." Hearing this, a snickering man coldly replied, "I am the captain of Squadron Number 2. Remember this well." A man with a scar on his left eye also stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Free Time, the captain of Squadron Number 3. Sorry for the trouble." Returning from the front line, a silver-haired young man also greets cheerfully. "I am Gray, the captain of Squadron 9, usually tasked with hunting demon spies, but I was summoned here urgently. Let's work together." Happily. This time, a girl steps forward and introduces herself slowly, saying, "I am Saklo, captain of the 10th Night Squad, responsible for supporting the rear, and I hope we can be of help to everyone." The last one is Oscar. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "I am Oscar, the commander-in-chief. Sorry for testing everyone earlier." He said he has heard about the hero candidate's achievements outside the front lines and hopes everyone will contribute to the defense of the capital. Midu shook hands with Oscar and smiled in return. "Of course, that's why we came back." The moment she touched his hand, Midu realized this person's true strength was extraordinary. If the commander of the Holy Knights was on the front line, eliminating the Demon King would surely be much easier. However, it seems a bit strange that the Knight Captains, who usually guard various places, are now all gathered here. Although still uncertain about the authenticity of the information, they were already prepared. That child demonstrated how crucial the defense of the capital truly is. Dion now asked unhappily, "Do we really need hero candidates?" He said that their own forces are more than enough to protect the capital, and hero candidates are just unnecessary burdens. Oscar responded, "Don't say that, Tion. They have survived deadly battles beyond the front lines and have grown far beyond what they were when first summoned." Tion sneered coldly. "What's so scary about the front lines?" Hearing this foolish remark, Midu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is he really the Knight Captain? Feeling that things weren't chaotic enough, Gray spoke up and suggested why not test his strength in a duel since they cared so much. Seeing is believing after all. Dion thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. Of course I don't mind." Midu also didn't hesitate to speak up. He didn't know where that confidence of his came from, but Midu thought he couldn't let his guard down. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? While he was staying alert, Taeon drew his sword and sneered provocatively. "Come here, kid. Let me teach you what it means to be above and below." Midu frowned slightly and said seriously, "So if you're in the mood but haven't finished speaking," Tan rushed forward recklessly. "I would never ask you to act first." Yet his sword was easily blocked by Midu. "You managed to dodge my attack? Not bad." At the same time, Midu was surprised by this guy's childishness. Tian, on the other hand, was very confident, shouting loudly, but this was not the end yet. But then Midu calmly raised her hand and struck Tian on the back of the head, causing him to fall into a coma. Midu wins amidst the confusion. This guy's pretty clueless, huh? Gray couldn't help but burst out laughing. Freet also sighed, as if he had predicted it. Oscar, hearing Gray laugh non-stop, looked a bit annoyed and reminded him, "You're laughing too much." Gray, worried, hurriedly ran over to check on him. She also started treating him, and Midu, feeling a bit confused, spoke up. "Sorry, but is this person really the captain of the Night Squad?" Ray nodded and smiled, replying that officially he is the captain of the second squad. Freet explained slowly. "In the end, the second Night Squad is full of useless people. Those are just the spoiled children of nobles. They don't know where they're going or coming from." Gray pouted and said, "Dion is the second son of a duke, so his status is the highest in the group. That's why he was chosen as the second Night Squad leader, even though he doesn't have the strength to be one." Hearing that, Midu hesitated and asked, "But why is he so confident?" "While his abilities are so weak," Oscar calmly explained, "well, he's like a frog at the bottom of a well. He knows nothing about fighting." "Well, if you say so, we also feel a bit hurt. We've been away from real combat for a long time, so we're no different from him." Frey nodded slightly and said, "The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd cavalry units are not allowed to leave the capital due to their missions. If they have to fight in this situation, it will be problematic." Although it sounds serious, the three of them burst out laughing. Midu remained silent, observing, and he didn't think they were lying. To have earned that position, they must have gone through quite a lot of hardships. By evening, after leaving the castle, Midu slowly returned home.
thinking to himself that he was glad to have many allies he could rely on and really wanted them to help him on the front lines. But it didn't take long before Midu's eyes narrowed involuntarily. In the darkness, a group of people had surrounded him. "Who are you?" They didn't answer, but one of them frowned and asked back, "Are you Midu among the hero candidates?" Midu glared at them and warned coldly, "I advise you not to try to attack me. Even if I really don't like saying lines like this, no matter how many of you there are, you can't beat me." This statement touched a nerve of those people, making them extremely angry. Calming his teammate down, one of them hurriedly said, "Stay calm. He's right. His skills are completely different from before." "What do you mean by that? Are you guys followers of the Demon Lord?" The other man smirked and said, "Yes. We heard you just returned from the front lines and we will let you die here." Midu, alert, clenched her sword and asked suspiciously, "Why do you want to kill me?" The other man honestly replied, "We will offer your head to the devil to become his servant." "Even though the Demon Lord's army was cornered, you still resort to this." The other calmly replied, "Many of our weaker members have abandoned us because of you. Of course, those who lose faith will be punished with death. Now only the loyal remain, and they act for the Demon Lord." At this point, the man's tone grew even more smug. He laughed arrogantly and said, "You've heard the news, haven't you? That the attack will start in 3 days, so we can't miss this opportunity." Midu frowned and remained silent. Has the information been leaked? Thinking it over, he coldly said, "If that's what you want, I will have to kill without mercy. Midu says I don't care if they are human or not. Now I have my own goal." That guy laughed loudly and said, "So you won't ignore this, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Midu was a bit confused and cautious, asking, "What are you going to do?" In just a moment, a female student was taken away by those people. This person is a student from the non-combatant group, Suki Hiro Yuko. Seeing her, Midu exclaimed in panic, "Suki Hiro Yuko." Seeing him try to rush forward, the other man warned, "Don't move or the girl will die and you'll be next." Yuko struggled even more, but was still held tightly from behind, the gleaming knife pressed against her neck. Midu, worried about her, froze. He silently wondered if he could save her. Seeing that Midu was not moving, the other man shouted loudly to remind him, "Hurry up, or you'll know what will happen to her." Little did they know, Kai was secretly watching from nearby, raising his gun and aiming at the man holding Yuck. Without hesitation, Kai directly pulled the trigger, the energy bullet piercing through the man's forehead, killing him instantly. At the same time, Midu used teleportation to hold her in his arms. He successfully saved her. Seeing this, the black-clad group immediately panicked. Midu flew straight to Kai's side. He lowered Yuko and asked anxiously, "Suki Hiro, are you okay?" Yuko gently shook her head and replied, "It's okay, thank you, Midu." At this moment, Kai coldly suggested, "Midu, take Suki Hiro back to the dormitory with you. I will deal with these guys. We will talk later." But Midu shook his head in refusal. "No, I will join you. I have to eliminate all those threatening my classmates." At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, making those people tremble. Kai didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Got it. I'm leaving this to you. Suki Hiro, let's go." Without waiting for Yuko to react, Kai lifted her up and was about to leave when Midu suddenly spoke. "Arag, can I ask you something?" Kai frowned slightly, muttering in doubt, "What?" Midu took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "You didn't use Suki Hiro as bait?" "That's right, to lure out the Demon Lord's followers." "I was just joking. I even care about my classmates." I believe those words. Immediately after, his figure disappeared from the roof. By the time they reappeared, they were once again in the middle of that crowd. This scene made them afraid, and before they could react, a surge of energy appeared. And then the flashes of swordlight began to dance in the air. Midu easily defeated them. At the same time, Kai was still carrying Yuko back home, but he had some thoughts on his mind. Their leader remains hidden. Just as we expected, they wouldn't reveal themselves easily. After clearing out the Demon Lord's cult, Midu met up with her classmates at the dormitory. Midu slowly recounted everything. We captured a few of them and handed them over to the knights. Ichi listens and frowns, muttering that they probably won't get any useful information anyway. Even if we manage to find out anything, it will just be hidden somewhere and we'll never hear about it. Midu didn't care much and asked worriedly, "How is Suki Hiro doing?" Ichi sighed and replied, "She seems strong, but clearly this is wearing her down. He is currently resting in his room, and Araji is probably there with him." After saying that, he nervously apologized again. "This time it's my fault. The kidnapper of Suki Hiro is clearly a professional. I should have relied on the combat team." Akira didn't think so and quickly spoke up.
They are probably targeting the non-combatant group. I just ran to call everyone earlier, but the missing person from the non-combat group is gone. She slightly frowns, her tone a bit serious, and it's quite likely she was captured by another group. He said the Demon Lord's order is clearly more active now. The attacks so far are probably just the work of a crazy fanatic group. Akira also agrees, nodding in approval. This time it was a professionally planned ambush. Its trigger is definitely... Not waiting for him to finish, Midu gritted his teeth and continued talking about our return to the capital. Ichitree helplessly watched the two, sighed and said, "Only Tsukihiro and I are present in the royal city besides the non-combatant group. The others are working at the Alpha Temple." The more Midu hears, the angrier he gets, and he boldly says, "If we keep delaying, it will be too late, so cut the fighters to serve as guards for the group at the Alpha Temple." Akira hurriedly said, "Narumi has already set out. Since Narumi can wrap herself in the wind, she's the fastest." Hearing this, Midu finally let out a sigh of relief. "So, that's how it is. But first, we must save and know. To do that, we must root out the Demon King cult hiding in the capital." Yi Tandong nodded in agreement, knowing that without urgency, who knows what could happen to Gnome. If they are holding her hostage like Tsukihiro, then she might still be alive. Akira watched the two of them constantly planning and couldn't help but sigh. With less than 3 days before the Demon Lord's army attacks, that's not even the main issue now. Dealing with threats both inside and outside is really tough. No matter what, we must first deal with the traitor within our ranks. Meanwhile, at the female dormitory, Midu is in Yuko's room. He nodded in approval and said, "Well done." Yuko sat motionless on the bed, and after a while, she pouted and muttered, thinking she finally had some value to the fighting group. Kai saw that Yuko still looked upset, so he spoke to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, rest well." Yuko looked up at him and asked anxiously, "Yes, Araji, is Ano also safe?" Dammak nodded, and Kai calmly replied, "Yes, Aiko Ano is still alive, currently allowing the enemy to act freely for now." At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Kai's mind. "Araji, can you hear me? Is that Jin?" Thinking quickly, he immediately responded and connected with Tsukihiro. Did Jin respond without hesitation? "Yes, this is Tsukihiro's channel." Soon after, Yuko also heard Jin's voice echoing in her mind. "Tsukihiro, can you hear me?" Yuko replied happily. "Yeah, I hear you clearly. It's been a while since we last met." Jin knew she was worried, so he told her Ano's information. "We have found Ano's location." As expected, Yuko's face lit up with joy in an instant. "Really?" Kai suddenly asked. Before being captured by the Demon King's cult, she had contacted Kanjaki through telepathy. "That's right?" Yuko nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You explained slowly again, allowing Kanzaki to track her down." Yuko felt even more reassured and sighed, saying, "So Ano is still okay." "That's right, I can even let you hear her voice." "Is Yuko safe now?" Hearing her friend's voice, Yuko was extremely happy and immediately replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Ano says she's been locked in a cell but hasn't been harmed yet." Yuko confidently reassures her, "Don't worry, we'll come to rescue you soon." "So far you've just been listening, now you speak. Where exactly is Kanzaki Ano being held?" Jin immediately replies, "If you connect with us telepathically, she probably isn't far away." Actually, they are at the headquarters of the 3rd Night Squadron in the underground city center, and at this moment, Jin and the others have already arrived there. Hearing this, Kai immediately frowned, so Ichi's guess was correct. One of the current Knight commanders in the Imperial City is the leader of the Demon Lord's sect. After a long pause, Kai finally spoke slowly. "Well done, Kanzaki. In other words, the leader of the Demon Lord's sect is Free Time, the captain of the 3rd Night Squad." Then, Kai asked Jin to share this information with Midu. Jin immediately agreed. After giving his orders, Kai spoke again. "I will save Ano first. Tell Midu's team to crush the 3rd Cavalry Squad, that is the lair of the Demon Lord's sect. Don't hold back." At the same time, in the underground prison of the 3rd Night Squad, the vice-captain of the Elven Knights was silently asking, "Is that correct, Captain?" Free Time said fiercely, biting his lip. "Something's wrong. We still can't reach the demons. Could it be because Aquelia is dead?" Emily indifferently said, "At least the information about the Demon King Army's attack plan has been leaked. I want to report it, but if I can't contact them, that's their problem." Elvin reported again, and I heard that Tsukihiro has been reclaimed. Free Tame became even angrier. "These fools can't even pull off a simple ambush plan." Emily wasn't worried and calmly said, "We will ensure the true identities of the captured believers remain secret. Lately, our actions have been too obvious, and people are starting to suspect." Preet bit his lip angrily and said, "I know, but we have no other choice." Natasha promised them that if we eliminate the hero candidates, she will turn them into demons. Emily frowned slightly, muttering suspiciously, Does that promise still hold when Aqualia is dead? The problem is, we can't contact the demon's spies. Elvin also worriedly said, even without promises, we remain loyal to the Demon Lord. That's what it means to be his followers, right? Freet nodded slightly and replied, yes, that's right. And if the Demon Lord's army is truly coming, we will have the chance to meet the demons. Once we have dealt with the hero candidates, they will acknowledge me. But the hero candidates are now insanely strong. Only the officials can barely fight them. What do you plan to do? I still have a hostage and a lot to do, but Freetime doesn't know that while they're discussing affairs, the hostage's ropes have already been cut. Kai successfully sneaked into the cellar and rescued Anno. He killed all the guards, even though the place was heavily guarded. After finishing, Kai put away his knife and glanced at Anno, urging him to hurry and leave. But as soon as he finished speaking, Kai sensed something and quickly covered Anno's face with his hand. He stared intently ahead, where a figure was slowly approaching. It's Freem. He has discovered Kai. He smirked and said, I was just going to check on the hostages, but it seems some rats have sneaked in. Kai narrowed his eyes at Freem and asked coldly, so you are the leader of the Third Night Squad, the Devil Church? Freem didn't hesitate and admitted, yes, that's right, and I also know who you are, the one who killed the Saintess, right? Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but sigh and say, why do you guys do this? Freem calmly replied, it's obvious, because a world ruled by the devil cannot be stopped. Kai snorted softly, pouting as he spoke, and asked which was unnecessary. Kai stood very alert, blocking in front of Anno with a knife ready to attack. Freem smirked and said, I don't know how you found this place, but if I catch you, it's your unlucky day. That's Saint Killer. Hearing this, Kai subtly asked, is now the time to worry about me? Freet looked a bit confused and asked back, what are you going to do? Before he could finish speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling him. He shouted in panic, what the hell is that? Immediately, a few men entered with torches. Captain Freet looked at his subordinates and hurriedly asked what was happening. They reported in panic that the 3rd Night Regiment's camp on the ground was under attack by a hero candidate. As soon as those words left his mouth, Freetime's face grew even more grim. He gritted his teeth and muttered, what? Are you really that surprised? My presence here means the information has already been leaked. This statement pushed Freetime's anger to its peak. He shouted in frustration, you bastard, you caused this chaos. Kai sighed and smirked, saying, if you're not going to deal with me, you should hurry up and handle the hero candidates on the ground. Now that they know this underground place, that's the only way for you to survive. Who do you think you are? Let her go if you don't want to die. Kai remained calm and stood there still. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared in the ear, leaving Freet stunned in an instant. Midu had appeared out of nowhere, wielding the sword formation of his sword, his eyes now filled with deadly intent. Freetime's subordinates had all been killed by Midu. Kai narrowed his eyes at Midu and smirked, saying, you arrived quickly. Midu cheerfully responded, asking Kanjaki to guide us down to the underground area. Kai said nothing more, lifting Anno up casually and calmly saying, I will take Anno back first, the rest is up to you, and then quickly ran out of the basement. Freet was startled and shouted, wait! But Midu's sword held him firmly, preventing him from moving. Freem frowned slightly as Midu's sword was too powerful, causing him to panic. At this moment, Midu gently pushed his hand to push Freem back. He narrowed his eyes at him, secretly thinking that once again they are using the Demon Lord's troop bait with hostages as decoys. This situation is really unfolding exactly as Araji planned. While Midu was thinking, Freetime spoke up. Midu, right? Midu was slightly startled, but said nothing. The man glared at him and coldly said, daring to attack the Knight's stronghold, that's quite bold. Midu said nothing, coldly warning, please surrender. Freem, we already have evidence that this is the headquarters of the Demon Lord's sect. Freet ignored it, coldly saying, it's easy to handle that. We are more trustworthy than your otherworldly beings. Eliminating the hero candidate is his top priority, and the hostage situation is tense, but the necessary actions remain unchanged. He thought Elvin was probably holding the line above, first killing Midu, and then wiping out the hero candidates. When they lost coordination, that was something Freetime could handle, all because of the devil. Thinking it through, he charged forward to attack. Midu still stood calmly there, not the slightest hint of panic. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Knight's soldiers are lying in heaps, while Arasi is frantically fighting. His opponent is Elvin. Arasi subtly dodged, avoiding Elvin's attack. Immediately after, he swept his leg across, and Elvin quickly stepped back. At least you have some skill, Knight Captain, Arasi said coldly with narrowed eyes. Elvin frowned and replied, I am Elvin, Vice Captain of the 3rd Cavalry Unit. Oh. So you guys are hero candidates? What are you trying to do by destroying our camp? How am I supposed to know? If you want me to cause chaos, I will do it. Elvin felt uneasy hearing these superficial words. Is there more of this kind of thing? At this moment, Jine's voice echoed in Arasi's mind. She hurriedly announced that Araji had rescued the hostage. Meanwhile, Midu is fighting the enemy leader underground. If we jump in recklessly, we'll only get in the way. Everyone focused on dealing with the 3rd Cavalry on the ground. Hearing this, Arasi cracked his knuckles and coldly spoke. If the hostage has been saved, then Elvin is left stunned. What is this overwhelming source of magic? While he was in shock, Arahi charged forward. So does that mean it's allowed to blow everything up? Yes? As he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted. Elvin was pushed back by the explosion, but Arasi paid no attention and continued frantically launching the barrage. A series of sparks attacked the wall, causing it to show signs of collapse. In an instant, Arasi shattered it completely, but his eyes suddenly narrowed because a large wall reappeared in front of him, glowing with Elvin's voice inside. That's why I want to avoid direct confrontation, Arasi muttered with a slight frown. Earth attribute magic, defensive system. Elvin smirked and said, I didn't expect us to be dragged out like this. It seems some of you are quite clever. Arasi also remained calm, smiling confidently. No matter what, you're doomed. Even if you defeat us, your headquarters has been exposed and your base destroyed by him. But Elvin remained unfazed, smiling confidently. It's okay, we have backup prepared for moments like the... Arasi frowned slightly, showing impatience in her eyes. Meanwhile, below in the underground cellar, Emily is escorted away from the place. She ran, cursing under her breath. What a mess. Even if I pull every string I have, I'm not sure I can cover this up. No sooner had the words left her lips than the 2 escorts collapsed, the heavy reek of fresh blood thick in the air. Emily was instantly terrified. Even the 2 soldiers didn't know how they died. They had gone down to meet the King of Hell. The only one capable of silently killing like this could only be Kai. You said nothing as you stepped closer to Emily and then slashed her across the neck with your knife, blood pouring out like rain. In just a few stabs, Emily's group was all defeated by Kai. Anno, trembling beside him, muttered, Lady Emily, is this person also a follower of the devil god? Kai nodded slightly and replied, Yes. It seems she exploited her cardinal authority to manipulate information, but now that Emily has lost her power base, the base of the 3rd Night Squadron will soon be exposed as a devil cult stronghold. Anno nodded in understanding and then asked, So what do you think about that? Anno slowly spoke. After I joined the non-combatant group, I provided knowledge for the infrastructure projects of the royal capital. Many non-combatant team members are also doing similar work. Knowledge from the modern world is a revolution in this world. She asked what she could do without weapons. During her time living in Huangdo, Anno gradually became attached to this place. She wants to make it a better place. She has worked towards that goal and feels fulfilled. But the upper class considers the slums to be non-existent. Anno's plan to improve the infrastructure of the slums was immediately shelved, but only Emily is passionate about charity work. After hearing this, Kai realized the problem and nodded, saying, That's to increase the number of devil worshippers. The poorer and more ignorant people are, the easier they are to brainwash. Anno sighed helplessly. I wanted to believe she was a good person. Many people are grateful to you, Emily. Kai calmly spoke. Maybe she truly believes that serving the devil is the way to save those in need. On another front in the battle between Midu and Freet, they are still fighting fiercely, neither willing to admit defeat. Midu fights while thinking to himself that he had anticipated this, but he is still very strong. Do you think I am on the same level as Ilya and Harak in the underworld? Don't lump me together with those naive kids. Midu frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, with such power, why did you side with the Demon Lord's army? Without thinking, Freetime coldly said, Do you think that's why I'm so strong? Midu was quickly pushed back by Free. Because I have survived countless deadly battles, I have fought much longer than you rookie heroes. Isn't that to protect this country? That's right. Freetime nodded without hesitation and charged forward while speaking. Before the hero candidates appeared, this country was on the brink of destruction. The Holy Nation kept losing battles everywhere, and its territory was gradually shrinking. The strength of the Holy Knight Order has fallen to less than half of its peak. One by one, his comrades fighting alongside Freetime fall. The Holy Nation was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war. Those stronger than Freetime had disappeared, and before anyone realized, he had become the Knight Captain. Still, he says he's fighting recklessly. They are trying to hold the line. But a mighty symbol appeared, a proud figure walking across the battlefield. The Demon Lord finally appeared. Freet thought he was only coming to the battlefield out of curiosity. In reality, they had no intention of fighting, but the demon lord merely waved a hand, and the commanding officer at that moment was dead. A very brutal death, with the upper half of the body completely cut off. At that moment, no one could have defeated the demon lord. Just like an ant challenging a human, it's not about swords or magic, but a different level altogether. As he spoke, Free Time charged forward to attack. He was frantically shouting. Still, our front line has managed to hold back significantly. When Midu heard this, he quickly retorted, "We have defeated 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, and the front line has seen the demon capital itself." Free Time coldly replied, "This battle has been decided from the beginning. Whether strong or weak no longer matters." The more Midu hears, the angrier he gets, and he boldly questions, even if he seems to side with the demon lord, he would never save humanity. Freet gently shakes his head, then speaks softly about collaborating with the demon lord's intelligence operations and eliminating the hero candidates. They will turn us into demons and accept us as citizens of the demon kingdom. That is the agreement with Aqualia. The more he spoke, the more frantic he became, continuously attacking Midu with his sword. Under his momentum, Midu was forced to retreat. He also didn't panic, calmly stood up and coldly said, "I killed Aqualia so the Holy Nation's intelligence operations were affected." Mentioning this, Freet gritted his teeth and criticized, "Your hero candidates really cause us trouble. Even if that promise still holds, can humans really be turned into demons?" Free Time smirked and said, "You've probably seen an example already. The monster researcher was once human before becoming a spy for the demon lord's army." Hearing this, Midu's eyes widened in shock. Remembering the days when they first arrived here and fought against Stady, Free Time smiled even more confidently at his reaction. He used himself as a test subject. Even though it was a failed experiment to transform into a demon, after Steady's death, the results were still inherited by the demon lord's army. And in the end, they successfully developed a complete potion to transform into demons. The more Midu heard, the more terrified he became, his eyes filled with shock. Freet gritted his teeth and continued, "We were about to receive the sample, if your hero candidates hadn't killed Aqualia." As he finished, flames appeared around him, and in an instant his sword was engulfed in blazing fire. "Hero candidates, you are strong, but still weaker than me. Challenging the demon lord with that level is just a waste of your lives." Midu watches Freet's movements carefully, his eyes now full of suspicion. Meanwhile, a large fire is also appearing above the basement. This is Arasi's attack. The continuous explosions keep ringing out. Under his fierce and continuous attack, Elvin could only hide behind his protective wall. However, it only showed a few cracks. That's an impressive defense, but is it enough? If you hesitate any longer, your friends will all be taken down. Just as he said, the hero candidates are now starting to eliminate soldiers, and their abilities make it easy to do so. Arasi smirked and said, "I don't know what your backup is, but if you lose here, you're all doomed, right?" This statement made Elvin's face darken, but he stubbornly opened his mouth, thinking he could fight a bit longer. As expected, the hero candidate strike team had grown stronger beyond the front lines. As he finished speaking, Arasi charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Elvin. He coldly shouted, "How can those cowards hiding in the royal city defeat us?" Arasi's arm punched straight at Elvin's face. With a bang, another explosion erupted. But when the smoke and flames cleared, Arasi struck the wall again, and no one was in front of him. At the same time, a sharp sword pierced toward him. Luckily, Arasi reacted in time, grabbing the sword and then breaking it into pieces. This scene made Elvin extremely frightened. Shards of the broken sword fell onto the cold ground as Arasi shouted fiercely, "What are you going to do without a weapon?" Below the basement, Freet with his flaming sword faces off against Midu wielding his demon sword, and at the same time, they rushed toward each other. The two quickly fell into a tense standoff. With a shout, the two sharp swords clashed against each other. But at this moment, Freet's sword suddenly burst into flames, making Midu frown in confusion. Before he could react, the flames transformed into a large spark rushing toward him. Midu didn't dare to slack off and quickly stepped back to avoid. Freet, seeing that, scoffed and said, "Do you think I'll let you escape?" As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward wildly, continuously swinging his sword to attack. Freet's entire body was now engulfed in flames. Midu was extremely surprised that a single slash could cause severe burns even if it only grazed him, and he realized that the ability to freely control the flames surrounding the sword made close combat disadvantageous, so he decided to attack from a distance. Freet slightly tilts his body to avoid Midu's sword flash. He snorts coldly in disdain. "Do you think keeping your distance is enough?" My fire rides along the sword and soars upward. Immediately, Free strikes with his sword. Midu couldn't afford to be careless and quickly created a protective shield, but the flames still kept coming. making it very difficult for Midu to defend. He bit his lip fiercely, thinking to himself, what kind of power is this? Just then, sparks began to explode. At the same time, Midu's shield shattered, and he was pushed back, still smoldering with some flames on his body. Seeing Midu's condition, Freet couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. So, you've sacrificed your left arm as well? Just as he said, Midu's left arm was burned and scorched by the fire. Freet continued to smile and say, your quick decision to channel your demonic power into your left arm is impressive, but now you can only swing your sword with one hand. I'm also worried about what's happening above. It's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword again and then charged like a lightning bolt towards Midu. Frowning fiercely, Midu had no choice but to take a risk. Thinking quickly, he activated his illusion skill, instantly creating many copies of himself to confuse Freet. He anxiously furrowed his brow. This is a continuous use of teleportation-style technique. Realizing this, he froze and stopped moving, focusing on the images before him. In this situation, he should have attacked from a blind spot, so Freetime swung his sword backward. Unfortunately, it was only an illusion. He couldn't believe it as his eyes widened in shock. At the same time, Freet spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest was pierced by a sword, and the smell of blood quickly dispersed into the air. Midu thus seized the victory, and Freetime was killed on the spot. Midu smiled with satisfaction. The intense training battles with Aga have paid off. He's really getting stronger. At the same time, the battle between Arasi and Elvin resumed on the surface. After shattering Elvin's sword, Arasi felt extremely proud, as if holding the victory in his hands. But at this moment, an astonishing anomaly occurred as a sword suddenly emerged from inside Elvin's stone wall, causing Arasi to startle and step back. Elvin breaks through the stone at the same time, holding a sword in his hand. He smirks and says, "The stone has turned into my sword." Seeing this, Arasi grew impatient and scolded, "Dory Lori." Then he glanced behind him coldly and spoke, "But this is where it ends. The conclusion isn't even interesting anymore." Because everyone from the 3rd Night Squad had been wiped out by Arasi's team, Chow approached Arasi and smirked, saying, "That's a surprise." Arasi snorted softly and spoke impatiently. "Fighting this guy only turns into a draining battle. Boring matches waiting for him to run out of magic isn't my style." "Damn it, if you're waiting for your captain down there, I might as well tell you it's pointless." Elvin couldn't help but be stunned, suspiciously looking at her. Jin coldly said, "Our leader has already defeated your leader." Hearing this, Elvin cried out in disbelief, "No way, there's no way the captain would lose to people like you." Just then, a remorseful voice sounded from behind. "Sorry for being late." Elvin saw this and his legs trembled, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. He couldn't believe it and muttered, "No way." Dai coldly looked at him and said in a serious tone, "We just received a report that your support faction has also been wiped out. Miss Emily, is that correct?" Elvin finally accepts the truth and laughs at himself. Ha ha. So this is what it feels like to be completely defeated. He snorted softly and coldly scolded, "That's really stupid. If he stayed on the front line, he might still be useful, but he chose the Demon Lord's side." As they were talking, a terrifying scream suddenly echoed through the air. "What are you trying to do?" As they looked back in surprise, they saw Gray rushing over with someone in tow. And upon seeing the scene before him, Gray's face immediately turned panicked. No one expected that in just one night, the 3rd Cavalry's base would be destroyed like this. Midu and Akira wanted to explain, but Gray's gaze was fixed on something else, the body of Freetime lying on the ground. Midu shouted loudly to explain, "Wait, Gray, there's a reason for this," but before he could finish, Gray, in his fury, said, "Don't mess with me." Then he charged forward to attack. Midu couldn't react in time and was pushed back by Gray. Gray angrily scolded that Freetime is dead and the 3rd Night Squad's camp has been destroyed. In this situation, there is no room for excuses. Seeing that he wouldn't listen, Arasi couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to act. He coldly said, "The injured step back. Let me handle this." Akira quickly intervened, "Wait, Arasi, you can't fight back." Unfortunately, Arasi didn't listen and rushed forward, coldly shouting, "Just punch him in the head to cool him down." With a bang, an explosion occurred. Fragments flew everywhere. But when the smoke cleared, Oscar had stepped in between them. Arasi was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. Gray was no exception, watching Oscar with a stern look as he held both their injuries and their hands tightly. He sternly advised, "Calm down now, both of you." With Oscar's arrival, everyone calmed down amidst the chaos. Then they began to clean up the aftermath and gather the bodies of the 3rd Cavalry soldiers. The survivors, like Elvin, were tied up, and Midu, representing the hero candidate, recounted everything to Oscar and Gray. After hearing this, Gray realized he was too hasty. Oscar glanced at him and said, "Sorry for remaining silent. I received a report from Midu. I didn't think you guys would raid the camp." Midu also sheepishly explained, "I'm sorry for acting on my own, but our friend's been kidnapped, so we didn't have time to wait. And since there are enemies inside, I didn't know what information could be gathered from where." Oscar nodded in agreement. "That's right." At this point, Ray sighed helplessly and said, "I never expected the leader of the demon church followers to be my old comrade. This is really bad." Oscar also sighed with mixed feelings. When I received the report from Midu, I couldn't believe my ears. It's terrible. He wasn't even on my list of suspects. But as they saw, there is a cult base of the Devil God underneath the 3rd Night Squad's camp. Oscar slowly explained, "According to my subordinate's investigation, Cardinal Emily is involved," Gray exclaimed in shock. "She's the leader of the peaceful faction, right?" "Don't tell me the entire faction is backing the Demon God sect. It seems that way." Oscar sighed helplessly. Just then, Lot arrived hesitantly and spoke up. "Since the Devil's faction has been acting strange lately, I thought information wasn't getting through. But if your team, the 3rd Night Squad, is allied with a faction led by Emily, then covering up the news is too easy." The more Gray listened, the angrier he got, grinding his teeth and cursing. "This is the true face of the Church of the Demon Lord. No wonder we haven't been able to wipe them out all this time." "Well, now we've caught the mastermind." Damn Mac nodded. Oscar calmly replied, "Yes, Cardinal Emily is holding her ground, but she probably can't do anything now." He also thanked Midu's team for resolving a long-standing problem for them. But he asked Midu how she discovered the identity of the demon church. Midu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We have a friend who's very skilled in that area, and since the Devil's cult is targeting us, the hero candidates..." Gray also apologized awkwardly. "Sorry for jumping to conclusions earlier, Midu," to which Midu shook her head and smiled. "No, I think it was just a natural assumption." Gray said nothing more, but he noticed the burns on Midu's hands and asked suspiciously, "Are those burns from Fleet?" Midu only then remembered that he was injured. He glanced at it for a moment before nodding and replying, "Yes." Midu says that the swordsmanship covering that guy's flaws is really complicated. Ray sighs helplessly upon hearing this. "I guess so. He's definitely skilled. Maybe free time is only second to Oscar in strength." Why has Lot been so pensive all this time? Suddenly, she hesitates and asks, "Where did I go wrong?" Gray, seeing her worry, speaks to reassure her. There's no point in worrying now. Oscar didn't pay much attention and looked at Midu with admiration. Still, his strength was impressive, defeating free time with only a few burns. Midu nodded softly, then firmly suggested that since we no longer need to worry about the rear, we should start preparing to intercept the Demon Lord's army. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom, Floker, after reading the message sent to him, couldn't help but frown and mutter, "Do you not see that it's too dangerous?" "The Demon Lord is being very cautious," Alan also added. "We are using rare magic crystals, so isn't your goal to crush the enemy's head completely?" Floger let out a light snort, threw the documents on the table, and coldly said, "It's only because the fool Leon Hat was defeated that the king became cowardly. I alone am enough to handle the holy city's Vuongdo." The two confidants immediately advised, "We understand the prince's strength, but it's too dangerous for him to go alone." But as soon as he finished speaking, a surge of magic energy suddenly appeared around them, causing them to panic. Behind Fong Ko, a large magic formation emerged. "Do you understand my power? People like you think you can comprehend my strength." The two guys saw Fikir get angry, hurriedly bowed their heads, and apologized sincerely. Flocker snorted coldly and said, "Such disrespect deserves to die 1,000 times." Then he raised his hand, intending to crush them. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Flocker, they are also valuable military forces. Just stay there." She steps out from her magic space. Flocker narrows his eyes and asks suspiciously, "What do you want from me?" "Efker, you are the commander of the attack team on the Holy Kingdom's capital, right? Shouldn't we be discussing strategy?" She let out a faint snort and coldly said, "No need for such things. The goal is to destroy the enemy's capital, right?" Isabel, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, "But at least I need a strategy, don't I?" But before he could finish speaking, Floker coldly shouted, "I will destroy as I see fit. Everyone adapt on your own." Isabel felt he couldn't argue with him and had to bow and take his leave. "May I?" It's just that her expression is a bit unpleasant right now. Scarlet also thinks the same. With this pace, they probably have to adapt on the go. Isabel can only slip into the space and leave, given how overly complicated the plan is to handle. In just a moment, she arrived at another castle, but as soon as she got there, she saw someone. Isabel frowned slightly and did not step forward. The person approaching was the 4th prince's wife. He spoke in a low voice. "Perfect timing, Isabel. Come with me for a moment. I want to settle the matter regarding the upcoming attack campaign." Isabel nodded slightly and followed To. She hesitated as she said, Foser and Scarlet said it was unnecessary. To, seemingly expecting this, smirked and said, Don't worry about them. Let them do whatever they want. They'll cause enough trouble. Then he drew a serrated sword and confidently declared, I will take the Pope's head. Isabel narrowed her eyes without saying a word. The fourth prince, the strongest swordsman of the Vandora Demon Kingdom, seems to be the one truly in command. After finishing her discussion, Isabel re-entered the space. Smith has been waiting here for a long time. When he saw her step out of the space, he immediately greeted her. Welcome back, Lady Isabel. I have a message from Lord Araj. Isabel was shocked and exclaimed, What did Kai say? Smith slowly spoke. Let's proceed with the plan. It seems they are also ready. Isabel frowned slightly, silent for a long moment before whispering, A plan to ambush with a perfect formation and eliminate the main force of the demon army. I have shared all the information I know, but will it go smoothly? Fanco also worriedly said, Even without Lord Isabel, there are still 3 royal families and one of the 4 heavenly kings. No matter how they prepare, this battle will be very fierce. Smith also nodded in agreement. Yes, just killing one of them would be enough. Fanco fell silent for a moment before hesitating and saying, The ideal scenario is for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Lord Isabel should keep that in mind when acting. Isabel nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Only one day remained before the elite forces of the Demon Lord's army launched their attack on the Holy Capital. As the scheduled time for the Demon Lord's army to arrive nears, Midu and others hurriedly prepare. The citizens have been evacuated along with nearby troops and personnel in the capital. Of course, the Pope and the high-ranking members of the Church, who are also targets of the enemy, have evacuated the city. Additionally, Ichi and the others in the royal capital have been evacuated along with the non-combatant group to Alpha. By carefully examining the venomous snake in their midst, the preparations proceed smoothly. Many people have gathered at the church to discuss important matters. Dion was the one who spoke first. We can't let the royal capital become a ruin. Isn't there a way to move the battlefield somewhere else? Akira calmly replied. According to the information, the enemy plans to appear in the sky above the capital through spatial teleportation, so relocating the battlefield might be very difficult. Sot frowned and said, We will have the mages deploy a defensive barrier covering the entire royal capital. Gray sighed and said, Better to do nothing. But the Pope and the people will be in great danger. Oscar calmly replied, In misfortune there is also fortune. The evacuation of the people has been completed, and it would be better if we could lure the enemy outside the capital and fight there. Hearing this, Taeon couldn't help but snort coldly. Do you say that if your homeland was at stake? You stole our homeland. It's okay, Murray. Oscar also shouted angrily, Stop it! Taeon, are you planning to fight among yourselves again after we finally crushed the Demon Lord faction? Taeon sighed helplessly, truly pitiful. Seeing him silent, Oscar continued, Everything so far has just been the introduction. From now on, the main topic of the strategy meeting begins. In other words, who fights whom? They need to decide that. Akira frowned slightly and remained silent. So, is it finally time for him to guide them according to the instructions? Remembering last night, Kai gathered everyone together and said seriously, I received information about the enemy's strengths and weaknesses from Isabel, and I am the one who understands our military strength the best. I can assess it, so I will decide the strategy. Then he glanced at Akira and suggested, Ninomiya, relay my strategy and mobilize the Holy Nation's army. Akira nodded softly but hesitated to ask, Is this really too unreasonable? Kai ignored it and firmly said, You can do it, go ahead. Akira sighed reluctantly and said, Isn't that a bit too forced? Ignoring Akira's thoughts, Kai began executing the plan. First, Fur was the strongest enemy force, the one controlling gravity magic. To face this guy, Kai assigned Arasi. Arasi smirked and said, So you finally admit that I am the strongest in this class, not Midu. Kai couldn't help but be speechless. He sighed and said, I will admit if you win. Then Kai ordered Akira and Kao as well. The two immediately nodded in agreement. Next, the second Princess Scarlet, a blood magic-wielding sorceress. To face this woman, Kai wants the Holy Oscar Knight Commander to handle it. Akira nodded slightly and replied, I will persuade them well on this side. Receiving the confirmation, Kai continued to give orders, and the fourth prince, the strongest swordsman of Demon Country, who according to Isabel seems to be the true leader. You suggested that Midu kill this one. Kai also advised them that if they realize the target has been evacuated, they can retreat quickly. So, don't give them that gap. Midu nodded slightly in response. Yeah, got it, and the last name is Fire King Flemmerus. He is believed to be the child of fire magic and the strongest king in history. Kai suggests letting Gray and Slot handle this one. Additionally, Zumi will use water attribute magic to support them. There are also 7 or 8 high-level demons. Everyone else handle these guys. In the end, Kai glanced at Jin and gave a command. Kanzaki, you're in command. Jin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Am I being assigned to this task? Kai nodded slightly and then warned again. Do not rely too much on the Night Order. The only ones we can truly use as fighting force are the Night Captains. You said you came up with strategies for each battle, but don't follow them too rigidly. Think flexibly on the spot. As Kai finished speaking, Midu suddenly asked suspiciously, What would you do in that case? Kai calmly replied, I would go around and cut the enemy's head. Remember that in the chaos of the battlefield, assassins hiding in the shadows will unleash their power. Returning to reality, Akira recounted Kai's entire strategy. Then he looked at Oscar and asked, I propose this strategy, what do you think? Without waiting for Oscar's reply, Tion pouted and criticized. Aren't you too confident in your abilities? More importantly, I have no role in this. Gray, on the other hand, smiled and said, That's a reasonable approach. The enemy is all elite troops. Sending weak soldiers would just be a waste of lives. Hearing this, Tion angrily asked, Do you think I am weak? Gray just smiled without saying anything. Soon after, he spoke again. It would be better if Tion commanded from the rear. Seeing them argue, Oscar finally spoke up, saying, Okay. He agreed with Akila's strategy and instructed everyone to prepare detailed plans to handle any situation. By the time the meeting ended, it was already dark. Sorry, the meeting took quite a while. Midu didn't pay attention, shook her head and smiled, saying, No, I think that's normal. After all, this is a battle that determines the survival of the entire nation. Oscar narrowed his eyes at Midu, and after a long moment hesitated before speaking. Can I ask you something? Midu asked, unable to hide her suspicion. What's going on? Oscar asked in a low voice. Do you know where Kai is? Midu was surprised, but he quickly reacted and shook his head, saying, I don't know anything. He is a hated enemy to all of us, but now is not the time to think about that. Hearing this, Oscar sighed reluctantly. I was once the fiancé of Saintess Leonora, and if I win this battle, I want to avenge her. He could only avoid Oscar's gaze and couldn't say anything about Leonora's death. After mentioning it, Oscar also fell silent, his eyes filled with worry. But this silence didn't last long because at this moment, a huge red hole suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Midu and Oscar to be instantly startled and terrified. Oscar couldn't believe it and exclaimed, The presence of magic, don't tell me it's earlier than expected. Midu's face was also very serious now, and he cautiously looked towards the pink hole. In just a moment, the Demon Lord's army appeared, including Fucker, Scarlet, Roto, the King Flamorous, and several high-level demons. Because of the widespread energy activation, Isabel was so exhausted, she broke out in cold sweat. She pursed her lips and muttered, The coordinates are stable, and I have fixed the space beneath our feet. Flamorous looked down below and smirked, saying, Are we here already? Scarlet was feeling a bit dizzy at this point. She rubbed her head and muttered irritably, This feeling is quite uncomfortable. Roto casually spoke nearby, saying, Perhaps it's magic intoxication. A huge amount of mana was used for this space transfer. At the same time, Fokker was secretly observing the capital. After a long pause, he finally chuckled softly and said, So this is the human capital? Quite impressive for a lower species. Due to the appearance of the Demon Lord's elite army, the sky over Huangdo was shrouded in a massive amount of magic energy. Seeing those people, he excitedly said, They're here, Akira warned. Arasi, stay calm. If we don't lure them in a bit more, they might retreat. Hearing this, Arasi couldn't help but mutter, The others aren't the type to be scared just because we're waiting for them. Murray beside him also spoke up to advise, It would be very bad if they realize the Pope has fled. In that case, the enemy has no reason to continue the campaign. Arasi, tired of the chatter, said, Got it, shut up. That comment made Murray furious. She snapped back, What do you mean I was just explaining to you? At the same time, outside, Midu was a bit panicked. Oscar saw this and spoke to reassure her. Stay calm, Midu, it's ahead of schedule, but still within the plan. Oscar smiled contentedly and calmly said, I count on you to be in position for battle. Understood. Midu nodded softly, his eyes now full of determination, then turned and ran inside. Another side, Kay is also secretly observing, smiling slightly as he says, They are coming. Maya hesitates and asks, What should we do? Kai calmly replied, For now, let's observe and provide support based on the situation in the sky over the Imperial City. Roto looked down from above, sensing something was off, and muttered, It's strangely quiet. No signs of humans on the main street. Scarlet didn't think so and calmly said, It's midnight now, so that's normal. Don't you even know that humans can't see clearly at night?
On the contrary, Isabel knows full well that things are not as they seem. This silence is a sign that the evacuation has been completed. She was worried that the departure schedule had been moved up due to Fecker's sudden decision, but it seems they are ready to charge into a fierce battle. And now they are in the Imperial City. Femaris also chimed in at this moment. Does the boss of the enemies hide inside that massive castle?
Roto shook his head slightly and said, "No, Flammaries." Then he pointed elsewhere and explained, "That is the great holy temple next to the building called the Papal Congregation. Our main target is hiding there." Hearing this, Flammaris muttered in confusion, "Isn't the boss a king? Human power structures are damn complicated." Roto helplessly sighed. "I remember explaining this dozens of times before, but Flammaris just doesn't get it."
At this moment, Faker also realized something and casually said, "A massive defensive barrier has been deployed." Scarlet nodded slightly in agreement, covering the entire city.
"It's sturdy, but don't be fooled. This won't protect anything." Flammaris understood and nodded, smiling slightly, saying, "Let me handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, he created a magic circle, and a blazing fire appeared. Without any warning, it shot straight into the sky. Defense of the Imperial capital. The ground inside immediately trembled violently, causing the soldiers to panic. In just a moment, the defensive barrier was burned through, revealing a large gap. Seeing this, the people of the Holy Nation were immediately terrified, whispering in disbelief, "Our barrier has been broken with just one attack." This scene also caught the eyes of the three Kai watching from afar, and Mayo couldn't help but marvel, "That is a grand magic. He is using the concept of fire burning perfectly." Sina also chimed in, "It's truly a terrifying sight." Ka recognizes this magic and whispers, "This is the power of Fire King Flammaris." Above the sky, Fakko sees the hole and smirks, saying, "I will send Lamb down to the human capital." Voto. "I leave the Pope's head to you." Scarlet narrowed her eyes and watched Fair's back for a long time. Then she also jumped after him, hoping to find some beautiful accessories. Frey was no exception. He excitedly laughed and said, "All right, I can't wait to see what kind of opponent I'll be facing." Roto, seeing them like that, reluctantly said, "Let's start the campaign now." Fokker and Scarlet followed his lead. Then he led the main force of the campaign away. Only Isabel remained standing there. Isabel's role is to guard the gate here, but if humanity gains the upper hand, she must close this gate in support. That way, Fokker and the others will have no way back. Isabel's betrayal will be exposed, but she doesn't care if she can kill these members. Over here, Fair has landed below the Imperial City. The scene here is eerily deserted, with only him walking alone in silence. At this moment, Fair waved his hand, sending a surge of magic into the distance. With a loud bang, the nearby buildings turned into ruins, but no signs of life appeared, only desolation. Fok frowned and muttered, "Just as I thought, when I can't sense any presence of humans, this place is completely abandoned. Has any information been leaked from somewhere? The two of them might be able to detect our presence." As he was lost in thought, his foot suddenly hit something, causing him to stop abruptly. Fok frowned slightly and looked around. Just then, the ground suddenly exploded in a burst of smoke and flames filling the sky. The one who attacked was Arashi standing on the rooftop nearby. He cheered loudly, "You chose to take a direct hit, you idiot." But when the smoke clears, Faker's figure still stands proudly there unharmed. He smirks and says, "I will make you confess." Seeing this scene, Arashi's face immediately darkened. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you unharmed, you bastard?" On the other side, after landing, Scarlet faced a similar situation. She was ambushed by someone, but remained unfazed, even joking and mocking. "You're quick to react." He pointed his sword at her and said coldly, "Vandora Demon Nation, Second Princess Scarlet, leave that head here." On Flammary's side, he had just landed and was wandering around. He muttered vaguely, "I have lost Zotu and the others." Framberries wandered the streets like that, but it wasn't long before he was blocked. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to be my opponent?" The ones blocking his way are gray and squat.
It's been a while since I last saw Flammaries. Meanwhile, inside the church's castle, Rod has brought in high-level demons.
But after a short while, a stern voice rang out, "I won't let you pass." This made Johto startle and stop in his tracks. Upon closer inspection, he saw Midu leading a group of people blocking the way ahead. "Yeah,